Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei and Vali Became Global Superstar movie. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Due to unhealthy jealousy and the inability to bear the great fame of the Sekiryuutei, all of Issei's girls, with the exception of 4, end their relationship with the chestnut-haired boy. But he realizes that his friends, Vali, Gasper, Kiba and Saji, ended their relationships for the same reason. Now the 5 out their pain and frustration through music, but without realizing that through it, they have the path to a new and crazy life. Explanations. Everything happens after the defeat of Reselvam and the Rating Games Cup. The prologue happens 5 years after the Great War. The entire human world knows about the supernatural world, and they know who the Sekiryuutei, the HAKORYUUKO, the bearer of Vitra, the bearer of the Sacrademia sword, and the forbidden Baylor view. The ex-girlfriends and ex-fiancés of the 5 protagonists will develop a sick obsession for them. Issei will have 5 wives, 4 supernatural and 1 human. Vali will have 3 wives, all 3 will be human. Saji will have 3 wives, 2 will be human and 1 supernatural. Kiba and Gasper will have 2 wives, 1 supernatural and 1 human. Prologue. Jimmy Kimmel live show. Everyone present was enjoying the charismatic Jimmy Kimmel's show. Good. Now is the moment that all the public, especially the female ones, were waiting for in the show. The band, rock metal revelation of this moment, the quintet of boys that has stolen the hearts of practically all the girls in the world, the sensation of the moment direct from Kuoh, Japan. They are Hyoudou Issei, Vali Morningstar Saji Genshiro Kiba and Gasper Vladi, the group Recodernal. At that moment the audience, which is 90% female, screamed like crazy, euphoric, some shedding tears of emotion, a few fainting when they saw the hex symbols of the world. The euphoria and the noise were so great that it could easily make a man deaf. They entered with the music of sad but true Metallica, and then a brown-haired man, an albino man, 2 blonde men and a small transvestite appeared. The 5 guys from the group sit down on the couch where Jimmy Kimmel would interview them for the show. Wow. In my entire life I've never heard so much euphoria from the female audience, not even when Rare Weez drove the Tropicana Salsa Festival audience crazy, he said. Well, Issei and company laughed at that comment. Well, first of all, can you introduce yourselves to the audience of this show? And that the first to speak is the brown-haired man. My name is Issei Hyoudou, I'm 20 years old, I'm the vocalist and I play the electric guitar. Issei, the females of the show shouted very loudly, watching the cat with hearts in their eyes. Next up was the albino. How are you all? I'm Vali Morningstar, I'm 24 years old and I play second electric guitar. Worth it, the women shouted equally loudly, in a state beyond fanaticism, saliva dripping from their mouths. The next one was a blonde-haired boy. Good evening, he said with a smile that made many teenage girls' noses bleed and some of them wet their panties with excitement. I'm Kiba, 20 years old and I play the electric bass, a pleasure. The blonde finished smiling. This caused 1/8 of the female audience to faint instantly, with a blush equivalent to that of a well-boiled lobster. The other blonde-haired guy followed. Good evening, I'm Saji Genshiro, I'm 21 years old, I'm the drummer of the group, he said at the same time making a bow worthy of a prince. Saji, the women screamed, stammering as if they were having an epileptic attack. And the little transvestite ended. Hey, hello, my name is Gasper Vladi, I'm 17 years old, I play the electric keyboard, piano and wind instruments, it's a pleasure, said the damper nervously and tenderly. Kuoh, the girls screamed with a nosebleed. They waited 5 minutes for the female audience to calm down during the show. Well, said Jimmy, I see that after almost 5 years of playing together, you can still make the girls sigh, but there is something I would like to ask you personally. What a thing, Jimmy, said Vali a little seriously. There are women in your hometown who claim to be your legitimate wives, said Jimmy, which made the atmosphere of the show tense, making all the men nervous, but the 5 guests already knew what he was referring to, they just limited themselves to sighing heavily and putting on an annoyed face. How do you know about that? Issei said, a little intrigued and angry. The blessed social networks and some other YouTube videos, said Jimmy. For example, I found this photo on Twitter of a girl with her pseudonym at @Rosshydoligal, where she sent you a rather provocative photo and a rather disturbing message, said Jimmy. If you want we can reveal it, said the presenter, to which Issei agreed, very curious, and on a large screen, a screenshot was seen where they recognized the girl who sent the photo. It was Roswis with the following message. My @Ddraig Issei, you know how I would like you to come to my bed and kiss me, pamper me, hug me and above all caress my breasts and above all caress my butt. I dream about you every night, I love you. The whole show was left with a face like what the hell is wrong with that girl. When I posted that photo, that Twitter account was immediately cancelled, said Jimmy. The 5 boys looked as if Ross had lost his mind. But that's just the beginning, said Jimmy. I found this video on YouTube where 3 girls were arrested for entering your home by jumping the security fence, but they claim to be your wives too, so play the video. The big screen was playing the Utengo video where 3 girls, a red-eyed, a dark-haired, both with good bodies, and a blonde-haired one were being arrested by the police, both wearing only very provocative lingerie. What the hell are you doing on private property, and why are you only wearing bras, panties and stockings? The police officer shouted. We want to see our husband, shouted the dark-haired girl. Who is her husband? A trio of lunatics, said a police officer. Issei Hyoudou, I am Ria's Hyoudou Graham, the red-eyed shouted, trying to get away from the policeman. I am Akeno Hyoudou Himejima, Akeno screamed like a real psychotic. I am Lafay Hyoudou Pendragon, the blonde shouted with tearful eyes. Issei, I demand that you give me descendants now. At that point the video cuts out. Everyone was left with a look on their face, no buck with the buck. Well, that among other things with your fans, Issei Hyoudou, said Jimmy, but you 4 are not saved. Tell me, Saji, do you remember the concert in Tokyo? Said Jimmy, to which Saji nodded. According to reports it was a concert without incidents, right? That's right, Jimmy, why do you say that? Said Saji, expecting something quite embarrassing. Well, your fans were about to invade your cabin. If it weren't for your security detail, who knows what would have happened. Run the video, said Jimmy. The big screen gave way to another video playing, and Saji saw 3 women he didn't want to see in paint. Sona Citri, Ruruko Nomura and Momo Hanakai, dressed like real sluts trying to invade Saji's dressing room. Let us pass, shouted Sona, who had a tattoo on her left arm that said Sona Genshiro on her chest and back. She had the same tattoo property of Saji. We want to see our Saji. Please, we demand that our fiancé show his face, shouted Momo Hanakai, who also had the property of Saji tattoo on her chest and butt. Saji, I demand that you penetrate me up in the ass up and destroy my vag up, we demanded. Nomura shouted out of his mind. The video cut out and they were stunned by it. Saji just covered his face in embarrassment. Jimmy showed photos and videos to the 5 boys, one where Lavinia and the Penemu cadre naked, obviously censored in provocative positions, incited Vali to an orgy. Another where Valerie Teeps danced and did a striptease in front of a video camera to seduce Gasper and Tsubaki Shinra, uploaded to his Instagram quite provocative photos directed at Kiba to seduce his heart, among other photos and lewd, embarrassing and hot activities to get the attention of Issei and his friends by the DXD girls. After such a shameful display, Jimmy continued the interview. Well, today's question and what everyone wants to know is, after all those incidents with those girls, we're all wondering, does he really have wives? Said Jimmy. The female audience watched attentively as the 5 artists responded. They looked at each other and nodded. Well, Jimmy, the answer is yes, said Issei, to which the public began to cry in loud "No." It was heard all over the world 2 days ago. The 5 of us made our marriage vows in secret with our wives, but we have more than one partner that left Jimmy and everyone else stunned. I will start by introducing you to my 5 wives. The male audience had their jaws on the floor. I present to you my first wife. She is Ingvild Hyoudou, in that a purple-haired girl comes out in the direction of her beloved brown-haired man and is greeted by applause. My second wife is Irina Hyoudou Hyoudou, in that a brown-haired girl with pigtails appears in the direction of her husband. She is greeted with applause. The third is Zenobia Hyoudou Korda, the blue-haired girl is greeted by applause and manages to sit on Issei's left leg. My fourth wife is Ravel Hyoudou Phoenix, in that a blonde-haired girl with drill-style pigtails approaches Issei and sits on Issei's right leg. She is also greeted by applause. And finally, my fifth wife is Miku Hyoudou Nakano, said Issei, finishing introducing his 5 wives when he saw that a carmine red-haired girl approached Issei and planted a kiss on his lips, making the audience of the show burn with jealousy. Vali continued. Well, in my case, I have 3 wives. I present to you Chidori Morningstar Kanem. At that a blue-haired girl appears and proceeds to hug Vali from behind, something that was beginning to incite the female audience. My second wife Arya Morningstar Taoju. At that the second mentioned, a dark brown-haired woman makes her appearance and, like Zenobia, proceeded to sit on the albino's lap. And finally Nino Morningstar Nakano, the albino finished introducing, and at that another red-haired girl comes out to meet Vali, giving him a fleeting kiss on his lips, which the albino reciprocated. Saji was next. Let me introduce my 3 wives. They are Itsuki Genshiro Nakano. He introduced another red-eyed who was going to sit on the blonde-haired boy's lap, Leviya Gelsha Genshiro Edelfelt. At that another blonde appeared hugging him by the neck, and finally Eris Genshiro, the ex-pawn, finished introducing his wives, and at that a brown-haired girl with cat ears and a very tempting body appeared and sat on Saji's other available leg. Kiba continued. In my case I have 2 wives, I present to you Ibaraki Douji Kiba, the other blonde introduced, and then another girl with 2-tone hair and cat ears, appeared with a smiling attitude and jumped very happy and excited towards Kiba, hugging him as if there was no tomorrow, and Ichika Kiba Nakano, a beautiful girl with red-pink hair, appeared and went directly to hug the blonde ex-Gremory. And Gasper finished well. I present my 2 wives, they are Yaku Vladi Shirogami, and that a smiling green-haired girl begins to hug her miniature husband, and Yutsuba Vladi Nakano. Gasper finished the introductions when an orange-haired girl appeared. At the presentation, everyone was left with their mouths open seeing such beauties next to the most sought-after guys, who confirmed that they were legally their wives. "Wow, I didn't expect this," said Jimmy, "but isn't it illegal to have more than one wife in the Japanese government? I mean, that's my doubt." Heh. "Let's just say that the president of Japan made an exception for us because we saved his skin in a tight spot more than once," said Kiba, smiling. "And you girls, despite sharing your respective husbands, are you happy?" Jimmy said. "Of course Jimmy, I'm happy to be next to Issei," said Zenovia as she hugged the brown-haired boy. "The truth is I don't mind sharing him with those 4, they've proven to be my best friends, and what we love about him, despite his clumsiness, is his kindness." "I'm happy with Vali," said Nino. Chidori and Aya love Vali's rebellious attitude, but above all, he's very protective and a gentleman with the 3 of us. That's what attracted us to him. The ho-ho-ho-ho. Luvia laughed. "At first I was very possessive with my Saji, but when I saw that Itsuki-san and Eri-san's feelings were true and pure, I decided to share it, and believe me Jimmy, I don't regret it, the 4 of us are very happy." "Yes Ibaraki," shouted Ichika-chan, "and I are very happy with Kiba-kun." "Yaku-san and I, we like to share our little Gasper," said Yutsuba. "We love him very much." "Well," said Jimmy, "and are you going to tell us how you met?" said Jimmy, smiling confidently. "Of course," said Issei, "but it would be equivalent to telling you how our adventure began as a music group and as a united family, all thanks to our 3 representatives: Sirzechs, Gremory, Azazel and Michael, without whom we would not be here at this moment." When they were named, there was a great applause, and the 3 mentioned stood up from their seats and thanked them, smiling at the humility of the 5 boys. "Well, do you want to know our story?" said Vali. "Yes." Everyone in the audience shouted. "Very well, prepare yourselves because it will be an interesting story with the Dracaterno group." After commercials we will return. Jimmy Kimmel ended this segment and everyone in the audience applauded. Chapter 1: The breakup that began our new life, Issei. I had finished the commercial breaks on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. "Welcome back to the Jimmy Kimmel Show, we are with the Dracaterno group," said Jimmy, and when he mentioned the last ones, the girls screamed like authentic fangirls. "And now is the time for us to know the story of how this group started and how they met their respective harems." "Well, first of all everyone knows that the 5 of us are not human," said Issei, to which Jimmy nodded. "Also some of our wives are not human either. Everyone knows that I am the Sekiryuutei, my friend Vali is the HAKORYUUKO, Saji is the bearer of the Dragon King Vitra, and in the case of Kiba and Gasper, they have 2 sacred gears that are quite rare and valuable, that any faction would do anything to have them on their side. Be careful, everyone already knows about the supernatural, and the coexistence between humans and supernatural beings has been so good that they practically live in a utopia. Well, being famous gave us great benefits, but it also took away many things from us that deep down, I'll be honest personally, hurt me a lot, but thanks to Sirzechs-sama, Azazel-sensei and Michael-sama and many valuable people, it didn't leave me alone," said Issei, while Ingvald hugged him from behind, Zenovia and Irina hugged him one on each arm, Ravel sat on the brown-haired boy's lap, and Miku proceeded to kiss him on his lips. "Well, for my part, I will tell you how this started 5 years ago." Flashback. Years ago. Underworld, Gremory territory. Nara Issei. I, Hyoudou Issei, am considered a hero along with my classmates and the DXD girls, place of the underworld, Gregory or heaven where I step place, we were practically surrounded by admirers. Especially in the entourage of my ex-mistress Ria's Gremory. Me, Kiba and Gasper were surrounded by the girls and practically the problems in the group began. Every event I attended was a scolding, tantrum, and yelling from my fiancés. "How dare you let them hug you?" Ria shouted, very angry. "Am I not good enough for you?" said Akeno, equally furious. "I don't want them to get close to you." Asia said, very furious, something that was rarely seen in the peaceful ex-nun. "But there were people in the group who defended me." "Hey, it's not speakable." Zenovia shouted, "I blindly trust Issei and it's part of his job. It's simply noble of him to let his fans hug him." Irina said, a little annoyed by Ria's jealous attitude, "but I clearly see that it doesn't go beyond a hug because he respects our commitment a lot." "That's right, Issei-sama told us that whenever he has us in his thoughts," Ravel said. "My king is someone very noble and sincere," said Ingvald. "He trusts us, but if they don't trust him, how the hell will our relationship progress?" In all the events that Sirzechs-sama organized in the underworld, I was always accompanied by my adorable manager and fiancé, Ravel Phoenix, who managed my schedule and that of Kiba and Gasper. I was also accompanied by my entourage queen and also my fiancé Ingvild Leviathan. According to her words, it was her obligation as queen to watch over the safety of her king. Zenobia and Irina acted as bodyguards, she asked them not to do so and to go to school, but Zenobia, like Ingvild, said that a knight's duty is to take care of their king, and Irina really liked taking care of me as her childhood friend and as my guardian angel. But the events continued, and the problems with the other girls increased. At first, it was Riaz, Akeno, and Asia. Then Kaneko, Kuroka, and Roswas joined, and finally, Lefay Pendragon, Yasaka, and Elmenhold Karlstein joined. It was almost a month of pure arguments, with the aforementioned 9 constantly scolding me, making their jealousy clear. Zenobia, Irina, Ingvild, and Ravel defended me tooth and nail. This also led to problems between the 4 of them and the 9 of them. It got so bad that they even received death threats. "Don't defend the unfaithful," Zenobia Roswas shouted, activating her armor. "I want to give him what he deserves, get out of the way." "You're stupid," Zenobia shouted, summoning Durandal. "I will defend my king, my husband, and the father of my children. I don't want to hurt you, Ross, but I will do it if I have no other option." "Ni-chan, Wilka Stremosa," Issei Senpai Disha Kaneko entering into berserk mode. "I agree with you," said Kuroka as her eyes became quite sharp and her fangs grew in order to tear. "I won't let them hurt," Issei Sama Ravel shouted as 2 fireballs appeared in her hands and she summoned her fire wings. "Stop now," Ingvild shouted as I invoked water magic to defend myself. "Get out of the way, Irina, or you'll be my dinner." Elmenhold shouted as she entered Shinsu mode. "I must give Issei a corrective. You will kill him and I won't allow that." Elmenhold Irina shouted as she expanded her wings and took out Excalibur Mimic. It was a pretty tough month emotionally and things in the group were no longer so harmonious, so the fateful day arrived. It was the day I thought everything would be fine, but how wrong I was. Another event organized by Sirzechs-sama had ended early, so Ravel, Ingvild, Zenobia and Irina decided to get some ice cream in the capital of the underworld. "Look, Oka-chan," said a very excited girl to her mother, "it's the Oppi dragon." "It's true, it's Issei-sama," said the woman very excitedly. Both mother and daughter were approaching me, but the paparazzi appeared like vile pests ready to photograph. "That Oppi dragon," said the nervous girl. "What can I help you with, little one?" he said very kindly and warmly, something that made the girl blush, but also her loved ones who accompanied him. "Edo," said the girl playing with her fingers in pure Hinata style, Can I?" he said confused. "Can you autograph my cap and my action figure that I have not removed from its packaging?" shouted the girl while showing said Oppi dragon gadget with her eyes closed. "Of course, little one," Issei said, smiling at her while Ravel handed him a highlighter and signed the girl's things. "Here you go." "And thank you," said the girl very happy, "but I have another request." "What is it?" he said without losing his smile. "Could you give me a kiss?" said the girl, leaving me, my fiancés, her mother and some other demon who was passing by with my mouth open. "No, it's not what you think. I want a kiss, but on the cheek." I'll satisfied with that, she said, alarmed and nervous. He was a little nervous, he saw his 4 fiancés already calmed down, they nodded at him as a sign that he could do it, since they did not find it wrong to fulfill an innocent wish of a girl, and proceeded to give her said kiss on her cheek. At that, the mother thanked me for what I did for her daughter, leaving there very happy. Issei and his 4 girls proceeded to leave there. But I never thought that the paparazzi had created news at the speed of light, because suddenly I saw on my social network said encounter with my little fan. There were headlines like, "Sekiryuutei makes a girl happy." Issei Hyoudou, someone worthy of admiration. Forever the children's dragon. He does it again, Sekiryuutei-sama makes his audience happy without exception. We saw those titles together with Ravel, Ingvild, Zenobia and Irina. It brought a smile and a laugh. We thought it was a noble action on my part, but certain girls didn't like it. We had decided to go with my ex-in-laws, Zeodicus and Venelana Gremory, to talk about the wedding plans with Riaz and the others. Everything was joy, but when the heiress of the Gremory family arrived along with the others, the point of no return happened. "Hello, Riaz," said Zeodicus happily. Riaz didn't respond and walked towards me. "Daughter, what's going on?" said Venelana, a little confused. Riaz and the others approached me with their eyes covered by their hair. "Riaz, what's happening?" I said, but... Plaff. He had received a slap, he was really freaked out. Zenobia, Irina, Ingvild, Ravel, Zeodicus and Venelana were stunned. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" he had shouted at Riaz. "How dare you?" Riaz said while increasing her aura. "What?" he said very confused. "How dare you kiss a girl?" Riaz screamed, already mad, as she showed her the news from a few hours ago. "We warned you," Hyoudou Akeno shouted while releasing lightning from her hands, and when she called me Hyoudou my heart started to hurt. "Stop," Shouted none other than Grayfia, making an appearance. Oju-sama, what are you doing? What do you think, Grayfia on-chan? Put Issei in his place. Shouted angrily Rias while she expelled the force of destruction in her hands, and the others who followed her began to give off an intimidating aura, but not so much for Issei, Grayfia, and Venelana. Why are you doing this? He shouted, I just fulfilled that girl's wish, I didn't do anything wrong. You lie. Yusaka shouted, you kissed her on the mouth or on the cheek, you kissed her, and that is infidelity towards us. You're exaggerating, Yusaka. Ingvald shouted, we didn't see anything wrong with you giving that girl an innocent kiss on her cheek. Shut your mouth, Ingvald said. Lefay, you don't fulfill your role as his queen, and you consent too much to Issei's infidelities. I should tell you the same thing, Pendragon. Zenobia said, very indignant. Issei has been inviting you to Sirzechs-sama's events, so you can see what he does, but you all make up excuses not to go. They don't take advantage of opportunities to get closer and get more intimate with darling, said Irina. I'm not interested in those events anymore. In fact, Issei, as your fiancé, I order you to cancel all the events you have scheduled with Ani-sama. Rias sentenced. Zeoticus, Venelana and Grayfia, at what Rias said they became enraged, with Ingvald, Zenobia, Irina and Ravel looking at Rias and the others with contempt. Issei was beginning to get enraged, since his jealousy was already tiring him. Rias-sama, said Ravel with all respect, but even if you are his fiancé, you can't order him to do something like that. He stopped being his servant a little time ago, and he's not his dog. Rias glares at Razor's sister. You shut up, damn Yakitori, Rias shouted as she lunged to slap Ravel, and just when she was about to hit Ravel's cheek. Issei, let me go, I have to discipline this girl. Rias said while not allowing her to hit my manager. Rias, he said very angrily, I will allow you to insult me, humiliate me, destroy me, but with her and the others, I will not allow you to hurt them. I shouted to push Rias away. Bon-sama. Asia shouted, Issei-san, how could you do that to him? It wasn't obvious, Asia said Zenobia while hugging Ravel, who was very scared I was going to hurt Ravel-chan. Move away, Asia, Rias said again with her gaze lowered. Issei Hyoudou, I officially end my relationship with you. Said with tears and uncontrollable fury, the redeed. The Zotras También Terminamos invites Asia, Akeno, Kaneko, Kuroka, Ulmenhold, Lefay, Yusaka Roswas. We were all in shock, I felt like my heart was being stabbed by invincible daggers, and tears began to fall from my face. You said, Rias pointing at Ingvald, Zenobia, Irina and Ravel, I order you to come with us and abandon this infidel man. But it also meant the loss of the friendship they had with Rias and the others. That day was also the end of the DXD group. I refuse. Zenobia shouted, I remind you that I am the knight of Issei Hyoudou Asia, my friendship with you and all of you has been broken. You're no one to give me orders. Irina shouted, I will be no, we will be better wives for Issei Asia just like Zenobia. I suggest for your own good that you stay away from me and Issei, there is no more friendship with you or any of you. It's a shame that it has to end like this, said Ingvald, very angry. For my part, I break ties with all of you, although with Zeotica-sama and Venelana-sama I will remain on good terms with you. Who do you think you are giving orders to, me and my harem sisters? Zenobia, Irina and Ingvald. Ravel said very furiously, I also break the friendship I had with you. Seeing this scene, Zeoticus watched as all the achievements and the group that he was, all fell apart because of the stupid jealousy of Rias and those who followed him. If that's what you want, I told her, you have less than 12 hours in which all of you. I shouted pointing at Rias and the ones who broke up with me, get together, pack your bags and leave my house. I said, trying to stay calm, but the anger was noticeable in my voice. Venelana-sama, Zeotica-sama, I apologize for this, it seems everything went in the trash. At that Ddraig appears. Very well, you did it. Ddraig shouted very furious, so you pay him back for all the sacrifices he made for you. Gremory, I don't want you to come back regretting and ask for forgiveness from my partner because it will be too late. Rias, go get your things at the Hyoudou residence, said Zeoticus very seriously, just like Ddraig said, I don't want you to regret it later, because we won't help you in that sense. Grayfia-san, we'll help you in Issei. I'm so sorry, said Zeoticus bowing an apology. Don't worry, Zeotica-san, he said a little calmer, both you and Venelana-sama have been like parents to me, I will continue to maintain diplomatic and friendly relations with you. Rias and her now ex-fiancés left for the residence with Grayfia, and 10 minutes later they returned with several suitcases. They looked at me with hatred, and the 4 who stayed by my side went to their room in the castle. Gremory, I told him, I'm giving you back your rook and your bishop. I meant Ross and Asia, I don't need anyone in my entourage who doesn't want to believe me. I accept and proceed to remove the bishop and rook pieces from Asia and Ross respectively. "Get out," she said, turning her back on them. These two very angry proceed to go quickly with Rias. "You will not be welcome in my house anymore. I suggest that you do not think of any stupidity to get revenge on me with your parents and Grayfia-sama as witnesses. Any attack on me, my parents Ingvald Ravels and Novia Arena is declaring war on the Hyoudou clan, and you know well that I can already surpass you in matter of power, so I do not want to kill you. But do not give me a good justification to do it." Rias was furious at what Issei said. "Girls, we're leaving," he said, turning his back on Rias and the ex-fiancés Zyodika-sama and Venelana-sama. "We'll continue the talk another day in another place." "Yes, Issei, don't worry, they told me as I disappeared in a magic circle." Back to the Jimmy Kimmel show. After that, the news that I had broken up with the still Gremory heiress went so viral that the 71 families of the underworld, powerful families of the factions, sent me marriage requests where they clearly presented me in photos and descriptions of their daughters as possible suitors. Jimmy was in a state where he could only feel sorry for Issei for their breakup. "I see you've suffered a lot," said Jimmy, "but now I suppose that Vali, Kiba, Gasper and Saji have a similar story, right?" The four nodded. "We will know after a commercial short." Jimmy finished as the program made another commercial. Chapter 2. The breakup that start my new life, Vali, Saji, Kiba and Gasper. Jimmy Kimmel Show. "We return with our guests Draco Eternal and his sensual harem of each one," said Jimmy, "but I have some questions. One is for you, Issei. The girls you mentioned in your anecdote, by pure chance are they the ones who appeared in the video that I played?" Issei just limits himself to sigh. "That's right, they are 3 girls from my ex-harem. Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima and Lafay Pendragon," said Issei, quite saddened. "Wow, they are really bad," said Jimmy, somewhat disturbed. "Well, enough of Issei, and now we focus on you, Vali, Kiba, Saji and Gasper. They say that they ended their old relationships for the same reasons as their friend Issei." "That's right, Jimmy," says Vali. "I will tell you how my case was with my 3 ex-girlfriends." Flashback. 5 years ago. Narrates Vali. As with Issei, also known as Vali, was the boyfriend of the magician Lavinia, the cadre Penemu, and the Sona Citri Tower, Yurit Tsubasa. He was also quite famous, and wherever he set foot, he was practically cornered by millions of female followers wanting an autograph, a kiss, or maybe something more intimate. And of course, my ex-girlfriends always took me in a bad light. I always tried to escape the clutches of my followers, but I always ended up with my clothes in tatters and kiss marks all over my body. Every day I was insulted, scolded, hell, I was practically treated like a child in kindergarten. Until one day I couldn't stand it anymore. "Damn it, you know that I'm still faithful to you, but you doubt that," he shouted, already exasperated. "We don't believe you." Lavinia shouted, "You're just like the damn unfaithful Issei, won't you settle with the 3 of you?" Yura shouted, already mad, "You're the worst." Penemu shouted angrily. "I wasn't going to stand it anymore for another minute. I'm tired." He shouted, more furious than ever, "If you're going to doubt and call me an unfaithful, then we'll end up once and for all. I'm supposed to be comfortable, happy and in harmony with the 3 of you, but it seems that the only thing I gain is frustration, anger and impatience with you. I have never felt so upset, not even when seeing my grandfather Rizelvam, so I'm going to repeat it to you again. We have break up because of your stupid jealousy. I will talk to Azazel, Sona and your father Lavinia. I wish it had been me the one who had been sealed with the Trihexa, and not Gabriel and Serafol." The 3 now ex-girlfriends couldn't articulate words at what I told them. I was leaving them with my hearts broken. "Go away," Penemu shouted. "Go away, damn you, will get a better man." "Of course, overweight crow," I said, mocking the cadre as I left there. "Get it, but I will give you my sincere condolences if you can bear them." I left there quite angry, but I began to shed tears. I hadn't felt so emotionally hurt since my mother died. I had never felt so disappointed and irritated. Damn it, it was one of my worst days in my long life. Flashback ends. "Sometimes I think I went too far with the insults I said to them. I regret it many times, since thanks to Issei and my now beloved wives, they taught me how to treat a lady," said the albino, while Chidori, Aya and Nino began to hug him, and he reciprocated with a tender smile and kissed all 3 of their lips. "Now Vali-kun," said Aya with a maternal and comforting look, "don't remember that dark episode of yours anymore." "It's okay," said Vali as he planted a kiss on the brunette's lips. "It's clear that you are a gentleman," Vali said. "Jimmy, now Saji, what's your story?" "Well, Jimmy," said Saji, a little uncomfortable, "the 3 women you passed in the video are the 3 girls I broke up with 5 years ago." Flashback. Narrated by Saji. Since Serafol-sama was sealed together with Gabriel-sama, Dehauser Belial, Vasco Strada and the Dragon Krom Kruich to stop the Trihexa, Sona Citri was beginning to lose her sanity, but I never thought that it would be so sick that it would infect Momo Hanakai and Raruko Nomura. Before the Great War one was already dating Sona, Momo and Raruko. They had with me beautiful personalities only saved for me, but all was lost when Seraful Citri was sealed. The three of them became manipulative, and they were jealous to such a toxic degree that, if I arrived with the slightest trace of makeup on my clothes or on my skin, or smelling like women's perfume for the slightest contact with a girl, they would punish me with magic and physical blows until dawn. Sometimes I arrived to school with bandages, a cast, with healing material that thanks to Tomo Meguri and Kusaka Ria, who healed me every morning after my punishments. There came a time when I could not stand this inhuman treatment anymore. I had to go with Lord Citri and Lady Citri to tell them about our healthy relationship. Both of Sona's parents were horrified at what my sweet girlfriends did to me, so both parents called Sona, Momo and Raruko. When they arrived they were carrying the bishop and pawn, holding Megumi and Kusaka by the scalp. Both were very injured. "What the hell are you doing to your servants?" Lady Citri shouted, very scandalized. "I immunized them, discipline," said Sona with a hint of disgust towards her wounded knight and bishop. "This happens when you approach and heal my Saji." Lord Citri decided to take matters into his own hands. "Sona," he said, quite annoyed, "I order you to release Saji, Megumi and Ria. You have shown that you are not fit to have your entourage and your shared relationship with Raruko and Momo with Saji Genshiro end." He left the three mentioned horrified, and even more Sona, who practically gave her a low blow to her pride, since that was the moment in which the Citri entourage dissolved. "No, Otu-sama, don't separate me from my Saji," Sona screamed madly. "We must do it," Lady Citri screamed, "because of your damn jealousy one day you will kill him, so to prevent this, we give you the order to release your three servants. Obey it or we will demote you to a low-class devil and engage you with the arrogant air of glaciolabolas." After sentencing that, Sona had no alternative and freed us. After that day I was harassed by those three trying to apologize, but I still remember how I was trampled, mistreated, humiliated by those three. I decided to stay away from the Kuoh Academy because of that. I was no longer at peace. End of flashback. Saji began to cry remembering that painful past, but was comforted by Itsuki, Luvia and Eris. Now Saji said, "Itsuki, it was brave of you to endure inhuman treatment and say it in front of everyone. If they come back, we will protect you," said the Nekomata Eris, determined with a smile that relieved the blonde's afflicted soul. "Now come, why was I overprotective of our Saji?" said Luvia seriously and hugged the blonde. "I love him so much that it hurt me to see him so afflicted by that trauma." "Very brave Saji," said Jimmy, applauding the courage of the blonde ex-pawn of Citri, to which the public with tears applauded Saji, as well as his friends, and their respective harems. "Well, now it's your turn, Kiba." "Well, unlike those three, I only had one girlfriend, and she is Sona Citri's best friend. Her name was Tsubaki Shinra, and this is what happened." Flashback. Narakiba. As Issei said, in Sirzechs Sama's events I was highly sought after by single devils, but I always had Shinra in mind, since she was my girlfriend and I respected her. But she, like the others, couldn't stand the fact that a girl approached me, and obviously I was scolded for that. It was a rainy afternoon when the most bittersweet moment I've ever felt occurred, not since I saw how my friends from the Excalibur project were killed in front of me by Balva Galilei. I was walking with Shinra in a park when a girl tripped and fell. So I decided to help her. "Are you okay?" I said as I helped her up. "Hi," the girl said, but I didn't realize that Shinra had arrived, but to hit the girl. He had landed a kick in the jaw. "Shinra? What's wrong with you?" he shouted in alarm as Shinra went over to the poor girl. "I will teach this girl not to mess with my boyfriend. No one will take him away from me," yelled the furious queen of Sona Citri. Help me." The girl screamed with blood on her face and tears in her eyes while she was held by the hair by a violent Shinra Tsubaki. But she decided to take matters into her own hands. I pushed Shinra away and went to help the girl. "Are you okay?" he said, very upset. "My face, it hurts," she said, very horrified. "Kiba," Shinra shouted, very angry. "Shinra, your jealousy is taking it to very uncontrolled levels. I don't recognize the Shinra Tsubaki that I knew. What I have in front of me is a crazy obsessive psychotic. I can't continue with someone so violent. We're over," he shouted while taking the girl to a hospital to be treated, leaving Shinra in shock and with his heart broken. End of flashback. After that incident, the girl and I were in communication a lot until she became my girlfriend, and now she is my beautiful wife. "Ichika Kiba Nakano," said the blonde-haired boy while lovingly kissing Ichika, but Ibaraki with a tender pout hugs Kiba and begins to cover him with kisses. "It's true," he said, Ichika smiling. "Since that day I fell in love with Kiba. I always thank him for that day he saved me and I met him." "Wow, Kiba Hyoudou, a hero at all times," said Jimmy, proud of the blonde-haired boy. "Now to finish we have Gasper. What happened to you?" "Well, mine was a little hard to digest," said Gasper, uncomfortable at that. Yako and Yotsuba proceeded to hug him. Flashback. Narrates Gasper. I never thought I would be so loved. After the great war against Rezelvim, everyone wanted to take pictures with me, hug me and pamper me, but one girl didn't like what they did to me, Valerie Teeps. She was starting to blame me a lot, especially for the girls of the vampire and yokai race. Personally, I felt quite uncomfortable being hugged by another woman other than Valerie. But she misinterpreted everything. She applied the silent treatment to me for those kinds of issues, and I, personally, felt so bad that I felt somewhat depressed at all events. It was after a meeting of the demons with the vampire faction when I felt like my world was shattered. Gasper, I want to talk to you, Valerie said in a dry and cutting way. I nervously agreed, but something told me this was going to end badly. You know, I've thought it over. I decided to break up with you, Valerie said in a calm but determined manner, looking at me coldly. That had broken my heart. But why? I said, trying to hold back my tears. Why? Valerie said, turning her back on me. You knew that I don't like girls getting close to you, I don't like your insecurity, and apart from what I hate about you, that you still continue with your transvestism that makes me sick. I felt that every word of the girl to whom I had given my heart was breaking it to pieces little by little, and she didn't flinch. I don't know why I agreed to go out with you, Valerie continued. If you don't have anything to say to me, back off. I had left very defeated and depressed. I went straight to Issei senpai, and I also found out that he had finished with most of his harem. I was comforted by him, by Ingvald-sama, Zenobia-san, Irina-chan and Ravel-sama. They gave me asylum in the Hyoudou residence to calm down and heal my wounds. If it weren't for those 5 of them, I'll be honest, I wouldn't be here telling you about this bitter experience in my life. End of flashback. Gasper couldn't take it anymore and cried inconsolably. Yako hugged him and cried too, since she didn't like seeing her husband like that. Yutsubo also gave him her shoulder to unload all the pain in his heart. Like Gas-chan now, the green-haired girl said sadly, don't remember that foolish girl. For us, you'll be our Gasper, whether you like cross-dressing or not, you're the person we got married for, we're happy and we love unconditionally, Yutsuba said, giving him a big kiss on his lips, which Yaku imitated. What that girl Valerie did was very bad when she got involved and insulted you for your tastes and lifestyle. Jimmy said it was difficult for the 5 of you. That's right, Jimmy, Saji said, but it was the spark that started this whole new adventure, and thus our group and family Dracodermal was born. It is not only the 5 of us, but also our wives respectively. I can tell you that after our relationships ended, the 5 of us decided to go get drunk at the bar located in the underworld, the Boar Hat, and thanks to our friend Meliodas, our foray into music began, said Vali. Wow, the important part is coming, but that will be after a short commercial. We return, said Jimmy as the program stopped broadcasting. Chapter 3. Surprise at the Boar Hat. Jimmy Kimmel Show. We're back to the show, said Jimmy. Well, now it's time for everyone, especially all of you, said the host of the show, pointing to the girls who were very excited about how this musical adventure began. That's right, Jimmy, said Issei. As we said, it all started after we broke up with our respective girlfriends. A month had passed when Gasper came to my house after Valerie broke up with him. So I called the guys to go get drunk one night at the famous Boar Hat bar. Flashback. Inframundo, bar Boar Hat, 22:30 p.m. Normal narration. Issei and his 4 friends had arrived at the bar, which was already packed with demons and fallen angels, to drink liquor and have a pleasant, if not unpleasant, time. They could see the 3 Boar Hat favorites. Elizabeth, the bar owner's wife. Merlin, the bartender's partner. And Diane, the most smiley of all, among others, and another working at the establishment. They were welcomed by a great friend of the 5. Hey, guys, and those faces, said a short blonde smiling boy. The long story, Meliodas, said Issei. We came to drink until we could not take it anymore, said the brown-haired boy with a little heaviness. Oh, I see, said Meliodas without losing his smile and approached Issei's ear. Love problems, right? He whispered, to which Issei nodded. Okay, Jericho, a table for 5 people. Escaner, the strongest of your drinks for 5 poor unfortunate souls, and ban the best of your apple pies, code 0L. Your order, shouted the 3 workers. In that, Jericho, another worker and hostess of the bar, led Issei and his friends to a table near a stage where country music was playing. The skinny Escaner was seen skillfully preparing a refreshing-looking drink, and Ban quickly preparing an apple pie that began to smell throughout the bar and made the stomach growl even of the most unappetizing being who was there. Immediately, Elizabeth serves the snacks to the 5 friends. Here's your special apple treat, 5 jars of bear killer liqueur. Enjoy your meal, said the silver-haired girl with her typical smile as she left. At that point, the 5 of them started eating and drinking the strong drink that immediately knocked Gasper out at the first sip, hitting him on the table, making Issei, Vali, Kiba, Saji laugh, and some other demons who were passing by. Ah. There's nothing better than this, said Saji, sighing. It's true, I needed a drink after what happened with Penemu and the others, said Vali. And why didn't you come with Biku and Arthur? Kiba said a little curiously. Kuoh is training with his ancestor while Arthur was trying to console or rather calm his psychotic sister after her breakup with Issei, said Vali, not to mention HAKORYUUKO. The last thing I heard about her was that she went to train in Hyoudou. What interests me? Issei said, very frustrated. Even so, thanks to this event, I truly knew who are the ones who truly love me and trust me without hesitation, said the brown-haired boy, thinking about Ingolde, Zenobia, Irina and Ravel. You say that you had a pretty big harem, said Saji. I don't have anyone, thanks to Lord Citri I'm free from that trio of madmen. Me too, I had 3 girls by my side, now I have nothing, said Vali. Hey, this country band sucks, do you think Meliodas will let us play his instruments? Kiba said, bored. It would be a matter of us asking him, said Saji. Wait a minute, do you know how to play musical instruments? Issei asked incredulously. Me, the drum, said Saji. I play the electric guitar, said Vali. Me too, and I can play the cello too, said Issei. Me, the electric bass and also the cello, said Kiba. Wow, that's surprising, said Saji. Does Gasper know how to play an instrument? Said Kiba. It would be a matter of asking him after he recovers from his drunkenness, said Vali, pointing at the still unconscious and sleeping Gasper. They continued drinking and eating, but they didn't realize that Sirzechs and Azazel had arrived at the bar in order to get Issei to talk to him about returning with Riaz. Azazel had the same plan to get Vali to return with Penemu and Lavinia. But the duo of leaders were looking for the aforementioned, but when they located them the country music group took a break and then Vali shouted. Hey, Meliodas shouted at Vali, can we practice with the instruments in your bar? If they were other demons, I would tear off their heads and feed them to the hawks just for asking, said Meliodas, smiling, giving a shiver to everyone in the bar except for his workers, but as your guys, go ahead. At that, Issei, Kiba, Saji and Vali went up to the stage, leaving an unconscious Gasper on the table. Issei Tomo on guitar electrico Modelo Rockdale MG 3008 Warhead. Vali took another disc Jackson PTX demolition model. Kiba, I take an electric bass model Ibanez SR 5006 All Prestige. And finally Saji, I take possession of a Tama Imperial Star IP52KH6HBK drum kit. The 4 of them began to tune their instruments and proceeded to play guitar, electric bass and drum solos, earning the attention of everyone, including Sirzechs and Azazel. Wow, Issei-kun, he doesn't play the guitar badly, said Ddraig, surprised. I'm not surprised by Vali, said Azazel, but Kiba is not doing so badly. I can say that his ability is comparable to that of the late Lemmy Kilmister and Saji. His ability is comparable to that of Joey Jordison in his early years with Slipknot. On the small stage, Issei and company saw that they had already won the attention of practically the entire bar. Hey guys, are you thinking the same thing as me? Said the brown-haired boy, smiling. There's no need to mention it, said Vali. What do you think if we play alive? That was the moment that changed their lives. Issei, Saji and Kiba nodded. -1, 2, 3, 4. When they finished that song, the whole boar hat fell silent. They were surprised that the Sekiryuutei, the HAKORYUUKO, and the bearers of the Holy Demonic Sword and the Dragon King Vitra played so well. Another. The one who started to scream was Diane, excited, and she was followed by Ban Jericho Eskener King, who was sleeping peacefully in his room and came down because of the scandal in the bar, Merlin, Elizabeth, then Meliodas and finally the whole bar with Sirzechs and Azazel included. Well, shall we please you with another one? Kiba said, surprised. Why not? Saji said excitedly, what do you think of, by the way? Okay, but I'll only need 1 guitar, so you take care of it, Vali, said Issei while taking off his electric guitar. 1, 2, 3, 4. They finished playing the song and the bar erupted in euphoria. They had never heard anything so great in their time in the underworld. Well, that's all, said Issei while the others left the instruments in their place. We just asked to borrow the instruments. Hey guys. Said Meliodas, that was the best music performance I've ever seen. What do you think about playing on the weekends? I can pay you a lot for that. The 4 shared glances and finally nodded. Okay, Meliodas, said Issei, but in my case, can my 4 girlfriends come? Said the brown-haired boy. I don't see the problem, said Meliodas. Okay, we have a deal, Issei said to Meliodas, and the latter shook the hands of Issei, Vali, Saji and Kiba. It was already past 1 in the morning. The 4 of them, with a still sleeping Gasper, decided to retire to their residences. Issei, carrying Gasper, decided to transport himself to his house, but when he arrived he was greeted by his 4 girls, who were standing with their arms crossed in their pajamas, looking angrily at Issei. Why did you take so long? Ravel said, do you know how worried we were? I'm sorry, said Issei, leaving Gasper on the couch in the house to sleep. Don't worry us like that again, Issei, said Zenobia. And you didn't answer the question, darling, why did it take you so long? Said Irina. Because Vali, Saji, Kiba and I discovered what to do in these times of peace and tranquility, he said, smiling at his 4 girlfriends. End of flashback. So because of that moment of practice, they started their interest in music, said Jimmy surprised. Affirmative, Jimmy said Kiba, although at first Gasper wasn't into this because of the drunkenness with the bear-killing liquor he consumed, said the blonde, to which his little cowhide was embarrassed, but when it was Monday, we decided to invite him to the music group at the Kuoh Academy. Well, we'll know that after a short commercial. Chapter 4. Surprise at Kuoh Academy. Jimmy Kimmel Show. We return to our beloved, humble and beautiful show, said Jimmy, where we are listening to the story of how the group Recodernal was formed. So their first mini concert was at the famous Boar Hat Bar, and it was only pure practice. It's true, said Issei, but we never thought we would have so much synchrony between us. But when we played in the music room of the Kuoh Academy, it practically got out of control, said Vali, a little uncomfortable. So what about the Boar Hat was very small compared to what happened at the Kuoh Academy, said Jimmy incredulously. To be honest, yes, said Kiba, and it only started with a cello duet between Issei and your servant. Flashback. Days after the mini-concert at the Boar Hat Academy, Kuoh, 9 a.m. Normal narration. Issei was in the living room of Threa with his 4 wives, Saji, Kiba and Gasper. The brunette explained to them what had happened at the bar and his decision to work for a while at Meliodas' bar. In fact, many of the devils who were drinking there recorded them and uploaded the video, leaving the 4 girls shocked. So you'll be working with Meliodas-san on the weekend, said Ingvald. That's right, but I asked Meliodas if he could join us in our work, which he agreed to without a problem, said Issei. Well, as your manager and your bishop, I'll go with you, said Ravel, kissing him. Just like your queen, I'll go with you, said Ingvald, smiling at him. As your knight, fiancé and student council president, I'll go with you to your concerts, said Zenobia, smiling at the brown-haired boy. I'll go too, as your guardian angel I must watch over your safety, darling, said Irina, smiling at her. Thanks, said Issei. Well, if you want, after classes we'll practice a little for the weekend at Meliodas' bar. Vali said he would arrive around 4 at the same time that you get out of classes. Gasper okay, said his friends and fiancés, but without them noticing an ex-nun and a white Nekomata who were spying on them, they ran out to tell her the gossip that her ex-boyfriend was going to start working at the most famous and sought-after bar in the underworld. The cult club Rias and the other ex-fiancés, with the exception of Yasaka and Kuroka, were gathered until Asia and Kaneko arrived. Great news on Sama, said Asia Hyoudou, he's going to start working at Meliodas-sama's bar. She left everyone stunned because she knew that Meliodas was very strict in the selection of the staff for his restaurant because Kuroka, Akeno and Elmenhold had wanted to work there, but Meliodas had given them a resounding no. Why? That was the doubt that still kept them restless. How is it possible that infidel works in such a prestigious place? Said Rias. Maybe it was because of his influence, said Akeno, frustrated. Remember that Sirzechs-sama and Ajuka-sama love him like a younger brother. It's most likely, said Kaneko. Hyoudou-senpai only has talent in hitting and being a perverted beast. What did he see in Meliodas-sama? But also the 4 traders will go to the bar with them, said Asia. Apparently they were also hired. But how? Shouted Akeno, unable to believe it. Those Patenko were hired. They don't have a big body like mine. The Sirzechs affect Hyoudou, is the answer, Roswai said. Remember that they are only good for fighting, they know nothing. The whispers continued in the occult club. Time skip. 3 p.m. end of the school day, start of club's activities. Issei, Kiba, Gasper, Ravel and Ingvald stopped being part of the occult club for obvious reasons. Irina helps Zenobia and the student council with Saji, Ria and Tomo. Issei and Kiba headed to the music room on the top floor under the gaze of all the girls. They all wondered why the Prince of Kuoh was with the perverted beast and went to the music room and began to bring out their Seekvaira side. That Sim gave it away by having a nosebleed and turning as red as a cherry. But the one who was going to venture to see what they were doing was Sekiryuutei, a total pervert and administrator of the official page of the Kuoh Academy, who decided to film Liv and practically all the students of the high school and university, with the occult club Rias, Akeno, Sona and Tsubaki, including the teachers and staff. Hello, this is Sekiryuutei following the perverted beast Hyoudou Issei, along with Prince Kiba. I wonder why do they go together? Perhaps do they have a very hot relationship? The boys from the academy and university. They both go alone to the farthest room. Well, yes, it all makes sense. There is less competition with the most beautiful girls, said the boys from both schools. Well, with the girls. Ooh. They shouted with drama. While Tsubaki was wielding her nanagata, she was stopped by Sona. Now I see why Kiba left me. Hyoudou Issei, consider yourself dead and I will cut your mini Issei with gonads included. Shouted the queen of Sona, breathing fire from her mouth. Returning to Ika. Now let's see what those two do, said Kiryu and focused the lens of his cell phone camera he had, and what he saw surprised him. Kiba and Issei were tuning a pair of cellos. Both institutions were open-mouthed at what they saw. Well, Kiba, do you want to practice this melody, said Issei as he put on glasses and passed him a score. While we wait for the others, it's fine for me, said Kiba putting on glasses while reading the score. It should be noted that both of them, when putting on glasses, looked handsome to the females of both Kuoh institutions. Kiba with glasses, ah. Said a girl from the academy. But Hyoudou is not far behind as handsome. No, what am I saying? Shouted Murayama turning red at the inquisitive gaze of the Kendo club. Those from the occult club. Only the unfaithful one shows off, she said Rias with repudiation. Kiba, said Tsubaki sadly. Back with Kiba and Issei. Ready, friend? Said Kiba smiling. On your signal, Issei said. 2, 1. Kiba is the cellist on the left and Issei is the cellist on the right. Everyone was frozen in shock by the way they both played their instruments. So passionate, so professional, they made it look so easy and fun. All the men weren't expecting that surprise, but the women not to mention. Hyoudou and Kiba, they're so handsome, Caddis was now saying with a titanic blush. The rest of the Kendo club were sighing, drooling profusely, and one or two were starting to get their crotches wet. The other females from both institutions also screamed excitedly. Issei's exes, Saji and Kiba, were very surprised by Issei's musical talent, but because of their pride, they didn't want to admit it. Wow, at least he got something out of what Okasama taught him, said Rias resignedly. Kiba shouted Tsubaki excitedly, ready to run to where he was, but Sona and Akeno prevented her from doing that. No Tsubaki. Shouted Sona, it's still early to claim him. But said Shinra very histrionically with tears in her eyes, she ended up accepting her king's advice. They both finished their song and took a break. Wow, we have a lot of synchronicity in this, said Issei while taking a sip of water. I haven't played like this since I joined the Gremory club, said Kiba while drying his sweat with a towel, but Kiryu sneaked into the classroom and stole Kiba's towel and hid in a closet, obviously without stopping recording. Look girl, said Kiryu while filming herself in the locker with Kiba's towel and began to smell it. The sweet essence of Kiba Hyoudou. From both institutions a common scream of the women was heard. That's not fair. Tsubaki was at a higher level of crazy when she saw what Kiryu was doing. I'm going to kill her, I'm going to kill her. Shouted the queen of Citri while she was held back by magic by Sona and Rias. At that the door to the music room opens. Wow, but it's Saji Genshiro, Gasper Vladi and that albino boy, who is he? Said Kiryu while biting a finger out of lust and unconsciously starting to touch his crotch. Zenobia Kaichu, Irina Hyoudou, Ravel Phoenix and Ingvald Hyoudou have entered. Hello Issei and Kiba, said the newcomers, and that Ingvald goes out to Issei, giving him a big and passionate kiss on his lips, leaving half of the women of both institutions jealous of the purple-haired girl, and that Zenobia, Irina and Ravel were also going to kiss him, but Issei stops them. Girls, something is not in its place, said Issei making a very slight signal to the closet so that Kiryu would not notice, and the three girls understood the matter, that they were being spied on. Everything okay, Vali? That's right, Issei, an errand from Azazel, and thanks to my luck, Penemu and Lavinia were not in Grigori, but forget about her coming here, said Vali. In the closet. So his name is Vali, huh? Kiryu said, smiling with lust and perversion. Returning to friends. Issei and Kiba put away the cellos, Vali brought the guitars and electric bass, since Meliodas gave them to him the night they gave that mini concert, and told Saji that as soon as he could, he should also stop by the drums. The four of them started tuning their instruments, but they saw Gasper, who took out a Yamaha PSRE 253 electric keyboard. Dia-chan, said Ravel very impressed, do you know how to play the piano? Yes, Ravel-sama, said the smiling transvestite, in my family it is mandatory to master a musical instrument and the piano is my thing. Okay, can you give us a sample of your skills on the electric piano? Said Saji. Okay, it's something simple that I will show you, I hope not to disappoint you, said Gasper, while turning on the keyboard and arranging it in such a way that he could play it comfortably. Here I go. Everyone was silent, only the cracking of Gasper's knuckles could be heard. He placed his thin and fine fingers on the piano keys and began. After the demonstration, the music room was left with their mouths open, not to mention the two institutions that were left with their jaws hanging open. They never expected such a dark and sublime presentation from the little damper. And what did you think? Said Gasper nervously. Vali, Saji, Issei and Kiba looked at each other in amazement. You are in the group, said the four with their thumbs up. Well, I brought these two songs to practice for the moment, said Issei as he passed the five of them some sheet music. The quintet began to practice, while Issei's four females looked at him with loving eyes, sighing like schoolgirls in love when they saw their Issei practice. In the closet. I envy Zenobia Kaichu, Phoenix-san, Hyoudou-san and especially Ingvald-chan. Said Kiryu as he continued recording. The other girls from the university and the academy were in the same position as Kiryu, feeling very envious of the four who were near the five musicians. After an hour of practicing, they decided to take the first leap as a group. Newly organized. Ready? Said Vali 4 3 2 1. After the song, both institutions screamed like crazy at the display of music, something that was audible to the 5 musicians and Issei's 4 girls. "Issei-sama, you surprise me more and more every day," Ravel shouted, holding back the urge to tackle her beloved brown-haired boy and cover him with kisses. "Wah Zenobia and Irina stammered, blushing. "I love my prince," Ingvild said, steam coming out of her ears with hearts in her eyes. At the occult club. Everyone was surprised, but even more so were Riaz and Sona, since they never knew that side of Issei and Saji, which is why they were frustrated. Yura, seeing Vali playing the guitar, was wondering if it was a good decision to have ended a relationship with the albino. Back to the hall. The 5 musicians were preparing to play the second song. -1 2 3 4. They finished the song and were very stunned by the voice Issei used, a rather worked voice, but beautiful and surprising. But like the previous song, they were applauded by the people of the academy and the university. "Well, we're done practicing for today," Issei said, putting his electric guitar back in its case, something that Kiba and Vali imitated. In the closet. "Well, it seems that for today the big surprise of the Kuoh Academy ends for today. I'm Kiryuutei, end my transmission," said the brunette, finishing filming. At that moment she sees Issei approaching and Kiryu begins to get nervous. "Hey Kiryu, stop hiding, we knew about your presence a long time ago," said Issei, opening the door where he revealed a discovered, defeated, nervous and smiling Kiryu. "Heh. The truth is you surprised me, Hyoudou," said Ika. "I think that with this your reputation as a perverted beast will go to the ground and people will start seeing you with different eyes." "Do you think so?" said Saji. "For us he will always be a breast lover." "I agree with that," said Zenobia, Irina, Ravel and Ingvild, smiling. "That is something that will never go away from him." "So, will you practice tomorrow?" said Kiryu happily. "That's right," said Vali, "but you can film us without having to hide, you can be like our group photographer and camerawoman, what do you say guys?" "The idea is not bad," said Kiba. "But what will our group be called?" said Gasper. "Well," said Issei, but suddenly several footsteps of people running were heard and then they saw through the window of the top floor that many of the girls from the academy and the university came in a hurry to see the 5 musicians. "Let's meet them," shouted a girl. "I want a date with Vali-sama," shouted another from the university. "Issei," shouted a girl from the swimming club. "I want to hug Gasper-chan," shouted a girl from the weightlifting club. Hearing all that, the 5 boys and the 4 girls paled, their minds along with Ddraig, Vitra and Albion, had one thought in common. "We must get out of here, we're dead." "Kiryu, what we are going to do, keep it a secret," said Issei. "Eh?" he said. The chestnut was confused while Ravel and Issei formed a magic transportation circle to escape from there and not be victims of some crazed women. End of flashback. "And that was our first meeting as a group and also the union of our group photographer and my other wife, who will give birth to my firstborn," said Saji with Yuika Genshiro Kiryu. "And that comes out, the brunette with her braids, wearing a dress revealing a 6-month pregnancy and on her left arm she wore the Vitra brand. It was about time you introduced me, my love," said Kiryu, while the show staff brought her a chair so she could sit down because of her pregnancy. Wow, woo," said Jimmy, more surprises. "They are yet to be discovered. But it will be after the commercial breaks." Chapter 5. Fame flies everywhere and meeting the Nakano sisters. "We are back to our show," said the famous host, witnessing how these 5 boys, said Jimmy, pointing at our protagonists, and at that the girls in the forum screamed like crazy, became famous. "Well Jimmy," said Vali, being hugged by Aya, "let's say it was the spark that started everything, being honest, we never thought that overnight we would become so popular." "It was partly my fault," said Kiryu, smiling while caressing her pregnant belly. "Since the Kuoh Academy page was linked to my social networks, all my contacts, like those on Facebook and Instagram, saw the video. It became public and went viral. Practically all of Japan saw the group's small practice and the comments were not long in coming. Practically 99% of Japan was surprised and liked both songs." Flashback. The next day after the first practice. Issei was heading to Kuoh Academy accompanied by Gasper, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel and Ingvild. But something felt different. The girls of Kuoh Academy saw him differently. Previously they saw him with disgust and reproach, now they saw both Issei and Gasper with lust, some undressing both of them with their eyes. But it wasn't just Kuoh students, also adult women, elementary school girls and some older women sighed in love when they saw Issei and Gasper. "Hey senpai, I feel a bit uncomfortable," said Gasper, sweating cold. "What a coincidence, I feel the same way too," Issei said a little nervously. "We'll take care of that," said Zenobia, who immediately hugged Issei from behind. Irina took the brunette's left arm, Ingvild the right, and Ravel kissed the brunette's lips. At this, the other women and teenagers burst into jealousy at Issei's harem. Gasper was a little jealous of his senpai, but that would change that day. Gasper kept walking and bumped into someone. Sorry, excuse me, I got distracted, said the little damper, bowing a lot in a sign of forgiveness. Don't worry, said a woman who was 1.78 meters tall and had a killer body, adding a marked abdomen, wearing the Kuoh uniform that practically fit her perfectly. The person who had collided with her was surprised. You're the keyboard player of the group that played at the academy, said the carmine-haired woman, smiling maliciously. How Gasper sees the woman he crashed into. Huh? Said Gasper with an innocent face and out of sorts. At that, the carmine-haired girl took out a notebook, wrote down her cell phone number, and gave it to Gasper. Call me handsome, said the tall girl to the little vampire, sending him a kiss from a distance while running. Gasper had remained static and made a poker face at the woman because he was surprised and, above all, because of how beautiful she is. Wow, Gasper already conquering the hearts of the girls. Issei said, smiling mischievously at him. No, it's not what senpai thinks. Gasper shouted nervously while quickly putting away the phone of the girl who stole his attention for a moment. I don't think so, Gasper-chan, said Zenobia, smiling at her also mischievously. You won the heart of the captain of the weightlifting club, Risty. Gasper shouted in surprise. He knew that Risty had a strong, devilish character and that the boys at the academy and university were afraid of her because of her muscles and height. Compared to little Gasper, who was no taller than 1.49 centimeters and had the body of a 50 kilograms muscle man, and Risty possibly doubled his weight. When the six friends arrived at Kuoh Academy, they saw that the girls from the academy, the university, and surprisingly, from other institutions, were waiting for someone at the entrance. Look, there they are. Two girls from Kuoh pointed at Gasper and Issei at them. Hi. The girls shouted, running towards them in a stampede. Issei and his four girls along with Gasper paled when they saw that they were surrounded by the fans and were pulled by the women who were waiting for them. Issei-sama. The girl shouted as she pulled Issei by his uniform. Gasper-chan. Shouted a first-year girl from Kuoh Academy who was pulling him by his cheeks and arms. We want a picture with you. Shouted all the girls. Order. Zenobia shouted as the girls stopped their attack. Issei and Gasper need to go to class, but they will be granted their autographs. Said Zenobia, exercising her role as president of the student council. First line up the girls who are not from Kuoh Academy or Kuoh University, then those from Kuoh University line up, and finally the one from the academy now. At that, before the blue-haired girls shout, the girls obeyed like soldiers and proceeded to take the famous Ophis with the brown-haired boy and the little vampire, all under the supervision of Zenobia, Irina, Ravel and Ingvald, who showed a smile of satisfaction at what their beloved brown-haired boy was doing. But these four saw from afar some women they didn't want to see in a painting. Riaz and the others who left Issei. They looked at the commotion at the entrance of the academy with anger. Asia, Kaneko and Roswis entered the academy without looking at Issei and the others. While Riaz and Akeno turned their backs on them to go to university, and all they could hear was, "Who does that cheating man think?" They said with obvious anger, something that Issei and the others ignored. After 20 minutes of pure self-is, they were busy attending to the last few Kuoh girls, ready to head to class when suddenly. "Wait!" shouted a red-haired girl wearing headphones hanging from her neck and an orange-haired girl with a green scarf holding her hair, running towards Issei and Gasper, who immediately Kaya. Both women stumbled, tackling Issei and Gasper on the way, but. "What are you two doing?" Irina shouted, pointing at the two girls who had an accident with Issei and Gasper. They were kissing them. The girls and our protagonists were surprised and immediately separated. The Kuoh girls saw that scene and gave off an aura full of jealousy. Sorry, the two girls begged very sadly. Don't worry, Issei said very nervously under the jealous gaze of his four girlfriends. What can I do for you? An autograph, said the orange-haired girl, extending a notebook and a pen towards Gasper. Please, said the girl with headphones in the same way towards Issei. Issei, Gasper, you'll be late for your first class, said Zenobia, a little worried. It will be a moment, Issei said, smiling at his four girls, and then the girl he kissed by accident. It would be a great shame and frustrating that she comes from far away for your autograph, so I must reciprocate her wish, Issei said. That's what a man does, said Gasper, looking with admiration at his senpai giving his autograph to the red-haired girl, while the vampire did it to the orange-haired girl. Zenobia and her harem sisters just sighed and smiled at Issei's noble heart and the little vampire's determination. But they saw that both the red-haired and the orange-haired girl blushed in front of their idols. And what are their names so we can dedicate the autograph to them? Issei said, smiling. My name is Miku Nakano, said the red-haired, playing with her fingers nervously. Mine is Yotsuba Nakano, said the orange-haired girl happily. Issei and Gasper while signing autographs for the sisters. Ravel saw in their eyes that reflected an uncontrollable desire to hug and kiss both Issei and Gasper. Guys, I think they're done, don't you think? Ravel said a little nervously. Okay. Gasper said a little nervously. But Issei, he had to screw up. Hey Nakano-san, do you want to come to our rehearsal? Issei said, smiling at Miku, making her blush as much as possible. That left his four girls a little stunned and they gave each other a facepalm. Really? Yotsuba said incredulously, really Gasper-chan? Yes, Gasper said nervously too. Aren't they playing with us? Miku said angrily, pouting. Of course not, said Issei. Well, Yotsuba said, but can we bring 3 more girls? The thing is, they want to meet the other members of their band. Issei and Gasper saw Zenobia and she agreed with a smile along with the other girls. Yes, the rehearsal is at 4 p.m, said Issei. Great. Shouted the Nakano sisters, we will have time to get there. At that the Nakano sisters leave very excited, thanking Issei and Gasper for their time. Issei-sama said Ravel with an innocent smile, but with a purple aura and Oni masks behind her, do you think you'll add Nakano-san to your harem? Said Issei, getting confused. At that Ingvild starts to stretch Issei's cheeks. Ow, it hurts Ingvild. You know, as your queen and the main woman of your harem, I will give the go-ahead to Nakano-san if she is suitable to be with us, said the purple-haired girl in the same way as Ravel. But I'm surprised by Gasper, said Irina, ruffling the vampire's hair. Today you won 2 hearts. What do you think, Irina-senpai? Gasper said nervously, although deep down he was happy to know that there were women who found the little vampire attractive. Okay, guys, go to class. Zenobia shouted. Hi, Kaichu. Grittabin, Issei and Demas. And the school day proceeded normally. Kuoh Academia time skip 4 p.m. Issei, Gasper and the 4 girls, already including Kiryu, were waiting for Vali and Saji to start recording the practice session. The Nakano sisters had already arrived, but they found a surprise. Nakano-san, perhaps they, Issei said to Miku and Yotsuba, pointing to his companions. A redhead with unruly hair and stars adorning 2 strands of hair that showed a slightly nervous character, another pink-haired girl with short hair of a calm character, and another redhead wearing scarves in her long, straight-looking hair. Yes, Issei-san said Yotsuba happily. They are my sisters. Are they? Said Irina. We are quintuplets, said the short-haired girl smiling. Shouted everyone present in the music room except the Nakano sisters. Surprised. Said Yotsuba. The truth, yes. Said Ravel, still unable to believe it. Well, as you know, my name is Yotsuba Nakano and she is my sister Miku Nakano, said the orange-haired girl, but you don't know my other sisters. I'm Nino Nakano, said the redhead with a butterfly accessory in her hair, disinterested. I came because I want to meet the albino boy. Don't be so direct, Nino, said the pink-haired girl. My name is Ichika Nakano, a pleasure. I am Itsuki Nakano, said the sister who had an uncomfortable expression. Well, as you know, my name is Issei Hyoudou, said the brown-haired man introducing himself with a bow. My name is Gasper Vladi, said the vampire introducing himself to the quintuplets. My name is Zenobia Quarta, president of the student council, said the blue-haired girl smiling proudly. I am Arina Shidu, vice president of the student council, said the reincarnated angel. I'm Ravel Phoenix, manager of the group, said the blonde smiling proudly. I'm Kiryuuika, the group's official photographer and videographer, said the brunette with braids smiling. And I am Ingvild Leviathan, a pleasure, said the purple-haired girl. Will Kiba, Saji and Vali arrive? Why don't we get to know each other? Zenobia said, to which the Nakano sisters agreed. They talked for a long time about chats, laughter and things they had in common, where the quintuplets felt very comfortable with their new friends, and in the case of Miku and Yotsuba with their love interests, something that Ingvild and her harem sisters detected. The room opened and the missing people entered. Sorry for the delay, said Saji smiling, and immediately Itsuki blushed upon seeing Citri's former pawn in person. I had to give Saji a hand, said Vali. At that point Nino started to get nervous, seeing the person he had been waiting for so long. Certain people wouldn't leave him alone. I just finished my classes, said Kiba, to which Ichika got excited to see the boy who saved her from his crazy ex-girlfriend. Kiba notices Ichika's presence. Hey, I think I remember you. You are. That's right, I'm the girl you saved from your ex-girlfriend in the park, the pink-haired girl said, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry I was the reason you broke up with your ex-partner. Don't worry, said Kiba, what's done is done. The important thing, are you okay? Yes, said Ichika, I will always be grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. They both looked at each other nervously. On Kiba's part, he had never felt such a warm and embarrassing feeling, not even when he was Shinra Tsubaki's boyfriend, and on Ichika Nakano's part, she was more than happy and nervous to see the man who stole her heart at first sight. All this was seen by the quintuplets and Kiba's friends with a little smile and mocking eyes. I smell love up to here, guys, you know. Said Nino, pinching his nose mockingly, to which Kiba and Ichika came out of their nervous trance, causing the others to laugh. Itsuki was doing his thing, getting to know Saji. Nice to meet you, Genshiro-san. I'm Itsuki Nakano, said the redhead, shaking the hand of the group's drummer. I would like to talk privately one day. I'm happy to, said the blonde, smiling. But nearby, Kiryu was starting to get jealous of Itsuki. She had feelings for Saji for a long time, but she kept them in because she was known as a pervert, while Saji was a role model in the student council. So she couldn't hold back a second longer and clung to Saji's arm. Itsuki-san, why are you so confident with Saji-san? Kiryu said, showing his jealousy, which made Itsuki angry at Kiryu's bold act. You barely know him, and you're already holding his hand as if you've known him for a long time. It's none of your business, Ika-san said Itsuki as they both looked at each other and shot rays of light at each other in anger, leaving Saji nervous. Everyone watched that scene with grace. Nino, for his part, was talking quietly with Vali, Yotsuba hugged and pampered Gasper, while Miku chatted pleasantly with Zenobia, Ingvald, Irina and Ravel. The boys didn't wait any longer and began tuning their instruments and practicing a new song for the group. After half an hour of practice, they decided to play the song that Hyoudou had just brought. Ready? 3, 2, 1. When they finished playing, the 10 girls were amazed at such a display. The Nakano sisters were more than surprised, they were very amazed. Kiryu was recording for his page, but with difficulty he could hold the camera, and Issei's girls wanted to grab the brown-haired boy and grape him all night as a reward. Wow, it's 7 p.m, we ran out of time chatting, said Vali, smiling. You Nakano girls, where do you live? We live 30 minutes south of Kuoh, Itsuki said, in the apartment complex. We will accompany them, Issei and Zenobia said determinedly. At this time the city is not safe. The Nakano sisters were going to protest, but Issei and the others were firm in accompanying them, which made the quintuplet smile. They left the academy escorting the Nakano and Kiryu girls to their residences, but the boys in Issei's harem felt that something was not right, and indeed, they were right. Careful. Albion. Vali shouted as she saw a sacred ray heading towards Nino. She was in shock because of what was going to attack her and what the albino did. Divide x5. The sacred ray vanished. Miku. Issei shouted when he saw another beam come out to attack the most timid of the Nakano sisters, Ddraig. Boost x5. Dragon slash. Shouted Issei to split in two to defend Miku. Gasper for his part activated his sacred gear to defend Yotsuba, Kiba for his part defended Ichika with his sword, and Saji created a shield of dark flames to defend Itsuki and Kiryu. Both the Nakano sisters and the pervert were in shock to see their idols and loves continue to defend them and saw that they emanated magic and power, but not only them, their new friends also defended them either with magic or summoned swords. What are you? Nino said, about to faint. We will explain it to you later, Ravel said seriously. For now cover yourselves. More rays came out to attack, but Issei's girls defended the quintuplets and Kiryu with energy fields. Get out of there, renegade angels, Issei shouted, and in the sky an army of fallen angels began to appear threatening Issei and company. When we're done with you, we'll take the humans, grape them, and kill them, said one of the fallen renegades with a psychotic smile. Ha 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 ha. Laughed the fallen angel, but a dragon blast from Issei exterminated him. Who's next? Shouted the brown-haired man. The fallen angels went on the attack. Stupid, said the 5 balance breaker. They shouted as they entered their respective balance breaker and went out to attack the fallen angels, who were easily exterminated by our protagonists. Time skip 10 minutes later. They had finished killing the last rogue angel when 2 seals appeared revealing Ria's and Issei's former harem, along with Sona's entourage without Tomo and Ria. Valerie, Teeps and Penemu. You unfaithful, what are you doing here? Ria shouted angrily. Doing your job, Gremory, said Issei. This is Gremory territory, Hyoudou. Akeno shouted, threatening with lightning in her hands. Correction, it's also Hyoudou territory, Himejima Ravel said, or perhaps your stupid sadism made you forget the new agreements that Sirzechs Sama made with your king, she said in a contemptuous manner. More respect for your superiors, Ravel Phoenix, Ria shouted angrily. As if we cared about your presence, Gremory, said Ingvald with repudiation. Issei ignored Ria's and his ex-harem. He went with his 4 girls to attend to Miku. She saw Issei with eyes of love and admiration, but also with fear for what happened a few minutes ago, and proceeded to hug him while he cried. Zenobia, Irina, Ravel and Ingvald calmed Miku down, but with a certain Redeed and her entourage, the possessive and Yandir side woke up, angrily seeing another Redeed hug Issei. Saji. Sona screamed like crazy, come back to me, forgive us. Gen-chan please. Said Haruko and Momo with tears in their eyes. Saji just ignored them, turning his back on them, and went to Kiryu and Itsuki. They tackled and hugged the blonde ex-Citri, crying. He hugged them to calm them down. At that, Sona, Haruko and Momo were getting twitches in their eyes due to anger and fury, seeing their Saji with other girls. Kiba-kun, said Tsubaki, running towards the blonde, but he summoned a sword. Get away from me. Kiba said with immense hatred to the queen of Sona. She shed tears because of the way she looked at him. While she went to comfort Ichika. "You saved me again," said the pink-haired girl hugging him and proceeded to kiss the blonde on his lips, all in front of Shira, who wanted to decapitate Ichika with her nanagata. "You, Lucifer's grandson, what are you doing here?" Penemu said angrily when she saw Vali. "Things that do not concern you," said Vali without hesitation. "By the way, with that new outfit you only look like a real bitch, and you make the excess weight you carry obvious," leaving the group horrified and furious. "Fool." Yura shouted, trying to attack, but Vali summoned a white wyvern, causing her to lose strength and lie on the floor. "Pathetic," said Vali to meet with the girls, especially with Nino. "Nino, are you okay?" Nino had a mixture of feelings between fear, love and shock. He just did what his head told him to do. "Jew." He kissed Vali, who, surprised, began to kiss back in front of Penemu and Yura. These two felt their blood boil upon seeing their ex-boyfriend kiss a human. Valerie and Gasper looked at each other, first with disgust while the other at first with pain, but remembering Risti and glancing at Yotsuba, changed to a serious look, turning his back on Valerie. The offended one yelled at her. "How dare you turn your back on me, bloody?" said Gasper, who just ignored her. "I'm talking to you, look me in the eyes when I'm talking to you." Gasper ignored her completely and went to Yotsuba, who was scared. "Yotsuba-san, are you okay?" said Gasper. Yotsuba couldn't hold it in any longer and hugged Gasper, crying in fear. Valerie saw this and started to get angry and wanted to kill the orange-haired girl. Ryaza Keno Asia Kaneko Roswasona Momoruko Shinra Penemu Yura Valerie, screaming in their minds. "Who is that girl who dares to hug my man?" "We will proceed to retreat," said Issei, invoking a magic circle to retreat with his allies, Kiryu and the Nakano sisters. "Hey, Issei," Rya said arrogantly. "I don't have time to take care of a spoiled and stupid girl," Issei said dryly, disappearing from there. "You're in charge of making the bodies disappear and cleaning up." Hyoudou residence, 9 p.m. Everyone was gathered in the Hyoudou family living room. The Nakano sisters were nervous seeing their friends. "I know you have many questions and we will gladly answer them," Irina said confidently. "You should not fear us, we are your friends and allies." "Okay, but little by little, because we still haven't gotten over the shock and what happened a while ago was too much for us," said Ichika. "Okay, Issei said. Nakano sisters, do you believe in the supernatural?" Chapter 6. Kuoh's move, proposal, and triumphant farewell. Shortly after, Issei and his friends repelled the attack and Kiryu and the Nakano sisters witnessed the supernatural. The Sekiryuutei and his friends proceeded to explain everything about the supernatural, about the biblical factions until the war where they sealed the Trihexa with the sacrifice of Gabriel, Serafol Citri, Vasco Strada, Dehauser Belial and the dragon Krom Kruch. Issei revealed to the Nakano sisters and Kiryu that he is a dragon and introduced Ddraig to them, which Vali introduced to Albion and Saji to Vitra. "It's impressive," said Nino, very shocked. "And to think that they only existed in the imagination of the authors of the books," said Miku. "Dragons, gods, they are real," said Yotsuba, still unable to believe it. "I know it's a bit hard to swallow at first," said Ravel, putting a hand on Ichika's shoulder, "but since they're our friends, we'll defend them from anything that might hurt them, but that's why they'll have to live with us, for protection and safety reasons." And it was at that moment that Kiryu and the Nakano sisters never left Issei and his friends. "We agree to live with you," the six girls said determinedly, and at that decision, Issei and company smiled. "Welcome to our humble family," said Issei, which Kiryu and the Nakano sisters hugged everyone in a fraternal manner. Days passed and the move was finally made. Nakano and Kiryu officially lived in the Hyoudou residence, as did Vali, Kiba and Saji. The Nakano sisters occupied the rooms that once belonged to Ryaza, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia and Roswas. Kiryu occupied Kuroka's room. But the Nakano sisters flirting with the boys was not long in coming. Miku was very shy with Issei to the point of stuttering her words when the brown-haired boy was in front of her. She got the help of his harem, and the girl Nakano confessed to them that she was in love with Issei, but what surprised her most was that her friends already knew. They told her that the four of them shared Issei, and since she was honest with them, they decided to include her in the brown-haired boy's harem, something that made the shyest of the Nakano very happy. Ichika was very close with Kiba, both of them laughed and were very comfortable with each other, so much so that they gave each other innocent kisses on the cheeks, and then they raised the tone when they kissed each other, but now on the lips, making it clear that they both liked each other. But Nino and Vali, at first Aridid played hard to get with the albino, but she did it just to annoy him, but Vali knew of Nino's intentions, thanks to what Albion had told him, that he felt Nakano's heartbeat strongly every time she saw its bearer. One night she surprised Nino with a bouquet of flowers and a surprise kiss, which Nino accepted without hesitation, making his relationship with Vali official. Saji was a different subject, he was fought by Itsuki and Kiryu. These two came to compete for Saji's affections, ranging from giving him the most romantic good morning kiss of the day, who made him the best breakfast, who ironed his clothes better among other things to win the affection of the Vitripair. But when he explained to them that being a dragon he could maintain a polygamous relationship, both contenders called a truce to their competitions and decided to share Saji. And with Yotsuba, conquering little Gasper was a little easier. At first, she treated him like a teddy bear that she could hug and pamper, but little by little, she got to know the little vampire and awakened his side. Hyoudou began to give him kisses on his cheeks and bite his ears, which caused Gasper to moan with excitement. Surrendering to Yotsuba, he ended up giving her his first kiss on her lips, surprising the orange-haired Nakano, who gladly agreed to kiss him, starting their relationship and giving her permission to be polygamous, as long as she is the first in his heart. The days passed, and the residents of the house lived together like a true family. There was much joy, laughter, and, above all, music and entertainment for everyone. They were able to adapt one of the residents' basements so the band could practice and the girls could enjoy mini concerts for themselves. Kiryu dedicated himself to recording them every day. All from Monday to Friday they attended school and, in Vali's case, ran 1 or 2 errands for Azazel. On weekends they worked at Melioda's bar, which was always packed. And for that, Zenobia, Irina, Ingvald, Ravel, Kiryu, and the Nakano sisters helped out at the bar as waitresses and hostesses. But there were people who viewed the new residents of the Hyoudou mansion with contempt. Ria's and Issei's ex-harem along with Vali's ex-fiancés, Kiba, Gasper, and Saji. They saw Issei and company's new friends. That sometimes aroused a feeling of jealousy and extreme selfishness in everyone when they saw the Nakano sisters flirting with their ex-fiancés. In Asia's case, she looked sad and angry when she saw Issei, Zenobia, and Irina chatting happily with Miku, something that had never happened to her. Tsubaki cried when she saw Kiba kiss Ichika. Sona, Momo, and Ruruko also cried when they saw their ex-fiancé being cared for by Kiryu and Itsuki, occasionally kissing their girlfriends. Lavinia, Penemu and Yura, seeing Vali happy with Nino, felt their blood boil with anger, and as for Valerie, seeing Yotsuba hug Gasper. She wanted to leave her without a drop of blood. But they knew that if they messed with them it was like announcing a suicide because their ex-fiancés would not hesitate to kill them. They also received visits from Biku, Cao, Razor, Arthur, Auden, just to spy on the new residents of the residence, Ria's and Sona's parents, and Milika's Gremory, accompanied by Grayfia. They all came for one reason. To see the heroes of the underworld play music for them. Everyone left the Hyoudou residence with a pleasant taste in their mouths until one day they received a visit from Sirzechs Sama, Azazel Sama and Michael Sama said Issei kneeling before his ex-brother-in-law, which Gasper, Kiba, Saji, Zenobia, Irina, Ingvald and Ravel knelt before the leaders. The Nakano sisters and Kiryu were magnified to see the representatives of heaven and hell before them. "You must be the girls who are kept under the care of those 5, said Sirzechs smiling at the humans of the residence of pleasure. "I am Sirzechs Lucifer, one of the rulers of the underworld." "I am Michael, overlord of heaven," said the most powerful seraphim, smiling at them calmly. "I am Azazel, leader of the fallen angels and legal guardian of Vali," said the black-haired man with blonde locks smiling at them. "An honor to meet you," said Nakano and Kiryu with a bow. "Well, the reason we came is because we know and understand what happened with your ex-fiancés," Sirzechs said somewhat embarrassed, "and in that matter, we respect your decision of not returning with them, because it seems that you found happiness with your new girls," Sirzechs said seeing Issei's harem hugging him with love. Ichika and Kiba holding hands, as well as Nino with Vali. Itsuki and Kiryu each holding Saji's arm and Yotsuba hugging Gasper, "So we will have a proposal for you." "What is it about?" Vali said interestedly. "Since Issei, Kiba, Saji, Zenobia, Irina and Ingvald will graduate in a month and enter university, we propose that you do not enroll in Kuoh University." That left the residents of the Hyoudou mansion stunned. There is a nearby university here, in the adjacent city. Ryokan University specializes in artistic matters such as music, painting, photography, literature. It is an institution for the fine arts. That caught the attention of Issei and company. "But as far as I understand, that university is still under construction," Ichika said, "and the tuition is presumed to be very expensive." "Precisely," said Michael, "the 3 of us will solve it for the tuition. What we want to tell you is to explode and continue your project as a musical group before entering the university. You are already famous throughout Japan, part of Korea, Mexico, Spain and South America. Your popularity has reached stratospheric levels that have requested concerts in those lands." Issei and company were surprised by what the Sky Overlord said. "You as couples of the 5 of them can accompany them," said Azazel. "I understand that you Zenobia and Irina, in your training as exorcists learned Gregorian chants," said the cadre, something that both exorcists nodded. "You Ingvald, your beautiful voice can attract the most hostile beast in this world," he said, while Ingvald nodded somewhat embarrassed, "and as for you Ravel." Madam Phoenix showed me a video where you sing like a soprano rivaling great voices like that of Montserrat Cavalieri. What is Azazel-sensei trying to tell us? Kiba said, a little intrigued. What we want to tell you is not to let Issei sing everything in the group, said Sirzechs. There are several voices that can be used in the group and there is no better way to make them known than at the Kuoh Academy graduation ceremony, finished the mouse smiling. At that, inspiration took hold of Issei and he understood everything. After the visit, Issei began composing songs suitable for Zenobia, Irina, Ingvild, and Ravel's voices. The graduation ceremony was a month away and the group, along with the new vocalists, practiced tirelessly. Meanwhile, the Nakano sisters focused on cooking and bringing water and snacks to keep the members of the group healthy and refreshed. And the month passed like the wind blows through the leaves. Kuoh Academy, main gymnasium, graduation ceremony 11 a.m. All the third-grade high school boys were going to say goodbye to their beloved Kuoh Academy as they graduated and made way for college in their lives. Our protagonists Issei, Kiba, Saji, along with Zenobia, Irina, Kiryu, Ingvild accompanied by Mitsuda, Motohama, Ryakusaka and Tomo Meguri, patiently awaited their appointment to collect their diploma. In the spectators were Issei's parents just disembarked from their trip around the world, the Nakano sisters just graduated from their institution being protected by Vali, Gasper and the leaders of the biblical factions. At that point, Gasper receives a paper from Azazel that says, "I'll wait for you in front of the women's locker room. I want to say goodbye properly. Come only after your presentation." Something that made Gasper blush enormously and he kept the note in his skirt. When the time came to present the diplomas in Kiba, Issei and Saji were named, they were applauded by all the females of the academy and the one who gave them their diploma was none other than Professor Roswas. All three of you, she said with a forced smile and obvious frustration when the albino gave her diploma to her ex-fiancé and his friends, who gave them a defiant smile. After the ceremony the director took the floor. The day marks the 100th generation of Kuoh Academy's farewell, the centenary generation, the principal said with a smile on his face, and to say goodbye, we will have the sensation group of the moment from Japan, the group made up of the recent graduates Issei Hyoudou, Kiba Hyoudou, Saji Genshiro, and by their companion Vali Morningstar, and the now third-grade student Gasper Vladi, who will sing us 5 songs before their farewell from this school campus. They are the group Recordernal. The girls screamed like fangirls, the boys roared with excitement, the attendees and parents applauded the performance, and the faction leaders watched with a smile of satisfaction as Issei, Kiba, Vali, Gasper, and Saji settled onto the stage. Kiryu had already prepared the filming equipment to record the live broadcast for Kuoh Academy's official website and YouTube. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Voice of Mike Shinoda, Vali, voice of Chester Bennington, Issei, DJ, Gasper. The first song ended and the audience shouted euphorically at such a display. Well, for the next piece the one who will support and accompany me will be my beloved fiancé Ingvild Hyoudou, she said, while the recently graduated purple-haired girl went on stage among applause and shouts of excitement, and this goes like this 3, 2, 1. When the group finished everyone applauded for the group and above all you could hear, "Ingvild, Ingvild, Ingvild," was the shout that was heard throughout the gym. The purple-haired girl couldn't believe it. Even the faction leaders cheered her on, but a small group didn't celebrate the musical band. It was Riaz and her group of friends who showed a face full of sick jealousy when they saw that Ingvild was singing next to Issei. "Thank you very much," said Ingvild leaving the stage. Well, the next piece will be sung by the now former student council president Zenobia Quarta. Let's receive her with a loud applause, said Issei as Zenobia walked to the front of the stage. Ready 3, 2, 1. The song ended and the gym screamed with euphoria, and now what was heard was Zenobia, 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 Zenobia. Everyone shouted, including Griselda Quarta, who had come to see her legal protege graduate from the academy, but she never thought she would see the blue-haired girl sing so well. "Thank you very much," Zenobia shouted as she left. Next song. Vali was now speaking. We will be joined by the former vice president of the student council Irina Hyoudou. A big round of applause, the whole gymnasium obeyed and Irina came out greeting everyone. 3, 2, 1. Like the other songs, Irina was cheered. Irina, 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 Irina. Everyone shouted in the gym. The brunette saw that Michael was crying with happiness when he heard that song that touched his heart and he thanked his ace for that melody. "God bless you," Irina shouted, but ouch. Kiba, Zenobia, Ravel, Gasper, Sirzechs, Riaz and their followers had shouted. Sorry, Irina said. "Well, as the second to last song, Ravel Phoenix will now join us to sing," said Kiba as the blonde ascended the stage. But the one who got extremely jealous was an albino Nekomata who watched her rival approach Issei to sing with him. "I should be there with Issei-senpai," said Kaneko in her mind, quite angry and jealous. Ready 3, 2, 1. The song ended and the arena was already at the next level of madness and ecstasy. Ravel, Ravel, Ravel. Ravel. Shouted the whole arena. Kaneko, seeing that Ravel was covered in glory, could feel more frustrated and jealous that she had to leave the gym and take out all her anger by hitting a tree far away from there. Stupid Yakitori. Kaneko shouted as she smashed a second tree with her fist. Stupid Issei senpai. Returning to the gym. As the penultimate song, Issei will sing again, said Saji smiling at his friends. Ready 3 2 1. Issei finished singing and everyone started chanting. Ole 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 ali. Issei Issei. Ole 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 ali Issei Issei. After 3 minutes. Ole 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 ali Vali Vali. Ole 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 ali Vali Vali. Another 3 minutes passed. Ole 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 ali Kiba Kiba. Ole 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 ali Kiba Kiba. Ole 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 ali Saji Saji. Ole 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 ali Saji Saji. Ole 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 ali Gasper Gasper. Ole 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 ali Gasper Gasper. After the cheers they calmed down to make an announcement and conclude the presentation. This is our last song that we will sing in this academy, said Issei. Nuo. Shouted the newly graduated girls from Kuoh with tears in their eyes. But don't worry, Issei said, smiling at them, we will continue playing our music for you, and by the way, this concert is recorded thanks to Kiryuukai, and you can download it to your devices for free. It's a small gift from us for having graduated, so we will only say Kuoh Academy not a goodbye, but a see you later. Ready 3 2 1. The first female voice will be performed by Ingvild and Zenobia, the second voice by Alyssa Whitegloves, second voice. They finished singing and the gym was going crazy. The group Ricoternal thanked the attendees and proceeded to leave the stage. While the majority went happily to their homes, Riaz and her followers were experiencing a mixture of emotions, seeing her ex-fiancé so loved that her ex-friends had shared the stage with him and above all, having completely surpassed them because now the owner of her smile and her love had absolute owners. Issei said, Riaz crying, Issei, I miss you. Onasama said, Asia sadly, do you also feel that pain in your chest? Yes, Asia said, Akeno, I am starting to regret having ended my relationship with Issei. Roswas wept silently as she watched her beloved ex-fiancé being happy with his family, as did Lavinia, Valerie, Yura, Penemu, Sona, Momo, Ruruko, and Tsubaki. It pained them to see his lovers with other girls, being happy without them, included such a great pain ate away at their hearts. It hurt so much they all said in their minds, my heart hurt so much. Meanwhile, Gasper went out to see his secret admirer in front of the women's locker room. Hello, said the little vampire, is anyone there? He said while on the dressing room door was written a note with red lipstick, come in, which Gasper did and gulped from nervousness. As I entered and walked about 5 steps, the door slammed shut. Damn. Gasper turned around and recognized the author of his encounter. Hello, Gasper-kun, said Aridid with a good, defined and stunning body. Rai Risti senpai. Gasper shouted scared while the weightlifting captain began to uncover her cleavage, showing some lustful breasts. My little Gasper, you'll be in charge of giving me my graduation present, Risti said as she began to lick her lips, and I won't accept a no as an answer, my cute Gasper. No, Gasper shouted. Minutes later. Gasper? Yotsuba shouted. Daisuke shouted. Letty! Shouted Vali. The entire Dracodinal family was looking for the little vampire all over the school, they were worried about him. Any clues? Said Kiba. No, we already looked for him everywhere, said Miku. According to the guard, he didn't see him leave the institution, said Arena. Where do we need to look? Nino said, a little tired. The women's locker room, said Zenobia. And where are they? Ichika said, already very worried about Gasper. For the weightlifting club. Ravel said at that, Issei and his friends and harem felt a click in their heads. To the locker rooms. Issei shouted, and like bulls in a stampede, they went out to their final destination and found the advertisement of Risti with lipstick thrown on the locker room door. Will he be there? Said Saji nervously. But 2 voices were heard, one of a woman enjoying herself and the other of a child begging for mercy or to be killed. Fufu Gasper, who would have thought you know how to please a woman? Risti senpai, I beg for mercy. I can't take it anymore. There's not much time left until I leave you, my Gasper-chan. Said Risti's voice with lust. Mommy. Gasper shouted, and then the dressing room door opened, showing her body full of kisses, with red lipstick, hickeys and her clothes all messed up, her blouse untucked, her dress half put on, and Gasper's expression of total despair when he saw his friends and especially Yotsuba save me. OHHH Gaspia. Risti could be heard as she put a hand on his head. I told you we are not finished, Juju, she said as she dragged Gasper back to the women's locker room and locked it. Ooh. Gasper screamed. There was silence and the wind blew. Vali took out a trumpet from a magic circle and played the following melody. Everyone said goodbye in a military manner in front of the women's locker room in honor of Gasper. He died in the most good way possible. shouted Issei, Vali, Kiba, Saji, Zenobia, Irina, Ingvald, Ravel, Ddraig, Albion, Vitra, Nino, Ichika, Miku, Itsuki, Yotsuba and Kiryu. While in the sky Gasper's face was forming, smiling at them. Time skip. The Hyoudou family was walking home with one more member. Risty was hugging Gasper, all tired and out of sorts. "Thank you for accepting my feelings," Gasper-kun said Risty, while hugging the vampire's neck tightly under the gaze of a jealous Yotsuba and Issei-san, Goru-san and Miki-san. "Thank you for giving me accommodation in your residence and being closer to my beloved little one." "You're welcome," Risty-san Issei said nervously. "But I'm surprised by Jaya-kun's endurance," said Ravel. "Worthy of admiration," said Vali smiling at his companion. "The good thing is that Gasper seems happy with Risty-chan and Yotsuba-chan," said Miki Hyoudou. Gasper was deliriously happy with his eyes rolled back and he walked all disheveled. "My girlfriend is crazy about me," he said, quite happy and gone. "Hey, stop hugging Gasper-chan," Yotsuba complained. "Force me," said Risty, sticking her tongue out at him in a defiant manner. "Grrrrrrr. You both growled, shooting rays from your eyes as you competed for Gasper. Gasper was happy because two girls came into his life and it was time to take good care of his two new relationships and show that despite being a transvestite, he can have the courage that many men lack when taking care of their women. But that's just the beginning of the craziest adventures for Issei and company, because the family and the Dracodernal group, everything was just about to begin. Chapter 7. Surprise pregnancies and a forced move. Jimmy Kimmel Show. Jimmy laughed at what happened to Issei, especially at the way Risty made Gasper hers. "Really? Gasper, I feel like you were carried on shoulders that day, huh?" Jimmy said. "Pleasing a woman on the last day of high school like that, you were blessed by the gods," Jimmy said. Gasper just smiled very sadly, but Yotsuba and Yako calmed him down by hugging him. "And tell me, Gasper, is that girl Risty still with you?" Jimmy said, intrigued. "Well, right now she is in the hospital," said Gasper. "She is going to give birth to my first children," said Gasper, very red. "Wait a minute, first children?" Jimmy said, confused. "That's right," said Issei. "Risty-san is going to give birth to triplets as a result of the love between her and our Gasper." Everyone at the show. Everyone shouted, including the faction leaders who couldn't believe that the transvestite was going to be a father and had managed to impregnate an extremely beautiful and sensual woman. "Father? Is this a sign of your second coming to this world?" said Michael, crying happily and proudly for Gasper. "Praise," said Azazel and Sirzechs, crying in a comical way, although the latter got a migraine. At that Kiryu spoke. "In fact, Risty and the other girls who accompany her are broadcasting live," said the pregnant brunette, giving her cell phone to the systems and transmission people of the show, and the transmission went to the big screen and revealed the redhead Risty, along with a blonde-haired girl with glasses and a stern look, a red-haired girl with black horns, another blonde-haired girl with wavy hair, and a black-haired woman with an expressionless look. The five showed their pregnant bellies and wore hospital gowns. "Hello everyone, my name is Risty Vladi," said the aforementioned, smiling at them. "I suppose that my beloved Gasper spoke about me to all of you. I just want to tell you that I will give birth to triplets that will be born from the great love that my Gasper and I profess to each other," said Risty, while rubbing the enormous belly that she was carrying. "Well, now other girls want to introduce themselves to you." At that Risty passes the cell phone to the redhead. "Good evening everyone, my name is Roygun Hyoudou Bulfelger," said the heiress of the Bulfelger clan, smiling. "I will be the one who gives birth to Issei Hyoudou's first daughter. In 24 hours, I will be in labor, so Issei and girls, I hope you are there with me. I want my daughter to live with you and her mothers, eh?" At that moment the blonde with glasses took Risty's cell phone. "Good evening, I'm Seekvaira Morningstar Gares. In 12 hours I'll be in the operating room to give birth to Vali's and my first child by cesarean section," Seekvaira said dryly. Now the one who was introduced was the blonde with wavy hair. "Hello, I'm Abe Kiba, just like Roygun-chan. In 24 hours I will be in labor, most likely Roygun and I will give birth at the same time, but I will give birth to a boy. Kiba, I hope you're there because if not my Dullahan will have a new decapitated companion, huh?" Kiba just swallowed nervously. But now came the last woman with an expressionless look who had a pregnant belly as big as or bigger than Risty's. "Good night, I'm Ophis Ouroboros. I will give birth to 5 children," said the dragon of infinity, fruit of a knight of hex with said Ophis, but in that Risty silenced her by putting a piece of bread in her mouth. She was choking from said action. "Oh Ophis-chan. You must eat enough to have energy for the birth," Risty said nervously while the infinity dragon made signs with her hands that she was choking on the bread. "Of course you can't just eat bread, drink some tea," said Roygun, equally nervous, giving it to Ophis from a boiling teapot directly into her mouth. I'm burning," Ophis screamed with watery eyes and swollen lips. "Stupid," Seekvaira shouted, slapping Roygun and Risty. "Ophis will kill us. We'll be lucky to make it out alive to give birth." "I'm sorry." I'm sorry. Risty and Roygun shouted, but Abe just burst out laughing. They were all watching the international pregnancy show, evoking the occasional nervous giggle. Well, we have to cut to calm Ophis-chan, said Risty, but at the moment of cutting everyone saw Ophis enraged. She had grabbed a chair and threw it at Risty without knowing if she had hit her or not. Well, a personal question, girls, said Jimmy. Are all of you pregnant? All the girls in the 5 harems looked at each other and smiled. Yes, shouted the girls of the 5 harems, smiling. At that, Jimmy left his desk, knelt in front of Issei, Vali, Kiba, Saji and Gasper, and began to praise them as if they were gods. You are my heroes, Jimmy shouted, continuing to praise them to everyone's laughter. Well, can I know how far along you are, girls? In our case, as the main woman of Issei's harem, we are 1.5 months pregnant, said Ingvild, smiling. We, Vali's harem, are 2 months pregnant, said Chidori, rubbing her belly. We are Saji's harem, not counting Kiryu-san who got pregnant first, we are 2.5 months pregnant, said Leviagelsha proudly. Ibaraki-chan and I are 1.5 months pregnant, said Ichika, smiling at Kiba and the black and red-haired Nekomata. Although Risty-chan got there first and almost killed Gasper-chan in the process, Yotsuba-chan and I are 2 months pregnant, the result of love and destiny with our vampire, Yako said happily. Incredible, said Jimmy, but anyway, leaving that aside, let's continue with his story. What happened after Kuoh's graduation? Well, something quite unpleasant happened, Issei said with a somewhat saddened look. Flashback. 2 days after graduation. Normal narration. Hyoudou residence, 8 a.m. After Risty was informed of the supernatural and agreed to keep the secret of her new friends and her little boyfriend, the Dracodernal family were having breakfast in the dining room. Issei's parents found out about Issei's breakup with Riaz, and other girls who followed her were disappointed by the Redeed's immature behavior, but they thanked Ravel, Zenobia, Irina and Ingvild, who did not abandon him, and accepted Miku Nakano as their new daughter-in-law. They were also happy that the residence was equally crowded with the presence of the Nakano sisters, Kiryuukai, Risty, Vali, Gasper, Kiba and Saji. Everyone was enjoying breakfast, but 2 magic circles appeared, revealing Zeodicus Gremory in one and Andrew Citri in the other, accompanied by Ryakusaka and Tomo Meguri, these 2 with suitcases at their sides. The 4 showed a face that reflected a look full of concern and seriousness. Lord Zeodicus, Lord Andrew, what happened? Said Goru as he went out to greet the patriarchs of Gremory and Citri with a handshake. We must speak seriously with you, said Zeodicus. I fear that you are no longer safe here. But the Redeed said, alerted those present. Any surviving member of the Cow's Brigade, Issei said very seriously. The patriarchs denied. It's about Riaz and Sona, they have clearly lost their minds, said Andrew Citri, while he and Zeodicus took out of their clothes 2 notebooks that said diary. Are the diaries of Sona Citri and Riaz Gremory, Saji and Issei shouted in alarm. Listen, with all due respect, Zeodicus-sama and Andrew-sama, said Itsuki Nakano, but don't you think it was too much to read something personal about your own daughters? You're right, Itsuki-chan, said Zeodicus, but since the day of graduation my daughter has been acting quite strange, even to my beloved Grayfia and Milikas. We suspected that she and her entourage were planning something, and I was not wrong, said the Redeed. I decided to go to my daughter's room, but I saw quite disturbing things, he said, while making a sign to Rhea to give her something, and she took out her cell phone, where she showed her something quite creepy. Rhea's room in itself is very spacious. You could see several photographs of Issei pasted on the walls where Rhea's had highlighted them with a heart with red lipstick and also kissed them with her lips with lipstick. On the floor there were quite a few used lipsticks, but there were also photos of Zenobia, Irina, Ingvild and Ravel, where the youngest of the Gremory with scissors had cut out the photos of her former harem sisters and others with a knife crossed as a sign of hatred. I didn't want to do this, but you need to listen carefully to this, said Zeodicus. Dear diary. The day I broke up with Issei, most of his now ex-harem agrees with me, we shouldn't have let Ani-sama monopolize him too much. I also broke off friendships with that airheaded exorcist, that stupid angel, that Yakitori, and with that damn Leviathan. They agreed not to turn their backs on that infidel and to continue with him. I hope they soon realize their mistake and soon join us. I hadn't written anything about the day your relationship ended until the girls Nakano-san and Kiryu-san joined you, all of them saw you, and once again I resumed writing my diary, said Zeodicus in a serious manner. Dear diary. The day I saw that unfaithful man with another girl, the worst part is she's a human, just any human. But those 4 traitors accepted her as part of their group, in fact they seem more comfortable with her than they did with us before. They've made Asia cry when they laugh, talk, you can see a different atmosphere in them. Most likely at some point they're going to get bored of her. I wouldn't be surprised if that human falls in love with that unfaithful man and ends up with a broken heart. I'll wait for that day with great anticipation. Dear diary. The day I saw Issei walking with that girl Miku Nakano, both of them gave off an atmosphere of love, something she never had with me. I saw Issei with that silly look that she once gave me when she saw my breasts or my body, but he gave it to her when he looked into her eyes. God, am I getting jealous that a human has achieved what I couldn't with him? Did she win his heart? Damn it, that is a very low blow to my pride that I, the great Ria's Gremory, a high-class devil, has not won the heart of a dragon, and a simple human has done it in a few days of having known him, and I have known him for much longer. Dear diary. I didn't want to admit it, but today I saw Issei kissing those four and the Nakano girl. They look so good together that I unconsciously started to shed tears. My heart has been screaming at me to go after him, but my pride has denied it. But I knew that if I was to interrupt Issei, he wouldn't hesitate to kill me like he swore to me the day we broke up. Haneko has also secretly confessed to me that she misses Issei a lot and feels like killing Ravel when Issei strokes her head, saying that it is her right. I am seriously starting to miss Issei's kisses and caresses. Dear diary. The day Sona, Yura, Penemu, Momo, Ruruko and Valerie arrived at my residence in the human world, crying with great pain. The reason? They saw their ex-fiancés be happy with the sisters of my now enemy Miku Nakano. I was surprised at first that the Nakano were quintuplets, but it filled me with anger that my friend suffered because of them. I never saw Sona cry like that when she mentioned to me that Saji looked very happy with the Nakano girl and with Kiryuukai. Valerie broke anything she had in her hands when they mentioned Yotsuba Nakano. Her anger was so great that she broke Gasper's Nintendo Switch Lite. It was the only thing she had of him, and she became sadder when she broke the only memory of Gasper. Of Yura, Penemu, Lavinia and Tsubaki. When mentioning Kiba and Vali, they shed tears and became so sad that they ended up tired and fell asleep from crying so much. I think we all have something in common. We started missing our boys. What do I do, damn it, what do I do? Dear diary. Issei playing the guitar off, it almost puts me in ecstasy, but I have to maintain my fake posture with the others so they don't suspect. That day I had to go immediately to my room, and just imagining Issei in those moments I had to masturbate to get rid of that damn desire to have him by my side, something that for the moment I can't right now. He hasn't even bothered to see me. The truth is I miss him a lot. Dear diary. Asia and Akeno caught me self-satisfying with a dildo in my crotch while hugging Issei's Daikamura and lustfully screaming my ex-fiancé's name. But to my surprise, they both confessed to me that they missed him too and were also self-satisfying themselves by imagining himself taking their virginity. We decided that tomorrow, the day they graduated, we would try to talk to Issei if there was any chance we could get back together. Dear diary. I couldn't, damn it, I couldn't. Issei and the others were happy without me, without the others, just with Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Ingvild and Miku Nakano. I'm frustrated. So sad. What do I do? I want to have him by my side. I'll do anything for him, even kill whoever get in my way. Damn it, yes, that's what I'll do. I'll kill for love. I'll kill for Issei. At what Ziotica said, they were terrified. Everything Ria's Gremory had written was truly beyond the reach of a mentally ill person. She was practically slowly becoming an obsessive psychopath. The reason we came is that you have to leave here. We don't know what Rias and the others will be capable of, said Zioticus, and about the residents, don't worry, Sirzechs is also aware. He bought a bigger mansion in the adjacent city of Ryakan, so you can live comfortably than here in Kuoh. And we also ask that if you can take Ryo-chan and Meguri-chan with you, said Lord Citri when mentioning Sona's former bishop and former knight Citri. I also discovered in Sona's diary something similar to Ria's diary, but in one of the chapters, she mentioned that the reason Saji's relationship with her, Momo and Ruruko didn't work was because she blamed Ryo-chan and Meguri-chan, and she also mentions that at any moment she was going to kill them, so for their safety. It's better that they are under her care. I have a better idea, Issei said as he quickly went to his room and came down with 2 evil pieces, said Zioticus when he saw that Issei came down with the knight and bishop pieces that Asia once carried. Do you think they will become part of your entourage? Entourage? I don't see them as that, I see them as members of our family, Issei said, seeing Ingvild, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Kiryu, Miku and her sisters. And her friends Meguri-chan and Ryo-chan agree to join this family. The Redeed and the brown-haired girl did not hesitate. We accept, they both said, smiling at her. Very well then, said Issei, putting his evil pieces on Tomo Meguri the knight piece and on Ryakusaka the bishop piece. By order of Hyoudou Issei, I order you Ryakusaka and Tomo Meguri reincarnate as my servants and my family. In that the knight was absorbed by Meguri and the bishop by Rya, all seen by Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, Risti, the Nakano and Kiryu, who were shocked and amazed at such a display of magic. Welcome to the family, said Issei while everyone proceeded to hug Meguri and Ryakusaka in a sign of brotherhood. Well, with that Sona will think twice about messing with Ryo-chan and Meguri-chan, said Andrew Citri. "The move will come tomorrow at noon," said Zeodicus, handing some papers to Issei, "and starting tomorrow by decree of the Sirzechs, Ajuka and Falbium, with the approval of the Demonic Council, the city of Ryokan is Hyoudou territory from the moment you step on said city. I wish you good luck, Issei-kun," said Zeodicus. "Thank you very much for everything," said Issei. "You have done a lot for me, and for us." Zeodicus Gremory, Venilana Gremory, Grayfia Lucifuge, Milica's Gremory, Andrew Citri and Hemlock Citri will always be welcome in my house. "What do you think if after the move we celebrate in a big way?" Kiba said, smiling. "The grilled carnita, as they would say in northern Mexico," said Saji. "And beer," said Gasper. "You are a minor, and Issei told me that the day you went to drink at the Boar Hat you became unconscious at the first sip of liquor." Zenobia scolded him, saddening the poor vampire. "But if you drink it regularly the liquor won't do anything to you anymore," said Risti, hugging Gasper between her chests, his head practically disappearing between them. "And of course a mini concert by Issei and his friend," said Mickey Hyoudou, smiling. "Zeodicus-san and Andrew-san, you are cordially invited to the little party at our new house." "Nice to go tomorrow," both patriarchs said smilingly. "See you then," they both said as they disappeared in a magic circle. "I can't wait for tomorrow," said Yotsuba Nakano excitedly. "We'll have a lot of fun," said Ikakiryu, smiling. "Yes," shouted the members of the Dracodernal family. And so the day passed normally, and in the afternoon all the residents began packing their bags to speed up the move. So they could sleep well, and for safety reasons, Issei and the others who could use magic put up a barrier in case Ria's Gremory or one of his ex-fiancés had the brilliant idea of visiting them while they were sleeping. They would be immediately expelled from the mansion. Moving day arrived, and the neighbors saw that the inhabitants of the Hyoudou mansion were starting to load all their belongings onto the moving trucks. Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou and their son took a last nostalgic look at what would have been their former home. "And to think about everything we experienced there," said Mickey Hyoudou with tears in his eyes. "Those were good years," said Goro Hyoudou. "With our normal lives and the supernatural it was worth it," Issei said. "It's time to go." Then the residents boarded vans hired by Sirzechs and proceeded to leave Kuoh City. They saw the park and the academy for the last time. Feelings of nostalgia took over Issei, his parents, his 5 girls, his friends with their respective girlfriends, and the newly integrated Meguri and Ria. Kuoh City was falling behind like the memories they all had, and now it was time to make new ones in Ryokan City. Chapter 8. Adoption and Extreme Mosh Pit. Ryokan City, 12 p.m. The Dracodernal family arrived at the heavenly city of Ryokan. This city boasted one of the largest and warmest beaches in all of Japan. But we will be located in the new mansion that consisted of 5 floors and 3 underground floors where our protagonists had begun to unpack. The boys helped the movers with the furniture and heavy suitcases. Gasper lacked muscles and manly strength because he could not carry heavy things, and in his place, like a good girlfriend, Risti came in. It took more than 5 hours to arrange the moving furniture and unpack the new residents' clothing and gear. The Hyoudou patriarchs and the other residents divided up the new residents as follows. The ground floor would be where the waiting room and main room are, next to the dining room, and behind in a backyard there would be a 3-meter deep pool. The first floor would be the rooms of the new residents. The second floor was arranged as a study and library, since Miku, Ichika, Mr. Hyoudou and Gasper had a fondness for literature. The third floor was set up as a relaxation area, spa and hot springs. The curious thing is that the latter are mixed. The fourth and top floor was the open-air patio, conditioned for organizing parties, but of the dangerously thirsty kind, outdoors, with a small open-air auditorium for band performances to accommodate a capacity of 150 people. In the basements, the first basement is for a games and entertainment area. Everyone, including the Hyoudou family, are fans of video games and bowling, so thanks to Sirzechs, they installed many screens with the consoles connected and 2 lanes for bowling. The second basement was equipped so the children could practice music for their concerts and performances. And the third and final basement is for training. Although they were in times of peace, they shouldn't get rusty in that sense, and they had to be in shape. Once they'd finished arranging and unpacking their things, they proceeded to prepare for the housewarming party for their new house. Mickey Hyoudou, along with Miku, Zenobia, Ria, Risti, Kiryu, and Ichika, went shopping for the supplies they would need for the party, while the others took care of the decorations in the light of a very scorching tropical sun. Already finishing at around 4 p.m., Mr. Hyoudou, Issei, Vali, Tomo, Kiryu and Yotsuba began to cook roast meat, ramen and meat skewers with vegetables. And once the dishes were finished, everyone proceeded to get ready and bathe because the party was going to start at 7:30 p.m. Everyone was dressed in cool, summery clothes. The girls wore mostly very tight denim shorts that barely reached the middle of their thighs, but what was Ravel and unfortunately Gasper a cool one-piece skirt, all due to the area where they lived since, even though it was getting dark, the heat remained in the tropical region. The time came and that's when the guests arrived, from the underworld Ajuka, Falbium and Sirzechs, accompanied by Milikas, Grayfia, Zeoticus, then Alana and Kunu-chan. Issei and Ravel shouted in astonishment, seeing the daughter of one of the chestnut's ex-fiancés. "Hello Issei-sama and Ravel-sama," said Kunu smiling at them. "Let me explain," said Sirzechs. Kunu and Yusaka had a fight for the same reason. He had told her that she was a fool to let jealousy take over and consequently end their relationship. "And I left Hyoudou. I couldn't stand my mother anymore. Every day I heard her cursing you, and I wasn't going to allow her to insult my hero and role model," Kunu said, clearly annoyed, and it was so much that Yusaka-san said with great disappointment when mentioning her, "Told me, if you want to go with that infidel so badly, go. But by leaving my temple you will never return and you will lose the leadership inherited from the yokai." I didn't think about it, and I left there. For the moment I live with Sirzechs-sama and the Gremory, all of whom, with the exception of Rias, treat me well. "And this is where I propose something to you, Issei-kun," said Sirzechs. "I would like you to adopt Kunu as your daughter legally. I spoke with Yusaka to try to get her back, but unfortunately she doesn't want her back and she imposed exile on Kunu." "Yes, Issei. Can it be my O2-san?" said Kunu, applying the legendary mythical demon killing technique, Punish Dog Eyes X100. Issei and Ravel, seeing her like that, thought that by a miracle, they wouldn't get diabetes due to Kunu's tenderness. "Okay," said Issei. "Welcome to the family, Kunu Hyoudou." Kunu couldn't hold it anymore and went to hug Issei. "Arigato O2-chan." Kunu shouted happily. The mass, the Gremory, the Citri and Ravel, looked favorably on this union between Kunu and Issei. The latter signed adoption papers and the papers stating that Yusaka cedes parental authority over Kunu to whoever signed the adoption papers. "Welcome Kunu-chan," said Ravel, looking into the Kyuubi's eyes. "Thank you Ravel Oka-sama," said Kunu. Oka-sama." Ravel screamed, very red, steaming from her ears, then she looked at Issei and began to imagine unholy things with him. But they were heard by a certain harem. "Hello Kunu-chan," shouted Zenobia, Irina, Ingvild and Miku. "Hello girl," said Kunu. "It's good to see you and that you are still loyal to my O2-chan." "That's right Kunu-chan," said Zenobia. "Nothing will separate us from our Issei." "Welcome can I call you daughter?" Irina said somewhat nervously. "Of course Irina Ka-sama, Zenobia Ka-sama, Ingvild Ka-sama," said Kunu smiling, while the three blushed at how the little Kyuubi called them. "And who is she?" said Kunu, pointing at the shyest of the Nakano. "This is Miku Nakano, also Issei's girlfriend," said Ingvild, making gestures for the Redeed to come closer. Miku for her part came closer. "It's a pleasure Kunu Ojisama," Miku said with respect. Kunu looked at her curiously and started sniffing her all over her body and immediately hugged her. "I accept you as my mommy Miku Ka-sama," said the Kyuubi, hugging Miku. The Redeed heard the beep of a locomotive in her head turning redder than her hair and also began to imagine things with Issei. Reference, Yui Katagawa's imagination with Yukirito and Selen, but was interrupted by splash. "Miku is reacting," Ingvild shouted as he sent a ball of water into her face. She was starting to get embarrassed at what she imagined was making everyone around her laugh. Everyone went to the party where Issei introduced Kunu as his legal daughter and the reactions were not long in coming, especially from Issei's parents. They went to hug their adopted granddaughter, while the other members of the Dracodernal family greeted her, but above all Yotsuba and Nino also wanted to hug Issei's new daughter. The party started peacefully, with guests happily chatting with the residents. Chatting and laughter were not lacking in the warm Raikan night. But the interesting part was when the group got up on the small stage and took their instruments and began to tune them to begin the small concert for the beings of the underworld, Kiryu while doing his part by recording the group's performances. "Well, today we will only play 2 songs," said Issei, "so we start 3, 2, 1. The song ended and they applauded because everyone liked it. "The last song tonight, Miss Miku Nakano will be joining us to sing," Issei said. 3, 2, 1. The song ends and they applauded that presentation. The party continued until Issei and Vali approached Sirzechs, Ajuka and Falbium. "Sirzechs-sama, we wanted to propose that our first concert be here at our house," said Issei, to which the three masses' eyes lit up. "What are you planning to do?" Falbium said very curiously. "Easy, Halloween is next week, so a concert for 100 people. You will personally raffle 100 tickets for our first official Halloween concert," said Vali. "Sounds good," said Ajuka. "They convinced me. It's official, they will have their first concert here at their house," said Sirzechs happily. "Just one request is that Meliodas and his Boar Hat team help with drinks and snacks," said Issei. "Why not?" The three mass said calmly, their request granted. The mass left, but at that Issei and Vali started laughing in a twisted but silent way. "First part of the plan done," they both said with their thumbs up and a macabre smile. The party ended and the guests were also notified of Dracodernal's first concert, which they agreed to attend the following week and proceeded to leave the Dracodernal family residence. Then they proceeded to go to sleep, but as they say in some areas of the world, customs are not removed or they become contagious. Since Issei slept with his harem, as did Saji with Kiryu and Itsuki, Kiba with Ichika, Vali with Nino and Gasper with Yotsuba and Risti. Over the course of the week, both in the underworld and in Gregory, Heaven, Asgard and Hyoudou, they were notified to distribute and raffle off 20 tickets, with a teleportation portal for the concert in each of the factions, although Yasaka did so more reluctantly than out of pleasure. Issei also notified Meliodas and the Boar Hat team that they will have the opportunity to serve food and drinks. Then prepare the elixir of aggression and euphoria. And the tonic against fatigue, Issei said to Meliodas, who was surprised. Don't tell me this concert, he said with a noticeable evil smile. That's right, it's going to be tough, said Issei, nodding in agreement with Meliodas' predictions. Very well, said Meliodas, the beer curiously will be cheaper and the banderillas will smell more tasty, said the blonde, laughing at the evilness of Issei and his group. But don't give them to certain people, Issei said, smiling evilly, thinking about certain people. Second part of the plan completed, Issei thought. Academia Kuoh Salon del Club del Occultismo. Rias, along with Sona and what was left of their entourage, had found out about their ex-fiancé's concert and had wanted to get tickets to see their loves, but unfortunately they couldn't get them. Oh, what do I do? I want to see my Issei, Rias shouted, frustrated at her followers. You're not the only one, said Valerie Teeps. I tried to ask my mother no, but the only thing I received was a scream from her for what I did to Gasper. She still hasn't forgiven me, said Valerie very sadly. I wish there was some way to get them, said Sona, when they heard something slip under the door of the occult club. Yura, pick that up, ordered Sona, and the Citri Tower obeyed and picked up what it is. Aichu, it's an envelope, said Yura, but I don't feel any kind of magic in it, and it says, for those present. Sona immediately took the envelope from Yura's hands and opened it. There was a letter and, most impressively, there was tickets for the Dracodernal concert. Sona shouted incredulously to what the Gremory, Citri, Penemu, Lavinia and Valerie were shocked by what Sona said, and then the youngest of the Citri began to read the letter. To whom it may concern. I had gotten these tickets to see the band Dracodernal. Unfortunately, due to very critical family issues, I was forced to give these tickets to you. I was going to go with my friends, but they understood the situation and sympathized with me. Have fun. At MMMYK. P.S. These tickets do not include free beer or food, and you must have orange hair dyed for Halloween. The ex-fiancés shouted with joy and each had their entrance, but outside were the four authors and Issei's henchmen laughing at their friend's evil. It turned out as I expected, said Mitsuda, laughing. For a free video of the concert it will be worth it, darling, said Catus, hugging Mitsuda. And save a ticket for the four of you when you play in Tokyo, Motohama said, laughing. It will be good to see Issei-san and company again, said Murayama, kissing Motohama, but I would like the video of that concert. At that, Murayama takes out his cell phone and calls. Hello Issei-kun, the third part of the plan is a success, said the brunette, then give us your new home address. The brunette ended her call with Issei. The week flew by as the band began playing and practicing at Ryokan's residence. The mass thought about safety measures for the concert and what outfits they would wear for the quiet concert Issei and company would be giving. But how wrong they were. October 31st. Hyoudou Residence, Dracodernal's first concert, 4th floor, 9 p.m. The concertgoers were coming to the residence. On the ground floor were the Hyoudou family with their adopted granddaughter Kunu receiving tickets. The Boar Hat workers were distributing the finely adulterated food. At that moment Sekiryuutei Bale, Zephyrdoll Glaciolabolas, Roygun Bullfelger arrived. Sekiryuutei and Zephyrdoll were wearing black jeans, boots of the same color, and a black Dimmu and Anthrax t-shirt respectively, while Roygun was wearing lycra pants, boots that reached his ankles, and a simple black t-shirt with a leather jacket. Roygun's appearance. Lord Gremory and Lord Citri also appeared in their metalhead attire, accompanied by their wives who dressed like authentic ladies of the dark, stealing glances from men and from one woman and another. Then Alana's clothing. Citri hemlock dress. Well, so the food is free for us, said Zeodicus, while eating his banderilla Venilana. Don't you want to go for beer, said the patriarch of the Gremory, but he immediately shut up when he saw his wife drink a jar of cold beer in one gulp. Wah! Screamed euphoric Poison. Well, Hemlock takes it in moderation, said Lord Citri, but he also saw his wife drink all the way down and gulp down her beer mug. Bei Jaya. Screamed like a cowgirl Lady Citri. Hey lords of Gremory and Citri, said Meliodas, taking out 2 jars of very cold and foamy beer. Don't fall behind your wives, said the owner of the Boar Hat with a malevolent tone. At that, Zeodicus and Andrew Citri took their mugs and, imitating their wives, they drank it in one gulp and down to the bottom. They felt something taking hold in their hearts. Let the bucking buck up, shouted both lords of Gremory and Citri. At that, each wife takes her respective husband and they proceed to go to the 4th floor. Then Ajuka, Falbium and Sirzechs arrived accompanied by his wife and son. Meliodas also proceeded to give them beer and flags. With the exception of Milica's, the Mass and Grayfia drank their beers to the last drop and each had a different reaction. Because I feel like completing my pending paperwork from 500 years ago, Falbium said excitedly. I feel good. Ajuka shouted euphorically. I want to dance a crazy Cumbian, Sirzechs shouted, moving like a madman. But with Grayfia. Grayfia's appearance. Api-pi-po said Grayfia, then she throws a punch towards her husband, sending him flying to one of the walls of the residence. Boom. Duchan. Milikas shouted, scared and white, as he saw his father fly and crash into a wall. Don't worry, said Meliodas standing at his side, your father is stronger to withstand that little blow from your mother, don't you want a banderilla? Hi, said Milikas eating said snack. Thanks Milikas Sama. At that, Sirzechs' son goes out to help his father and they proceed to go to the 4th floor. Michael also arrived with Metatron and Azazel with Shemahazai. But at the very end, a group with their heads dyed orange arrived. Phew, we arrived on time, said Riaz wearing normal clothes. We almost missed the bus, Asia said. Well, we should go to the 4th floor, said the dyed-haired Sona, but someone stopped them. Hey girls, don't you want something to cool your gas? Said Meliodas pointing at a jar of beer. But we don't have the right to food and drinks, said the orange-haired Kaneko. It's on me, he said as he poured the beer into mugs and the ex-fiancés drank it in a bit of a hurry. Thank you Meliodas-san. The orange-haired girls shouted as they went to the 4th floor. Meliodas stared at them and then Ban and Elizabeth approached him. Hey, Captain, did you give special beer to our friends' ex-fiancés? Ban said, somewhat worried. I gave them another special beer, Meliodas said smiling evilly. This beer is root beer, that is, it has no alcohol and with Merlin's courtesy, he gave me a hypersensitivity tonic. I mean, said Elizabeth smiling. That's right, my dear, said Meliodas, any contact will hurt them 3 times over, a simple blow will feel like a wrecking ball hits them. Meliodas, Ban and Elizabeth started laughing at Issei and company's trap and perfect plan. It should be noted that everyone drank and ate the special beer, with the exception of Kunu, Milikas and Kiryu, and Meliodas' special flags. On the 4th floor. The concert attendees were already ready, angels, fallen, demons, Yaokais, Asgardians, and Valkyries awaited their idols. The patriarchs of Citri and Gremory, along with the Mass and the heirs of Baal, Glaciolabolas and Bulfelgar in the front row, all were possessed by emotion, and even the orange-haired girls were in the middle of the attendees. While on a small crane there was a video camera to record and it was handled by Kiryu from an area very far from the concert, accompanied by Milikas, Kunu and the Hyoudou lords. At that moment, Nino Nakano comes on stage and Penemu, Lavinia and Yura became jealous when they saw the woman who snatched Vali from them. Good night everyone, Nino shouted. Today is a very special day for the Ryokan Sensation band sponsored by the faction leaders with Udracotonal. A roar was heard from the crowd and Issei and company came out dressed and masked as the band Mushroomhead. Vali, Issei and Kiba came out with their instruments in hand, while Saji and Gasper took over the drums, keyboards and turntable, respectively. Good night everyone, Alliance factions. Issei shouted and everyone shouted like real lunatics. This starts like this 3, 2, 1. After the songs, everyone was possessed by euphoria, adrenaline and above all violence. Everyone including the patriarchs, the Mass, Grayfia, Sekiryuutei, Roygun, Zephyrdoll and the girlfriends of Issei and his group were in a state of possession where they looked at each other fiercely with a desire to destroy whoever was at their side and then Issei sees his prey. The ex-fiancés. I hope you sons of your mother bitch like this. Issei shouted to which everyone responded. Yes. Everyone shouted. Let's play Strike the Bucking Beast. Issei shouted as if there was no tomorrow. What the Exodus vocalist says from 159 onwards, Issei will say below the video. I want you to separate into 2, you Motherbikers, and you are the orange-head girls, Issei shouted, making signs for the fans to separate into 2 groups and pointing at the orange-haired ex-fiancés. Stay there in the middle. The Gremorys, Citri, Valerie, Penemu and Lavinia obeyed. Those on the right will kill those on the left. Issei shouted. Yes, shouted everyone on the right, including Grayfia, Venilana, Hemlock Citri, Roygun, Sekiryuutei and the harems of Issei, Saji and Gasper, their eyes shining dangerously. And those on the left will kill those on the right. Yes. Shouted those on the left where the Mass, Zephyrdoll, Michael and Azazel and Shemazai, Nino and Ichika were. The orange-haired girls were more than terrified. They had never seen so much thirst for violence in a small group. They will attack my signal. Issei shouted. Everyone was ready for the mosh pit, no, a real wall of death, as they looked eager to destroy those in front of them. At that moment Vali started playing his guitar again. Hold on. Issei shouted. Niyasama, I'm scared. Asia screamed while hugging a terrified Riaz. She could see her mother and Grayfia breathing heavily, and she could see steam coming out of her smiling and crazy mouth with killing intentions. Hold on. Issei shouted. Sona came to the conclusion that they were set up, why she had received tickets by chance, why dyeing her hair orange, it was all a plan of revenge by Issei and company to get back at them. She simply gulped as she watched her companions look terrified. Now. Issei shouted and the inevitable happened. There was all outrage and pandemonium. 245. It could be seen that everyone began to hit each other regardless of gender and faction, but the most affected were the Gremory and company. Riaz was beaten by Zenobia, Asia by Ingvald, Kaneko submitted with a Chinese key by Irina, Miku applied a German suplex against Roswas, Akeno was defeated with a neckbreaker by Grayfia, Sona, with the extra that her glasses were destroyed, was treated like a carpet by Itsuki Nakano Tsubaki was punished by Ichika with a wrestling key called Crab. Ura was beaten with a Canadian destroyer by Meguri, Lavinia was tortured by Venelana Penemu was punished by Lady City and Ryakusaka Valerie was defeated with a backbreaker by Risti and some flying kicks by Yotsuba, while the others were also seen on the wall of death. That's almost at the end of the song. Nino, along with Miku and Zenobia, lifts a semi-conscious Kaneko. "Let's give a cat a bath," Miku screamed like crazy, and then Kaneko saw that they were going to throw her from the 4th floor to the ground floor into the pool. "Let me down, you crazies," shouted an almost hopeless Kaneko from so many hits and kicks she suffered. "A Riverdesi cat," Zenobia shouted as she was thrown out of the 4th floor. "Yeah, Kaneko shouted and when she got to the pool. Splash. Poor Nekomata landed belly first in the pool. The song ends. The concertgoers screamed euphorically. "Thank you, good night," said Issei saying goodbye, "go home carefully." All the attendees were leaving the 4th floor of the Hyoudou residence, except for the orange-haired girls who were on the ground. Aria said with great pain. "Did they write down the license plate of the truck that hit me?" said Akeno, quite stunned. "Grandpa, you ran another red light," said Valerie, very stunned. "It's pity to see them like this," said Issei, preparing a transport circle so they could go to the underworld. "Get out of my house and don't come back. Kaneko will catch you up now," and even though the Gremory, Citri and their allies were very hurt, they left from there. Issei smiled and in his mind said. The Wall of Death plan was a success. Issei shouted in his mind as he saw that it was 2 a.m., ready to rest and prepare for another day. Chapter 9 Summary of yesterday's disaster and nighttime female threat. Bryakan City 7 a.m. In the paradisiacal city where the Hyoudou residence is located, a calmer atmosphere was heard, but we will focus on the chestnut room, where he would wake up with a great surprise, illuminating his face thanks, as Mr. Juan Gabriel would say, to Mr. Sun. Op-eye, Issei screamed in his mind as he saw Zenovia's powerful op-eye, as well as Irina's touching his back. He also felt Ravel's on his head, as well as Miku's and Ingvald's on each leg. Issei's girls only wore panties to sleep and at first, bras as well, but because of the hot and muggy weather, and despite the air conditioning being on, they ended up taking off their bras to sleep cooler. In Issei's case, he only slept in boxers. Good morning, Irina said with noticeable tiredness. "Turn off that light," Zenobia said while receiving the sun's rays on her face. "My head hurts," said Miku, grabbing it with her fingertips on the temples. "My whole body hurts. Why is it full of bruises?" "Ow." Ravel screamed when she saw that her well-formed chest had quite a few bruises, and she got a migraine when she screamed, and not just her. "Lower your noise 10 decibels," said Zenobia, grabbing her head. Said Irina tearfully. "But with Ingvald. I think I feel like," said the little girl, but she didn't finish because she puffed out her cheeks, ran to Issei's bathroom, leaned over the toilet and. "You bleh." All the guests turned blue upon hearing Ingvald's ritual and sacrifice to the porcelain idol. "Why are you making so much noise?" said a voice from under the sheets of Issei's bed, surprising the inhabitants of the bedroom. In that, Miku and Ravel look at each other and uncover the extra person who was in Issei's bed and discovered. "Roigun the Four She-Devils," shouted, and Issei saw that she was completely naked, showing off a great body sculpted by the goddess Aphrodite herself, making the bodies of Issei's harem look ridiculous. And at that display, Issei had a titanic nosebleed, fainting him momentarily. Good morning," said the red-haired girl standing up in bed, stretching out, showing her well-formed breasts, her big butt and her intimacy without a trace of pubic hair, leaving Issei's girls in a bad mood, making them feel insecure about Roigun's natural beauty, and then Issei comes back to his senses. "Good morning." He sees Roigun's naked body from a better angle. "Overkill," Issei shouted, and the bleeding appeared again in his nostrils like a jet shot, and mini Issei knocking him out. "Please put on some clothes," shouted Miku Nakano, throwing a brown-haired girl a shirt. "At this rate, Issei is going to need a blood transfusion." That's when the chestnut's mother opens. Eyes, breakfast time. He sees the girls only in panties next to Roigun naked in front of Issei, and he convulsing happily. "Sorry for interrupting," said Miku Hyoudou, slamming the door, and all you can hear is. "Goro, we will be grandparents. Kunu, you will soon have a little brother." That brought out several beads of sweat on the girls' necks. But Ddraig noticed something in Roigun. "Bullfelger girl, that mark you have on your waist," said Ddraig. "Did you have hex with my partner?" "Eh?" shouted the 6 girls. In that Roygun sees on her waist a mark of the Sekiryuutei and the furious and jealous looks of the other girls. "Did you stole Issei Kunsama's first time?" shouted the 5 harem girls with a Yandir look, about to kill their prey, while Issei regained consciousness. "He stole my," said Issei, and then he sees Roygun with the mark of the Sekiryuutei. "My first time. And I didn't feel it. Why is destiny so cruel to me?" shouted Issei with comical tears. "Issei, I can tell you one thing that might impress you," said Roygun with a mysterious aura and smiling at him in the same way, to which Issei nods. "I did not know when we made love either. It was also my first time and I didn't feel it," said Roygun with fake anime tears. At Roygun's statement, everyone falls on their backs. "Pair of idiots," said Ddraig. "Don't drink that special Meliodas beer again." Change of scene. At that point, breakfast was proceeding normally, well, almost normally. Everyone had a massive hangover and their bodies were aching, as they'd imagined. They'd run out of the residence's supply of medication, especially painkillers and anti-inflammatories for the bruises. The only ones who were feeling normal were Issei's parents, Kuoh and Ikakiryu. Issei, for his part, introduced the unsuspecting Roygun Bullfelger, a new, forced member of his harem, who, as of today, joins the family. But 3 super-developed and malicious lizards would take advantage of the essence that Roygun carries to perform a little prank. "Ddraig, has the Roygun girl already done what the Gremory girl should have done with your carrier a long time ago?" said Albion. Everyone stopped eating breakfast. Gasper spit out some chocolate, Vali threw the sugar from his spoon, Kiba choked on a piece of food, Saji dropped the spoon with his breakfast on the floor staring at Issei. The girls blushed, but the brown-haired harem bent the spoon or broke the chopsticks they had in their hands, but the reaction of Issei's parents was pure fear. "Believe it or not, the Roygun girl just did my partner a favor. She took away his princess the night before after the concert where everyone got worse than Odin and Thor by drinking all the beer reserves of Asgard at a Viking party," Ddraig said, laughing. At what he said, everyone who drank beer turned red with embarrassment. "But the other girls in the harem, it seems they have no initiative in making my partner his own. At this rate he'll get bored and will only see the Bullfelger girl as the only one in his life." At the Red Dragon's declaration, Issei tense up as he felt a murderous aura from Zenobia, Irina, Ingvald, Ravel and Miku, while Roygun released a seductive aura on the brown-haired boy. "Ddraig, I congratulate you on your carrier of Saji. I say that Mr. Good Manners will die a virgin," Vitra said mockingly. At what the Dragon King said, Saji became depressed, but Itsuki and Kiryu had in mind to prove Vitra that he was wrong, so that night Saji will not sleep. "I also think the same about Vali. He's so addicted to fighting. I think he'll lose the mini albino in one hit," said Albion, and at that Vali turns red but with anger. But Nino heard what the dragon said and set himself the goal of breaking in Vali's little friend tonight. "I can't believe it took him so long, my idiot carrier," said Ddraig with fake crying. "It's humiliating that the vampire Vladi beat him in losing his virginity first with the girl Risti." At that point, Gasper starts to have a nervous breakdown, turning red and smiling with tics as he remembers the high school farewell that Risti gave him. The latter turned red and licked her lips when she saw an innocent rapeable Gasper, but Yutsubo also had the goal of having her first time tonight. Her vampire deserved a prize for playing the piano well, so it was his turn to play other things. "But the one I don't see when is Kiba. Despite so much love with the girl Nakano, I don't see when he will release the mini blonde. It seems he only has it for decoration," said Vitra, giving a stab to Kiba's pride, leaving him in shock, but in Ichika, an instinctive side of silencing the Dragon King with actions and not with words awoke. Issei's parents, along with Kuoh, Meguri and Rya, saw how the dragon's provocations awakened the desire, or rather the hyper-hexual beast that was dormant in the other girls. "Thanks for the food," the girls shouted. "Girls meeting to the 4th floor now," Zenobia shouted with her eyes covered by her hair, and at that all the girlfriends of the 5 idiots quickly left for the 4th floor. This is Hyoudou was terrified. "What did you crazy lizard trio do?" said Miku Hyoudou with a pan of eggs and bacon in her hand. "Ddraig, Albion, Vitra. A favor to these slobs without initiative," said the 3 dragons, while the Dracodinal group did not come out of shock and Kuoh with a stick poked Issei to see if he was alive. Floor. "Attention," Zenobia shouted, her military commander's outfit glued to her slender body with a whip and a blackboard with drawings of the 5 boys of her dreams respectively. The girls in soldier outfits also showed off their killer bodies. They stood at attention, in military mode. Aggressive military music plays. Since Soldier Roygun-san and also Soldier Risti were advanced in the sacred, lustful art of making babies, now it's our turn to choose the battlefield. The prey has always been with us and it's time to attack tonight in such a way that none of our men have any bodily fluid left. It's time for us to take the initiative in the art of making babies. It's time that if they don't have the initiative we will have it," Zenobia shouted. "Yes," the other girls shouted, their eyes shining in a demonic way. Any suggestions for tonight, Sergeant Ravel said, Zenobia looking at the blonde with drill hair. In fact yes, Commander, Zenobia said, the blonde phoenix well with a remote control. She changed the presentation with a photo of Issei, Hyoudou, Vali, Lucifer and Saji Jinshuru, only showing their naked torso, seeing Issei, but which caused Ravel, Ingvald, Miku, Zenobia, Irina and Roygun to start drooling and raise their body temperature involuntarily, and in the case of Irina, her wings to flicker. With Itsuki and Kiryu seeing Saji also with his naked torso, they bit their hair in lust and turned redder than a cherry, and, with Nino seeing Vali. I wanted so much to spread chocolate on his chest and lick it. The plan to start our Hexwell life today will consist of giving them this, she said, showing a small bottle with a reddish liquid. They are pheromones for a dragon. With only 10 drops of this diluted in water, it leaves it in a state of mating season for one night, and apart from that we must do our thing, dressing the best of our provocative lingerie to be beyond satisfied. At that those who had a dragon as a boyfriend nodded at what was said, and now with the others, Risti, Itsuba and Ichika, Ravel said while now changing the photos of now Kiba with his chest naked and wearing an apron. Seeing it, Ichika began to stagger from the heat and lust. In addition to how red she was. And with Risti and Yotsuba seeing the photo Gasper in a naked position, revealing that he is the Yuke in the relationship, it only made the Shoutokan side of these two awaken more, biting their nails, and began to wet their crotches with desire. Can you put these pheromones, but with them 2 drops is enough or they won't live to tell about it, okay? The 3 nodded, but first and always, said Ravel, while several boxes of condoms appeared in a magic circle safety. First we will test how powerful this bottle is so that in the future, if it is a success, we are ready enough to conceive babies. It's our first experience for most of us, so I wish you luck and a big hot night. Zenobia shouted, already wishing for that moment to arrive. Yes, my lady. They all shouted, and the scream could be heard even on the ground floor, but Vali, Issei, Saji, Kiba and Gasper felt a chill run down their spines as they went to one of the basements to practice their music. I feel like I won't sleep tonight, Issei said while tuning his guitar. What a coincidence, I feel the same way too, said his group mates in their minds with purple faces. We don't either, because we will enjoy how their females leave them drier than the Atacama Desert, said the dragons laughing very softly. Change of scene. 00 p.m. The sun and the heat were at their peak, the residents of the Dracodernal mansion dressed in their coolest clothes while watching television as a united family until they received unexpected visits from Sirzechs, Grayfia, but what happened to you? Mickey and Goro, Hyoudou shouted when they saw the Crimson Mayu with a cane and bandaged one leg and one eye. He had a bandage with an ice pack and also with several bruises. With Grayfia he had a black eye, both hands bandaged, and he had a bandage on his abdomen and part of his chest, since he was seen complaining of his back. Next to him was Milica's helping her parents, accompanied were Venilana and Zeoticus with bandages on their bodies. The matriarch of Gremory wore a neck brace and Zeoticus a sling on his left arm. Then Azazel arrived with a bandage on his head and with 3 missing teeth, and lastly Michael on crutches with a jockstrap being helped by his new Seraphim Arail. Let's just say that yesterday's concert did leave us with some painful after effects, said Sirzechs, smiling with difficulty. But the one who suffered the most was Riaz and her friend, said Zeoticus. She is in a cast and complaining of pain. Asia is in a bed with ice to reduce the swelling from the bruises. Akeno and Roswas are in orthopedics at the Citri hospital, getting their bones reset. But Kaneko-chan is in a cast all over her body, said Grayfia. If Kuroka saw her she'd have a fit. That's why we humbly ask Ika-san if she has the video of yesterday's concert, said Venilana, a little hurt. The truth is I don't remember much of what happened. In fact, no one remembers well what happened yesterday, said Michael, while the new Seraphirail helped him sit on a sofa in the living room. Yes, allow me a moment, said Ika, going to her room and returned 5 minutes later with a CD containing the entire concert. She put it in a Blu-ray. Let's watch the entire concert from yesterday. In that they saw how everyone behaved the day before. Then Alana and Grayfia turned red with embarrassment when they saw themselves acting like real lunatics, forgetting their precepts of etiquette and of high society people, leaving everyone surprised, especially their husbands. Dear, don't say a word to our friends or else there will be no intimacy for the rest of eternity, okay? Both women said with a sweetly sick smile while a black aura was given off and behind them, and Oni appeared threateningly. Ha ha. Sirzechs and Zeoticus shouted in fear. That's what the video continued with, and the song My Plague. I feel that in this song, Saji-kun's percussions are not enough, said Azazel analyzing the song. I think the same thing, said Milica's. There must be a reinforcement for Saji-san, a deeper sound. I think you should think about hiring 2 percussionists, Issei-kun, said Sirzechs. With those 2 that song might sound better, and in the future, perhaps with other songs more. The group liked the idea of the Mayu and would think it over. Then they continued watching the video of the concert until they reached the final song, Strike the Beast, and they reached the part where the pitched battle happened. They saw several things, from how Sekiryuutei had elbowed Azazel and he had spit out the teeth he was missing. "Now I see who knocked out my teeth," said Azazel, while passing his tongue over the holes in his teeth where he used to have teeth. Metatron had kicked Michael in the groin. "I already have someone who will do the paperwork for a year straight," Michael said when he saw who left him on crutches, while L'Oreal struggled to contain her laughter. "I also saw how Seekvaira Agares had hit Sirzechs in the eye. I never thought the heiress of Agares would hit so hard," said Sirzechs as he watched a video of how she received the blow and smiled despite all the abuse. They also saw how Venelana and Zeodicus hit each other's heads and separated violently. "Now that explains my neck eye pain," said Venelana and Zeodicus. And until the last one they saw how Ria's Gremory herself had connected a hook to Grayfia's eye that left everyone terrified because the albino began to release her power of anger. A grim smile appeared on her beautiful but injured face and several veins emerged from her forehead. Zenobia, Irina and Ravel began to sing. "That company is already dead, they just didn't warn him." They sang with guitars. "Dear Sirzechs, it seems I forgot something important at home," Grayfia said with a smile that scared even Terhixa to death. "I kindly ask you to leave me alone with Rias," Grayfia said as she said goodbye to everyone in a magic circle. "My poor daughter, forgive me Rias, but I won't be able to help you this time," said Zeodicus crying comically. The video ended and everyone, with embarrassed expressions, decided not to release it until the necessary edits were made for mass sale. They finished eating with the others and retreated to their respective territories. Night came. Naruto's crows passed by screaming. I. All the residents had dinner normally, but it was time to put Zenovia's plan into action. "Hey Issei," said Ingval, getting his attention. "What are you doing tomorrow?" said the little girl, but the brunette didn't realize that Miku had put the 10 drops of dragon pheromones in this one's orange juice. "I don't know, maybe exercise and play the guitar," said the brown-haired boy smiling, not suspecting anything of what Miku did. And they did the same with the others. Itsuki distracted Saji so that Ika could put the pheromones in his tea. Nino distracted Vali and with Zenovia's help put the pheromones in the albino's blackberry juice. Ichiko also did a thing with Kiba, and the one who helped her in the matter of putting the pheromones in the blonde's tea was Ravel, and with Yotsuba, she easily entertained Gasper, but Risti applied the pheromones, but the evil Ritit instead of 2 drops, applied 5 in her chocolate milk. And the inevitable happened, the 5 of them drank their drinks to the bottom and when they finished, the girls with the exception of Tomo, Ria and Kunu, got up from the table and shouted, "Thanks for the food." And in the blink of an eye they went to the first floor where the bedrooms were, leaving a drop of sweat running down the necks of those who were still at the table. "Well guys, I think it's time to sleep," said Miku Hyoudou with her husband and little Kunu Ria-san and Tomo-san. "Could you help us with some things please," she said, making a face so that both ex-Citrus understood the subliminal message, and they went quickly to the bedroom of the Hyoudou patriarchs, leaving the 5 alone. But suddenly, the 5 idiots began to feel sick. What's wrong with me?" Issei said, agitated and sweaty. "Why do I feel like this?" said Kiba unbuttoning his shirt. "I'm very hot," Saji said, breathing heavily. "And appetite," said Vali, while his eyes became like those of a reptile. "Hexwell," Gaper shouted as his eyes became sharp like a vampire's. "Eyes, we should go to our bedrooms. I think resting for a night will relax us from this state," said Vali. His companions nod and with difficulty each one reaches his bedroom. "Rest," the 5 said as they entered their respective bedrooms. Issei's room. "Hello Issei, we were waiting for you," said Zenobia, while Irina, Ingvald, Ravel, Miku and Roygun dressed in a lustful way that awakened something hidden in Issei, apart from mini Issei. Vali's room. Vali saw Nino in a simple but flirty and tempting outfit. "I was waiting for you my white dragon," said the girl Nakano, somewhat nervous but anxious, to the albino. Vali smiled wickedly. Kiba's room. Ichiko was also waiting for him with a look full of perversity and a stunning outfit. "It's time for me to pay you back for saving my life that time my love," the pink-haired girl said to the blonde. Saji's room. He barely entered and saw Itsuki together with Kiryu in a lesbian pose to ignite the blonde's lividity. "The soul of this little party has arrived," said Itsuki, while Kiryu saw mini Saji so wrecked in his pants that he could no longer bear to put it in his mouth. Gasper's room. The little vampire entered and his 2 girls were waiting for him with a succulent surprise. "Look who arrived," Risti-san said, Yotsuba licking her lips. "Time to continue what was left pending in Kuoh," said Risti with an evil smile moving sensually towards Gasper. The 5 impressed only said, "Fuck," they said with an evil smile and closed the doors to begin a night of relentless passion. Meanwhile in the underworld. Gremory Castle. Grayfia was seen with a whip in her hand. Music plays. "And I want the castle to be shine clean to my satisfaction," she shouted with a devilish character to her new servants. "Yes, Grayfia," one Isama shouted Rias, Akeno, Asia and Roswas with comical tears in their eyes. The Redeed was cleaning the floors with flannels, Akeno was cleaning the windows, Asia was cleaning the entire furniture store, and Roswas was the gardener. Obviously, they did it without magic. They have an anti-magic seal. And I don't care if your body hurts, you will clean and be my workers until my eye is back as it was before. Shouted the albino while using her whip. Mom. Chapter 10 Vali's Day Off. Ryokan City Hyoudou residence 7:30 am. Off. Narrator. Dawn was breaking in Ryokan, promising a somewhat quiet morning for the residents, or so they thought. Miki, Goru, Tomo, Ria and Kunu were waiting for the others to have breakfast, but they saw something that really made the ladies in the dining room blush and Goru, a slight twitch of jealousy. All the girls were limping and coming down the stairs with difficulty. But apart from showing gestures of pain, they seemed happier than usual. Issei's girls boasted the Sekiryuutei marks, just as Nino boasted the HAKORYUUKO mark that was imprinted on the back of her neck. Itsuki and Kiryu showed the Vritra mark, the first on her right thigh and the brown one on her left arm. Risti and Yotsuba showed Gasper's mark on their necks, but Ichika, not having a Kiba mark, promised that she would do something that reflects the love she professes to her boyfriend. But what about the quintet of inept people? Normal narration. Hey, why haven't the boys come down, said Miki Hyoudou, somewhat curious. At that point, the girls who slept with them that night got nervous. They didn't know how to explain a somewhat uncomfortable situation. This Inovia said very nervously. Ijijejij laughed nervously at Suba, Ingvald and Kiryu. I don't know how to explain it, Ravel said nervously. Does to say he's tired, Miku said very nervously. Yes tired, said Roygun. My vampire just wants to sleep more, Risti said without any concern. Faced with these reactions, Issei's mother just put the pan on the table with a gloomy look. Here Kunu-chan, Tomo-chan and Ria-chan, let's go to the boys' rooms now. Shouted Miki Hyoudou angrily, and immediately her husband, adopted granddaughter, and the two members of Issei's entourage rushed out to the first floor. We're dead, Ichika said nervously, since she didn't want them to see the state her boyfriend ended up in, at which the others nodded nervously. Already on the first floor they began to approach, and the smell of sweat, lust and unbridled hex from the previous day began to give off. Holy mother, now we'll see what the said Goru, but received a blow from Kunu on the head. Language, Oji-chan. Said the kitsune, scolding him. Thank you, Kunu-chan, said Miki, and then the squad led by Miki approached Issei's room, and when they found him they received a surprise that practically left Tomo and Ria very red, Miki the same, but scared and covering Kunu's eyes, and Goru practically fainted. They found Issei unconscious in his bed, smiling stupidly. Completely naked, showing off his toned body, but marked with bite marks and hickeys. Used condoms were scattered on the floor like balloons at a children's party, not to mention the trash can, which had more used latex balloons than regular trash. Issei Miki shouted and started shaking him. Issei react. Then Miki did something on instinct. Not. Miki Hyoudou started slapping him to get his son to react. Oba-chan. She's going to kill Otu-san. Kunu shouted, very alarmed when she saw the flurry of slaps that Miki was giving Issei, already leaving his cheeks very swollen. Until Issei reacted. No name, I'm a really barbarian thing. Said Issei, returning to the material plane. Mom, Kunu girls, said Issei, while Miki, Tomo and Meguri blushed like crazy. Said Issei, seeing himself totally naked and abused. Otu-san. Put on some clothes. Hentei, Kunu shouted, throwing some shorts and a tank top at her and running away, very red and shocked. After the somewhat embarrassing situation, Issei proceeds to change and accompany his mother with Ria and Tomo. They then go to Vali's room and find him sleeping with his face covered with a pillow, also naked and marked by Nino with bites and hickeys. Ria wakes him up with water magic, firing a blast of that element at him, but frozen. Vali screamed while receiving said blast of icy water on his body. What happened to me? What happened to my body? Vali screamed, scandalized by seeing his bites and hickeys. Let's say your female has marked you, said Albion, while inside his sacred gear, a chibi. Albion raised his thumbs. And that's practically how it was with Kiba, Saji and Gasper, found in the same way in their respective rooms and waking them up with ice water to get them to react. When the 5 boys had gotten up and changed, Miki had ordered them to clean their respective rooms and above all, to throw away all the used condoms in a black bag so that they wouldn't have to go through an even more embarrassing situation when the garbage truck came to collect the waste from the residents and they wouldn't find out at the sanitary waste plant who had a wild hex party and didn't invite them. Once the boys had cleaned their rooms and disposed of the body, they proceeded to have breakfast with their girls and family. When they finished, Issei received a call on a communication circle. Hello Sirzechs, Sama, very well, I'm leaving in 5 minutes, said Issei, cutting the communication. Sirzechs requires me in his office regarding the group's upcoming events. Tomo, Ria, Gasper, come with me, I'll see you later, said Issei, while preparing a transport circle. Issei's girls nodded with hearts in their eyes. Hi, said the former Citri and the vampire, the latter receiving a passionate farewell kiss from Risti and Yotsuba. At that Issei, Tomo and Rya disappear with a red-faced Gasper. Now Saji was called by a communication circle. Hello Lord Citri, are you sure Sona isn't here, right? Kiba should go too. Okay, fine, I'll go there, said Saji. I must also leave for a moment. Lord Citri told me something of utmost importance, and also in a certain way, it is also convenient for Kiba Kiryu-chan and Ika-chan. I'll see you later, said the drummer of the group for Kotonal. Hi darling, both girls of the blonde-haired boy said, and in that Saji also teleports to the underworld to Citri territory, along with Kiba. Then Vali decides something to surprise Nino. Well, I'll go explore the city, said Vali. Nino, don't you want to come with me? I'd like to, Vali, but I can't walk properly because of you, Nino said like it's Sundeer, but deep down she didn't regret it. Vali, with a nervous smile, felt guilty about what he did to his girlfriend. I know, I'll make it up to you with a cake, Vali said as he headed toward the dorm's door. Nino's eyes lit up with stars. Hi, there is no doubt that I have the best boyfriend, said Nino Nakano very happily. Not Rigori and not Kuoh. A certain cadre, Citri girl and magician felt like destroying Nino Nakano. Returning to Ryokan. Well, I'll be back in a bit, said Vali as he left the dorm. Once the Dracotonal group members left the dorm, Goru and Kunu left to take her to the park and have some quality time as grandfather and granddaughter, leaving Mickey and the girls alone. And tell me girls, was that night worth it? Said Mickey, seeing the sorry state of her hips and legs. They all looked at each other with a smile of guilt and lust. It was worth every damn second and we don't regret anything. Said Issei's girlfriends, Vali, Kiba, Saji and Gasper, very happy and satisfied. Ryokan City. Vali was walking along the paradisiacal Ryokan beach, looking at the turquoise sea water and many families living together and swimming in a healthy family environment. How peaceful, isn't it, Albion? Said Vali. I agree with you, Albion said in his mind. I still remember that centuries ago my life was pure combat, violence and above all death around me, but being at peace is more gratifying. Since all the chaos that my bastard grandfather caused ended, my life has become peaceful, not to mention that Nino now occupies my heart, Vali said. But remember that you are a dragon, and it will be impossible for you to have just one woman, said Albion, and the girl Nakano agreed to share you, but like every main woman of the harem, you must have her approval. You're right, Vali said, but suddenly he heard. I already told you that our thing is over, Manaka-kun, said a brunette wearing a red bikini. How'd you? I won't consent to that. Said a dark-haired man, looking possessively at the struggling brunette. You're mine and you know it. Let me go, the brunette screamed, struggling. All of this was seen by the people present, who looked at the man named Manaka with disapproval. But an albino wasn't going to just sit back and say, what are you doing? 5. Vali had given a strong blow to the boy who was mistreating the brunette. Hey bastard, don't you realize that you're hurting the lady? Said Vali, looking with great disgust at the brunette. The girl looked surprised at the albino who came to her aid. Ugh, what do you care? Said the dark-haired boy. Don't get into my business, idiot. Shouted the dark-haired boy, trying to hit Vali, but he just stepped aside and kneed him hard in the abdomen, leaving him panting and on his knees on the sand of the beach. Stay on the ground where the insects must be, said Vali to turn his back and leave with the brunette girl. Are you okay? Said the albino, holding out his hand to the brunette. She blushes seeing Vali's attractive face. Yes, thank you, the girl said nervously. I would like to know the name of my savior. My name is Vali Lu, no Vali Morningstar, said the albino smiling, and yours, miss? I'm Taoju Aya, nice to meet you, said the aforementioned woman smiling and accepting her hero's hand. Author's note. She is not related to Kaneko. But the aggressor stood up and shouted. Aya. I demand you come back with me now, the dark-haired man shouted. But that pedantic attitude fed up Vali, and expelling some of his aura, he looked at her with eyes that promised suffering. You better not go near her, you damn jerk, because I find you near her and you'll wish you hadn't been born, said Vali, scaring the pedantic man, who left very frustrated. This earned him applause and cheers from the people watching on the beach. Aya-san, I'll buy you a frap and we'll talk, okay? Vali said. Hi, said Aya, accepting the invitation, and they went to a soda fountain, where the albino ordered a mango frap and Aya, a strawberry frap. Tell me, who was that guy? Vali said, taking a sip of his frap. He's my ex-boyfriend, Junpei Manaka, Aya said a little resentfully. He was unfaithful to me. I found him kissing the one I considered my best friend. Aya could no longer contain her pain and began to cry in front of Vali, who only limited herself to giving her a look that conveyed tranquility. Don't worry, I personally will send that bastard to the hospital if he dares to hurt you again, Vali said, and at that Aya couldn't help but blush. Thank you, said the brunette smiling. Vali and Aya continued walking through a tropical-looking park. They continued chatting animatedly, and when they least expected it, the albino and the brunette held hands. Instead of separating, they clasped hands and intertwined their fingers in a sign of attraction. For her part, Aya felt very safe and saw Vali as an angel as soon as she finds out the truth, cuckoo. Well, with Vali, she saw Aya as someone she absolutely had to protect at all costs. While Chibi Albion in the sacred gear, he celebrated because his friend found another possible partner for the albino. But such good things often have to be interrupted by unpleasant people. "There he is," shouted a voice that reflected Junpei Manaka, accompanied by two suspicious-looking guys. "Hey, you leave my girlfriend. What do you want?" Vali said, already annoyed, seeing Aya's ex-boyfriend. "Wow, you had to bring your mangy dogs. You don't know who you're messing with," said a guy with spiky hair and an ape face. "We demand that you hand over Taoju Aya to us," said a guy with long hair that covered his eyes on his face. "And if I refuse," said Vali, putting Aya behind him. "We'll kill you," said Manaka, Junpei's cronies, taking out a knife and a small revolver. "We won't do it again. Hand Aya Taoju over to us and you'll get out of this alive." Taoju Aya was scared that her ex-partner's friends were willing to kill Vali, but the albino started laughing. "That's the funniest thing I've ever heard," said Vali. "Don't say we didn't warn you," Kamiyama shouted Junpei, and then the guy with the monkey face came out with a knife ready to stab him in the abdomen. Vali-kun, Aya shouted, but the albino dodged him, snatched the knife from him with one movement and sent him buttocks to the ground with a kick to the abdomen and finished him off with a kick to his face, knocking him out. "If you're a man, learn to fight without weapons," said Vali while breaking the knife in two, but in that. Bang. The other accomplice had fired the revolver with a smile, knocking Vali to the ground to Aya's horror. "You were very stupid," said the boy with the Foshiter hairstyle, smiling evilly. "Well done, Sotomura," said Junpei very calmly. "Now Taoju, you will come with me and everything will be easy for you," said Junpei, showing a sick smile, scaring the brunette. "But wow, that hurt a bit," said Vali, getting up and grabbing the bullet from his abdomen. "This left me with a bruise," said Vali, showing his toned abdomen, and indeed he would have a bruise, to the disbelief of the men and Aya's atomic blush at seeing an abdomen worthy of the gods. "Hey, Uncle Kosa's homunculus," said Vali to the friend who detonated the revolver. "This is yours," said Vali, returning the bullet to the criminal and hitting him in the head, leaving him unconscious. Junpei was scared, but Aya looked at the albino with heart-shaped eyes. Vali was slowly approaching the brunette's ex-boyfriend. "Last words?" Vali said, looking with contempt. "Good mercy," Junpei shouted, terrified. "I'll have it," said Vali, "but I'll make things clear to you," said Vali, but grabbed Junpei Manaka by the neck. "Taoju Aya will come with me, don't get close to her even by mistake, and I'll leave you a reminder just in case," said Vali, and in that. 5. Junpei Manaka screams. Vali had landed a kick to Junpei Manaka's groin, and her scream could be heard throughout the city. Vali and Aya fled, but the albino left the three bullies hanging from a tree, giving them the famous wedgie. Time skip. Hyoudou residence, 7 p.m. All the residents, along with Miki, Goru and Kunu, who had also arrived, were waiting for their boyfriends for dinner. The first to arrive is Vali, and immediately the albino arrives. Vali said Nino Nakano, happily seeing his partner carrying a cake packaging in his left hand, but stopped dead when he saw his dragon with the chestnut. She was grabbing the albino's right hand. "Vali, who is she?" said Nino, pointing at Vali's companion. "Calm down, Nino, I'll explain it to you," said Vali. "Good evening everyone, my name is Taoju Aya, and from this moment on, for security reasons, I will be living with you," said the brunette, very embarrassed and blushing. "Welcome," the other girls shouted. Each one introduced herself, making Aya feel a little intimidated at first, but little by little, they made her feel at ease in the familiar environment and she found it easy to adapt to her new surroundings. "Vali," Nino said, still annoyed and puffing out her cheeks in a sign of jealousy, "tell me why Aya is with you and why you hold her hands. Are you cheating on me?" Nino said. "Nino, let me explain how things were," Vali said, very tired. The albino told him how he met Aya, the problem they had with her ex-boyfriend, and the small dispute they had with him and his friends. That had calmed Nakano down, but she noticed how Aya looked at Vali with the shyness of a princess in love. "Aya-san," said Nino, "we will have a long talk." "Okay," said Nino with eyes that did not accept a no as an answer. "Haha," said Aya, terrified. But then two magic circles appear, revealing Issei, Gasper, Tomo, Ria, Saji, and Kiba, all in front of the new resident. Everyone becomes nervous since the matter of the underworld is still a secret and has been fully witnessed by Taoju Aya. The Dracodernal group, said Aya, not believing that the sensational band from Japan was here. Then Vali. "That's right," said the albino, smiling nervously. "But how did they appear?" "It's magic," said Taoju Aya, very surprised, still not believing what she saw. "It seems there is no other way," Ravel said resignedly. "That's right, she saw everything," said Ichika Nakano. "I don't see the point in lying to her." At that, Vali approaches Aya. "Tell me one thing, Taoju Aya, do you believe in the supernatural?" Vali said to Aya, who didn't know that her simple life would turn into total madness from the day she met Vali Lucifer. Chapter 11 The band's plans, an unplugged concert in the underworld. Jimmy Kimmel Show. Everyone in the forum had heard the anecdote from the concert on the 4th floor to when Vali met Ayatauju, omitting the parts where Issei and his companions had sex with their girlfriends, leaving everyone with a pleasant taste in their mouths and a few laughs from the audience, but Vali's fans sighed like love-learned schoolgirls when he rescued his now wife like a true gentleman. What a way to save Aya-san, Jimmy said smiling, and did you find out what happened to those three? Well, Jimmy, Aya said, I heard that Manaka-san and Kamiyama-san were sentenced to 10 years in prison because their shady dealings with each other were revealed and partly for sexual harassment. Sotomura was sentenced to life imprisonment for carrying a weapon and attempted murder, Aya said, a little nervously. Well, that's a rule of life, he who does wrong ends badly, said Jimmy, but how did you react when you found out that Vali and the other members of the band are demons? At first I refused to believe it, said Aya, a little blushed, but as I saw that they were always very kind to me, and in the case of the girls Nakano and Aika-san, who are human like me and lived with them as a family, just as things have remained until today, I accepted it, said Aya, giving Vali a kiss on the cheek. I accepted my husband with his demon nature, but also for his gentle personality and how protective he always is with me, with Nino-san and Chidori-san. Very good, said Jimmy, pleased with Aya's statement about what he thinks of Vali. Well, moving on to other things, Issei, you mentioned that Sirzechs had called you to attend to band matters, didn't you? That's right, said Issei. Well, it turns out that Sirzechs, Lucifer, we discussed possible projects for the band, but we had a challenge to make those projects a reality. And what was it? Jimmy said interestedly. Convince the Underworld Council of Elders to provide us with funding for all the projects, said Issei. Flashback. Ryokan City, Hyoudou residence, 9 p.m. After Vali and the Hyoudou family told Ayatauju about the supernatural, the brunette still couldn't digest that the biblical god was dead and that some residents are demons, some are dragons, in Arena's case an angel. That's quite a bit of information, Aya said, a little stunned and slowly digesting everything she had just heard. But don't worry, said Zenobia, from now on we will take care of you, since we are a family and we all protect each other. Since you are one of Vali's girls, Roygun said, so from now on you are part of our family. Hey Roygun-san, I have not accepted, Aya, as Nino began to shout, but upon seeing Aya at Roygun's declaration, Aya couldn't help but blush and get nervous, and immediately her eyes spiraled. No, girlfriend of a Virginia Vali-san, said Aya, very red with a smile and very upset, and imagining the brunette having a date with the albino when. Boom. An explosion happened in the chestnut's head and he fainted from excitement. Ayatauju.exe, it has stopped working, said Ichika, smiling, looking tenderly at Vali's new girlfriend. She's still very innocent, poor thing, said Kiryu when he saw the fainted Aya. It seems that she liked the idea of being Vali-san's girlfriend, said Zenobia. Well, okay, I accept her as a member of my Vali's harem, Nino shouted resignedly, since I see that she doesn't have bad intentions and I don't want to destroy her fantasy, and besides, I need some support at night with Vali, she said this last in a whisper. Well, moving on to what my name is, Sirzechs, Issei said. He told me a few things about the band and about Gasper in terms of his education. The first is that Sirzechs told me that the Council of Demons is willing to finance 100% of our concerts and music videos, Issei said, which surprised everyone. But knowing that bunch of old fogies, they're going to want something in return, said Ravel, analyzing the situation. Indeed, said Issei, the council maintained a condition that all our events would be financed in exchange for a concert in the underworld, since a meeting of the High Society of Demons would take place in a few days, said Issei, but the council asked that the concert not be something related to rock and metal. I mean, it has to be something different, Miku said somewhat thoughtfully. According to Sirzechs, the elders said. A good musician should play any type of music genre or adapt his style to a different genre, said Issei, to which many of the residents for the first time agreed with the elders of the council. It's a good challenge, said Saji, we must adapt our style to a different genre. Although some rock and metal pieces are very difficult to adapt to other genres, said Risti somewhat thoughtfully. He adapts classical music very well, said Itsuki, I've heard Iron Maiden music adapted to the piano. But Gasper-chan, he won't do all the work, said Yutsuba. I suppose the council of elders will want the whole group to play, not just one. You're right about that, Yutsuba-san. Issei said they specifically asked for the whole group and allowed us extra support, like backup singers or something like that. And what were the other reasons? Roygun said, intrigued. Well, Issei said somewhat nervously. Flashback. About 45 minutes ago. Sirzechs' palace. Issei, Gasper, Tomo and Ria attended to Mao Sirzechs. Issei-kun, I'll ask you this not only as a Mao, but as my friend and someone I trust, Sirzechs said with a pleading face, to which Issei nodded. Well, in a month is my wedding anniversary and I would like you to play a mini concert just for her. Well, I don't deny that to the Mayu, said Issei, smiling at him, and even more to someone who has helped me for a long time. But I would like you to make a song about the beautiful memories I had with her. Let me explain, before I became a Mayu, we used to go out to many parts of the world to go on dates, and always, I have the bad habit of recording everything that makes me happy, Sirzechs said, taking out a cell phone, and with magic he transmitted a video where Sirzechs and Grayfia were seen drinking wine in France, contemplating the Eiffel Tower in the moonlight. Both of them looked comfortable. Grayfia with her serious temperament, but she had a genuine smile when she was with the person she truly loves. Oh love, said Meguri, sighing and becoming tender as she saw Grayfia and Sirzechs give each other a short kiss. Rhea and Gasper felt very happy when they saw an unknown side of Mayu Sirzechs, where the happiness is clearly seen on his face in the video, where it was clearly more than confirmed that the Redeed loves his wife. Okay, Issei said happily, I'll do it for you. But you should know Grayfia's musical taste, Sirzechs said, even though she's starting to get a taste for heavy music, she's a big fan of. Sirzechs said, a little confused. Aha. Issei said, somewhat confused. Hip hop and rap, said Sirzechs, something that left Issei, Rhea, Gasper and almost stunned. End of flashback. What everyone shouted in the Hyoudou residence, because it was a surprise that one of the most powerful and serious women of the underworld had a fondness for rap and hip hop, something that did not fit with her personality. According to what Sirzechs-sama told me, that during one of his breaks, he found her listening to Cypress Hill music in his castle study and discovered in her closet in a poorly arranged box many albums of the same genre like Eminem, Kanye West, Beastie Boys and Snoop Dogg. Issei said, quite out of it. Everyone began to imagine Grayfia in the attire of a hip-hop singer. Smoking a cigarette, wearing dark glasses, an exaggeratedly large and heavy gold chain hanging around her neck, wearing a Chicago Bulls basketball jersey, a Bulls t-shirt covered by a red jacket, baggy pants, and Jordan brand sneakers. Everyone imagining Grayfia like that. Some felt a chill down their spine, others denied it, but the girls who didn't know her, Risty and Aya, were left with poker faces. Sirzechs-sama told me that after the concert, he would send me the video where he wants us to be inspired to create the song, and that I dedicate the love he feels for his wife, said Issei. It is clear that Sirzechs-sama loves Grayfia-sama very much to ask you for that favor, said Miki Hyoudou, smiling. And the last is regarding Gasper, said Issei, that interested Risty and Yotsuba. Since next year we will be on a world tour, the mass and leaders of the vampire faction are interested in the education of one of their heroes. So they made an agreement to send a teacher on behalf of the vampires to continue with his last year of high school education, said Issei, alerting Risty and Yotsuba to a possible lizard that could steal his little vampire. So for Gasper's peace of mind, he knew the home teacher's file, said Issei. Well, Gasper began to blush. Her name is Yaku Shirogami, she is considered a genius and one of the most intelligent vampires, who is widely recommended by the same leader Kralteeps. That was to avoid sending Valerie and Ilmenhold. But Issei stopped the conversation when he felt a murderous aura and saw where it came from. It was Yotsuba and Risty. Everything okay, girls? Said Gasper, a little nervous. Yes, Gasper-chan, said his girlfriends with one of those smiles that your girlfriend gives you when you talk to your little friends without stopping to emanate that dark aura. Gasper just gulped in terror seeing his girlfriends like that. Okay, said Vali, then there will be time to mark Gasper as yours. Girls, we must think about how to convince the Council of Demons to finance our events around the world. All the residents were thinking, but it didn't take more than 5 minutes before the solution arrived. Otu-san, said Kunu, can I suggest something? What thing, Kunu, said Issei. Why don't you do an unplugged concert, said the kitsune, drawing the family's attention as she took out her cell phone and put it on YouTube. I really like Alejandro Sanz, and in his unplugged concert, he really showed off, said Kunu, as she put on Why Solo Si Mi Exista Mart and began to play the song from the concert. Once the piece was finished, the family and the group couldn't agree more with Kunu. It was a brilliant idea. Okay guys, tomorrow we start practicing our unplugged concert, said Issei. I'm going to need your help, girls, said Issei, looking at Zenobia, Irina and Ingvild, and any of you know how to play the acoustic guitar. I said Aya taught you although the basics. Aya-san, Vali said, smiling, let's practice together, okay? Hi, said the brunette, smiling at a jealous Nino. Well, it's time for the group to resume rehearsing. Ravel shouted excitedly. Yes. Everyone in the residence shouted. And so the week passed quickly, the kids playing potential songs, editing, and arranging an endless number of things. For Zenobia, Irina, and Ingvild, they practiced their backing vocals, while Aya played with Vali for potential songs they would be featured on. Meanwhile, the other residents busied themselves preparing food and drinks to refresh the up-and-coming artists, although arguments over feeding the kids who had harems were a daily occurrence. Arriving on the day of the concert. Underworld, Demonic Council Hall, 9:15 p.m. Many high society people were already in their places. Many patriarchs and heirs could be seen eager to see the rising group, the Dracodernal family, were sitting anxiously waiting for the start of the concert, while the three mass were sitting at a table accompanied by Azazel, Barakiel, Shemhazai, Michael, Metatron, Arael, Raphael, Auden, Krulteeps, Shiva and representing the Yokai, were the Nekomatas Nerarian and Magari. They were talking about quite tense things. Things with Rias have been a mess, Sirzechs said. They've been looking for houses to live in Raikan. Their room is now filled with ads and real estate listings for some residents. But Valerie and Ilmenhold, it has also been the case, Krulteeps said, annoyed they are looking together with the heiress of Citri for residences where they can live with dignity. Tell me Magari don't know, Azazel said to the Nekomata, how have things been with Kuroka? Well, my silly apprentice has been training so hard and has overdone it that her body practically can't stand so much effort and ends up fainting, said the older Nekomata. All to try to forget about Issei said Nerarian, but even her mind betrays her, since one night she was sleeping, and I could only see and hear her crying in her dreams, saying, Issei Naya forgive me, I want to come back with you. Of course, but the proud girl won't admit that she misses Issei-san, said Magari smiling. Every time I mention Issei, she gets angry and leaves my house, and I discovered that she goes to the forests that border my house to cry, regretting having made a bad decision. That made the other leaders sigh heavily. If she knew that Issei was now happy with his other girls, said Shemhazai, that would practically break Kuroka-san's heart. I feel so sorry for her, Michael said, but she must accept the consequences of her decisions. And do you know anything about Yusaka-sama? Arael said curiously. That would be an even more delicate subject, Magari said, but was interrupted by a voice from the demonic council. Good evening, people of the underworld and leaders of our great alliance, shouted one of the old men of the council. It is an honor for me to present a musical group that is made up of the heroes who brought us peace and prosperity not only to the underworld, but to the other factions and the world by saving us from a great threat like the Trahixa and the Cows Brigade. Led by the Nephistras Elvum Lucifer thank them today, we can live and smile again with you. The Dracodernal group made up of the heroes, Issei Hyoudou, at his request, Vali Morningstar Kiba Saji Genshiro and Gasper Vladi accompanied by several of his beloved fiancés allowed applause. At that speech, they couldn't contain their joy at such a humble speech, especially on the part of the greedy council of demons. It was a miracle that Issei and the others had changed their minds. The stage curtain rose and revealed the Dracodernal group dressed in a casual but elegant manner. Issei, Vali and Aya with their acoustic guitars. Kiba with his acoustic bass, Saji along with Gasper with percussion and support instruments. On one side sitting were Zenobia, Irina and Ingvild wearing beautiful evening dresses, where they revealed the marks of the Sekiryuutei, and adorned in their hair, they had a red rose. Clothes of Zenobia, Irina and Ingvild. Aya Taojo's outfit. Good evening, said Issei calmly and smiling. Today we will give you a concert a bit out of our style, but I hope you like it. 1 2 3 4. At that Issei start singing. Lie my life. What is given and not seen. Bolero of my heart. Bitter saliva. Taste of guilt and agony. Divine lie. I don't want to lie to you anymore. When the song ended, the audience applauded with emotion, and Samarises sighed like a schoolgirl in love seeing and hearing Issei sing such a beautiful song. The next song I hope you like it, said Vali 3 2 1. We passed upon the stair we spoke of was, and when although I wasn't there he said I was his friend, which came as a surprise. I spoke into his eyes. I thought you died alone a long time ago. Oh no, not me. We never lost control. You're face to face with the man who sold the world. I laughed and shook his hand and made my way back home. I searched for form and land for years and years. I roamed. I gazed a gazeless stare. We walked a million hills. I must have died alone a long time ago. Who knows, not me. I never lost control. You're face to face with the man who sold the world. Who knows, not me. We never lost control. You're face to face with the man who sold the world. People were stunned when Vali sang the song. They never expected the albino to have a voice worthy of a rock singer. They still applauded. Ready for the next song, said Vali 3 2 1. I need an easy friend, I do, with an ear to lend. I don't think you fit this shoe, I do, won't you have a clue? I'll take advantage while you hang me out to dry, but I can't see you every night free. I'm standing in your line. I do hope you have the time. I do pick a number 2. I do keep a date with you. I'll take advantage while you hang me out to dry, but I can't see you every night free. I need an easy friend. I do whip her into land. I do think you fit this shoe. I do, won't you have a clue? I'll take advantage while you hang me out to dry, but I can't see you every night. No, I can't see you every night free. I do. Some girls screamed excitedly, hearing Vali show off again. The next song I'm going to ask a girl to sing it with me with you, one of my fiancés Miku Nakano, said Issei. Well, the demons applauded the shyest of the Nakano sisters, wearing a beautiful dress as she approached the stage to accompany her boyfriend in the next song. 3 2 1. Miku, I understand that I can't beg you one more time. But nothing stops. I only live for you. And I tend to recover. In the cradle of your craters. Silence. The earth opens. And the seas rise. To the beat of the volcano. Forgetting etiquette and proper behavior, the audience couldn't contain their cheers and applause. When they finished applauding, Miku proceeded to leave the stage, thanking them, and then the members moved on to the next song. You wouldn't have left me that night. Because that same night I found a love. You wouldn't have left me that night. Because that same night I found a love, I've always belonged to you. You wouldn't have left me that night, oh loneliness. I've always belonged to you. Everyone applauded the song, and then Issei took back the microphone. The next song is a cover of a great composer like Eric Clapton, said Issei. This song was composed when unfortunately he lost his 4-year-old son Connor when he fell out of a window of his apartment on the 53rd floor. An unfortunate tragedy, said Issei, scaring everyone upon learning of this tragedy, except Michael 1234. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. Would you hold my hand if I saw you in heaven? Would you help me stand if I saw you in heaven? I'll find my way through night and day cause I know I just can't stay here in heaven. Time can bring you down, time can bend your knees, time can break your heart, have you begging please, begging please. Beyond the door there's peace I'm sure, and I know there'll be no more tears in heaven. Would you know my name if I saw you in heaven? Would it be the same if I saw you in heaven? I must be strong and carry on cause I know I don't belong here in heaven. When Issei finished, everyone applauded even more fervently. Some demons wept at the lyrics. The leaders and elders of the council also wept at the lyrics, and the pain Eric Clapton felt at losing someone so dear to him in such a way. The Dracotonal family was in tears. The girls couldn't hold back their tears at such an emotional song. Thank you very much, said Issei, and like every concert, it has to come to an end, and this last piece will be sung by Vali, accompanied by his beautiful girlfriend Ayatauju, and this goes like this. Vali, with a tear of faith on your skin, I forgot the crack that your love left, but that bullfighting instinct of your being forced me to whip you tenderly. Without pain you don't become happy. Without love. Don't suffer anymore. How'd you? All that night you made me see in myself. What I show to no one in private. But that way of looking that is in you. Forced me to kill you slowly. Vali Aya, without pain you don't become happy. Without pain you don't become happy. Without love. Suffer no more. Finishing the song they clapped and cheered for the group. Issei, Saji, Vali, Kiba and Gasper. Along with Zenobia, Irina, Ingvald, Aya and Miku, who went up on stage, thanked them for the applause, assuming that the concert was a total success. And now the next objective, Sirzechs' wedding gift to Grayfia, but for today they would enjoy this triumph in the underworld. Chapter 12, A Disastrous Wedding Anniversary. Jimmy Kimmel Show. After the boys recounted the success of the unplugged concert in the underworld, Jimmy was amazed by the story that Kiryu even brought along on a USB flash drive the videos of the songs they had sung 5 years ago in the underworld and played them live. It's worth mentioning that the group's fans had never heard the band's unplugged concert since all the songs were in their same style, heavy and rhythmic. Despite that, many sighed in love with the songs they had sung, but proved to be very jealous of Miku and Aya since they had the fortune and honor of singing alongside their loved ones. I must say you guys surprised me, said Jimmy happily. I must thank my daughter Kunu, said Issei. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have had such great ease in financing our shows. By the way, where is your daughter? Jimmy said, interested. She must be on her way to the program, said Ingvald. She went with Milika's Gremory, who is her current boyfriend, to visit Risti Roygun's Seekvaira office and Abe at the hospital. It's clear that Kunu has a great appreciation for Roygun and the others, said Jimmy. Of course, since she considers Roygun-chan as her real mother, said Ibaraki. When she found out she was pregnant, she spent a whole day jumping with happiness, said the red-haired Nekomata happily. She shouted, I'll finally have a little sister. She ended up the next day with a sore throat. Everyone laughed at Kiba's girlfriend's comment. Well, moving on to another topic regarding the condition of the financing of your shows, you also have to fulfill a request from Sirzechs-sama, Jimmy said, while in the audience Sirzechs put on an awkward smile when touching on that subject, and next to him, Grayfia, despite her cold gaze, could not hide a blush on her white skin. How did your request go? Did it go well? Well, it went pretty well for us, but it wasn't what we expected, said Zenobia, very embarrassed. We'll tell you. Flashback. The day after the unplugged concert. Bryakan City, Hyoudou residence, 11:30 a.m. The entire Dracotonal family had gathered in the living room, determinedly, or like idiots, looking at Issei's cell phone. Why? They were eagerly awaiting the video that Sirzechs would serve as inspiration to make a song dedicated to Grayfia Lucifer on the occasion of their wedding anniversary. I want to know what he will send us, Ravel said, very intrigued. I hope it's something very romantic, said Nino, imagining romantic scenes from movies. It must be so, said Saji thoughtfully, for Sirzechs-sama to ask us for that favor. In that Motorola cell phone sound. And Robotina's voice mentioning the notifications. Message from the Mayu Ariel, the Little Mermaid. Wahahahahaha, a very loud laugh was heard throughout Raikan City. When they saw that on Issei's cell phone, they couldn't hold back their laughter at the nickname he gave to Sirzech's contact. Miki Hyoudou tried to scold her son, but the laughter wouldn't leave her. The others were in the fetal position, crying with laughter, giggling and grabbing their abdomens because they were starting to hurt. In the case of Ingvild and Aya, they laughed so much that they pooped in their panties. After 15 minutes of laughing like retards and calming down, they took seriousness again to fulfill the request of the Mao Lucifer. Okay, let's start watching the video, Issei said, and then he opened the file that the red-haired Mao sent him, and everyone started watching the video. Minutes later. The whole family had seen the video, and almost everyone had a look of discomfort. Others had a poker face, others showed some nervousness, but they all had one thought in common. How are we going to make a song with this? He said, quite stressed and with an aura of fear. This will be difficult, said Vali. What the buck was Sirzech's and thinking of this? Itsuki Nakano shouted. I'm seriously starting to doubt that Grayfia-sama will like the song that comes out of this video, Roygun said. He's going to kill us, said Gasper, terrified. I'm going to prepare my will, said Issei. We're going to need an expert in these types of situations, are you with me? Vali said, to which the Dracodinal family nodded, to which the albino called someone through a communication circle. Well, he said he'll be here in 10 minutes. So what do you need from me? Azazel said, interested, sitting down on an armchair in the living room. Issei and the others were having a nervous tick. Are you kidding, Vali? Issei and his harem screamed, terrified in their minds. Well, Azazel, we have a problem for Sirzech's wedding gift, said Vali, and he sent us this video to inspire us and create a song in the style of hip-hop or rap, said the albino, taking the cell phone from the brown-haired boy and showed him the video. After seeing it, Azazel couldn't contain his laughter at what his eyes saw. Okay, said the cadre, calming down. I have the lyrics for that type of situation, said Azazel, so we're going to need Issei and Zenobia to participate in this. For your mother, no. Issei said, terrified. I value my life in this situation, I don't want to die, said Zenobia. Fine, Vali, paper and pencil please, said Azazel, and then the obedient albino, that happens to him. It didn't take him more than 15 minutes to write said song, and when both Issei and Zenobia read it, they were more than blue with fear. This guy wants us dead, said the brunette and the blue-haired girl. The rest of the family read what they wrote and only then began to give their condolences to Issei and Zenobia. Well, I'm leaving, said Gasper, leaving happily, but he felt a hand grab him by the head, and it was Azazel looking at him with a smile that clearly had evil plans for the vampire. Oh no, Gasper, I understand that besides being an expert on the piano you are a DJ, said Azazel to a terrified Gasper, so you will help with this. Mommy, Gasper shouted. You have 2 days to finish what you agreed with Sirzech's, said Azazel. You can't back out now, said Azazel, leaving the Dracodinal boys quite nervous. And what do you think now, darling, Arena said, seeing her fiancé's horrified expression. I'd rather be locked up with Trihexa and be kicked to death than do this, Issei said, resigned. The 2 days passed where Issei, Zenobia and Gasper practiced the song that Azazel composed. They also discussed with Sirzech's about some songs to set the mood so that Grayfia could feel comfortable with the concert and not die trying. Also, and most importantly, they sent Riaz and her followers away from the underworld so that they would not interrupt. And the day arrived. Grayfia Lucifuge's room, Gremory Castle, 10 p.m. The most powerful maid in the underworld was resting after a day full of administrative and domestic chores, finishing reading a book of poetry. Wow, it's been a long day, but I'm surprised Sirzech's didn't remember our, Grayfia said, but she heard a very peculiar sound that only the silver-haired girl recognized. A turntable was playing. Pum. 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 Grayfia went to see where that peculiar sound that she liked so much was. She walked through the corridors of the castle. Little by little she got closer to the sound of the turntable until she reached a small office where Zeodicus Gremory usually worked. When the silver-haired girl opened the office door, the sound was so loud it couldn't be heard, but it was very dark. Who's there? Grayfia shouted, but the noise of the turntable became louder. Then Grayfia entered without hesitation, just walking further. Bam. The door slammed, leaving the maid in darkness, the music on the turntable blaring loudly. But the volume immediately decreased. Grayfia Lucifuge welcome, said a distorted voice, and then the lights turned on, and what the silver-haired girl saw was the Dracodinal family, with the exception of Miki and Goru Hyoudou. The patriarchs of the Gremory family, dressed as follows. That somewhat amazed Grayfia, but then DJ Gasper started the melody again. Note. Instead of the girl being tied up, just imagine Grayfia sitting on a chair. Everyone started doing the choreography. And the first to sing was none other than Sirzech's. Sirzech's outfit. Sirzech's. Hey, sensei has arrived. Party at 100, something good. For the DJ, every day, every night really, really high. Here it is, I'm addicted to seduction, I like to talk dirty to them. Your guy will be my partner, I'm a businessman, mine, yours, lend, it won't cost you anything to please you, better not even ask questions, because there won't be answers as a sample. I collaborate, Babylon is heavy, with a side so plated pure Mexican, I put them out like water, I heat them up something fresh like the wind, and I bury them in the ground, I cut iron. I carry iron, bucking dog for the bitches, the bastard that upsets them, my skull tattoos. Ecstasis. Ecstasis. Issei, there's no such thing as a come down here. We're partying, you know. Inspiration awakens. If we get the soft ones. Your kingdom. Hums, I'm coming, batteries charged, I don't stop, no. With my brothers and a bottle of Black Label, me. If you don't light it up on the trip with dilated pupils. And the wild rhythm, watch the show, get excited with the flow. Feel the vibration with my friends rum. There's no such thing as a come down here. We're partying, you know. Inspiration awakens. If we get the soft ones. Ecstasis. Ecstasis. Vali, all night long, so don't get agitated. We'll hit her hard, really solid, I'm going to wake her up. Don't panic, you're Livico, my satanic flow she has in her magnetic body, at the party, pure lunatic maniac, wake up and get involved, the military, get people heated up, get drunk and serve yourself and relax, and shit hits the fan right away, the Sirzechs and his gang cartel, they set the neighborhood on fire, and shit hits the fan right away, it hits the fan right away, crazy, you're with the king of rock, we keep partying, there's no one who compares, calm down. My friend, Santa Caterina de Amer. Ecstasis. Ecstasis. And the last one to sing was Gasper. Gasper. This is so the party continues. It's to keep you drunk and crazy. It's so the mommies can dance it sensually, Motherbaker, so that you can watch how are the preserves of Babylon, the monkeys bit wrapping you like a mummy with my brothers invading your colony, making noise in the area, always dedicated to the race, more baddest, take out the fire, so the custom doesn't get lost, take out the basiny, so my flow dazzles you, if he doesn't like me to party, you know that my dogs, no one has been born to knock them down, I'm enjoying life a lot, cold beer, whiskey. Tequila, singing with my hands up until I run out of saliva, you have to give it to him, but do you know what's up with the da, I bring the chatter at full blast, and that's even though this dog hasn't even gotten his few. Ecstasis. Ecstasis. After the first song, Grayfia was fascinated by this display of her husband and his friends. Good evening, said Issei with the microphone, this is a micro-concert, it is in dedication of the Crimson Mau Sirzechs Gremory to his beloved wife Grayfia Lucifer for their wedding anniversary, so the next song will be sung by Gasper and me, accompanied by Zenobia with a second voice, but who will sing it will be your husband, Sirzechs, said Issei as he took an acoustic guitar and began to play. I travel in silence and I don't express my feelings. But you know very well that I carry you here inside. When the night comes and it's time to go. I swear I lose my way when you are not by my side. The wind repeats your name to me every moment. The night breeze reminds me of the distance. Grayfia cried with happiness at what Sirzechs had sung, with the help of Issei, Gasper and Zenobia, she couldn't be happier with such a gesture from her husband and her friends. Well, now comes the last song of the night, said Zeodicus happily, but at that statement the Dracodinal family paled and began to move away from there. Issei began to regret his life, Zenobia began to regret not having a strong son from Issei, Gasper tried to hide behind the turntable, so in a few moments Zenobia and Issei will change their outfits. It only took 5 minutes in which Issei came out dressed as Sirzechs, got a wig equally tangled as the Maus wearing a white suit, and to finish this he started the melody. Once a taco with my most fervent love. When I was declaring myself. Baby, I was so hungry. I was talking to you about prosperity. And I started to impress you. And the insides of your belly started to scream. And no. And when he reached the massive 4 times. And when I got to the hot eye. You told me no. Noticing that I was getting angry. You managed to refine 3 very cold beers. 6 mojitos to finish. And when the bill finally arrived. They had to lend me. And then you told me. With your angelic voice. Then Zenobia comes out, dressed as Grayfia, even with the platinum wig, her maid headband a real imitation. Zenobia, enough of snacks, now invite me. The dinner, okay. What's wrong with you not being hungry? Hey, how I'm going to love you. If you don't allow me. So you're on a diet. Or what? Hey, but don't hang up on me. Because I want to hear your voice. Issei, let the government support you. What a way to swallow. At the last thing Issei said, everyone present, including Kunu, screamed in their minds. It's gone to fucking hell. I will remember him as the most macho carrier in my long life, said the red dragon, saluting him in a military style and crying comically. Look at the size of those eggs, said Albion. Azazel has condemned the Sekiryuutei, the wielder of Durandal and the rag, to certain death, said Vitra. And the song ends. Everything was in awkward silence. Grayfia had a gloomy look, but many veins on her face were beginning to appear on her forehead. What did you just do, Issei? Sirzechs said, all purple and terrified when he saw his. What did I just do? I just did what you asked me to do with the video you sent me, said Issei, equally terrified. But I sent you the video of our best date in Los Cabos, Baja California, said Sirzechs, grabbing Issei by the neck angrily and scared. What date in Los Cabos? Zenobia shouted. You sent her a video where Grayfia-sama compulsively ate tacos in Mexico City and you only told her romantic things, but she just ignored you. Oh, it can't be, said Sirzechs, already scared to death. I sent you the wrong video. I sent you the video of the worst date I ever had. Sirzechs. Issei. Zenobia. Gasper. A distorted female voice shouted, and that Issei, Zenobia, Gasper and Sirzechs look with fear at the origin of the voice and see a devilishly angry Grayfia. They saw how she rolled up her blouse, cracked her knuckles and expelled an aura that would practically make Great Red scared of going out of the bathroom near a dead man. Idiot, he's going to kill us. Zenobia shouted at Sirzechs, crying in fear. Eyes help us. Issei shouted, but they only saw how the door closed and silenced traitors. Juju last words. Said Grayfia, smiling with evil and sadism, raising a sword made of ice. Mommy, said the four, hugging each other out of fear. Hyoudou residence. Mickey and Goru were sitting drinking fruit juice when all the members of the Dracodinal group came back in a magic circle with their gazes clouded. How did it go? Mickey said but didn't receive an answer. And where are Issei, Zenobia and Gasper, the mother said worriedly. They are sharing the same fate as Sirzechs-sama right now, said Ichika Nakano. And what happened to him? Goru said worriedly. Serving. The next day. In the underworld, news broke that Sirzechs would be absent from work for 2 long weeks as he suffered an unfortunate accident where the bones in his legs and arms suffered severe injuries, including his ribs completely broken, several blows to his body and medication for a rare cold. It was also said that Issei Hyoudou, Zenobia Quarta and Gasper Vladi also suffered an unfortunate accident where Issei Hyoudou came out with a shattered leg, Zenobia with shattered arms and Gasper with a black eye and blows to the head. But they also commented that in the Gremory castle they heard explosions, screams of pain like, "Not there, please get me out of here, he's going to kill us, I won't walk in a week," and other animal screams in agony, not counting the roar of one of the most dangerous beings that even the biblical God in the original mass gave testimony of its dangerous power, and that is a really angry woman. Back on the Jimmy Kimmel show. Everyone was laughing at Issei's story, leaving Grayfia embarrassed by her behavior. "But I must say they did well," said Jimmy, wiping away tears of laughter. "The one who did well was Sirzechs-sama," said Issei. It is worth mentioning that after his recovery, Grayfia-sama went to compensate him for that date that went wrong and admitted that it was his fault that the date in Mexico went quite badly, so he compensated him. And in what way? Shouted Issei, pointing at Grayfia and her companions. At that, Grayfia gets up from her chair and says, "Children, introduce yourselves," said Grayfia, very blushing. "My name is Belle Gremory, I'm 5 years old." "Nice to meet you," said a boy very timidly. "I'm Hinako Gremory, I'm 5 years old." "Belle, nice twin," said the girl. Everyone applauded at the presentation of Milika's Gremory's brothers. Just then Jimmy gets a call. "What, they're here? Okay, they've given us notification that Kuoh Hyoudou and Milika's Gremory have arrived at the studio and we'll meet Issei Hyoudou's adopted daughter and her harem after a short commercial," said Jimmy to the applause of the forum. Chapter 13. 2 more members join. Jimmy Kimmel Show. We return to our beloved show where we will now meet the adoptive daughter of the vocalist of the group Dracodinal with Kuoh Hyoudou accompanied by her boyfriend Milika's Gremory. At that, Kuoh and Milika's holding hands enter the studio, Milika's carrying a princely appearance that also made one or another girl in the studio sigh. "That's my son brother, quite a Casanova," Sirzechs and Belle said in their minds, crying comically and with a smile of pride. But on the other side of the coin, an icy aura originated from 2 white-haired girls who silenced all the girls on the set who had screamed when Milika's appeared on the set. "I will not allow any lizard to get near my son brother," Grayfia and Hinako said in their minds as they expelled their aura in a threatening manner, scaring half the forum. "The only one I allow and who has our approval is Kuoh-chan." Kuoh, for her part, showed that her body had matured. She is a beautiful 16-year-old teenage kitsune dressed in a beautiful yukata. She was the sigh of the men on the forum, including Jimmy. But they felt 2 murderous auras and they were from Milika's accompanied by Issei. "Stop watching my daughter girlfriend like that, because if not there will be no transmission of this show for 2 long months," said Issei and Milika's while destroying the forum floor with their aura. "Otu-san Dana-sama," said Kuoh, happy that the 2 most important men in her life protected her from possible Hexwell predators. Okay," said Jimmy. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kuoh." Mine too, the kitsune said politely. What are we talking about? Jimmy said, very relaxed after that incident at Sirzechs' wedding. What happened? Well, we started putting our plans into action, and the first thing was to create our first album, and we did it despite the fact that Grayfia-san left both my legs in casts, said Issei. Well, everyone laughed at Issei's story about the wedding anniversary. Grayfia for her part only secretly apologized to the brunette. Flashback. 2 days after the beating of Issei, Zenovia and Gasper. Hyoudou residence, Raikan City, 10 a.m. Issei narrates. Damn, now I see why Grayfia is considered the strongest queen of the underworld. To leave me with my legs in casts using only physical strength, she really is scary. Zenovia has both arms in casts and immobilized, while Gasper fared better, only having a few blows to his head, including the black eye from a powerful left hook from Grayfia-sama. The day I was admitted to the hospital, many nurses were fighting over giving me a sponge bath. They also wanted to give Gasper a sponge bath, but I felt his lustful desires on my body, as well as the insane desires on my little cowhai's body, but fortunately the one who performed the sponge bath was my mother, who visited me in the hospital. That same night, when my family left for the mansion, I found out that Riaz had come to the hospital to visit me. I was desperate to get out of there, but then I heard the sound of a bang with something metallic. I saw that someone had thrown a stretcher with a dent in the hospital gardens. But fortunately a nurse told me not to worry, since Grayfia herself had come to stop her, and indeed, in the window of my room, I saw how Grayfia carried an unconscious Riaz with a bump on her head, being dragged by 1 foot while her face was smeared on the concrete of the floor in the gardens of the same while they headed to the exit of the hospital. The doctors at Citri Hospital, when they discharged me from the trauma department, told me that I should N''T put either leg on the floor because the cast they used to reposition and solidify the bones is very fragile. I am grateful to the doctors at the hospital who reconstructed my legs. It was a very painful process. With each bone they repositioned or reconstructed, I felt unbearable pain in both legs, and the pain was so great that sometimes I asked for them to be cut off. Well, enough of telling you about traumatic moments, because even though I wouldn't be standing for a week, it wasn't an excuse to stop being productive, because I had many projects underway, and there is no one better to organize our agenda as a group, like my beloved fiancé and manager, Ravel Phoenix. Fin de Pavise. Ravel and the boys were in the entertainment room of the residence. Well, since Issei-sama won't be able to stand for a week, said Ravel, seeing Issei in a wheelchair adapted for a patient without being able to move his lower limbs. That doesn't mean that the 5 of them are like real lazy people. Shouted Ravel, seeing how Issei, Vali, Kiba, Gasper and Saji played Super Smash Bros. She practically felt ignored. Hey, can you listen to me? Of course we listen to you, Ravel-chan, Issei said, smiling at her, which made her blush quite a bit. In fact, for the recording of our first album, we will record our hits that we have played since the first meeting at the Kuoh Academy. But there is one thing that hasn't been solved yet, said Ravel, sitting on one of the handles of Issei's chair. For the song My Plague, Sirzechs made the observation that Saji with his percussions weren't enough for said song, said Ravel, something that made the boys pause their game. That's something we haven't thought about since the Halloween concert, said Gasper. In a way, Sirzechs is right. I found Saji's percussions very simple, no offense friend, Vali said very thoughtfully. Even so, the song was in acceptable terms, said Issei, while caressing the head of the youngest of the Phoenix. I felt that way too, said Saji, leaving his Switch controller on the floor and leaned back on a leather chair. We must look for that element that can fill that void as quickly as possible, said Saji. But suddenly the doorbell of the residence is heard, and 5 minutes later Zenovia with her arms in casts, Kiryu and Irina arrived at the game room. Eyes, guess who arrived? Zenovia said happily. They are very valuable people, especially to you, Issei said Irina, as they revealed 2 boys, one bald and dark-skinned while the other wore glasses. They were accompanied by 2 girls. A brown-haired girl with pigtails and a pink-haired girl. Hello guys. The 4 shouted. Addis Murayama, shouted the 5 boys, and Ravel Mitsuda Motohama. Hyoudou, what happened to you? Murayama said very worriedly. I had an unfortunate accident, Issei said, while in his mind, he still remembered Grayfia totally enraged when he sang such an atrocity to him. A pleasant reunion of Kuoh's former teammates took place, of course, with Vali included. Meeting Issei's old friends, they proceed to leave the game room to introduce the 4 guests to the residence, in the lobby of the room. But girls, let me introduce you to Mitsuda-kun and his current partner Kaori Murayama-san, said Kiba. A pleasure, said the bald man and the brown-haired girl with a smile. And here we present Mitsuda-senpai and his girlfriend Isekai'ed-senpai, said Gasper when introducing the 4-eyed man and his pink-haired girlfriend. Let's hope we get along, the couple said. A pleasure, said the harems of the 5 boys. Well guys, what brings you here? Said Aika, very happy to see her former classmates from the academy. Well, before entering university we decided to go on vacation here to Raikan, said Murayama, putting Mitsuda's arm between her breasts. We decided to do it because we wanted to deepen our relationship as a couple, Motohama said. But what surprises me guys is that the fierce captains and vice-captains of Kendo fell into their clutches, said Issei smiling at what embarrassed his friends and blushed the girlfriends of these. Take out the soup, how did you fall so low as to be girlfriends of these two perverts who appreciate you so much? Kiryu said, smiling arrogantly. Well, it was practically when we were spying on a girl, said Motohama. We heard a couple of noises and that's when we saw that a bully wanted to abuse Yui-chan and Kaori-san. At first we were a little afraid to intervene, but we remembered how you stood up for your girls when they were in imminent danger, said Mitsuda, and that gave us the courage and valor to safeguard their lives. Without knowing that from this moment on, our lives changed radically. The truth is I never thought that the duo of perverts was going to save us, said Murayama. At first I didn't believe that it was true that they had saved us, I even admit that they were going to charge us by seeing us naked. But the way they were hitting the bully and seeing how they were being used as a punching bag, we were going to intervene, but they didn't let us. They shouted for us to get out of there, said Yuikadis. I felt very powerless leaving them there that day. The Hyoudou family and Dracoderna listened to the story of the four friends with attention and were surprised by the heroic act of the pair of perverts. The next day, I personally felt very worried and terrified because I thought that the criminal had probably killed them, but when we saw them with healing materials at school, we couldn't contain our worry any longer and we proceeded to hug them, said Murayama. We asked them how we could compensate him because our incompetence had left him like that, said Kadis. And the best part was when we asked them, Mitsuda said, we wanted a chance to be with them and we promised not to spy on any girl at the academy. And there, our respective relationships began. I found in Kadis an angry and possessive woman, but I love her as she is, said Motohama, while giving a kiss on the cheek to the pink-haired girl who looked at him with a pout and blush. And in Murayama I found a fierce woman who fights for what she sets out to do, although she hits me with her shinai from time to time, said Mitsuda, making almost all the residents of the mansion laugh. But they earn that by seeing other women, Murayama said, like at Sundeer. When the only ones who can spy on us are us, said Kadis very red. Issei and his family laughed at the pink-haired girl's comment. Congratulations, guys, I'm really happy for you, said Issei. Well, why don't you stay here, guys? Said Miki Hyoudou. We have plenty of room so you can have a good vacation. Don't bother, said Murayama, we don't want to be a burden. No problem, Murayama-san said Dravel, our friends will always be welcome at our house. And we won't accept a no as an answer, said Irina, happy for her four friends. The two couples met and thanked their friends for their hospitality, so they started a small party for the reunion of former classmates, where mead and orange soda had been prepared to eat and drink. After the meal, Issei, accompanied by Zenobia and Miku, showed their guests around the residence so they could settle in without any problems on the first floor. Hours passed, chatting about supernatural things and now the band's musical projects. Hey, it wouldn't be too much trouble, but can we watch the Halloween concert? Said Murayama. Issei agreed, and then Kiryu went back to his room to get the Blu-ray of the concert. The whole family and the four friends watched the concert again, getting a few laughs when it was time for the mosh pit. But just like Sirzechs. Hey guys, I feel like in the song, my plague the percussions aren't strong enough for the song, said Kadis. We've been thinking about it, but we haven't found a solution, Issei lied, because if Ravel didn't tell him, they would never think about it. And tomorrow, we will start recording the album, said Vali. If we don't solve this problem, the album will be a flop. But Mitsuda and Motohama looked at each other and smiled evilly. I think we have the solution to your problems, said the bald man, taking his cell phone and calling home. Mom, could you bring those stainless steel barrels and drums that I have at my house, that you have scattered in the garage of our house? Yes, here in Raikan. We will send you the address in an instant message. We will pay the freight. Yes, thanks. I love you, Mom. What are you guys thinking? Said Miku Nakano. The possible suggestion for your problems, said Motohama. Eyes you're not thinking about, said Murayama. That's what we're thinking, girls, Mitsuda said. The Dracodernal group looked on in confusion at what the former perverted duo said, but if they wanted to solve that small detail of the song, they should trust them right now. The next day. 00 am. The 5 members of the group went to a studio built in the residence on a third underground floor by Mayu Ijuka, assisted by Aika Kiryu, to record the group's album. While the 7 were in the studio, Mitsuda and Motohama, assisted by their girlfriends as well as Risti and Roigun, assembled the percussion instruments brought from Kuoh to complete a percussion set. The girls who participated in the songs, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Miku, Aya, Ingvald, also played their part in the album. They recorded all the songs until they came up with a Discord track. 30 p.m. No. Ijuka shouted as he interrupted my plague song for the umpteenth time. Guys, this song won't come out well if there's no support for Saji, the album will fail. We're already tired, Issei said while his girls gave him food and drink. We don't know what's missing, said Vali, while Nino handed him a towel to dry his sweat. We've tried everything, Kiba said as Ichika handed him a bottle of water. I can't take it anymore, said a fainted Saji and Gasper, while Yutsuba and Itsuki revived their boyfriends with a massage on their arms. But then the elevator announces the arrival of someone, and they see Mitsuda and Motohama accompanied by their girlfriends and Risti, pushing the 2 sets of percussion instruments they had set up. With your permission, said Motohama Mayujuka, we want to enter the recording set to present a solution. Ajuka looked at them with distrust, but seeing that they had very little time to finish, he had no choice but to give Issei's friends a chance, to which they entered the set. Guys, what is this supposed to be? Said Issei, taking his electric guitar again while Miku adjusted the microphone. You shut up and play, said Motohama, taking out some drumsticks Los Cabos U North 5A, while Mitsuda took out some drumsticks from his back 5B. The Rock, both ex-friends placed themselves behind their percussions. Issei had no choice but to trust his former schoolmates. Very well, 3 2 1, shouted Issei and began. I'm in conniptions for the final act you came here for. You buck and touch me, I will rip you apart. I'll reach in and take a bite out of that. Shit you call a heart. Ajuka was surprised by what Issei's friends were doing. They had created what the song was missing, a rather powerful percussion sound, and he supported Saji in that regard. It no longer sounded monotonous, but rather brutal and shocking. The girls listening to the music felt their bodies move to the raw rhythm of the music created by their boys. I know why you blame yourself. I know why you plague me. I know why you blame yourself. Ajuka was surprised at how many loud things Issei sang or shouted. He had a great theory as to why he sang so many curses and death wishes towards a person. Kill you, buck you, I will never be you. Kill you, buck you, I will never be you. I know why you plague me. I know why you plague me, no you blame yourself, you know why you plague me, no you blame yourself. The song ended and the girls cheered for the excellent performance, screaming like true fangirls. Ajuka was very impressed by Mitsuda and Motohama's support. They practically solved the problem with the song and it turned out much better. Guys, good work, it's printing, it's time to rest guys. Said Ajuka to some dejected musicians whose bodies were trembling. Guys. None of the members responded, it was as if they had fallen into a trance. Ajuka-sama will record another song, said Issei, smiling madly. I haven't felt like this in a long time, said Vali, smiling excitedly. Let's do it. Shouted Gasper euphorically. Ajuka, very confused, decided to fulfill the group's request. Okay, last piece to record, in 3 2 1. Fire and caffeine, a lot of nicotine. You see my face. You're the only one to blame. The Lord of Lies. The Morning Star. You had to be set free. Opposing sides. Your choices are. The -1 and me. Once again they finished and the girls were screaming like crazy at the brutal piece of music they had created. Well, we already have the songs, now we need the editing. For that it is necessary that the day after tomorrow you come to my castle for said editions and we begin to create the albums in mass and consequently begin to promote them, said Ajuka happily, something that everyone celebrated at the conclusion of the recording of the group's first album. Hey Issei. The question here between us, said Ajuka, while Issei approached the green-haired Mao. These last 2 songs have had a very violent motive. Do you have a reason why you created and sang those songs? Said Ajuka, very interested. Well, I wrote these songs when I had just broken up with Riaz and the other girls, said Issei very sadly. I had to get my fury and anger out on something. I didn't want to have problems with Sirzechs-sama, Ziotica-sama and Venelana-sama, so instead of grabbing the tomato puree head and his followers, I preferred to vent my anger in some songs to reveal my rage from back then. While in Kuoh, former Hyoudou residence, Riaz and her followers were happily dining at a table covered in real estate advertising when Achoo, they all sneezed at the same time. I think someone is talking about us, said Akeno, smiling, thinking about a chestnut tree. I hope it's Issei-san, Asia said, hoping that her ex-fiancé was speaking well of her. My Issei, just wait until we find a home worthy of our needs, said Riaz, licking her lips. Back to Ryakan. Ajuka, upon hearing the true reasons why those songs were created, thanked Grayfia for putting Sirzechs into a coma. Okay, I'm going to my castle to rest, I'll see you in 2 days, said Ajuka as he put away the disc with the newly recorded songs and teleported in a magic circle. The residents couldn't contain their joy at finally having recorded their first album. Everyone was celebrating. Mitsuda Motohama, thank you very much for your valuable contribution, said Issei. It's nothing, my friend, said Motohama. I never thought you had that talent with percussion, said Saji, very happy and impressed. In their last days of school, they joined a bachikata, said Murayama. Every day they practiced with great effort, said Caddis, and little by little, the desires of lust and perversion were replaced by the love of music. Well, let's celebrate this, said Ravel very happily. Yes. The residents shouted quite excitedly, promising a night full of happiness, alcohol, food and above all, the union of 4 more people to the family that was slowly growing and still the people who were missing to join, but now Issei and the others would celebrate in a big way in the middle of the tropical night. Chapter 14 Altercation with the Gremory. After recording the first album, the next day Issei, still in a wheelchair, along with the group Ricodinal and Ravel, went to the Hyoudou laboratories where they began editing the recorded songs. It took them around 20 hours to edit these pieces, including corrections, additions, deletions and breaks, leaving the labs in the early hours of the morning. They had everything ready. Now it was a matter of mass producing them to the delight of fans in the underworld, heaven, Gregory, Hyoudou, Asgard and the human world. That job would be handled by the Phoenix clan, since Razor had several businesses in the human world, including those in the entertainment industry. The blonde, when Ajuka delivered the final product to him, began creating the album in his CD, vinyl, and electronic format factories. Several music streaming platforms had already shown interest and had purchased the rights to the album, generating profits for both Razor and Issei and his group. But now came one of the challenges and commitments of Issei and his friends, it was to promote their album, but thanks to a certain siskin plastered by the beating that his sweet but terrifying wife gave him on their wedding anniversary, chapter 12, with the help of Azazel, they made this task easier by being cited in a very popular radio program in Ryokan, as well as in Tokyo, Kuoh and Hyoudou, and having as a host someone very loved by many. It's worth mentioning that all of Issei's loved ones, including Kiba, Gasper, Vali and Saji, were waiting for the radio program to begin. Milikas was eager to listen to her hero alongside her grandparents and parents, although Sirzechs remained bedridden, his entire body immobilized. Short performance of Sirzechs after the wedding anniversary. In the Agar's territory, 3 girls were also listening to the program, especially the clan heiress, a dragon, and a beast tamer. In the human world in Ryokan the Hyoudou family, Mitsuda, Motohama, Murayama, Kadis, Ria, Tomo the 5 harems were waiting in the same way, but in Kuoh, in a very neglected house, the Gremory entourage, what remained of Citri's entourage, Penemu, Valerie Teeps, Elmenhold Karlstein and Lavinia, waited impatiently for the radio program to start in Hyoudou. Yusaka and Kuroka awaited said program with morbid anticipation. Tokyo, radio station. Hi Miku shouted very excitedly, I am Miku Hatsum Idol and Radio Tokyo announcer, welcome to the Youth Musical Revelations program, where the true stars are born here today. We have some guests who have moved not only all of Japan, but other countries due to the music they sing today. We have before you the group Ricodinal. Crowd applauding radio effect. Hello, good morning said Issei, Vali, Saji, Gasper and Kiba at the same time. Hi guys, it's an honor to see the new musical revelations that social networks talk a lot about, but above all they have good opinions and reviews, said Miku. First of all we would like to know what Ricodinal is and what are your future projects? Said Miku Hatsum interested. First of all, Ricodinal was a project that came about, let's say, at random said Issei, surprising Miku. The boys and I, who have been living together for a while, had never realized that we played a musical instrument. I only knew that Kiba knew how to play the cello. The group was formed after a rather difficult time that the 5 of us suffered almost at the same time said Vali. We needed a way to vent our frustration, and it was when in a bar, where we were drowning our sorrows in alcohol, we saw the unused instruments of a country group, and that was when we saw the revelation that the 5 of us played instruments. The 5 of us shared the same taste in music, especially bands like Metallica, Megadeth, Led Zeppelin, Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park, Blink-182 among others said Saji. Although for my part, with Issei and Gasper we like classical music, Kiba said, the 3 of us have training in other instruments, in my case, and as Issei-kun mentioned we play the cello, while Gasper has training in piano. Wow, that's very interesting, said Miku very impressed. I mean, they don't lock themselves into one genre, they can play practically any genre. That's right, but only genres we like said Gasper, even though these days there is talk of tolerance towards certain things, the truth is there are genres or songs that most of us wouldn't play, because their content is quite explicit, especially when women are portrayed as a sexual object. At the Hyoudou residence. The little transvestite's harem could only blush at what he said and sigh like lava-learned schoolgirls, because with what he said Gasper didn't see women as a sack of semen. You're making me fall in love more said Yotsuba blushing. When I arrive I will reward you as you deserve said Risti happy for her small and weak boyfriend. The other girls agreed, because their boyfriends had treated them as they deserved, with respect, love and trust. In Kuoh and in Hyoudou. Rias and the others could only lower their heads in sadness, and in some cases like Asia, Sona and Valerie, they cried because they still confirmed that their ex-fiancés always saw them for what they were, and not for their bodies or their titles. What have we done? Said the Gremory, the Citri, the DXD girls, lamenting that due to a fit of jealousy and anger, they lost 5 great kids, in Yusaka's case also her daughter. Returning to the radio station. Well, to finish this interview, I suppose you are going to say several things and plans in the future, said Miku Hatsune. Let me tell you that you have reached great popularity like your servant, the girls of 1/4s or the boys of BTS. That's right, first to promote our first album, it will be available in CD, vinyl record and electronic format within 15 days in the music stores of your choice. It will also be available on Spotify, YouTube Music, SoundCloud, Bandcamp and 8 tracks, said Issei. It's worth mentioning that in our tracks, there will be collaborations of several people, where they will demonstrate their qualities as vocalists and support on certain musical instruments. The second is about our next concerts, said Vali. In a week the festival will be held in the paradisiacal city of Ryokan, there we will play at the end of said carnival. In 21 days we will make our first video, said Saji. We plan to do it in the USA, but we still don't know if we should do it in a city like San Francisco or in such emblematic places as the Grand Canyon. After making the video, we will begin our first tour through Japan and Russia, starting in Kyoto, at the Kyoto Concert Hall, said Kiba, something that caught the attention of a certain black-haired Nekomata and blonde kitsune, then in Tokyo, where we will be at the Nippon Budokan, and then travel to Russia, to be exact, to Moscow, we will play at the Kolobov Nabeava Opera House, and we will finish the tour in 5 more countries, that would be Germany, Ireland, Spain, Mexico, and Peru. You really have a very tight schedule, guys, said Miku. Have you heard? Public, in 15 days, the first concert of the group Recordinal will be at the summer festival in Ryokan City, and by the way, Issei-san, what happened to your legs? Said Miku, somewhat nervous of Issei seeing him in a wheelchair with a cast on both legs. Well, Issei said, lie fast, lie, he said in his mind while he remembered an image of Grayfia passing her index finger across her neck, referring to the fact that he would be a dead man if he said something. My neighbor ran me over with her bicycle when she wasn't careful when crossing the street, the brunette said nervously. Children, before crossing the street look both ways to be sure you're crossing, said Vali. If they didn't end up like Issei, said Saji. Well, thank you very much for sharing some of your time with us, and we will be attentive to your presentation at the Ryokan Carnival, said Miku. That's all. Week later. A week had passed, and during that time, Issei and Zenovia had their casts removed from their legs and arms respectively at the Citri Hospital. But after 2 days of rehabilitation, everything returned to normal, with the added bonus of Zenovia staying longer with Durandal as part of her rehabilitation treatment. The city of Ryokan was preparing for its annual summer festival. The cities were decorated with lights and warm colors, and on the main avenue where the city connected to the beach, food stalls and some attractions, both skill and small mechanical games, were already being set up. A stage with a dome had been set up in the beach area to protect the artists from adverse weather conditions. Since it's summer and Ryokan is a city with a tropical climate, rain is unpredictable, everything electronic was protected and sheltered from the rain, thanks to Ajuka and a little of his magic to prevent electrical shocks. But now we will focus on the Hyoudou residence, where the owners enjoyed an afternoon on the private beach of their residence. Wow, we've been living in the city for a while now, and we haven't had the chance to step foot on our private beach, said Issei wearing a black Bermuda-style swimsuit. We've been very involved in the group practices and of course taking care of you so that you didn't do anything stupid after the beating that Grayfia-sama gave you, said Saji with a swimsuit similar to Issei's only in yellow. Mr. Hyoudou, Kunu guarded by Tomo and Ria, Mitsuda accompanied by Murayama, Motohama accompanied by Caddis, Vali, Kiba and Gasper, had also arrived at the beach. Vali and Kiba wore a lycra swimsuit that practically reached their ankles, while Gasper wore a one-piece swimsuit that covered his entire body. Because he is a daywalker vampire, even the sun affected his skin considerably, so thanks to Azazel, they made a special suit for the little vampire to reduce the burns on his body. Of course, Mickey Hyoudou had also applied a lot of sunscreen to his face. Kunu was wearing a one-piece swimsuit and carrying floats in her arms. Why are the girls taking so long? Kiba said. They're trying on their new swimsuits that they bought yesterday, said Mickey Hyoudou. They're taking their time because they want to impress you. Oh, okay, said Kiba. 5 minutes passed when. Eyes. Shouted the women of the Dracodinal group, and then the boys, upon seeing their girlfriends, were amazed by them. This, how do we see each other? Zenovia said. Well, the brunette couldn't help but blush at how his girlfriends looked on him. You're beautiful, said Issei fascinated. Kiba, how do I look? Said Ichika Nakano while making a provocative pose. You look beautiful, said Kiba blushing a lot before Nino smiled in a sign of success. Saji, how do we look? Said Ikakiryu while posing with Itsuki Nakano for the delight of the blonde. I don't know what to say, simply, they are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, said Saji nervously, drawing a satisfied giggle from his girlfriends. Vali, what do you think? Said Nino. Be honest, Vali, said Aya very nervously while both albino women posed. Vali swallowed saliva from nervousness. Very beautiful, said Vali a little blushing while Nino and Aya high-fived animatedly. "Oh Gasper," said Risty's melodious voice as the little vampire looked at his girlfriends. "Give us your opinion," said Yotsuba as both of the vampire's wives approached provocatively. Gasper was a nervous wreck seeing his girlfriends dress like that until he calmed down and said. "They look very good," said the vampire smiling at them, which made Risty and Yotsuba happy with the comment. Everything was going very well until they saw that the blue sky turned purple, giving a warning signal to the boys, Tomo, Ria and Issei's girls. "It's a pocket dimension," said Vali. Nino and Aya instinctively stood behind their boyfriend, the same happened with Ichika with Kiba. Itsuki and Aika with Saji. Yotsuba stood behind Gasper, but Risty stood next to her boyfriend as a sign that they would face any threat together. With Issei's girls they also stood next to the brunette, but Miku was being protected by Issei and Zenobia. "Whoever you are, get out right now," Issei shouted seriously. "Wow, this is how you greet your true fiancés," said a voice which made the brown-haired man's face harden. Suddenly a magic circle appeared revealing. "Ria's Gremory," Issei said with great disgust, but he saw that she was not alone because behind her were Issei's ex-fiancés, Vali, Saji, Kiba and Gasper. "What are you doing here?" "It's not more obvious. I'm coming for you," said Ria's very determined. "I'm coming to get you away from those boars and restart our relationship." Is as soon as you return with us we will reward you properly," said Akeno in a sweet way, but with a psychotic touch. Asia just nodded. "Senpai must return with Kaneko," said the albino Nekomata. "Senpai must leave the fried chicken," said Kaneko pointing at Ravel, who was starting to get annoyed. "Come on Issei, I know that after the fight we had deep down you still love us," said Ross was smiling arrogantly. "We know that your true place is with us and not with those bastards," said the ex-Valkyrie, something that began to enrage Issei's girls. "Saji comes back to us," said Sona very desperately. "We miss you Jen-chan," said Momo and Raruko with tears. "Vali Lucifer, we demand that you return to us your true fiancé," said Penemu seriously, to which Yura and Lavinia nodded. "Tiba, come back to me please." Tsubaki shouted at a disgusted former Gremory knight. "Gasper, I suggest you leave those humans and come back to me," said Valerie Teeps. "I assure you that you will find true love with me again." At the requests of Rias and the others, the Dracodernal family was showing furious, but above all the girls were beginning to show anger towards their ex-friends. "Leave Issei-sama alone," Ravel said very loudly. "Do you think we have not forgotten everything they told him that day in Lord Gremory's castle?" said Irina, who due to the anger she felt, her wings began to flicker black and white. "They have lost all right to be with Issei since that damn day we stopped being friends and harem sisters," said Ingvald. "Stop demanding impossible things," Zona Citri said. "Kiryu, I know very well that you were with these two mistreating Saji because of your damn sick jealousy. Or perhaps they have come to finish us off once and for all," said Itsuki Nakano very angry. Faced with these comments, Sona, Raruko and Momo remained silent. "Penemu, I'll be dead first before I go back to you three, leave me alone, you three shameless ones," said Vali, making Nino and Aya sigh in love. "Tsubaki, you lost all right to be my girlfriend because of your possessive jealousy," said Kiba very coldly, emotionally hurting the queen of Sona. "Valerie Teeps, you have no idea how much you hurt Gasper-chan, and you still have the nerve to say that you will find true love with yourself," Risty said very angrily, confronting the vampire. "Get out of here," Yotsuba said very angry. "Don't get in the mind, you dirty humans." Valerie shouted very sharply, but she immediately shut up when she saw that Gasper was emanating his aura in a dangerous way. "These filthy humans, for your information, Valerie, are my girlfriends and future fiancés," shouted Gasper, who had involuntarily entered the balance breaker. "You better retract what you said, vampire of Teeps." Risty and Yotsuba practically had their eyes and hearts in their mouths for the vampire author's note. You know what that means, it means danger. Well, Valerie felt her heart break into 1,000 pieces and began to shed tears because of what Gasper had said. "Gasper, don't talk to your fiancé like that," Ria shouted at her ex-fiancé. "I order you to apologize." But then one of Issei's fiancés came out to face Ria's, her face and gaze darkened suddenly. Half. He had slapped the Gremory girl, leaving her on the floor in shock. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. "Ria's!" shouted all the Redeed's allies. "Damn human, how dare you!" Ria said, disgusted and furious when she saw who hit her. "You have no right to demand in Hyoudou territory," he said, nothing more and nothing less. Miku, her sisters shouted when they saw that the most timid of the Nakano had come to confront the Gremory heiress. "You're a bastard, Ria's Gremory," said Miku, still with her gaze covered by her hair. "After the humiliation you made him go through in your father's castle, you still have the nerve to ask for them to come back. What do you know, human?" Ria shouted very angry, but suddenly she shut up when she saw Miku's eyes that transformed into those of a dragon. "I know many things, Gremory, that Issei told you," said Miku. "Since he is very famous now they come to claim him as if he were a toy. We will not allow you to take him, he is our man, our male, the dragon that has marked you." At that statement the Gremory girls paled when they saw that Miku was not lying when she showed her solar plexus where she had the Sekiryuutei mark, and not only her, also Irina, Zenobia, Ravel, Ingvild and Roygun showed Issei's mark as a sign that they had had hex with the brown-haired boy. That left the Gremorys devastated. But not only them, as Itsuki and Aika showed them their Vritra dragon mark, leaving Sona, Momo, and Raruko crying inconsolably. Also Penemu, Lavinia and Yura when they saw that Nino Nakano, a human, took the virginity of the last descendant of Lucifer and demonstrated the HAKORYUUKO mark. And Valerie Teeps was devastated when she saw that Yotsuba and Risti were marked, or rather bitten, by Gasper. And speaking of my territory, Issei said, and then the brown-haired boy snapped his fingers. In less than 5 seconds, the Gremory and the Citri were being threatened and surrounded. Ria's had Durandal around her neck while Zenobia looked at her with a thirst for death. The Kendo had a fireball from Ravel on her chest. Haneko was threatened by Irina and Excalibur Mimic. The same thing happened with Roswis and Sona when they were close to the magic of Roygun and Ingvild respectively. Amo and Ria, subject to Momo and Raruko. Volkiba threatened Tsubaki with a sword. I remind you that Raikan is my territory, Issei said with great severity, so for your own good and that of your entourage, you have no voice or vote in my territory. You order me again or any of the supernatural or human beings and the Gremory family will celebrate a funeral, is that clear? Riaz looked furious at Issei when she saw that he did not bend to her, and worst of all the ex-Gremory, along with Roygun and Miku, had already been marked by the brown-haired man. This doesn't end here, Issei, and for everyone else they will come back with us whether they like it or not. Ria shouted in a crazed manner while her allies joined her and left in a magic circle, freeing themselves from the pocket dimension. The Hyoudou family was really upset by the interference of Ria's Gremory and her allies. Chapter 15 Attempt to sabotage the festival. After the interruption of their beach day by Ria's and her henchmen, the Dracodinal family spent their day at the beach. Everyone enjoyed the sun, sea and family atmosphere, but above all they had fun and relaxed because that day they had a very important commitment and it was to play at the final event of the city festival. It is worth mentioning that both the government of the city and the help of the mass and leaders of the supernatural, posing as millionaire businessmen, contributed a little of their money to make the festival as big and fun as possible, since it was said that supernatural beings would visit the city where the Sekiryuutei, the HAKORYUUKO, the bearer of Vritra, the bearer of the sacred demonic sword, as the bearer of the forbidden Baylor View now live. To enjoy a night of partying, fun, junk food in bulk, but above all, to see the group Dracodinal who would play to end the event. Issei and the band had previously practiced new songs to introduce them to the public and they wanted to give them a pleasant surprise on the night of the festival. The day passed very peacefully and as it did, fast food stands and attractions began to set up along the 5-kilometer main avenue which divided the city from the beach. Little by little, thanks to all the investment made by the organizers, the 5-kilometer avenue was filled with stands eagerly awaiting the start of the festival. You could smell the delicious aroma of ramen, takoyaki, soba, natto and fried seafood. Also the skill game stands like target shooting, goldfish catching among others were already ready to operate, but on the beach, the stage was ready for the kids to start playing, but the concert was going to start at 10 p.m. and the festival was going to open at 6 p.m. when the sun was about to set. There were 2 hours left until the festival opened and then we ventured into the new Hyoudou residence where the boys were dressed in cool clothes, from sleeveless shirts to light Bermuda shorts to withstand the heat. While the girls wore beautifully designed yukatas that matched their bodies, the concert attire was already ready in a separate pocket. But now the group members were in a ritual of rest and relaxation to calm their nerves a little. Issei and Gasper, on the other hand, were receiving massages from Zenobia and Risti, respectively. Both women gave their massages with great effort, taking advantage of the fact that they were touching their men's bodies. They were showing a self-control worthy of recognition as they gasped in ecstasy at feeling each part they were massaging. Trying not to lose their sanity and take them to a session of unbridled hex. But the others they went to a sauna session to relax accompanied by Nino, Ichika and Kiryu. The others were getting ready in a room while others were checking their social media accounts and reading about the expected events at the festival. Look at this, Ravel said, looking at her Twitter at LittleRedPhoenix. Many demonic nobles will attend the festival. Incredible, said Ingvild Sarayerg-san, Seekvaira-san, even Zephyrdoll-san have confirmed their attendance along with their entourages. Not only that, said Roygun, seeing Ravel's Twitter, from what I see several patriarchs of the houses of the underworld will come to the city to see Darling and the boys. From what I've been told, it's strange that the patriarchs of the surviving clans come out of the underworld, said Itsuki Nakano, fixing her hair. Incredible, said Miku, looking at her Facebook, adjusting her headphones. Many television stations, radio hosts and especially famous personalities have come to Raikan to broadcast the concert live. Wow, he's coming from Brazil, the singer with his wife, the engineer and scientist Melissa Shield, said Yotsuba Nakano, impressed. will be coming from Mexico with his wife, the daughter of the Japanese magnate Pegasus. Sina Kashiwazaki said Taujuaya impressed. Also the singer will be coming with his wife Lilith Asami, and finally the chef graduated from Tatsuki with his wife Lucy Hertfilia. The compasser, another who confirmed his attendance, just arrived from Peru, said Miku Nakano. Impressed, he has notified that he has arrived at Raikan Airport. He comes with Levi McGarden. The musician with the pseudonym has also arrived from Chile, along with his wife Lucy, said Irina. Especially the singing couple and Miku Iseoi will also come from Argentina, said Ravel, impressed. Many important people will come to this festival, said impressed Miku Hyoudou, who came accompanied by Kunu, both wearing very colorful yukatas. There is no doubt that Issei and company attracted a lot of attention for this concert they will give on the beach. It will certainly be an unforgettable concert, more shocking than the one we did on the 4th floor of our residence on Halloween, said Roygun, recalling the massacre that took place that day. Time skip. Raikan City Festival 6 p.m. Add audio from the video. The sun had just set in the Paradise City, and the festival began before a crowd of people enjoying the attractions of the festival. Many families, groups of young people enjoyed the festival, eating a sausage banderilla, some takoyakis fresh out of the fryer. Children ate cotton candy or a caramel apple in the heat of the tropical climate that, despite the sun had set, the thermal sensation was present, that almost all the festival attendees had a fan to give themselves the refreshing air. But that was all happiness on the faces of the people of Raikan. Attendees who came from abroad could be distinguished wearing either swimsuits and flowery shirts. But now we will focus on our family that just arrived at the festival. Very well guys, said Ravel, looking at a watch on her wrist. We have until 8:30 p.m. to enjoy the festival, because at that time Azazel-sama and Ajuka-sama called us, representing Sirzechs, who still hasn't recovered from the beating Grayfia gave him. We must go to the stage for last-minute adjustments. Very well, said the boys. By the way, said Goru Hyoudou, Azazel-sama and Ajuka-sama have a surprise for you on stage, so at 8:30 p.m. on stage, be punctual. Hi, everyone said. Okay, have fun, said the brown-haired boy excitedly. Yes. Everyone shouted and the group separated into harems. And in a group formed by Issei's parents, Kunu, Tomo and Ria, who would safeguard the life of Issei's family. But what they didn't expect was that certain people were stalking the Dracodinal family. Yujuju, so they separated. It will be easier to put our plan into action, said Riaz, wearing a yukata while smiling very maliciously. That's right, One-sama, said Asia determinedly. It's time to put the plan into action. Sabotage, said Sona, smiling maliciously. Valerie, did you bring what we told you? Said Penemu. Hi, said the vampire as she took out a small bottle with a dark brown liquid from her yukata. This liquid is a purgative for horses, just 2 drops are enough to keep you in a bath for hours. The plan is to put that purgative in the drinks that my Issei and the others will buy. They will be in the bathroom for so long that they will abandon the idea of playing at this 5th-rate festival, and because of that, the concert will be a failure, their careers will end, their girlfriends will dump them for failures, and they will return to Kuoh with us to comfort them and pamper them. That way they will not leave again, said Riaz, puffing out her chest proudly for her plan. Then that Tsubaki takes out 5 droppers, giving one to Riaz, another to Sona, another to Valerie, another to Lavinia, and she keeps the last one. They proceed to extract said liquid. Hopefully the plan is a success, Riaz said as those who had said liquid entered the festival to find their prey, but in the distance certain people had heard the Redeed's plan. Did you hear that? Said Lilith Asami. Yes dear, they will try to sabotage the concert, Aaron said. What a vile plan, Sina said, very indignant at such an atrocity that Riaz was going to commit. What will we do, guys? Said Miku Iseoi. We must stop it, said Kenichi seriously while Levi nodded. What's on your mind, friends? Brian said seriously. Easy between couples, we will follow those women who will try to give a prolonged purge to the boys of Dracodinal, said Indra. We'll prevent them from taking or eating what the purgative will have, said Melissa Shield, we'll replace it. Lucifer, Lucy, Issei and Lucy Hertfilia nodded at Indra and Melissa's plan. No way, said Kenichi, to act as guardian angels for the boys. Hi, said the invited musicians, and they also proceeded to enter the festival to avoid sabotage of the concert. Change of scene. At a goldfish catching stand, Issei and his harem could be found trying to catch one of those fish. Issei was drinking a melon soda, something delicious and refreshing for days of intense heat. He had left it aside, but they were so focused on the game that they did not feel Ria's presence. Yujuju, with this it will be the beginning of the end of your musical career and the restart of our relationship, said Riaz, as she poured the entire contents of the purgative into Issei's melon soda and quickly left with a triumphant smile, but the Redeed didn't know that someone had seen her. Do you have the drink? Kenichi said to his wife, to which she gave it to him uncapped. Give it to me, I'll change it immediately. Indra, Melissa distracts Issei and his companions. Hi, said those mentioned by Kenichi. They approached quickly, and before the brown-haired boy went to take his drink, "Hey guys, I didn't expect to see the vocalist of Dracodernal here," said Indra smiling. Indra and Melissa shield. Issei said very surprised, to which the other girls in Issei's harem were shocked to see two celebrities talking to them. "Guys, could we have a few minutes to talk?" said the blonde smiling while she watched out of the corner of her eye as Kenichi stealthily approached with the drink and removed the drink that Ria's adulterated with the purgative Issei-kun. "Don't forget your drink," said Melissa, pointing at the melon soda that Kenichi had changed for her. "Oh, that's right," Issei said, happily taking a good drink. "Ah, refreshing," Issei said. "Come with us for a moment," said Melissa, accompanied by Indra, and then she winks at Kenichi and he and Levi give her a thumbs up as a sign that they did a good job. On the other side of the festival, Vali was accompanied by Nino and Aya. They were having a lot of fun playing a target game. The albino was drinking orange juice. Just like with Issei, they were so focused on the game that they didn't notice that Lavinia approached Vali's drink and poured the contents of the dropper. "But this you will learn that you are only mine, Penemu sans and Eurosens," said the albino mage, pouring the purgative into Vali's orange juice and quickly left there. But like Issei, some people were ready to save the albino from diarrhea that would keep him in a bathroom for hours. "You already know what to do, Sina," Brian said very seriously. "That's right, the clumsy maid maneuver," said the blonde while carrying some boxes and approaching Vali and his harem with difficulty. "Ow ow ow. Careful careful careful," shouted Sina as she accidentally fell to the ground and knocked over the boxes and one of them spilled the adulterated orange juice on her. Vali and her girls reacted late to Sina's scream. "Ow ow ow, it hurts," said Sina pretending to be in pain. "Are you okay?" said Vali, helping her to stop. "Sina," shouted a voice as it reflected Brian and saw the disaster that the blonde caused. "Excuse me, and excuse her please," Brian said with a bow, while Sina cried in shame for what she did. "Don't worry," said Vali as he picked up the disposable cup that contained the adulterated orange juice. "The important thing is that you are well," said Vali as he threw the disposable cup into the trash can. "We'll buy you a new orange juice," Brian said. "Embarrassed, please don't go," he said while being accompanied by Sina, something that Vali and his girlfriends agreed to without problems, and without realizing it, Sina and Brian bumped fists as a sign that they saved the albino from a possible sabotage. Change of scene. Saji was sitting next to Kiryu and Itsuki on a bench overlooking the beach. The three of them were watching the sunset and the beginning of the night. They were so wrapped up in the view that the sea gave them when they didn't realize that Sona Citri stealthily approached her ex-fiancé and took out the dropper where the purgative came from. "I can't wait to pamper you again, my Saji," said Sona, while pouring said liquid into the blueberry juice that the blonde was drinking. But the people who would do their daily work saw what the Citri heiress did to Saji Genshuru. "It's time to act," said Issei, to which Eren, Lilith, Asami and Lucy Hertfilia nodded. The four approached Saji as he was about to drink the adulterated mulberry juice when. "Hey," Eren shouted, but he's the drummer of the band Dracodernal. Saji stopped in his tracks drinking his blackberry juice, surprised to see who was in front of him. "Eren Joestar," said Saji, surprised, shaking Eren's hand, something that Kiryu and Itsuki were also surprised by. Is in my eyes," he shouted in the style of a star while shaking his handshake energetically while Eren was a little nervous seeing Saji's exaggerated reaction. "Eren," shouted another companion, "who would have thought I would bump into a famous person?" "You say," Kiryu shouted upon seeing one of the most famous chefs in the world, the winner of 5 Michelin stars, is here. Kiryu shouted while Saji and Itsuki's eyes shone upon seeing two very famous people. "Hey, would you do us the honor of joining us?" said Lilith Asami, smiling at them. "Why, you say we'll feel honored to serve something to one of the future stars of music," said Lucy, smiling at them with confidence. Saji, Itsuki and Kiryu would nod without thinking twice, then Issei takes the blackberry drink from Saji and examines it. "It seems that Issei-kun is thinking about what to prepare with your blueberry juice," said Lilith Asami, smiling. "I got it," Issei shouted. "I know what to prepare with this blackberry juice, join me." "Hi." Saji, Itsuki and Kiryu shouted excitedly. "So below. Lucy, put this away and go buy another blackberry juice," Eren said as he handed her a 1,000 yen bill. "I don't know why Lucifer would want these adulterated drinks. Knowing him well, I don't want to know what's in his Machiavellian head," said Lucy Herfilia, obeying Eren's order as they headed to a restaurant for Chef Issei to cook something for Saji and his companions. On the other hand, Kiba and Ichika Nakano walked calmly along the colorful avenue, closely followed by Shinra Tsubaki, who was dying of jealousy when he saw how happy Kiba and Ichika were. Both of them were carrying a bottle of black tea to cool off from the heat. "Wow, I've never been to a festival this big and illuminated before," said the pink-haired girl happily. "And the best thing is to come with the person you truly want in your heart," said Kiba, while giving a tender kiss on the lips of Ichika Nakano, all in full view of a pained Tsubaki, who had to endure the love of her life being happy with someone else. Both took a sip of their tea without problems until Kiba-kun, help me adjust my yukata, Ichika said. The belt part feels a little tight, Ichika said, trying to loosen her yukata. Okay, Kiba said with a smile, leaving his black tea on the floor to help his girlfriend when he doesn't feel Shinra's presence and pours the entire contents of the dropper into Kiba's black tea. This is the beginning of the end of your relationship with that bitch, Shinra said in his mind as he hurried away from there. That's when the good guys come into play. Ready, Miku? Wolf said, smiling at his girlfriend. Hi darling, said Miku eyes aoi as the light blue-haired girl started to run and was chased by Wolf. You won't catch me, darling. You won't get away from me. Wolf said as he saw Miku approaching Kiba's drink and shouted, Miku, be careful. Hey? Miku said as she saw that she was going to crash into Kiba and Ichika. Look. Uchi? Said Miku, seeing that she had collided with Kiba and Ichika. Oh, excuse me. Said the light blue-haired girl, helping them up, and in the middle of the confusion, Wolf had hidden Kiba's adulterated drink and had replaced it with a new one. Are you okay? Said Wolf, helping Kiba and his girlfriend get up. Yeah, thanks for the help, Kiba said respectfully. Wow, they're the singing couple, Wolf and Miku eyes aoi, Ichika said, amazed at seeing two celebrities in front of them. Kiba was also surprised. Wow. He is the bassist of the group Dracodernal, said Wolf, and it seems that he comes accompanied by his girlfriend, right? Said this one, blushing, the blonde and the pink-haired girl. That's right, Kiba said, smiling, and then, Wolf and Kiba shook hands, to which Mikey and Ichika saw this with a smile. Hey, I know a good place to eat, said Wolf, smiling. Can you do us the honor of joining us for dinner, he said, while Ichika and Kiba looked at each other. We accept, said the blonde and the pink-haired girl. Well, let's go, they'll start their concert soon, Miku said, smiling at them as Kiba and Ichika accompanied the singing duo. Finally, Gasper, along with Yotsuba and Risti, were seen eating at a stand. The three of them were eating eagerly. Each was eating okonomiyaki accompanied by tomato juice from the vampire, while Risti and Yotsuba washed it down with a lemon soda and a Dr. Pepper respectively. They were so focused on the food that Valerie Teep sneaked up and quickly poured the horse purgative into Gasper's drink and poured some into Risti and Yotsuba's drinks as a show of resentment towards them. I feel sorry for them, Valerie said, smiling wickedly, getting away from there as quickly as possible, but a couple saw this. Time to act, love, Lucifer said, to which his white-haired girlfriend nodded. They quickly went towards the three of them when they saw that they were about to drink the adulterated drink when. What a transvestite boy from Dracodernal, Lucy said, to which Gasper, Risti and Yotsuba stopped the drinking action, putting their attention on the white-haired girl. It's a nice to meet you and your girlfriends. Lucy said, smiling in wonder. Thanks, said Gasper somewhat nervously, something that Risti and Yotsuba calmed the little vampire down, but taking advantage of the distraction, Lucifer approached calmly and replaced the adulterated drinks with a sign. He called the manager of the okonomiyaki stand. Give me a new tomato juice, a Dr. Pepper, and a 7-Up, said Lucifer. These bottles are adulterated, so make up a lie about these drinks, and said Lucifer, paying with a 1,000 yen bill. Keep the change in exchange for not saying anything, understand? Said Lucifer, to which the seller nodded, took the bill and took out new drinks for Gasper, Risti and Yotsuba. Lucifer left with the adulterated drinks calmly, and then Lucy, who had taken a selfie with Gasper, Risti and Yotsuba, saw how her husband left there with the body of the crime in his hands. Well, good luck with your little concert, Lucy said as she left. She seems to be a kind woman, Yotsuba said happily. You can't even imagine it, Risti said, smiling at him. Our Gasper is very popular, the Redeed said, to which the little boy smiled, a little embarrassed but happy to be recognized for his talent. The three of them approached the okonomiyaki stand and saw 3 new drinks. Excuse me, said the owner of the stand with a bow, but due to a mistake I spilled your drinks, so on behalf of the house, I will deliver the same drinks to you, free of charge. Gasper, Risti, and Yotsuba shrugged their shoulders in a what if sign and opened said drinks, toasting to a successful concert. Time skip. The guests and guardian angels chatted happily with Issei, Saji, Kiba and Vali, along with their harems for a long time, telling them how wonderful their songs are and also giving them some advice for said concert. They said goodbye and proceeded to finalize the concert's anti-sabotage plan. Okay. Lucifer, here's Issei Hyoudou's drink, said Indra as he handed him the melon soda. Here's Saji's drink, said Lucy Hertfilia, handing it to Lucifer. Here's Kiba's drink, Wolf said, giving the bottle of iced black tea to Lucifer. And here in my possession, the drink of Gasper and his companions, he said, showing 3 bottles. What are you going to do with that? Said Levi McGarden. Easy, said Lucifer with a malicious smile. Look behind you at 6 and bucking, said Lucifer, to which his friends turned around and saw Rias with her accomplices and followers drinking drinks to refresh themselves, showing an evil smile because they thought that their boyfriends would have taken their adulterated drinks. Curiously, some of them are drinking practically the same thing, said Lucifer, and indeed. Valerie drank tomato juice, LaFay drank Dr. Pepper. Penemu drank a 7-Up. Lavinia drank a blackberry juice. Shinra Tsubaki drank a melon soda and Sona Citri drank black tea. "Don't tell me that," said Kenichi smiling. "That's right," said Lucifer laughing evilly, "they will take the same ones they created." His friends couldn't help but laugh at their friend's wickedness. But the crazy women. Rias, along with her entourage, friends and accomplices, also drank refreshing drinks. In her case, the Redite opted to drink a Pepsi on the beach sand. "Let's toast because our plan has been a success," said the Redite, to which her friends and accomplices raised their drinks in a sign of victory. "But excuse me," said a voice that mirrored Melissa's shield, feigning disorientation, "do you know where there is a good fried seafood stand?" The crazy women left their drinks on the floor to help a lost Melissa. "I think I know some," Asia said. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lucifer would take advantage of the darkness to do his evil, taking the corresponding drinks and switching them for the drinks that had been adulterated. He quickly left there, which Melissa realized. "Thanks for the help," said the blonde with a bow, and ran away. "I'll tell my husband where to go." "You're kind, Asia," said Rias, returning for her drink. "It's time to head to the stage to see our plan in action." All the girls accompanying Rias nodded, picked up their drinks from the sand, and proceeded to take a big gulp to cool off. All in full view of Lucifer's friends and accomplices, who were choking with laughter at the sight of some of the women drinking the adulterated beverages. But with a clear conscience, they had done a noble job and, above all, enjoyed a good concert, preventing sabotage at the concert that Ryokan City was eagerly awaiting. Chapter 16. Ryokan trembles, madness at the festival. Ryokan Festival, Main City Beach, 10 p.m. The moment for which all the attendees of the festival had arrived was the moment to see the group of young promises play in their first official concert. The night was fully illuminated by the warm lights of the stage, and the lines of both local and international attendees to enter the concert were miles long. Such was the eagerness to enjoy a good show on a tropical night that promised to be a good one. Many television helicopters broadcast the concert live. At least they were sure that all of Japan and the supernatural would see it. In the underworld, Sirzechs and Ajuka had set up many screens in the main plaza of Lilith City so that the demons who couldn't make it to Ryokan could enjoy their heroes' concerts. The children, in particular, watched the screens eagerly while carrying toys and other gadgets of their hero, the op-eye dragon, in their arms. Returning to Ryokan, on stage, several technicians were working to ensure that the instruments, lights, speakers, and other support equipment were working properly, all under Ajuka's strict supervision. But now we go to the lines where the ex-fiancés were forming to witness the possible sabotage they committed. "Girls, we are just a few minutes away from our boys being ours," Ria said triumphantly. "I can't wait for this to end in disaster," said Sona quite maliciously. "So inevitably, they will return to our arms, Yufufufufufu," said Akeno, activating her sadistic mode. "We're almost there," said Lefei excitedly. "And been a few inches from the stage entrance." Boom. Sona, Tsubaki, Lefei, Valerie, Lavinia and Penemu felt a twisting in their stomachs. "Oh no." Sona said in her mind as she felt a whirlpool in her abdomen. Boom. The pressure in the intestines was being felt in a scandalous way in the aforementioned girls, and a desire to go to the bathroom in a more than urgent way was being felt. Unable to bear it any longer, the aforementioned girls leave the line. "Sona girls, where are you going?" Ria shouted as she saw the 6 girls running like hell. The girls located some Sanarant restrooms about 300 meters away, not caring that there were people waiting for their turn. They got into the bathroom and immediately locked it. "Hey girl, there are people waiting to do their business," shouted the man when Sona, Tsubaki, Lavinia, Penemu, Valerie and Lefei. The noise was so loud and noisy in the Sanarant restrooms that those waiting in the restroom decided to leave. "We'd better leave it to them, they had no reason to get angry," said the same man, somewhat scared, and left. "Great, right now I must have diarrhea," said Sona with a slightly blue face. Returning to the concert. Rias and the other girls had entered almost until the last, but despite that, they had a good view of the stage to see. "How strange, what happened to Sona?" said Akeno, somewhat impressed. "She went to the bathroom, it seems that the seafood she ate made her sick," said Rias, somewhat impressed by how her friend ran. "And to run like that?" said Yuritsubasa, very impressed. "Kaichu, let's say it doesn't stand out much in the 100 meters flat." "No way, let's hope it gets better," said Asia, very worried about the girls who didn't get into the concert. Rias could see all the attendees who had come and some of them she recognized. She had seen Razor, Seekvaira, Seekvaira, Zephyrdol along with their respective entourages. Biku also came, Arthur with Cao Cao and his team. On stage she could see several important people from the supernatural, including her parents, Sona's parents, the 3 Mas, the VIP people from Gregory, Heaven, Asgard, Hyoudou. Yusaka was not there for obvious reasons, even Issei's parents, along with Kunu, Tomo Meguri and Ryakusaka, and above all the women she hated with her soul. The current harems of her Issei and her friends. She smiled that soon her illusory dream would go to waste because of an action she committed. When suddenly, The lights on the stage and where they were went out. The concertgoers were screaming excitedly at this. Suddenly their screams changed to Breako Eternal. Breako Eternal. Berkoternal. And suddenly a song was heard that opened the concert. All the attendees listened to that type of music, some were moved by the piece and the light synchronized with the music to the rhythm. When the piece ended, the moment that the audience was waiting for arrived. The group Draketernal made its appearance, with a face full of life. You could see an Issei with a determination to play and sing. A serious Vali, but willing to break the hang of his guitar for his audience, like Kiba, showing his usual kindness while carrying his electric bass. Saji excitedly gets ready to sit in his drum chair ready to play, and Gasper, somewhat nervous, gets behind his electric keyboard, synthesizer and turntable. But yes, more alive and healthy than ever, something that confused Riaz and the others. Hello Ryuk and Issei shouted, this is how it starts 1 2 3. On the eve of their deaths, they are baptized in the unholy waters of Bodom with no hint of the torture awaiting to greet them at the break of dawn. For the Reaper once more. When the calm is setting in, we'll watch it swiftly disappear. Too many years of silence, soon he's bound to reappear. Vali and Gasper only. Let's go. Vali and Gasper only. The Reaper is calling for you to come home with the thrust of a switchblade and the grip of a madman, and the waters of Bodom turn a deep red shade of blood as the children of Bodom take their last breath. Vali's only. When the calm is setting in, we'll watch it swiftly disappear. Too many years of silence, soon he's bound to reappear. Thank you. Shouted Issei to a maddened crowd. Suddenly Saji hits the cymbals in a countdown fashion and the next song begins. Let me some division. I call the dead by night to the god. Allay the chaos. Chains to my last victim. Set up the lights on the way to the skies. Raising my sword to the Lord. Calling your death in a black obsession. The only way, wow. Right. So wait for salvation. The last song of hate. It's a song of my heart. Tonight's gonna be, yeah. Something wild. Hooray, said Vali. The next song, a great friend will come to sing it with us. Applause for Arena Hyoudou. Faced with the aforementioned who came on stage with a smile thanking the audience for their applause, Asia couldn't feel jealous and furious that her ex-friend was on stage with her Issei. Arena. Hello, is there someone out there who can hear me, scream Vali. What you hear is not the same in a mystical dream arena. No, if you read between the lines it is serene, there's a darkness in the shadows you can fear. Higher, louder, overdrive, can you be the one to lift me higher? The future can be brighter, someone be my guiding light, maybe I can give what you require, can't stop, rewind, so mesmerize. Mesmerize. Maximize me. Let's go beyond reality. If you can see what I see, hypnotize, maximize me, let's take it to eternity, believe the will inside of me. Come home to a life you never wanted to be real, I'm crawling deep within you in control, bring me dignity to free the soul, nothing ever lets me turn into the overdrive, let me change my destiny forever, and no one will forget me, let me swim against the tide, maybe I will yearn for your desire, maximize, I'm mesmerized. Mesmerize. Maximize me. Let's go beyond reality. If you can see what I see, hypnotize, maximize me, let's take it to eternity, believe the will inside of me. Higher, louder, overdrive, can you be the one to lift me higher? The future can be brighter, someone be my guiding light, maybe I can give what you require, can't stop, rewind, so mesmerize. Mesmerize. Maximize me. Let's go beyond reality. If you can see what I see, hypnotize, maximize me, let's take it to eternity, believe the will inside of me. Everyone cheered at the song that the brunette had sung with Issei and his friends. Everyone was happy and thoroughly enjoyed the concert, everyone except a group of supernatural girls. I don't understand, the purgative hasn't worked, Riaz said, very confused. And so Nakaichu and the others haven't returned from the bathroom, said Momo Hanakai. Something doesn't fit here, said Kaneko, very confused, but they haven't realized that despite the noise of the event someone had heard them. If they knew that their friends' lives are practically going down a hole, said Kenichi, to which the others, taking advantage of the noise that accompanied him, laughed outrageously. Back on stage. Wow. Irina shouted, wiping the sweat off with her forearm. Hello, Ryukin, shouted Issei while hugging Irina with one arm. Are you liking the concert? Yes. Shouted the frenzied crowd. Next song, I hope you like it, this is Stargazer, Irina shouted. And then Gasper and Saji start the melody. Irina. Traveling in time, the outer space swallowing your mind, I know you can hear me now, wondering if I really exist. Running out of lies and self-deceit. Realization dawning, bittersweet horizon, fly away. There's a million ways to hush my voice and a million knives to kill my thoughts, maybe I'm all that you fear, I'm a stargazer, my eyes see differently. Alien transmission through my brain, bright shadows, ghostly traces in the sky, now you're as weird as you think I am. Running out of lies and self-deceit. Realization dawning, bittersweet horizon, fly away. There's a million ways to hush my voice and a million knives to kill my thoughts, maybe I'm all that you fear, I'm a stargazer, I want to believe. Controlling lives from a TV screen condemning lives playing God annihilation is the only salvation. Maybe I'm a thorn in your perfection, a heretic's voice in your head, a stargazer, releaser. There's a million ways to hush my voice and a million knives to kill my thoughts. Maybe I'm all that you fear, I'm a stargazer, my eyes see differently. The song ended and they cheered for the group. A round of applause for Arena. Hyoudou shouted Issei as Arena said goodbye to the crowd, not before giving Issei a kiss on the cheek and winking at him. Now the next song, let's get the atmosphere a little more, this is The Devil and I, shouted Issei while Mitsuda and Motohama appeared and positioned themselves on their percussion sets. The latter came accompanied by a baseball bat and threatened to use it on some aluminum cans that his musical instrument brought. 0:13, then Vali starts the song playing the chords while the lights of the stage, and then 0:35, Saji, Mitsuda and Motohama begin to hit the drums and percussion with excessive force. At the same time Vali, Kiba and Issei began to play their instruments to the rhythm of the percussion. The crowd began to jump and shake their heads with energy, force and above all with violence. 0:36:106, the melody now adopted a different rhythm, but what the concert goers didn't notice was that Risti, along with Itsuki, Roigun and Ichika, wearing a black bikini and a white belly button, quite tight to their bodies, saying, "A little refreshment," had arrived at the security fence. They brought hoses with them with a somewhat evil smile and began to discharge jets of water to the attendees, who in part appreciated the somewhat violent hydration. Until Issei started singing. "Undo these chains, my friend, I'll show you the rage I've hidden, perish the sacrament, swallow, but nothing's forgiven you, and I can't decide which of us was taken for granted, make amends, some of us are destined to be outlived. Step inside, see the devil and I too many times, we've let it come to this, step inside, see the devil and I, you'll realize I'm not your devil anymore." Under the words of men. Something is tempting the Father. Where is your will, my friend, insatiates never even bother you and I, wrong or right, traded a lie for the leverage in between the lens and light, you're not what you seem. Step inside, see the devil and I too many times, we've let it come to this, step inside, see the devil and I, you'll realize I'm not your devil, I'm not your devil anymore. Your station is abandoned. Will you cause I know what you've done, sensation, deprivation, you should have burned when you turned on everyone. So step inside, see the devil and I too many times, we've let it come to this, step inside, see the devil and I know you'll find your answers in the end, step inside, see the devil and I, you'll realize I'm not your devil anymore. So step inside, see the devil and I, see the devil and I. When the song ended, the crowd cheered the band. Sanrent bathrooms, 11:30 p.m. The area where the Sanrent baths were was desolate and uninhabited, or so we thought. Damn, said Sona, grabbing her abdomen while the effect of the purgative was still doing its thing. What the hell happened? Valerie Teeps shouted, her face already whiter than chalk. Does anyone have toilet paper? Penemu shouted from her bathroom, something that made the others look like they forgot something important. Immediately, everyone saw in their bathroom that there was nothing to clean themselves with, and the septic tank was practically 80% full of pure shit. There is no paper, shouted the 6 crazy women who, at the moment of letting out the shout, another attack of diarrhea took hold of them. But suddenly 2 voices are heard. "It smells like a rotting corpse," said a female voice. "Yuck, there's probably someone dead around here," said a male voice. At what the voices said, the purged women contained their shame. "Hey, is everything okay?" said the female voice, knocking on the door. A light of hope illuminated them, and they were willing to give up their demonic powers for toilet paper. "Please, do you have paper?" LaFay shouted desperately. "Yes, we have paper," said the male voice. "Thanks to the Mayu," said the 6 women of the supernatural. "Here you go," said the male voice, and the first one to notice was Sona, but when she saw the type of paper, she couldn't help but get scared and angry, as it was a joke. "This is sandpaper," shouted Sona Citri, "and the grain is 3 times thicker than normal grain." "Damn you want to skin us," Lavinia shouted. "I told them I had paper, but I didn't specify which one," said the male voice. "At least when they clean up their butt will be nice and smooth, you're welcome girls," said the female voice as they walked away laughing. "Damn you," shouted the 6 girls of the supernatural, and at the moment of shouting, another attack of diarrhea attacks them. Already far from the Sanrent bathrooms. "Good move, Aaron," said Lilith, laughing and wiping away her tears of laughter. "I love doing my job," said the aforementioned man as the couple returned to the concert, laughing their heads off. Back on stage. Things were going well on stage, but the mass saw something that was going to ruin the concert. Clouds were beginning to form, but what alarmed them most was the sound of thunder. A very strong storm was approaching Ryokan, but it seemed the audience wasn't going to pay attention to it. "Are you ready to continue?" Issei shouted. "Yes." Everyone shouted, including the supernaturals who were behind the stage. "Did I say, are you bucking ready to continue?" Issei shouted while Saji played a role with his drums. "Yes." Everyone shouted, including Kunu, who jumped excitedly. "This song is called The Vengeful One," said Issei. Well, the people got excited, and in that, Saji hits the cymbals as a count signal. He is observing the chaos. Taking in the lack of raw humanity. It's as if the entire world's fallen in love with their insanity. Hear the innocent voices scream. As their tormentors laugh through all of it. In the blackest moment of a dying world. What have you become? Look inside and see what you're becoming. Look inside and see what you're becoming. As the song ended, the crowd screamed and cheered like crazy. Riaz and the others who accompanied her watched in frustration as their plan didn't work, so she made her final move. "Girls, we have to ruin this concert even if we have to get to the final consequences, okay?" Riaz said. "Hi," said the DXD girls, and then they left the crowd in an unknown direction. Returning to the stage. The first drops of rain begin to fall, and Issei feels it, takes the microphone and says. "He's taking me, our clothes are going to get wet," asshole Issei said to Vali, to which he just laughed at what the brunette said, making the audience laugh, but even though it's going to rain, who cares about this? Issei shouted like a real madman, to which the people who saw them shouted in the same or worse way in a sign of support for the group. The next song, a pretty girl will come to sing it with us, but to welcome her Vali, Kiba, Saji and Gasper, take your picks, drumsticks and warm up those hands, and kick the buck out of those instruments. Shouted Issei while the people shouted excitedly, well not all, because Mickey and Goro Hyoudou had their jaws on the floor because of such a refined vocabulary that their son had. At that Vali starts to play. 0:31, the band starts playing and the rain starts to fall at the same time. Issei, Kiba, Gasper and Vali began to perform the headbang to the rhythm of the music. The people beyond crazy enjoyed the music while the soul was seduced by the violent music. And then, Ravel enters action dressed as Trish from Devil May Cry, but still keeping her drill pigtails and begins to sing. Ravel, friend or foe? There's no way to know. Through the battlefield of life. It's kill or be killed. Vali began the guitar solo as Ravel began to enjoy the atmosphere. Razor watched as the sweet little sister he once knew was now wild and brutal death metal singer. Issei, what the hell did you do to my tender and sweet little sister? Razor said, crying his eyes out upon seeing his little sister transformed into the aforementioned. They try to change you. Crush and break you. Try to tell you what to do. They'd like to have control of you. Back against the wall. In danger of losing it all. Search deep inside. Remember who you are. The crowd screamed at the group and especially at Ravel, who had performed brilliantly singing that song. The next song will mark the end of this concert, said Ravel, to which the people shouted no. But as always we leave the good stuff until the end. This is Nemesis. Vali began to play the guitar and the melody quickly and accurately. Immediately Saji, Gasper, Kiba and Issei followed him. Ravel finished the musical part with a heartbreaking scream while people jumped like crazy on the beach sand, and the Dracodernal family also enjoyed the music. Ravel, we walk this earth with fire in our hands, eye for an eye, we are Nemesis. We are with you on this vicious, fight, fighting for freedom united, we stand, we stand. While Vali was doing the little guitar solo, Ravel undid her drill pigtails, letting her blonde hair fall, and thanks to the rain she shook it with force and violence. Razor and now the patriarchs of Phoenix saw this transformation of Ravel and in their minds they said. My daughter, little sister, what have they done to you? Said the Phoenix with tears in their eyes. You are a rebel. Said the three while. We are a legion, voice of anarchy, this is revolution creating new disorder. We are enemy divided of the system crossing democracy trading it in this time, yeah. One for all for one, we are strong, we are one. One for all for one, we are one, Nemesis. The mass and other alliance leaders, upon seeing the gadgets, were surprised by the concert's popularity. Despite Raiken's storm, they were getting positive reactions to the show, practically becoming a national and international trend. Ajuka and Falbium sent the video to the Underworld Council of Elders so they could see the results of their investment. The concert was a complete success. The malicious fever burns in our hearts, in our veins, your blood, my blood, all blood runs the same. One for all for one, we are strong, we are one. One for all for one, we are one, Nemesis. We are Nemesis. On the other side of the concert, Riaz and her henchmen had arrived at the high-tension zone in order to sabotage the last song of the concert without caring about the consequences of their actions. This is where the electricity comes from, Riaz said, very distraught. We won't allow them to finish that concert well, said Akeno with her sadistic smile. Quick, let's destroy the entire high-voltage zone. Riaz ordered. Hi, said all those who accompanied her, and taking advantage of the absence of humans, they began to prepare their attacks ready to destroy Raiken's electrical zone when. This is where it comes in, Mother Nature said with a wink and sticking her tongue out at the readers. A lightning bolt struck the transformers, destroying it, and immediately, that transformer releases enough electrical energy and, since Riaz and her followers' bodies were soaked Water electricity equals sorted supernatural women. Arias and the others screamed as they received the electric shock, not even Akeno the lightning priestess could withstand such tremendous electric power, everything around them began to spark. And those sparks were seen at the concert. One for all for one, we are strong, we are one. One for all for one, we are one, Nemesis. Look at the fireworks. Indra shouted in the crowd as the lights illuminated the tropical night sky, thinking it was part of the show. When the Gremory were being electrified, many lights and especially short circuits began to be seen in a surprising way. The song ended and the stage went completely dark, leaving the entire concert in silence. "Bravo!" shouted the attendees of said concert, applauding, screaming like never before in ecstasy. Suddenly, an emergency power plant did its job, illuminating the concert again. The group Ricoternal had never felt so loved. The boys along with Arena and Ravel who participated this time, gave thanks hugging each other in front of their audience. It was official, the first concert was a success. 1 a.m. Sanrin concert bathrooms. Immediately the bathrooms opened revealing 6 supernatural girls with symptoms of dehydration, with their yukatas in tatters, and with a look that mixed bewilderment, discomfort and above all anger. "Damn you Valerie, if you had known that we took the equine purgative," said a staggering Sona. "And worst of all, we use our own yukatas to clean ourselves," said Lavinia, while showing her ruined garment, since she had cut strips of it to simulate toilet paper. "We couldn't have ruined the concert from what we heard," Tsubaki said with a blurry look on her face. "I feel like I easily lost 5 kilos in just one night." "Sorry," said Valerie Teeps on the verge of fainting. "Seriously, we're stupid," said Penemu, and in the end the 6 girls of the supernatural fainted on the sand of the beach, while the seagulls that passed by avoided at all costs to get close to them because the smell they gave off practically scared them away. But this we learned that Karma is really a bitch when she wants to be. Chapter 17, a surprise for the Tokyo heroes, the tour starts now. Of narrator. 3 weeks had passed since the concert in Ryokan by the group Ricoternal had been considered a success. The concert reviews had been 99% favorable for the group, wherein many newspapers and various television programs, both from the human world and the supernatural world, they did not stop talking about the great exhibition that our favorite musical group had given. They talked about the great mastery with which Issei played the guitar and sang. The virtuosity with which Vali also played his guitar, the great technique that Kiba used when playing his electric bass, the speed and force with which Saji played or destroyed the drums of his drum set, while with Gasper, they idolized the mastery with which he played his electric keyboards and also the turntable. Celebrity websites and blogs that attended the concert shared their opinions about Ricoternal's triumphant night. The heirs of the demonic clans who had seen the concert were also very satisfied, especially Zephyrdal Glaciolabolas, who was very pleased with the event in the human world. Seekvaira Agares hummed the songs they had played that glorious night in Ryokan Tropical City, practically the day after the concert, and she couldn't stop thinking about an albino who played the guitar with passion. But 1% of the negative comments were about the safety of the area, not because crime was rampant, but because of neglecting a high-risk area and letting immature young girls play with the lights in a high-voltage area. Reading that, the Gremory patriarchs were more than ashamed of the behavior of Rias and what was left of her entourage. Sometimes both Venelana and Zeoticus regretted so much the time she fell off her girl's tricycle that it seems to be taking its toll on the Gremory heiress. Another negative comment was the foul odor left on Ryokan's main beach by other young women who were left on the sand in the blazing sun. They demanded more food controls because it smelled worse than an unwashed pigsty sauna, and the others who took the purgative, seeing that they were in the newspapers for this comment, were ridiculed by the factions and received nicknames like the bottle. She ended up lying on the ground with a broken bottom. They didn't want to leave the hospital for a week due to shame, even though her recovery took less than 12 hours. But now we will head to an area of Tokyo that many readers will probably recognize. Dormitories of Class 3 of the UA Academy. 50 p.m. At this time in the prestigious School of Heroes of Japan, the Class of 3 were gathered along with Class B, since tomorrow they were going to graduate as professional heroes. In this area of Japan, many things happened, from the destruction of the League of Villains, with the capture of Shigaraki, Kurogiri and Twice, until the death of All for One, at the hands of All Might's successor, Midoriya Izuku, with a hero named Deku, all was thanks to the help of his class, and especially the now former villain Himiko Toga, who supported the walking broccoli at the last minute, since she felt immensely attracted to him as his girlfriend Ichako Uraraka. We know she is bisexual. Thanks to her help in the defeat of the League of Villains, Toga's charges were dropped for her actions as a villain, but she should be under someone's supervision because she was very mentally unstable. The blonde suggested she wouldn't attack anyone with one simple condition: be close to Izuku and Ichako Uraraka. And in this way both Uraraka and Toga became the current girlfriends of Broccoli. But we will not stray from the subject. We find ourselves in the current situation where the two best classes were gathered in the dormitories of Class A. They had snacks, soda, vegetables, hot dogs and hamburgers prepared by a Muslim with an explosive character and short fuse, worthy of a C4. "Bastards, the burgers are ready," shouted Katsuki Bakugo with a white apron and a chef's hat, slamming the door showing a tray full of the newly announced food. "How good Baku bro?" Kirishima shouted, taking a hamburger and eating it with great gusto. At that moment, a pink-skinned girl stood next to the Reed. "Do you want a hamburger, Mina-chan?" "Hi, Anada," said Mina Ishido, Kirishima Ijiro's current girlfriend, very happily, taking her girlfriend's hamburger and giving it a lively bite. "How long until we see the video premiere?" said Jiro Kyoka, a little overwhelmed upon hearing so much noise. "It's supposed to premiere on MTV at 9 p.m, said Kaminari Denki, Jiro Kyoka's current boyfriend. "Don't despair, we have 10 minutes to eat and have a healthy coexistence," said Tenyuida, making his typical robot movements. "Hey, is someone missing from your class?" Kendo said when he saw Class A. "Hey, where did Mineta go?" said Tetsu seeing that the testicle head is not there. "I'll answer that," said Mei Hatsum smiling, because it turns out Mineta had a date today with one of my Kouheis from the support class. "What?" shouted those from Class B and some from Class A, because that was the last thing they would hear from Minoru Mineta, the biggest pervert of the UA. It was about time. A voice that reflected Izuku Midoriya being accompanied by his current girlfriends Hachiko Uraraka and Himiko Toga, along with his adopted daughter Eri, holding Toga's hand. Mineta had taken so long to ask her out. "Baku, aren't you worried that that pervert might hurt an innocent girl?" said Satsuna from Class B, impressed by the confidence with which the green-haired man said those words. "Not the opposite, Jiro," said Tsuyu Asui while she hugged the arm of her current boyfriend Tokoyami Fumikage. "I'll be honest, at first I was also afraid for Mei-chan's Kouhai integrity, but when I saw that Mineta didn't look at her the way he looked at us with lust and perversity, I realized that Mineta was having a change in himself. It was so much that he asked Momo-chan to give him classes on how to behave in front of a lady." Jiro. "That surprised me too," said Yoirozu Momo, remembering that day. "At first I was going to refuse, but when I saw Mineta's determination and desire when he kneeled before me, but above all when he apologized for the times he was perverted with me, I agreed. He learned so quickly that he would defend Meme-chan tooth and nail against the other students' criticism for her quirk. That caught us off guard when we saw what Mineta was capable of doing," said Todoroki, Momo's current boyfriend. "I don't blame him for those times he behaved violently towards whoever criticized Mineta-san's love interest," Koda said, "all because of Meme-chan's quirk. He's the target of mockery and quite hurtful criticism. But in the end Mineta turned out to be Meme-chan's hero," said Hatsum sitting on Tenyuida's lap. "The poor girl was so nervous that when she talked about Mineta, she threw down the tools she was working with. And I'm thankful that a woman was the one who made me change radically," said a voice as they saw that Mineta was being accompanied by the aforementioned Meme Ruden. "And guess what? Meme-chan and I officially started our relationship, right?" said the dwarf, very happy. "Meme Ruden? Quirk. Cyclop, his single eye can give him a more detailed look than a normal human's eyes." "Ha ha," said Mineta's Cyclops girlfriend, smiling honestly while her cheeks turned a light red. But that, they left everyone in total shock, something impossible to see in the eyes of the majority, except for Izuku, Hachiko, Toga and Tsuyu. Mineta already has a partner and had matured quite a bit. "Congratulations, Uncle Mineta," said Eri, very happy for the testicle hair. Author's note. If Mineta can have a partner, those who are still single, what's stopping them from having a girlfriend? "This cycle has been full of changes, like Toga-chan," said Uraraka, stroking the blonde's head as she purred happily. "Like Mineta's, they've been for the better. Although there was one that was bad," said Yuikadai sadly. "Are you referring to Monoma?" said Manga Fukudashi. "You shouldn't feel that way, Yui. He chose to be a villain, and in the end he fled before they captured him along with the rest of the league." Everyone reading. "No one wants Monoma. In the end what matters are the decisions," said Toga. "If it weren't for the love I have for Izuku-chan and Ichako-chan, probably right now I would be in prison or worse, dead, but thanks to you too," said Toga, hugging Izuku and Ichako, giving them both a kiss. "Now I have a family and many friends with whom I can relate." "Thank you," said Toga, shedding some tears for that. The words of the now ex-villain moved the hearts of the students who were about to graduate until. "Eyes, 9 p.m. Turu shouted, the Dracodernal video is about to release." At that moment, Tenyuida turned on the television to tune into MTV. Everyone present was attentive, and then the MTV program introduced the host of the television program. "Good night, I'm Nana Asaki," said the aforementioned with a bow. "Well, last week we showed a video that in my opinion was more of an obligation than a pleasure, a video in which this reggaeton artist wanted to promote himself in Japan, obviously, and as expected, had such negative reactions that it was classified in Japan as something in such bad taste. The video, I twerk alone," said Nana, while showing clips of said video. "But the guys from the UA. Eri was about to watch that video, and thank God Toga cut the power cord so she could continue watching it, Izuku said as he remembered that video that left him trembling. You are definitely a heroine, Toga-san said Momoyaoiruzu. If she had seen that video more, you would have left her with a more critical trauma than the one Chisaki left her with when he experimented on her. I'm just doing the right thing for my daughter, Toga said, very happy with the compliment. Back with Nana. The reggaeton singer tried to break into Japanese lands with his music, and it only took one concert for him to get out of there because the Osaka Yakuza was chasing him, and in the words of the reggaeton singer, they were forcing him to commit seppuku to recover the honor of the music, and the next day he left Japan never to return, said Nana, making a thumbs up. Well, now what everyone was waiting for, those fans of heavy music. Those lovers of rock, today we present the premiere of the first video of the group Recodernal under the direction of Sirzechs Gremory. This is called I Disappear, shouted Nana enthusiastically. At the UA. Everyone was waiting for the Sekiryuutei music video, and when Nana announced it, they couldn't hold back a scream. Yes. They shouted very excitedly, and immediately, the television screen turns black to start the music video. 00029. Everyone saw a panoramic view of the Grand Canyon until they saw how Issei began to play the electric guitar and was accompanied by Vali, Kiba and Saji. Also several shorts of the video where the brunette was driving a classic car, Vali being chased by a plane, Kiba being pushed and hit by men in suits with a grimace that reflected despair, Saji escaping from an explosion behind his back, and Gasper climbing the Grand Canyon. The song starts well, Izuku said, to which he received affirmations from his companions. 030-037. The band continued playing on top of one of the Grand Canyon monoliths. The next graduates of the UA Academy followed along with the rhythm, nodding their heads and, in the case of Momo and Ryuko Yanagi, shaking part of their shoulders. Until they saw Issei start singing. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, hey, 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 yeah, yeah. Here I go into new days. I could see Vali with a face of despair, seeing himself lost in a desert while walking through the burning sands of said desert, but he is also seen being chased by an airplane, also mixing some shots with those of Vali playing with his group in the Grand Canyon. Could Vali-sama have endured so much heat? Pony said, somewhat intrigued, but then she saw the scene change. Hey, hey, hey. Ain't no mercy. Yeah, hey, no mercy. There's no mercy there for me. The scene now changes to Kiba, who appears bewildered and sees how people in suits begin to get in his way. He tries as gently as possible to get them out of his way, but the people begin to hit him, push him, and knock him down, completely stunned. Ha 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 ha, Bakugo laughed. That's what happened to you once in the nerd cafeteria, said the pale-haired boy, embarrassing Izuku a little. Do you bury me when I'm gone? Do you teach me while I'm here? Just as soon as I belong. Then it's time I disappear. Ha. Seeing how Issei sang while he saw the horizon of the Grand Canyon, the females of Group B blushed slightly, showing one of the facets of the brown-haired boy. Kendo, Satsuna, Kinoko, Pony, Yui, a little to Abara and Ryuko, they could not hide said blush. How manly, bro, said Kirishima when he saw that scene of Issei. Then they returned to Kiba, who remained motionless while people passed by him until, fed up, he decided to leave with a fistfight, while his face reflected desperation. Hey, hey, hey. And I went on down that road. The scene changed again, but this time Issei was now driving a 1967 Chevrolet Camaro in an agile manner, while he saw how a wave began to destroy in its path. I must admit that vocalist has a good taste in cars, said Bakugo when he saw the means by which Issei drove. Do you bury me when I'm gone? Do you teach me while I'm here? Disappear, huh? While Issei was still singing as he saw the horizon again with Vali, Saji and Kiba in the Grand Canyon, scenes of Gasper climbing the rocks could be seen, but in one of those, Gasper slips from the rocks, with the danger of almost falling into the void, grabbing hold of them at the last moment, scaring everyone. Hiya. The girls present screamed in fear, especially Eri, upon seeing such a scary scene. I'm gone, I'm gone. I'm gone. The scene where Issei sang with true passion while Vali masterfully performed a small guitar solo, at which point those present in the dormitories began to stand up from their seats and begin to move to the rhythm of the music. In the case of Zero Hanta and Jiro Kyoka, they imitated Vali by pretending to play an electric guitar. The scene now changes with Saji, who was looking at everything from a window, but then he sees that the same destructive force that was chasing Issei was now coming against him. He realizes it and runs away from there. While said force begins to destroy the skyscraper, he begins to dodge the things that fall. Do you bury me when I'm gone? Do you teach me while I'm here? Just as soon as I belong. Then it's time I disappear. Until Saji jumps into the void. Saji-san, shouted Satsuna Tokage, since of the group the Ritribera was the one who attracted her the most. Do you bury me when I'm gone? Do you teach me while I'm here? Just as soon as I belong. Then it's time I disappear. Disappear. The final scene is that after jumping into the void it changes again with the Dracodernal group playing their instruments in the Grand Canyon while a sandstorm began to cover them, making them disappear, but in the end, Gasper ends up climbing said colossal rock while smiling at the cameras for such a feat. The Colgate smile at that the one who blushed strongly was Kanoko Komori. "Ooh!" shouted those present in the dormitories upon hearing the new hit by the Dracodernal group. Mina threw the popcorn with excitement, Eri and Toru jumped with excitement. "That was the big hit of the sensation group of the moment, Dracodernal," said Nana very excitedly. "And now, speaking of which, for the people who live in Tokyo and Kyoto, we have to remind you of something." In response to this, the UA students practically glued their faces to the flat screen. "In 3 days there will be a concert in Tokyo, at the Nippon Budokan, and in 10 days there will be a concert in Kyoto at the Kyoto Concert Hall. Unfortunately the tickets are sold out at both concert venues, so those who got one will be able to see the sensation group of the moment in one of the most important arenas not only in Tokyo, but in all of Japan." But this said, all the students were surrounded by a purple aura. With what was said, all the students felt a purple aura reign over them. "I couldn't get tickets," Izuku said, crying comically. "We were so wrapped up in the league and studying that we forgot about the concert," said Kirishima very resignedly while scratching his head. "Not even my father could get a pair of tickets," said Momo with several will-o'-the-wisps in her head, while the same purple aura reigned over her. "According to what he told me, the tickets were sold out in just 3 hours." At what Momo had said, they were stunned since not even the powerful Yayoi Rozu family could get a ticket for the Dracodernal concert. "And they're only going to have one concert, right?" said Mina crying comical tears, to which Momo and Kyoka nodded. "No. I want to go to the Dracodernal concert," shouted Mina while kicking the ground like a child. "What are you up at this hour?" said a voice to which all the students were with goosebumps when they saw Aizawa Shoda Eraserhead with his usual tired tone, but in his gesture, he showed irritation by the noise that was making the dormitory of Class A. "It is fine that it is your last night at the UA Academy and have a get-together for this, but there are rules that are established from the beginning of classes until the last day, and I have already received complaints from the teachers who try to sleep of so much noise they make, especially the screams of certain people that I am seeing right now," said Aizawa looking at Mina, who quickly got on her knees while sweat fell from nervousness. "I want you to go to sleep and be ready for the graduation ceremony." "But sensei," the students shouted at Aizawa's order, but he activated his quirk and also somehow made his hair and bandages levitate. "Shut up and go to sleep now," he said with his usual intimidating tone. "Hi!" shouted the 2 classes, and immediately Class B leaves the dormitories of Class A saying goodbye and quickly leaving there to avoid problems with the pro hero and teacher of the academy. The next day. At the academy arena. The graduation ceremony was taking place where the now newly graduated heroes and now professionals were receiving decorations for their efforts, but the most curious thing is that the most important television station in Tokyo was tuning into the ceremony because the hero who defeated All for One was being decorated for his efforts, and whoever received this recognition was from his idol to follow. All the graduating students were having the honor of obtaining their diploma and professional license at the hands of top 10 and famous heroes, but Izuku Idariya had the privilege of obtaining his 2 important documents at the hands of the person who gave him an opportunity to be a hero, his sensei, his guide and his second father, the retired Toshinori Yagi, better known as All Might. When delivering this recognition the blonde could not hold back his tears. "I did it, All Might," said Izuku Midoriya very happily. "I'm very proud of you, Midoriya Shonen," said the skeletal blonde smiling at him in a tired way. "I have chosen very well the new bearer of One for All, but it's time for you to write your own legend, Midoriya Shonen. It's time for you to surpass this old hero." Upon hearing these words everyone cried as they saw All Might give his last advice to his successor, the last teaching of a master to his disciple. Inko Midoriya couldn't hold back her tears. She went to the stage where her son was and hugged him, along with All Might thanking him for everything he did for her boy. Her walking broccoli girlfriend Zachako Antoga also accompanied her mother-in-law, her boyfriend, and his mentor Izuku. Couldn't feel very lucky to have the people he had loved so much in his heart at this important moment, also remembering several people who had passed away and who also thanks to their teachings are now the hero he always wanted to be, Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino. At the end of this touching scene, Nezu took the microphone. "Well, with this, I conclude this graduation ceremony," said Nezu as the graduating students threw their caps into the air in jubilation, "but however I still have something to tell you." Everyone remained silent before the bipedal mouse. The teachers and the top 10 heroes who helped in the capture of the League of Villains, resulting in the final defeat of All for One, we have decided to give an extra gift to the students who participated in such a heroic feat, said Nezu looking at classes A and B. And that they take out a bundle of paper, but the aforementioned classes recognized said papers that their eyes began to shine with emotion. We know that all of you are fans of heavy rock, so on our part we buy you tickets for the Dracotonal concert. Yes. Both classes shouted upon seeing that a miracle had happened. They could go see said musical show in the most important arena in the city. We can go see Dracotonal. Mina shouted, crying excitedly. I want to listen to real music. Kyoka shouted while hugging Denki. The students of classes A and B received tickets for the concert that promised to be a show they would never forget in their young lives. But after the ceremony, some 5 heroines, who also showed a fondness for heavy rock, gathered on the rooftop of a skyscraper, ready to chat about their fondness for a certain musical group made up of 5 demons that attracted them. I can't wait for the day after tomorrow, said Midnight, as she also put her ticket in a handbag while. Unlike the boys' tickets, we'll go straight backstage, said Mirko, smiling wickedly. That smile, are you thinking of hitting on Gasper-san? Said Ryuko, who was also keeping her ticket. It's more than obvious that yes, no one will dare to lay a claw on my transvestite, said Mirko, smiling with evil and pride, but you're not far behind what you are. Your room is full of Vali Morningstar posters, and all I hear you say is oh Vali, I wish there was a man so handsome and so marked for you to tame this dragon, said Mirko, imitating the dragon's enamored voice, to which Ryuko, the dragon heroine, was very red when revealing a secret she had in her house. Ko how. Ryuko said nervously. Ahahahaha, I didn't expect the refined Ryuko to have such a behavior, said Midnight, laughing as the dragon heroine turned red. And this is said by the old lady who has a freshly printed photo of Issei Hyoudou in her wallet, and when no one is looking she takes it out, finishes a whole lipstick, and covers the photo with kisses, said Mount Ladu, taking the opportunity to embarrass his rival in terms of attractiveness. Having mentioned this, Midnight was shocked when she revealed a very intimate secret. That's if your entire room is full of photos of Issei Hyoudou, even scattered on the floor and on the refrigerator you have them stuck. You miserable little girl, Midnight growled. But you're not far behind you, said Pixie Bob. Now I know that in your office you have handmade Kiba-kun dolls, said Pixie Bob, the blonde hussy cat, in front of a empty lady who wanted to answer, but the first one, you have a whole shelf of Kiba dolls, dressed in different things even as women. The 4 of them were left with a WTF face at empty lady's strange fondness for Kiba. But you, said Mirko, pointing at the hussy cat, you always come to the office with your shirt with the image of Saji Genshiro, and when you take off said garment, you treat it as if it were made of glass, and you clean your face with a rather unhealthy obsession. Oh yeah? Said the blonde, pointing at the bunny heroine. I've seen you when you watch the videos of Dracotonal's concerts while you eat your carrots, but especially when they focus on Gasper, I see that instead of biting him, you lick said vegetable with lust and eroticism. Please don't tell me about my future plans with Gasper, Mirko said maliciously. Pedophile, the 4 of them said in their minds when they heard such things from Mirko. Well, we should adjust our schedules to enjoy the day after tomorrow and have a great time, said Midnight. The heroines nodded because no one would ruin that day of fun for anything. The newly graduated heroes were very anxious to see their musical idols, especially the 5 heroines who really wanted to meet the group and have a nice chat. When they are showing their urgency to leave single life, that day of the concert would change their lives in a way. Meanwhile, on the train to Tokyo. Achoo, Gasper sneezed while he was accompanied by Risti, Yatsuba and his tutor Yaku. This will be explained in the next chapter. Are you okay? Said Risti, handing her a handkerchief. I felt that my person was in imminent danger, said Gasper very nervously. I felt like eating rabbits too, Yatsuba said irritably. I rabbit skewers, said Risti, also angry. I want fresh rabbit blood, Yaku said, just like Risti. The second concert was just a few hours away, something that was going to promise a lot of music, passion and, above all, the meeting of 2 completely different worlds. In another unknown place. In a warehouse, there was a storage and laboratory where they were creating nothing but glass capsules. But someone was guarding the laboratory. So a concert and my miserable ex-colleagues will go, he said with a crazy smile. Everyone will pay for having destroyed my plans, especially you, Deku, he said, well, seeing an image of All Might's successor, you will see how your dream will be destroyed by me, since All for One entrusted me with the command of his creations, you will die. Chapter 18. On the way to Tokyo, awkward moments on the train. A week before the events at the UA in the last chapter. In this story, the heroes who know the existence of the supernatural are Nezu, All Might, the top 10 heroes, some UA teachers like Eraserhead, Midnight, Powerload and Present Mick. Ryokan City, Hyoudou residence, 9 a.m. The Dracotonal family was having a somewhat surprising meeting in the main hall of the Hot Mansion, as it turns out that the leaders of the biblical factions were there along with several surprise guests, all wearing quite comfortable clothes for the tropical climate. Well, I guess you'll ask who our guests are, said Sirzechs, who was at least using crutches to walk after the last 2 casts were removed from his legs. They are heroes who reside in the city of Tokyo. Heroes? Issei said, very intrigued seeing the three subjects who accompanied the leaders. Are they related to Kuoh or something like that? No, in our case, we are heroes who watch over the safety of the innocent, but excuse my rudeness, let me introduce myself, Sirzechs said, a skeletal blonde. My name is Toshinori Yagi. I am a former hero better known as All Might, said the aforementioned, while struggling to raise his arm. All Might? Said the Nakano quintuplet, surprised by the appearance. He looks more neglected than usual, Risty said as she checked on the retired hero. Let's just say retirement hasn't been so good for me, All Might said, somewhat embarrassed. Just then, a short person approached the band members. And my name is Nezu, a pleasure, said the bipedal white rat, about to shake Issei's hand when. Square. Aye, a rat. Shouted none other than Miki Hyoudou as she slapped poor Nezu on the head with her flip-flop. What's wrong with you, crazy woman? Said Nezu, rubbing his head from the blow. Is this how you greet your guests, with a slip? And talk? Said Miki, more terrified, taking what she had at hand, a pressure cooker. That thing must die. Shouted Miki, blinded by fear, threatening to hit said artifact on Nezu's head. Mom, stop. Issei shouted, interceding for Nezu. Lady, calm down, Azazel shouted, trying to take the pressure cooker away from her, but Miki instinctively. Gong. But the sound of a gong, Miki hit Azazel hard on the head with the pressure cooker, leaving the poor cadre KO. This is Hyoudou killed Azazel. Said Roygun, impressed by her mother-in-law's strength. I don't think so, said Sirzechs, looking at an Azazel face down on the ground with a bump on his head, his eyes spiraling, his tongue sticking out with a stupid smile, and several mini Gabriel flying in his head. If he has withstood Penemu's best blows and has survived a faction war, a hit with the pressure cooker is nothing to him. But Mrs. Hyoudou's strength is fearsome, said All Might as he watched Miki Hyoudou calm down with some tea made by Ravel, as she sat on a chair brought by Kiryu, while Kunu, Ingvald and Yotsuba hid terrified behind Issei's father. Now I see who is in charge of the house, said Toshinori, to which Goro Hyoudou nodded, as he did not want to be another victim of his adorable wife. Minutes later. Well, the reason we came is the following, said Nezu, while putting an ice pack on his head brought by Taujuaya. Since they are going to organize a concert in Tokyo, we came to negotiate a ticket sale before anyone else gets them. May I know the reason for that request? Vali said. Well, as you know, I am the director of the most prestigious hero academy in Tokyo, and possibly Japan, and a generation of graduates, specifically, the two best groups of third-year students, are fans of your music. Every day we hear karaoke competitions in the halls. Some of us admit that the female and male voices sing very well and so badly that it seems like an animal in agony, asking for its death, or Yoko Ono herself singing, said Nezu, and at the last thing he only remembered a pink-skinned girl who has the quirk to throw acid, and the dwarf with the head of a testicle. But the top 10 heroes along with the teachers of the academy and on our behalf, said Toshinori, pointing to Nezu and himself, we agreed to give a gift to the heroes who are just going to graduate with a ticket of their favorite group. We are willing to pay whatever it takes, as long as our graduates have a last present from us, said Nezu, taking out the checkbook, where it clearly said protected account in the Cayman Islands. The leaders of the biblical faction saw such a scene of the two heroes willing to pay so many tickets for their valued students until. Don't worry about the cost, Sirzechs said, smiling, consider it a gift from us. It's clear that you care a lot about your students, said Azazel calmly, so for that selfless gesture on your part, we will give you those tickets without spending a cent. Do you agree, boy? Said Azazel, looking at Issei. It's fine with me, said the brunette, while Miku Nakano hugged him from behind. For us it is an honor that people appreciate our music. And it is thanks to the fans that we owe everything, said Vali, while Nino sat next to him. Humility above all, said Michael, very happy with the words of his ex-brother's descendant, while a magic circle made a bunch of tickets appear. They are the tickets for the front row concert. I hope you enjoy it. Toshinori and Nezu took the tickets, stood up from their chairs, and bowed, thanking them for the noble gesture. We will compensate you, said Toshinori very happily while still bowing. It's not necessary, said Gasper nervously, waving his hands, we do it in good faith. But we'll make it up to him somehow, said Nezu. I don't know, with a meal at the best restaurant in Tokyo, I don't know, we'll come up with something. Well, we will not reject your good intentions, Sirzechs said calmly. For the moment stay calm and reward your students. Thank you very much again, both heroes said. We will proceed to withdraw, said Nezu, while Michael nodded at what was said, and with a magic circle he teleported them to the UA Academy. Toshinori Yagi-san, he looked very anemic, said Zenobia, somewhat disturbed by the blonde's condition. It's a very long story to explain, said Sirzechs, but now he's fine thanks to the cooperation that Sir Night Eyes, RIP, had with the Citri clan and Gregory. He's being rehabilitated in said hospitals and medical facilities to increase his life expectancy. The coexistence of humanity with the supernatural, said Ichika Nakano happily, is slowly taking place. Everyone felt that harmony that hadn't been felt for a long time due to the constant attacks from the Cow's Brigade. But then they saw a magic circle appear and they immediately recognized the current leader of the vampires, Teeps, along with a young green-haired vampire accompanying her. The latter was carrying 3 suitcases and dressed in schoolgirl attire. "It's good to see you," said the leader of the vampires seriously. "Sama, it's good to see you," said Issei, shaking the leader's hand, who respectfully responded to the brunette's gesture. "So she will be Gasper-san's tutor," said Sirzechs, looking at the green-haired vampire who, through her gaze and gestures, showed a lot of vitality. "That's right, Sirzechs, don't know," said stoically. "As you know, our dear Gasper must complete his corresponding studies while he is on tour with you. I want the vampire youth to see Gasper-kun as an example to follow, who does not live off his glories as a hero, but is something more in life, and for that I present to you the best tutor who can help you in your goal. She is Yaku Shirogami, belonging to the Japanese vampire clan." At that, the green-haired girl approaches. "Nice to meet you, my name is Yaku Shirogami. It is an honor to meet the heroes who saved us and the leaders of the biblical factions. I will be Gasper-chan's tutor. I will be in her care," the green-haired girl finished with a bow. "Nice to meet you," said the Dracodinal family, returning the greeting of the green-haired vampire. But little Gasper, seeing the pretty girl who had arrived, quickly blushed. "The honor is mine," Gasper said, bowing nervously. But then. The rag doll heard 2 more growls and felt 2 pairs of arms seize each of her arms. Risty and Yotsuba stared at her fiercely and jealously, like a cat taking its toy at the newly arrived vampire. "Hey girls," said Gasper. "Yes, Gasper-chan," they both said while turning their necks in a disturbing way with a face that would scare the bravest and giving him a smile that Gasai herself would applaud. "Hee." Gasper shouted when he saw his girlfriends totally jealous. "Welcome to my world," Gasper said Issei, while a drop of sweat fell from his head. "Well, with this I'm retiring to my chambers since I can't stand the tropical heat in these areas, with your permission," said Teeps, starting. The Yaku takes the opportunity to get intimate with Vladikun, since because of his stupid jealousy, that stupid descendant of mine is now lamenting in the castle, said the leader of the vampires, mentally giving Yaku a smile as a sign that he has all her support, disappearing from there. At that, the green-haired vampire approaches the transvestite vampire who was being possessively grabbed by his 2 girlfriends like 2 cats clinging to a toy. "Well, Gasper-san, first of all, being your educational tutor, I also want to be your friend." Gasper-san holding hands. "Let's hope we get along," Yaku said without caring that Risty and Yotsuba looked at her jealously. The Gasper's current partners growled. He was so nervous he didn't know what to do because at any moment a catfight would break out over him. "I've never seen Yotsuba act like that," said Itsuki, looking at his sister. "She's usually quite carefree," said Nino, surprised by the orange-haired girl's behavior. Well, leaving Gasper's school issue aside," said Sirzechs, somewhat nervous about the scene caused by 2 jealous girlfriends against a new suitor of the U par excellence. "About the year that you will be away from Raikan, have you thought about who will stay to take care of the house?" "I already solved it," said Vali Cao, "and the heroes faction will come the day we leave here. They agreed to guard the security of this city for a year. And above all, Issei-kun, do you already have the new songs ready for the Tokyo and Kyoto concert?" said Sirzechs. "That's right, and I assure you that many will be surprised by what they hear. More than some, it will be their debut on stage," said Issei, as his eyes turned to certain Nakano sisters who were getting nervous because despite practicing with the group, the fact of being in front of millions of people singing still terrified them. "But there won't be any problems entering Kyoto after Issei-sama and Yosaka-sama fought," Ravel said, very worried because the fact that the leader of the Yokai held a lot of resentment against the brown-haired boy was already a very serious issue to deal with. "I'll talk about that with the other leaders," said Sirzechs, taking the matter seriously, "but I won't ruin your day any further. I want you to enjoy it now. What you deserve is to rest. In that case, with Yaku and Gasper, plan your classes for your 3rd year of high school, so that when you return from your tour, you can enter the local university of the city without problems." "Well, we're leaving," said Michael as Azazel and Sirzechs left in magical circles. Of narrator. And so the week passed where the boys of the supernatural along with their respective harems enjoyed a little relaxation. Days of burning sun, on the beach enjoying the tropical pleasures. They enjoyed them to the fullest. In the case of Gasper, his routine changed a lot because Yaku woke him up at 7 a.m. to start his classes, something that cost the little transvestite a little work, but it didn't take long to keep up with his tutor. The ones who were most affected by this were practically Itsuba and Risty. Both girls watched with a lot of jealousy as the green-haired vampire had several approaches with her little boyfriend, and they noticed how Yaku, when he saw that Gasper understood or answered correctly a question about the subject she taught him, he blushed and gave the little one eyes full of love that inflamed them so much that they both made the decision to join the tutoring so that the green-haired vampire would not take advantage of them. Yaku, seeing Risty and Yotsuba's intentions, accepted them, but he was going to leave them with the most difficult tasks and assignments for having interfered with his sacred mission with Gasper. But despite everything, when classes ended the three girls talked and as the week went by they became very good friends. However, that didn't stop Yaku from continuing to torture Risti and Yotsuba during tutoring. Until the day of leaving Raiken arrived, the entire Dracodonal family was ready to leave the mansion, Cao, and the hero faction had arrived in order to take care of the Sekiryuutei's house. Miki Hyoudou had provided them with supplies so they could eat and live comfortably. Above all, she provided them with a dojo and the entertainment room, something that Cao, Heracles and Jean liked, especially the first to be able to practice. While with George and Leonardo in question of video games they could entertain themselves. But yes, the five would enjoy the beach and the luxuries that Raiken City offered them, thanks to Issei and the alliance that moved them there. End POV narrator. Issei and the others were transported in vans hired by Azazel to the train station where they would be taken to Tokyo in 5 hours. All of the heavy luggage had been stored by Sirzechs in a pocket dimension. They only carried handbags and the occasional backpack. Upon boarding the transport, they settled in and began to interact. In Gasper's case, he continued his tutorials with Yako, along with Risti and Yotsuba. Zenobia, Nino, Kiryu and Rya played cards, Itsuki with Roigun, Irina, Aya and Ichika enjoyed the food they were given on the train, while Issei's parents, accompanied by Sirzechs, still using crutches, chatted pleasantly with Kunu, Miku, Tomo and Ingvald. But in a more secluded place Ravel was talking with Issei, Vali, Kiba and Saji. Well, the plans in Tokyo will be the following, said the lowly with drill hair in a serious manner. Arriving in Tokyo at 2 p.m, they will go to the hotel where they will be staying, and at 5 p.m. they will go to see the arena where they will play, and apart from that they will have to live with people who won tickets with the backstage included, but an important detail that they should not forget. We are quirkless in front of the Tokyo society, but we have the privilege of being musical stars. Tokyo society is not aware that there are demons in Kuoh and Raiken as far as I can see, and vice versa, said Vali. That's right, Ravel said. This is to prevent heroes from going to cities to make illegal arrests of fallen demons and angels, and if they go to Tokyo to recruit heroes and become part of their retinues or teams, those who have knowledge of both societies are the mass like Azazel, Michael, Auden, Shiva, as well as the top 10 heroes. There is a secret treaty in that area. That's good to know, but returning to the topic of the girls who will meet us backstage, they will surely be heroines from Tokyo with whom we will live together, right? Said Saji. Exactly, said Ravel, and to be exact they are very powerful heroines, said Ravel, taking out the forms of the 5 winning heroines. Toshinori-san passed this information. Remember that they have special abilities that they call quirk. Every hero or person who lives there has one, and only 10% of the population do not have a quirk. They are called quirkless, and unfortunately they are discriminated against for that. The 4 members of the Dracodonal group put on a face of indignation upon learning that. But Toshinori-san and the top 10 heroes are working so that this remains in the past, and the quirkless are treated with dignity, Ravel said, giving each one a format of each heroine who would meet them, only she's staying with a lucky one who would meet Gasper. Each heroine wants to meet one in particular personally. In the case of Vali-san, the heroine Ryuko wants to meet you personally. She has a quirk which transforms into a dragon. Dragon? I want to see that, said Vali, looking at the profile of the blonde heroine. When he saw her he blushed a little. I don't deny that she is very attractive. But at the same time. Crash. Aya was enjoying a mochaccino when she squeezed it so hard that she destroyed a porcelain cup. Aya-san, are you okay? Itsuki said when he saw the broken cup in the hands of the dark-haired girl. Huh? Aya said, confused, seeing her broken cup. Ahhhh. Gamensai. Aya shouted, very scared and embarrassed. Well, with Nino. Crack. When he placed his cards on the plastic table they brought out, he placed it with such force that he ended up destroying it. What happened to you, Nino? Zenobia said with a drop of sweat falling from her eyes when she saw how the table ended up. Sorry, something made me do that, said Nino, somewhat embarrassed, while Ryakusaka stealthily reset the table with magic. For a full house of 10s I don't think it's that bad, said Kiryu, showing an imperial flower of spades, something that depressed the contestants, taking a bed of typical Japanese sweets. Why do I have a feeling I'll have to borrow Ascalon from Issei-san? Nino and Aya said seriously, but in the dividing gear HIB Albion was only dedicated to throwing confetti for its bearer. Returning with Ravel and the boys. In your case Saji-san, the heroine who wants to meet you is the hussy cat Pixie Bob, said Ravel, passing the information to Saji, where it contained a photo of the heroine. She is very pretty. Crack. When Dracodonal's drummer Itsuki said that, while eating a blueberry pie, he applied so much force to the knife to cut his dessert that he destroyed the porcelain plate, throwing said dessert to the floor and leaving said kitchen utensil buried in the fiberglass table. While in the area where they were playing poker, the sound of cards being thrown could be heard as Kiryu was shuffling the cards because something distracted her. Sorry, Kiryu said, looking a bit irritated as she picked up the pile of cards from the floor of the train. I seem to be starting to feel a certain aversion to cats, both girlfriends of the Vritra bearer said with hostility in their minds, while in Saji's sacred gear, the Chibi Dragon King could only laugh at the tremendous luck of its bearer. Going back to whoever was making the girls mad. Kiba-kun said Ravel passing him another information slip. She is the girl who wants to meet you Takeyama, better known as Mount Lady. Kiba sees the pamphlet and smiles unconsciously. It seems that he is a lively one said Kiba. Crack. Grrrrrrrrr. A small grunt was heard along with the sound of the wood being destroyed. Kiba looked sideways when he saw his girlfriend Ichika Nakano, who gave off a purple aura while in her right hand she showed some wooden chopsticks with which she ate sushi that had been crushed by the force of the pink-haired girl. Is everything okay, Ichi-chan said Kiba somewhat intimidated. Of course everything's fine Kaiba-kun. Ichika said sweetly with a smile, but when she said his name with a sweet and calm touch but with eyes without light, the poor blonde could only swallow saliva. Returning with Ravel and the boys. Well, in this envelope are the heroines who want to meet both Issei-sama and Gasper-chan, said Ravel. Why don't you give the information cards to Issei? Kiba said doubtfully, but seeing the gesture Ravel showed jealousy and irritation, plus a blush he got an idea. Don't tell me there's a photo of someone pretty there. Yes, the heroine 18 Midnight is the one who wants to see you Issei-sama said Ravel, but apart from the ID I'm sending extra information. And can you tell what it is? Issei said, also getting an idea. Well Ravel said very embarrassed and irritated but without knowing it, someone takes the envelope from her and opens it. Wow, these are photos of the heroine, said Kunu surprised and in quite provocative poses. Kunu-chan. Ravel shouted as she revealed what she had said about give me back to that. And that's not all measurements, fantasies and hexual fantasies, said Kunu somewhat blushing when reading something about the human body wrapped in chocolate. Kunu when reading that shouted. This woman needs a husband. Said Little Kits, throwing the photos that happened to fall on Issei, who, upon seeing it, couldn't avoid a nosebleed. Otu-chan shouted Kunu worried when she saw how Issei fainted. Issei's harem interrupted what they were doing and saw photos of Midnight in such shameless and hexy poses as if she were modeling for a Noper magazine. This began to boil the possessive jealousy of the Red Dragon Emperor's girlfriends because despite seeing how depraved a heroine is, she has a better body than them, similar to Roygun. I will kill that exhibitionist if she gets closer to our Issei. Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Miku, Ingvild and Roygun shouted in their minds while behind her several figures of esoteric Buddhism emerged in a threatening manner. In the boosted gear Ddraig, for his part, danced the conga because he had the feeling of a new female for Issei and above all, more perverted than him. Achu Gasper sneezed, while he was accompanied by Risti, Yitsuba and his tutor Yaku. Are you okay? Said Risti, handing her a handkerchief. I felt that my person was in imminent danger, said Gasper very nervously. I felt like eating rabbits too Yitsuba said irritably. I rabbit skewers said Risti also angry. I want fresh rabbit blood Yaku said just like Risti. The 5 harems were giving off a dark purple aura as they sensed their men being targeted by 5 desperate heroines. But their fear passed when they heard. Next stop Tokyo City Station prepare to go down in 20 minutes. The Dracodernal group was beginning to breathe a little from the nerves because it is the beginning of a great musical adventure where laughter, love and above all music, laughter and madness will be unleashed with our 5 protagonists, their harems, but above all the family will experience. The first step to world fame started now. Chapter 19 Sticky Joke on the Gremory concert in Tokyo PT1. Tokyo City. Of narrator. One of the largest cities on the planet, the overwhelming metropolis and capital of Japan, home to 13.6 million people, welcomed the Dracodernal group as they stepped off the train from the tropical city of Ryokan. The group's fanatics waited anxiously at the train station. When the boys got off, they screamed so loudly with pure excitement that it could be heard almost throughout the city, but they immediately fell silent when they saw the girls coming with their idols. The harems emanated a black, menacing aura that immediately silenced all the group's fans. They immediately boarded vans that would take them to the hotel belonging to the Gremory clan, where they would stay for 5 days. Immediately the 5 boys went to the stage where they would interact with the 5 heroines who had earned the right to meet them. That had put their girlfriends in a bad mood who, by order of Sirzechs, had stayed at the hotel because knowing them, they would spy on their boys who would be with the heroines and would be able to ruin it, but despite everything they would be protected by Grayfia and Vanillana Gremory in case things got out of control. But the ones who were most nervous and furious like lionesses caged in their rooms were Issei and Gasper's harem because the aforementioned perverted brown-haired girls were uneasy because their male was in danger of being abused by a perverted MILF, while the girls of the transvestite vampire, knowing that the heroine would meet her small and fragile damper, jealousy was at its maximum because Mirko has an excellent body that could easily attract Gasper. I'm very nervous said Zenobia while pacing back and forth in the room on the 23rd floor. I'm scared for Issei. Zenobia, stop walking back and forth, you're starting to drive me away. Shouted Ravel, who was sitting on the bed that belonged to her and hugging a pillow. You're not the only one who feels nervous about this. This is making me feel bad, and the worst thing is that we can't get out of here, said Irina, very distressed. Sirzechs Sama and Michael Sama put a seal around the hotel that prevents the exit of any supernatural being, said Miku Nakano, not to mention that Azazel Sama put a bracelet on me that the seal recognizes me as a supernatural being until tomorrow, and I can't take it off, showing said bracelet the scarlet-haired girl. Don't you know the magnitude of the situation that is approaching? Said Nino, who was also a bundle of nerves for Vali. We must not lose faith in our boys, said Roygun, smiling at them as he smiled at her. Exactly, Ichika Nakano said calmly, we have to trust our boys, we know that they will not go beyond a simple friendly coexistence. I wish Ichika-sen thought the same, said Risti while eating a banderilla. Unfortunately we cannot go against Sirzechs Sama's orders, Yaku said while preparing Gasper's next class for the day after tomorrow after the concert. But then the door opens and reveals Ingvild Leviathan breathing heavily. Girls, we have more problems. Said Ingvild, sitting down while drying her sweat with a paper towel. What's going on? Zenobia said. Ria's Gremory and the other ex-girlfriends are here, said Ingvild, to which her companions showed tension. This is a damn joke, said Itsuki Nakano, giving himself a facepalm. I wish it was, but I saw them at the reception, said Ingvild. Well, now we have two problems to solve, said Kiryu, who was very upset to know that the people who had hurt her current boyfriend were in the same hotel. But then you hear the sound of the elevator reaching the 23rd floor where the Dracodinal girls were staying. SHHH, Ravel said, those who are supernatural lower your aura and the human ones remain silent. Obeying the order of the drill hairs, the Dracodinal girls approached the door to find out who had arrived when. Anasama seriously didn't get any tickets for the concert, said a voice that seemed to be crying out of sadness. No, Asia, the tickets for Miyasei's concert sold out in just a few hours, said Ria's Gremory's voice. I asked Anisama to give me some for everyone, but he flatly refused, as did my parents and Ajuka-sama. It was to be expected that they would not support us, said Akeno's voice, they still continue to deny us any support in the recovery of Issei-kun. Have you thought of a plan, Ria's Buchu, said Kaneko's voice. We still have one day to plan things properly, said Sona Citri's voice. We must infiltrate the concert in such a way that we don't attract attention. Remember that this city has a non-aggression pact between humans and the supernatural, said Roswis's voice. We can't use magic or reincarnate the heroes who reside in Tokyo. We already have enough problems without getting into a bigger one. Rias and Sona, don't do anything stupid to reincarnate someone. Don't worry, my pawns are free for when Is returns to my side, said Ria's voice with total confidence, just as Sona's pawns are reserved for Saji. But Rias, didn't you notice that in the hotel there is a seal to prevent supernatural beings from leaving here? Said Penemu. Damn, that puts us a little behind schedule, said Valerie Teeps. Okay, after we unpack, we'll come up with a plan to infiltrate and ruin this concert, Rias said, leading her companions to nod as the Dracodinal girls looked at which room they'd be staying in. At what the Redeed said, they couldn't contain their fury. Those wretches. Zenobia said furiously. They want to ruin the boys' careers, that's unforgivable. Itsuki said furiously. If she weren't Sirzech's sister he would burn her to a crisp, Ravel said angrily. Maybe we couldn't stop the heroines, but we can prevent those spoiled girls from ruining the concert, said Yotsuba Nakano, coming out of a shower and leaving the hotel in her bathrobe. At what the orange-haired girl said, everyone nodded energetically. But how will we do it? Irina said thoughtfully. They are more numerous, they surpass us in terms of magic and strength. Why use force if we have this? Roygun said, touching her forehead. We can be smarter than them. And I know what we can do, actually, said Kiryu with a malicious smile while holding his mobile phone in YouTube in a section called Bad Jokes Get Together. This is the plan. Minutes later. Change of scene. In the room where Ria's Gremory, Sona Citri and their allies were gathered, looking for another way to ruin the career of their boyfriends, they were resting from their trip. In that. Talk. Room service, said a female voice. I'm going. Said Ria's Gremory's voice as a green-haired maid opened the room carrying an aluminum cart with a tray and several teacups. Wait a minute, we didn't order room service. It was not necessary, said Yako Shirogami, as you are the daughter of the owner of this hotel. As part of the staff, it is our obligation to give the best attention to you, along with your friends with whom you accompany, and there is nothing better than a good German chamomile tea, accompanied by Japanese sweetbread, said the vampire disguised as a maid, showing what had been advertised, said infusions in porcelain cups, along with several wheatbreads. Rias hesitated a little until. Okay, I'll tell my father to give you a well-deserved increase in your salaries, said Ria, smiling, giving way to the maid to pass. And there, the vampire saw Ria's allies watching television, others reading a book. Girls, dinner has arrived. Yaku puts tea and bread on a table, to which Ria's allies began to eat. I'm leaving Ryu-sama, with your permission, Yaku said, to which the retard nodded, opening the way for him to leave the room, and in that Yaku leaves there hurriedly to the elevator to not raise suspicions, and in that with a walkie-talkie that he had on his waist, he turns it on and says. First phase of the plan completed, said the vampiress as she magically changed into her usual schoolgirl outfit. Understood, said Ravel's voice. In the Dracotonal girl's room. They waited about 10 minutes for Yaku to return without raising suspicions. The question, Ravel-san, Itsuki said somewhat doubtfully. What was the tea that they gave to the Gremory? Simple, it's a simple German chamomile tea, with an aroma practically irresistible to the palate of a noblewoman of the underworld, but apart from that, said Ravel, taking out of his suitcase a dropper of dubious origin. I added, along with a sweetener, a powerful sleeping pill derived from golden apple liqueur, that with 2 drops, is enough for those maniacs to reach nirvana in, he said while looking at his wrist with a watch. 3, 2, 1. In that. Several sounds of people falling to the floor and china being smashed were heard. Several bangs were heard in the retard's room. Well, second part of the plan is done, said Ravel without flinching. With this, they will be out of combat for 12 hours from this moment. Ravel, that sleeping pill, who gave it to you? Irina said very nervously, to which the blonde smiled maliciously. It was my mother, said that Sundar lowly, inflating what Kaneko is missing in case some lizard wants to get close to our man. Just 2 drops in any drink are enough to knock them out. Lady Phoenix, do honor to your race, said Ichika Nakano with a drop of sweat running down the back of her neck, while she imagined Ravel's mother laughing maliciously. Well, we'll continue with the next part of the plan, said Kiryu, as he took out what looked like charcoal and school glue from his suitcase. I was planning on doing a beauty session during our stay here in Tokyo, with activated charcoal masks, but seeing that those sluts are coming to ruin everything, I think we'll move on to the next level, said the brunette, throwing the school glue into the trash to take out. Hey hey hey. Shouted a shocked Nino Nakano, that is industrial super glue. Exactly, and the best thing about this is that the Gremory are so asleep that they won't feel that we're putting the mask on them, but on their whole body, Kiryu said maliciously while he passed the ingredients of the mixture to Zenobia, and Ingvild started stirring them in a bowl, and the worst thing for them will be that they'll have it so stuck to their skin that the slightest movement will hurt so much that they'll have to think twice about walking. Author's note. Seriously and pleadingly, do not make carbon masks with industrial glue. This type of treatment should be done under the supervision and application of a professional in the field of beauty and aesthetics. The components of super glue can cause severe skin injuries, even allergic reactions. Please do not do it at home, thank you. The Dracotonal girls proceeded to carry out their plan to make their men's exes suffer. They quickly left their room to enter the room of Ria's Gremory and her allies. When they managed to force the lock and enter said room, they saw how the sister of Sirzechs, Lucifer, was sleeping on the floor while underneath her was the completely broken adulterated teacup, but they also saw their allies sleeping so pleasantly, some sleeping normally in their beds like Penemu, Sona and Tsubaki, but others sleeping on the floor like Rias, Asia and Sona. But others were simply sleeping in very unexpected places like Lavinia, who had been affected by the effect in the closet, or Kaneko, who was sleeping with her head in a trash can. How do little angels sleep? Irina said sarcastically. And with that, they proceeded to put the painful mixture of charcoal with industrial glue on the Gremory's bodies in such a way that they only covered their faces, arms, armpits, abdomen and legs in their entirety. When covering all their ex-friends, they couldn't help but laugh, because the only way to remove said mixture was in a very painful way. It was by pulling it off the skin, and if it has hair, it was a hair removal 10 times more painful than with normal wax. But not satisfied with that, Miku Nakano, seeing Ria's Gremory so vulnerable, came up with an idea so bad that it surprised her sisters that she would think something of that magnitude, but they supported her anyway, because the shy Nakano sister came up with the idea of putting hair removal wax in the redeed Gremory's nostrils. Yes, Miku Nakano would wax Ria's Gremory's nose passages, and that would hurt like a curse. Time skip. Tokyo City, Nippon Budokan Arena, 9 p.m. Dracotonal concert. Audio plays. The busy Japanese city was very busy at this time, as it was expected that the concert of the group Dracotonal, many streets and avenues that connected to the main arena of all Japan, were closed and guarded by the heroes, in this case Top 25. Through the air, hawks could be seen patrolling the surroundings of the arena to make sure everything was in order. Endeavor could also be seen with Best Jeanist at the main entrance of the arena, guarding that no one got too smart in the line to enter. While at the back entrance of the arena, the top 4 hero Edshot and the hero Kamui Woods were hiding in case someone wanted to illegally infiltrate this area and, if necessary, proceed to capture and arrest them. The police also controlled pedestrian access so that concertgoers could access the arena in an orderly manner and as quickly as possible. Around the arena, many screens had been set up promoting the concert, showing the members of Dracotonal along with some images of Ravel, Irina, Ingvild, Zenobia, and Miku Nakano singing alongside the supernatural boys. Everyone was expecting a great show from the Ryokan resident musicians, but those who were most impatient for such a spectacle were the newly graduated heroes of UA. The now former groups A and B had reunited and proceeded to enter the Nippon Budokan. You could see Izuku wearing a black shirt with the Dracodernal logo being accompanied by his girlfriends Uraraka and Toga, who dressed like authentic metal girls. Momo could also be seen accompanied by a Todoroki who showed a slight smile. Also Denki Kaminari with Jiro Kyoka, also by the couples made up of Mineta and Mime, Kirishima and Mina, Ejiro with Toru, Tetsu with Kendo, Sayu with Fumikage, Sento Hara with Pony Tsunori, Satsuna Tokage with Shoji. Inoko Komori accompanied by Kasei Tsuburaba, Ryoiko by Tageru Kamakiri, and Katsuki Bakugo, accompanied by none other than Ibara Shiozaki, who made their relationship official. Once inside the arena, all the attendees took their seats to patiently wait for the concert. In a VIP area, several personalities from the underworld could be seen present. The three Mau along with Michael accompanied by the Seraphim Arail, Metatron and Raphael. Azazel along with Shemazai, Armrose and Andramilage, leaving aside their very striking clothes for very elegant suits, in the case of Sirzechs a navy blue suit. Azazel a black one while Michael wore a white one and his hair tied back in a ponytail. The patriarchs of Gremory had also arrived accompanied by Grayfia and Milikas, the former dressed elegantly, Zeoticus in a tuxedo and Venelana in a one-piece dress, Milikas for his part dressed casually wearing an op-eye dragon shirt and black jeans. Also in the VIP box could be seen Issei's parents being accompanied by Ria, Tomo and Kunu. They were dressed casually. Razor Phoenix, Seekvaira Agares, Zephyrdoll Glaciolabolas with her sister Iryuka, Laisha Astaroth, Abe Kiam and Sarayard Bale had also arrived with their entourages respectively who had. In the front rows you could see the 5 heroines who had interacted with Issei and his friends. All 5 were happy and full of energy, and for some strange reason they were united. But enough of the narrative and let's move on to Izuku and his friends. I can't wait for this to start, said the green-haired man taking his seat. How nervous, said Momo. Do you think they will play any repeated songs? Denki said doubtfully. I don't think so. According to an interview with Vali Morningstar, they said they would release new songs, said Kanoko Komori. I'm being consumed by anxiety, said Mime Rudin, starting to feel dizzy. Mime Mineta said worriedly because he knew that Cyclops were prone to suffer from vertigo, so the dwarf took medicine from his pockets to treat his girlfriend's condition. Take Mime-chan. The Cyclops took the medicine, while Ibaraki gave her a bottle of natural water to consume easily, that helped calm her down a little. Thanks Mineta-chan, said the Cyclops, very happy for her boyfriend who gave her a kiss on her cheek in an innocent way, something that made the dwarf blush. But in that, the lights go out causing all the concertgoers to start screaming excitedly and euphorically. It's going to begin. Mina Ishido shouted very excitedly, hugging Toru. Hiya! Shouted Kendo, Pony, Uraraka, Mei and Momo. Very dim whitish lights illuminated the stage, and with that, a sound began to be heard. O bright son of the night. Mighty cauldron, or Nidus. I surrender all to you. Panacean nothingness. But nothing is left. 0:30 to 1:30, an instrumental fragment began in which a flute accompanied by a mix of modern instruments synchronized with a medieval atmosphere that they wanted to reflect. Dracodernal fans let themselves be carried away by the rhythm, a sound that reflected a feeling of being in Scottish lands, until they saw the members of Dracodernal come up on stage. Everyone screamed like crazy when they saw their idols. Issei-sama. Gasper-chan. Vali-sama. Saji-kun. Kiba-kun. The 5 aforementioned took position but 131-147 in a high area of the stage, Ingvild Leviathan wearing a white one-piece dress, appeared in a choir. She could be heard with the strength of her spirit and love of music, synchronizing her voice with medieval music. And with that Issei started playing the guitar followed by Saji, and immediately Vali started singing. On the winnow fields. The shining lot of pearls. With empty hands. The High King reigns. Nothing but light. The raven flies. Everyone in the arena was jumping to the beat of Sona Citri's former pawn's percussion. The newly graduated heroes were euphoric, especially Mina, Jiru and Denki, who were bobbing their heads in a headbang style. The fool is the slave. Who fears not his fetters. But watches over them with jealousy. Then poor men's tales. Then the lights focused on Gasper, who was playing the keyboard to a rhythm that made you want to dance. Couples like Uraraka and Deku, Momo and Todoroki, and Kendo with Tetsu simulated this activity. And the swine-crowned round. The High King reigns. Nothing but light. The raven flies, X2. As the song ended, the entire arena screamed in excitement at the group's performance. Issei immediately took the microphone. Good night Tokyo. Shouted the brown-haired boy, to which the sand screamed with excitement. The next song, a beautiful lady will accompany us in singing it, but let's receive it with applause to the rhythm of the music. 0 o'clock 0:13, the whole arena started to applaud while Vali started to play the guitar followed by Saji, then the lights turned intense white. 0:14 0:25, the rhythm had changed along with the mood of the arena. The attendees clapped and jumped to the rhythm of the song. Issei and Kiba moved their heads from side to side while playing their instruments, but the singer who arrived on stage was none other than Miku no Kano wearing a gothic outfit with a microphone in her hand and began to sing. "Wait, dear. The time is getting late here. I'm all washed up in grace." But faint applause. "Dressed in a cheap facade. I'm looking for a place I'll never see again. A night turns to a day. A street I've never walked on. I was never here. I'm just a faint reflection. A day turns to a month. A second of affection. I was never here. I'm just a faint reflection." The entire arena screamed with madness at the beautiful voice of the shy Nakano. Miku couldn't feel more flattered to see the audience cheering and jumping to the beat of her beautiful voice. "Taking? There's nothing here worth taking. Just my reflection fading. On the wall. I was never here. I'm just a faint reflection." The stage lights turned dark blue as Miku danced on stage to the beat of the music while the boys passionately played their instruments. The night turns to a day. I was never here. I'm just a faint reflection. At the end of the song the whole arena shouted with joy at the voice of Miku no Kano, who was very surprised she only limited herself to bowing in gratitude and immediately nodded to Saji as a sign to start the next melody by hitting the cymbals. "Erasing these two photographs. It's just a waste of time. The danger's in the subtlety. Between the evening and the night. Two hearts beating. One beats the other. While the others just look away. Two hearts dreaming nightmare together. Leaving nothing more, nothing left to say." 2 o'clock 2:34, the lights changed to purple, giving a very romantic and dark atmosphere. While Miku no Kano once again danced elegantly on stage to the rhythm of the music. This part of the song plus the atmosphere and the lighting encouraged the couples to look into each other's eyes and suddenly many of them kissed romantically. Deku and Uraraka with Toga, Toga with Deku, Jiru with Denki, Bakugo with Ibara, Mei with Iida. Mineta was practically dominated by Mime, Momo with Todoroki and short even Izawa, who resisted a lot with Ms. Joke gave in to the heroine, and to everyone's surprise, the kiss between Eraserhead and Ms. Joke was seen on a big screen. But with Mirko, Midnight, MT Lady, Pixie Bob and Ryuko, they only imagined kissing the Dracodonal boys in that dark and romantic atmosphere because they were more than convinced that despite being young, they are the men of their lives. Two hearts beating. One beats the other. All the others just look away. Two hearts dreaming nightmare. Nothing more, nothing left to say. The song ended and the arena cheered euphorically at Dracodonal alongside Miku no Kano. Everyone was very happy with the spectacle, well, almost everyone, because after being seen by the entire arena, Azawa felt embarrassed but was blushing a lot for what he did, while Ms. Joke just celebrated because her crush had pleased her with a romantic kiss at the concert. Saji immediately hits the cymbals to signal the start of the next song. Best of cruel intentions. Finding what they failed to mention. No truth, all pretension. Raise your hand to give attention. You'd give it. We'd take it. You'd build it. We'd break it. You sign and we erase it. You'd feel it. We'd fake it. You'd feel it. We fake it. It's my red star, steal it. It's my red star, can't let go. It's my red star, conceal it. It's my red star. Oh no. The song ended and practically Tokyo was cheering for Dracodonal, but above all for Miku no Kano, who was very impressed that an entire city surrendered to the shyest of the Nakano quintuplets that unleashed a tear of happiness in her, and with a smile she said goodbye. "Thank you Tokyo." She shouted happily as she said goodbye to the arena, satisfied, but not before giving Issei a kiss on the cheek. It was a great night for Miku no Kano, but the concert was just about to start. Chapter 20 Banzai. Tokyo, Concert PT2. Moments before the concert began. Tokyo Hotel. Waking up as if they had slept an eternity, they slept for almost 24 hours. The group of desperate ex-girlfriends began to yawn as a sign of emerging from their deep sleep, but as soon as they stretched. "Ah!" Ria screamed as she felt something preventing her from stretching her hands, and when she did so she felt her skin tear off. What is this?" said Akeno when she saw herself in a mirror and felt the mask on her face. "We have it all over our bodies," Asia said, walking with difficulty towards the mirror, where Akeno was looking at her armpits that were covered in the black mixture. Sona and Tsubaki, upon hearing that she had it all over her body, immediately looked at her private parts. Making a blue face seeing that said mixture was in the area of the Mount of Venus. "This is a charcoal mask," said Penemu, very sore, walking with difficulty. "It is a facial cleansing method, especially to remove blackheads from the skin that are difficult to remove." "What's that on your nostrils?" Akeno asked, pointing to where she had mentioned. The Redeed made her way to the mirror with difficulty, and when she saw her reflection her blood practically froze. "These are cotton swabs with wax for hair removal," Rhea shouted. "Who did this?" Valerie Teep screamed hysterically as if nothing could give her the answer. At that moment, Kaneko, who was walking with difficulty, saw the time on a wall clock. "Rhea's Buchu Issei Senpai's concert has already started," said the Nekomata very upset. As the concert already started. They all shouted when they saw the time. They tried to run, but the mud mask painfully prevented them. "HHHH. The Dracodernal boy's ex-girlfriend screamed, "It hurts a lot." "Shut up for good time," shouted the guests in the room upstairs. "Let your neighbors sleep, damn it." The ex-girlfriends of the Dracodernal boys walked with difficulty to the bed to sit down. "We can't go like this," said Momo Hanakai with difficulty. "We can walk while we have this impregnated in our body." "Is there any way to get rid of this?" Nomura said with great pain. "If there is one," said Penemu very sadly, "but they wouldn't like it." "What is it?" Roswa said, already restless because the sensation of having this in her body was practically making her uncomfortable. Penemu inhaled deeply and gave the answer. "Tearing it off." They all looked at each other confused. "It doesn't seem like a big deal," Rhea said, completely ignoring the approaching pain. "What worries me is the wax stuck in my nostrils." "I wouldn't say that," Rhea said. "Penemu." "You're exaggerating," Penemu said. "Rhea's, we have to do it quickly to get to the concert on time." "Akeno, please start with my arm," said Rhea's, extending her right arm. Arakiel's daughter agreed to what Rhea said, immediately took a piece of the mask attached to the Gremory's arm, and mentally thinking that it would be like a hair removal, she shot quickly and strongly. Triest. The Gremory, feeling the pull of the mask, only felt that her hairs had been pulled out and also her skin, accompanied by a feeling that the Redeed wanted to go to hell once and for all. Rhea screamed. The scream of the youngest of the Gremoys had been heard throughout the hotel, practically leaving her allies in shock and frightened. The skin on Rhea's arm was completely swollen and red after the charcoal and glue mixture was removed. "Who does it hurt?" said Asia, very terrified. "What do you think?" Rhea shouted with a face that looked constipated and with tears on her face. "This will take us all night," Sona said, very resigned, seeing how her best friend suffered from true pain due to the evil that had been applied to them, without knowing that the torment of the crazy women in Tokyo had only begun, not counting a sleepless night for the residents of that hotel due to the screams of pain they expelled. Nippon Budokan Arena Dracodernal Concert. After a great singing performance by Miku Nakano, leaving the audience at the Tokyo Arena with a pleasant taste in their mouths as they shouted with excitement, Issei takes the microphone and says, "I'll ask you a simple question, are you enjoying the concert?" He said, smiling at what several girls shouted hysterically like desperate fangirls, and especially Midnight, who looked at him with a desire to eat him right now. "Yes." They shouted madly. "I haven't heard you, ahem ahem, are you liking the concert?" Issei shouted. "Yes." Everyone shouted in the arena, telling that Kirishima and Mina hugged each other with emotion. Ibarra and Ryuko Yanagi raised their arms in a sign of euphoria, also telling that Bakugo excitedly choked a happy Mineta, who no longer felt the hard but the thick. "Do you like the next song, Gasper? Do your thing," said Issei, to which the vampire nodded and began to play his turntable. The crowd began to scream with excitement as the little boy played the turntable with some rhythm in his movements. Then Vali began to sing. "Forfeit the game before somebody else takes you out of the frame and puts your name to shame. Cover up your face, you can't run the race. The pace is too fast, you just won't last." The boys moved to the rhythm of the music while sky blue lights illuminated the arena as people jumped. The music has a good rhythm, so even those in the VIP room, where important people from the supernatural world were gathered, began to enjoy the concert more, like Milikas, Sarayerg, and Razor, along with some of the nobility of the latter too. But then Issei takes the microphone and begins to sing. "You love the way I look at you. While taking pleasure in the awful things you put me through. You take away if I give in. My life, my pride is broken." Vali immediately takes the microphone and begins to sing a duet with his rival. "Issei. You like to think you're never wrong. Vali. You live what you've learned. Issei. You have to act like you're someone. Vali. You live what you've learned. Issei. You want someone to hurt like you. Vali. You live what you've learned. Issei. You want to share what you have been through. Vali. You live what you've learned." Everyone was amazed at that part of the song that the brunette and albino girls were screaming like true fangirls. In Aya and Nino's case, they were steaming and blushing to the point of wanting to invade the stage to tackle the albino and cover him with kisses in front of the entire arena. Meanwhile, with Issei's girls, unhealthy desires were running through their heads, from rewarding him in various ways, but certainly not at all holy. "Issei, you love the things I say I'll do. The way I hurt myself again just to get back at you. You take away when I give in. My life, my pride is broken. Issei. You like to think you're never wrong. Vali. you live what you've learned. Issei, you have to act like you're someone. Vali, you live what you've learned. Issei, you want someone to hurt like you. Vali, you live what you've learned. Issei, you want to share what you have been through. Vali, you live what you've learned. Forfeit the game before somebody else takes you out of the frame and puts your name to shame. Cover up your face, you can't run the race. The pace is too fast, you just won't last. Forfeit the game before somebody else takes you out of the frame and puts your name to shame. Cover up your face, you can't run the race. The pace is too fast, you just won't last. Issei, you like to think you're never wrong. Vali, you live what you've learned. Issei, you have to act like you're someone. Vali, you live what you've learned. Issei, you want someone to hurt like you. Vali, you live what you've learned. Issei, you want to share what you have been through. Vali, you live what you've learned. Issei, you like to think you're never wrong. Vali, forfeit the game, you live what you've learned. Issei, you have to act like you're someone. Vali, forfeit the game, you live what you've learned. Issei, you want someone to hurt like you. Vali, forfeit the game, you live what you've learned. Issei, you want to share what you have been through. Vali, you live what you've learned. The song ended while the people in the arena of the Japanese capital screamed at the top of their lungs. All that society of heroes and humans with quirk were amazed at the concert that some quirkless were giving. But that song was enjoyed by a dragon heroine and a spinster MILF, who, the first one, made a titanic effort worthy of admiration by Ophis and Great Red not to invade said stage and kidnap Vali Lucifer, because she repressed herself by biting her lower lip with a lustful smile and a noticeable blush, while stretching her blouse tightly. Well, with midnight, she saw with a glance at Issei that even the god of love Eros and Dionysus himself would scare him. She would do everything possible to have the brown-haired man in her power. At that, Saji hits the cymbals as a countdown signal and 0:014, Vali begins to play his guitar under a white light illuminating him. The female fans of the Descendant of the original Mayu drooled over the albino. Ryuko remained still, but her face was drawn in a grimace of sick lust, and in her mind, she was howling like a wolf in heat. 0:15:028, Saji begins his part with the drums, playing them with such force and skill that it made the arena move to a rhythm that was difficult to avoid dancing to. Pixie Bob wanted so much to scratch the Vritra wielder's back in a sign of ownership and lick his wounds with kisses. 0:29:056, now Kiba was the one who integrated into the melody with his electric bass, giving a heavier sound to the music. The Nippon Budokan arena succumbed to the supernatural group, especially the heroine Mount Lady desired the blonde bassist more than she saw him as a delicious vanilla ice cream. But the changes of rhythm thanks to Gasper's synthesizer, she maintained the essence of the song. Mirko, when seeing the little transvestite vampire, her eyes were so sharp, combined with the desire to make the vampire hers, she was practically the predator hunting her fragile prey, but instead of blood and death, unhealthy desires to seize the vampire that would send the rabid heroine to Tartarus without regrets. Until Issei takes the microphone and starts singing. In the shade, dark and gaze, every color, it's dismay. Arid sky, it turns to gray, threshold of desertion. You make your living on the blood of another host. Or maybe not enough. You're seeking refuge in the arms of another ghost. X2. Contents under pressure. X7. You're so predictable, a parasite of sorts. You build me up to bring me down. You'll never watch me fall, the boughs of flesh is all you'll ever claim to take this time. X2. You suffer well, it serves you well. You'll burn in hell and perish in the dust. Dust. X4. With every word you say, the spew that you create. And every smile you fake, you only want to suck me dry. With every breath I have, until there's nothing left. I'm gonna live until you suffocate and watch you die. You've dealt the damage done. You make your living on the blood of another host. Or maybe not enough. You're seeking refuge in the arms of another ghost. X4. At the song, the arena shouted with excitement, especially some of the heroes who have a hint of violence like Bakugo, who felt identified with that song. But suddenly Issei puts his finger on his lips as a sign of silence, which the Japanese arena agreed to before the brown-haired man. One of my favorite songs, I'm happy to share the translated lyrics with you. The noise of the people subsided, while a sound similar to the wind blowing violently was heard as the stage darkened, while the boys of Dracodernal remained motionless in the shadows. The guitar in Vali's hands played quickly while a light illuminated him, while Saji and Gasper continued with their respective instruments. The heart-rending scream from Issei was heard in the arena as a mechanism and it expelled white confetti simulating snow. The people of Tokyo began to this lifeless soil, barren of good thoughts, scorched by grudge and grief, doomed to stay on, wandered aimlessly, blinded by their lies. Now I raise my head and sword. When shadows steal the light. At that moment, some curtains behind the stage fell, revealing the Dracodernal girls wearing white skirts. All of them were led by Ingvild, Zenobia Arena, and Nino Nakano, but 2 were missing. Miku, because she had just finished her performance, and fire, desire, denial, burning, yearning, discerning. After surprising with the synchronization of the girls' voices, Issei proceeds to sing again. You call it cruelty. You call it cruelty. I call it strength. I am cursed to be, Draco girls. A one-man army. We lamas inhumano. You call me inhumane. I call this life regained. I am blessed to be a one-man army. I will take the lives of my enemies. Yet still this battle feels like a defeat to me. Death or victory, only emptiness I feel. Death or victory, only emptiness I feel. The spring of hope runs dry. Because I am already dead inside. Then Vali starts a guitar solo to the wild rhythm of the song, the albino feeling identified with his previous self, made his musical instrument sing with passion and strength, while Saji kept the crazy rhythm of said melody, with the double bass drums playing them quickly. I will take the lives of my enemies. Yet still this battle feels like a defeat to me. Death or victory. I call this life regained. I am blessed to be a one-man army. One-man army. The arena no, all of Tokyo surrendered to Issei and his family, to the song they had just played. The sweaty, tired, but excited brunette, adrenaline pumping through his veins, watched as they applauded and cheered thinking it was a dream, like the success his 4 best friends shared was a reality. He saw so many happy, satisfied, and excited people. He also saw in the VIP room how the leaders and nobles present stood up from their seats and applauded very loudly, especially Grayfia, who was very happy for that boy who considered him her little brother as a superstar. Auden was the one who was most excited because the song reflected the character and personality of the ancient and bloodthirsty Vikings who in the past worshipped the father of Asgard, and Milikas jumped excitedly, whistling in support of his Oni-san. Immediately the Dracodernal girls proceeded to leave the stage calmly, but inside they were very happy and excited because some of them debuted even as backup singers on stage. When they left there they could not help but jump excitedly because they had achieved said. We did it. Kiryu and Itsuki shouted as they hugged each other, along with Arena and Zenobia, since the first 2 were making their stage debut. The other Dracodernal girls who had debuted were very happy for such an act they did. It's good that you made it, said the last Dracodernal girl. Calm down, everything will be okay, said Nino, calming the last of the girls to sing. It's easy to say, but my nerves are consuming me, said the girl very anxiously. I don't know how you manage to overcome your shyness on stages and in such crowded spaces, Miku. It's a matter of getting used to it, said the red-haired girl, without counting that not only my Issei, but also the boys taught me to control my fear and my emotions when singing. Don't worry, said Ravel while putting a hand on her shoulder, the boys will never leave you alone. That's right, trust in yourself and the boys, you'll see that everything will turn out well, said Ingvild, supporting the last girl who calmed down under the looks of her friends that inspired confidence in her. Smiling now calm, she nods and waits patiently for her turn to enter the stage. Returning with the boys. Vali takes the microphone and says. The next song another beautiful girl will accompany us, and for that we will receive her as it should be, now Issei. 0:039 Issei begins to passionately play his guitar in front of the entire arena, something that excited the girls at the opening of the song. Then Saji follows with his percussion. The music began to rain the stage again. But especially a white-haired girl who wears a horn on the right side of her forehead, who was very happy for such a spectacle, something that both Izuku, Toga and Ichako felt comfortable seeing their adopted daughter with a smile on her face. But then the next singer appears and proceeds to sing. Born to the false world, the wanderer. Storyteller, the Pied Piper. On a quest for immortality. Gathering a troop to find the fantasy. Led by a maid queen of the night. Voice of angels, such a divine sight. An Amazon to fight and cure. This reality with her feline lure. When we from our homeland depart. To challenge the gods of emptiness. May the quest begin. When the song ended, the arena applauded the eldest of the quintuplets with all their might. Ichika watched in surprise as the crowd surrendered to her. Now she understood how her sister Miku felt when she was singing alongside the person she liked so much. She gave Kiba a happy look, who discreetly winked at her. Ichika smiled and hid her blush a little. At that, Saji hits the cymbals as a countdown signal to start the next song. A rather esoteric sound was heard from Issei's guitar while the lights began to turn off, but behind the boys, a screen began to show psychedelic colors and only showed the silhouette of Ichika, who began to sensually move her hips and body to the rhythm of the melody. You kill me with silence. Using its peace against me. No soothing words to ease my pain. I'm left with no compromise. Fake promises, empathy, smiles. I'm just a game to play, I lost. The screen turns off and the lights turn on with quite intense colors. You're killing me. Silence strike. Silence bites. You burned all eyes. Ashes feed my revenge. While Issei and Vali played their guitars loudly, the lights turned on to the rhythm of the instruments of the Sekiryuutei and the HAKORYUUKO. Until suddenly both dragons stopped playing so that darkness once again consumed the arena and the screen turned on again showing the psychedelic colors and Ichika's silhouette was shown again starting to sing again. You kill me with my own heart. Using my faith against me. The hard demise struck me. Left me with zilch, doubt and lies. Slay dreams. Kill them. Devour my pride. I'm just a pawn to lose, disposable. Once again, the screen pans up, revealing the group with Ichika. The lights flickered on and off more brightly and quickly, as Saji also joined in the rhythm by pounding the double bass drum. Ichika not only moved her body, but also her head to the heavy metal beat. She felt more liberated than ever before. You're killing me. Silence strike. Silence bites. You burned all eyes. Ashes feed my revenge. The people of Tokyo screamed with excitement at the piece they had played. Ichika saw the happiness drawn on the citizens of Tokyo, but then the pink-haired girl fixed her eyes on a little girl who stared at her, while clapping exactly. Little Eri was fascinated with the music of the concert. Ichika now understood why her boyfriend, Kiba's friends, and even some of the girls who dared to sing, were singing and playing music for her. Seeing the smile on Eri's face was more than enough to continue giving her best on stage. The next song will mark the end of this concert, Ichika said calmly. No. Everyone shouted in the arena. Unfortunately all good things don't last forever, but for coming and always supporting us, we can only say thank you Tokyo. Shouted Ichika Nakano while the people in the arena shouted excitedly. This song is called Eden. Gasper starts playing his keyboard while the other boys in the group follow him. The melody sounded very solemn and lively. The golden lights did not take long to appear, but an effect that seemed to be in paradise was present in the arena. The attendees jumped with excitement. Suddenly Ichika began to sing. I see the darkness in your eyes. I feel the spark of life go weaker in your restless soul. Bade you smile. And rise up high. Towards the golden sky. You're Eden. You're Eden. Blood is gushing from your palms. Your feeble heart is breaking, your soul reduced to ash. Pictures racing through your mind. Dearest memories from not so long ago. When the tears are in your eyes. You sing a drunken lullaby. And the weight of the world hums crashing on your spine. Now remember what's inside. The warmth that made you smile. While the brunette and Vali proceeded to do the solo accompanied by Kiba, Saji and Gasper with a rather fascinating synchronicity. Ichika proceeded to look into Eri's eyes again. The girl was very happy with the spectacle accompanied by her parents, while Izuku carried her piggyback. The pin cat could not contain her feelings any longer and decided to give her best in the song. You're Eden. You're Eden. When the tears are in your eyes. You sing a drunken lullaby. And the weight of the world hums crashing on your spine. You're Eden. Ichika's scream made everyone shout excitedly, but above all Eri felt so happy that she raised her hands. Everything had ended well, the Tokyo concert had been a success. The arena had exploded in the upper room, and the attendees saw that beings with wings and abnormal muscles were entering the arena. They are Nomus, Toga shouted very worried. Some professional heroes who were present proceeded to evacuate the civilians, but then the person responsible for the explosion appeared. How have you been heroes? Said a mocking laugh as a blond man appeared that the now newly graduated recognized. Manama shouted Izuku who was protecting Eri and his friends. But the supernatural boys, they knew that the heroes would have to take charge due to the non-aggression pact and partly because they were quirkless, but they would not rule out the intention of helping if one of their own was in danger or worse, if a hero or an innocent was at risk. Chapter 21 Union of Wills. The end of the last vestige of All for 1.1. Arena Nipe and Budokan. The end of the concert had become chaotic with the appearance of the only survivor of the League of Villains, along with the aberrant Nomus who began to create chaos in the arena. Some of Monama's soldiers destroyed the infrastructure of the arena, either with their brutal physical strength or with some of the implanted gifts that could be torrents of fire, lightning, destructive blizzards. Everyone get them out of here. Shouted Kirishima while Koda, Manga, Mime and Meihatsum expedited the evacuation of the civilians. Damn it, effeminated blonde. Bakugo shouted, propelling himself with his hand explosions and launching himself towards Monoma who was smiling with superiority in the air. Bakugo couldn't stand that attitude of his ex-teammate anymore, ready to incinerate the villain Shinyai. Bakugo shouted, a few centimeters from achieving his goal when something interceded between him and the villain. Be careful Kachan. Shouted Deku while Inomu stopped the attack of the explosive hero by activating a steel skin quirk and immediately. 5. I apply a hammer blow sending him to the ground immediately. Dhhh. The explosive blonde complained due to the magnitude of the blow, while a little blood came out of his mouth. Totsuki. Ibarra shouted as she saw her boyfriend being finished off with such brutal magnitude. The hahaha, these Nomas are high gamma, they are capable of neutralizing powerful heroes. Even the current top 10 Monoma laughed sickly, and to start my reign of terror and the will of my master, I will start by killing the quirkless of that musical band, Monoma said, pointing at the stage. Well, you arrived late, Monoma said Kendo in a serious and cold manner. They were the first to be evacuated. The blonde, seeing that there was no one there anymore, just snorted in annoyance. Midoriya, I got Eri to safety, Eraserhead said seriously, it's time to finish this. Monoma, you won't get your way, today this madness will end. Deku shouted, accompanied by Toga, his classmates A, B and some professional heroes such as Endeavor, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edshot and 5 young ladies, who were more than angry with Monoma for interrupting the concert of the owners of their hearts. Mirko, Midnight, Mount Lady, Pixie Bob and Ryuko. The villain only showed a little irritation on his face as he looked with eyes of hatred at the green-haired man, the antithesis of what he represented. He had to kill him now for his master. Nomus attack! Shouted Monoma, and immediately, the army came out to obey their superior. Plus ultra! Shouted Deku and the heroes. And so a pitched battle would erupt in the Nippon Budokan Arena, where blood and pain would be smelt on this night in the capital of Japan. Well, with the Dracodernal family. Issei, along with his friends and the Dracodernal girls, ran through the corridors being escorted by Vlad King, Fatgum, Kamui Woods and Ms. Joke, who was carrying Eri, who looked very terrified. Quickly over here. Vlad King shouted, pointing at the emergency exit. Why can't we help them? Said Issei, leaving the arena looking at all the chaos that had arisen. Because of the treaty between the supernatural and the heroes, Fatgum said seriously, neither party involved in the treaty can intervene in their own problems. Does that mean that the supernatural will not get involved in the heroes' own problems, and vice versa? Said Nino Nakano as he went down some stairs that led to one of Tokyo's avenues. Indeed, young lady, said Vlad King, and then he sees some inferior Nomas approaching to attack the civilians. Damn it, there are many. MS. Joke, escort our guests to the safe zone now. Shouted Kamui Woods, we will try to buy time for you. Hi. Shouted Ms. Joke while carrying a terrified Eri, let's go this way. Shouted the green-haired girl, pointing at about 3 Hummer trucks where they boarded briefly. 3 drivers were waiting. The green-haired girl put Eri in the care of Ichika Nakano, telling her that they will be fine with them, and they left at full speed. Take care of yourselves please. Take care of Eri. Shouted Ms. Joke while taking a serious attitude, going out to help her companions. Issei and the boys saw how the city of Tokyo was being subdued little by the Nomas. They saw several professional heroes fall under the brutal attacks of the Nomas of medium gamma and superior. Some lower Nomas subdued the civilians. They saw how women and children screamed in horror at the attack of the monsters. They wanted to help, but they couldn't. They had to do something. He felt quite powerless before what his eyes saw. Seriously, we can't help. Issei said, very indignant. We can't, said Ravel, who shared her fiancé's feelings. If we do something without proper permission, we would put the alliance in a serious diplomatic problem. But I don't like to show indifference to the suffering of the innocent, Irina said with tears while in her mind, she remembered children crying while the Nomas stalked them. We can't do anything without the consent of the heroes, said Vali, although I would also like to blow the heads off those monsters. The Dracodernal boys spent a few worried moments as they were led to the safe zone, which turned out to be the train station. Saji shouted upon seeing the aforementioned. Eyes over here. Shouted a voice that turned out to be Toshinori Yagi, accompanied by Nezu, Sirzechs Issei's parents, and Azazel. You have to get out of here as fast as possible. The train that will take you to Kyoto will leave in 1 hour, said Nezu, while looking at his wristwatch. Our priority is to keep you safe from those Nomas and that villain, so while you are here, you will not suffer any mishap. Toshinori and Nezu see the faces of sorrow in the supernatural boys and their human companions, since they saw how the heroes fought against Monoma and his army of Nomas, seeing how these noble people fell in favor of saving the Japanese capital, how civilians ran for their lives, the screams, the crying. The desperation, but above all what sickened them the most, the psychotic and miserable laughter of Monoma, who enjoyed chaos and destruction in order to fulfill the last will of that being who dedicated himself to terrorizing that society of heroes. All for one. Guys, I know you feel indignant at not being able to help, said Toshinori seriously, but you must trust that our people will be able to overcome this adversity. I wish I had that optimism, Toshinori-san, said Kiba, looking to the side. I know we must comply with the secret treaty between both societies, but. Kiba, said Ichika, hugging him to calm him down. At that, Issei walks towards the former hero and. Ham. The brown-haired boy grabs the blonde shirt with his gaze lowered and shadowed, alarming the leaders and Nezu. Issei-kun. Said Sirzechs, surprised. Seriously, we can't do anything. Issei said very quietly, because of a damn treaty we can't save the children, we can't save innocent women, we can't save Tokyo from the hands of that damn sick man, we can't do anything, Toshinori-san. We can't. Issei shouted while glaring at the blonde, who was in shock when he saw the fury in the brown-haired man's eyes, while tears of helplessness fell. Please Toshinori, no, please, All Might. Let us help Tokyo, help the heroes who are risking their lives, please. Said Issei as he knelt down in pain, still holding Toshinori's shirt, since a piece of paper, the supernatural and everything related to it, had their hands tied in the face of the crisis that had arisen. Everyone watched as Issei begged for help. People like Sirzechs, Azazel, Vali and Saji could only put on a bitter face, but inside they were quite desperate since they shared the Sekiryuutei's feelings. Issei's girls went to hug him to calm him down. But Toshinori, seeing that gesture of Issei, had a flashback in his memories when he met a unique green-haired boy, a quirkless who was desperate to prove his worth to be a hero, when he risked his life to save his ashen-haired friend, that time in a sunset that Izuku Midoriya cried when he told him his story of being a quirkless. That gesture of pain that he had to carry in his childhood when enduring years of abuse and bullying, for not having a quirk, and those words that were the reason for improvement, perseverance, suffering and discipline, that forged the current owner of One for All. You can become a hero. That gesture, that monster Izuku Midoriya, now reflected Issei Hyoudou, who wanted to save people selflessly. He had to follow the rules, but inside he wanted to send it to help his colleagues and his disciple, who was now fighting the most dangerous confrontation of his life. He knew of the capabilities of the Sekiryuutei, the HAKORYUUKO, the bearer of the dragon Vritra, the user of the sacred gear sword Birth, and the bearer of the forbidden Baylor View. But suddenly All Might feels something that grabs his leg and realizes that a white-haired girl carrying a horn had a pleading look at the blonde. Please. Shouted the voice of a girl who turned out to be Eri, while hugging the leg of the skeletal blonde. Please accept Issei-sama's help. Izuku 2-chan, Achako, Ka-chan and Toga Ka-chan are fighting. I don't want to lose my new parents, I don't want to lose my family again, please. All Might couldn't stand the pressure any longer. Toshinori, I think a piece of paper has no value in this crisis, said Nizu, smiling. If we have allies and they are willing to help us, we should not deny this noble gesture. I agree with Nezu-san, Sirzechs said kindly. By respecting a treaty, many lives will be lost, and really both Issei-kun and the others want to participate in this fight to reduce the losses. Please All Might, let Otu-sama and the others go to fight, please, little Kunu begged now. All Might just sighs at this. It seems that nothing could change the mentality of the supernatural beings. Okay, said the skeletal blonde, but to intervene you will have to follow this plan. Back to Tokyo. Audio plays. The situation in the Japanese capital had become quite dark. Aya. Bakugo shouted as he was thrown with brutal force by the Nomu, bouncing off the pavement. The Kubru Kirishima shouted, but he got distracted. The roar of a high gamma Nomu was heard, and he saw that he was about to launch a torrent of fire towards the retreat. Kirishima. Iida shouted, running at full speed, grabbing his partner. The now former class representative had also suffered against the Nomus, since his hero suit was also seriously damaged. Damn it, don't get distracted. I'm sorry, said Kirishima, resuming his fight against the Nomus. All the heroes who were there were having a very critical situation because they were very few and the Nomus army practically outnumbered them. Damn it. Endeavor shouted with his face completely covered in blood while he launched more torrents of fire to try to eliminate as many Nomus as possible. They can't be knocked down with anything. Shouted Kamui Woods with his helmet destroyed, revealing part of his hair and a wound coming out of his right temple. He threw several branches from his hand toward several Nomus, but a high gamma destroyed the logs with a blow and launched himself to attack the wooden hero. Curse. 5. The Nomu had connected a strong blow to Kamui's head, sending him to a building falling unconscious. Kamui. Bubblue girl shouted as she evacuated the people. Miserable son of a, shouted Best Jeanist, throwing fibers of his clothes to contain and strangle the Nomus, but another Nomu of high gamma went against him and using a fire quirk, launches a torrent burning the fibers of Best Jeanist shit. Shouted the altered hero, while he saw how Nomus of different gammas to chase him like wild animals after their prey. Best Jeanist was paralyzed, waiting for his imminent end when. Fum. Shock waves came out behind Best Jeanist, impacting all the Nomus, defeating them. The professional hero realized who saved him. Najire Hado, said the hero who is able to manipulate the fibers of clothing when he saw the blue-haired heroine who looked with great seriousness. On, this is not over, shouted Najire, while launching another attack on the medium and high gamma Nomus. Best Jeanist nodded and immediately launched the attack, but suddenly. Boom. An explosion had occurred at the Nippon Budokan Arena, in which a column of smoke and fire was alarmingly noticeable. The fire was beginning to consume the building, but then they saw something coming out of there like a meteor wrapped in black smoke, and they saw that it was Midori and Nijira and some professional heroes shouted when they saw how the green-haired man violently left the arena, but it wasn't just him because Ichako, Toga, Tsuyu, Mina Ishido, Shiro Hanta, Tetsu, Kendo, Mineta, Shoji, Tageru Kamakiri, Shoto Todoroki, Rikiya Sato and Yui Kadai also came out of the second explosion generated. Those already mentioned looked in terrible condition, but suddenly huge footsteps were heard, plus a tremor for each step that was heard when seeing a high gamma Nomu, with the quirk copied from Mount Lady, and also the quirk of the villain Muscular Oh No. Nijira was propelled by her shock waves to prevent that Nomu from coming out to crush her friends. Leave them alone. Nijira shouted, launching a shock wave strong enough to knock him down, which he succeeded in doing. Midoriya guys, are you okay? She shouted worriedly. The green-haired boy slowly got up, but then he saw Nijira, who had barely saved his skin. Nijira-senpai Izuku said quite hurt, but then he sees a shadowy silhouette appear behind her. Be careful. Eh? Said the light blue-haired girl when she suddenly sees Monoma with a sick smile and suddenly grabs her by the neck. Ahhhg, she complained, trying to free herself from the villain's grip while she saw that on the other hand of the blonde was an unconscious Midnight. Just a quirk that I need, said the blonde smiling psychotically. Suddenly the blonde's hand turned reddish and Nijira felt like her quirk was abandoning her. I'll leave you alive since you'll be useful to me in other ways, senpai, said Monoma looking wickedly at a quirkless Nijira. Bad damn you, said Nijira, first dead than to be of use to you, bastard. There's no discussion, quirkless. Midnight said that, and look, she shares the same fate as you, said Monoma, mocking the blue-haired girl, which threw Nijira into the air and with his newly stolen quirk sent her crashing into some buildings. The master's power is awesome. Shouted Monoma, looking at his hands with a look that reflected that he had truly lost his sanity. Soon I will fulfill your mission, master. I will destroy this that all might forged. Nanashimura, all of Tokyo will fall, and the world will also be before your greatness. Ha 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 ha. Monoma's laughter was heard throughout the capital of Japan as chaos, destruction and cries for help combined with the barbarity that the blonde had caused. Izuku, seeing how Nijira and Midnight had been defeated, began to get angry at how he had left his allies and friends in a very serious situation. Wow, were you mad at how I left your allies? Monoma said, still mockingly, but don't worry, I'll put the quirks of Momo-chan, Fumikage, Kyokajiru, Denki Kaminari, Ibara-chan, Pony-chan and some other heroes who are unconscious to great use. There'll be some nice fireworks from my self-destructive Nomu, Monoma said as he pointed to a high gamma Nomu that was at the top of the arena, but soon saw that it was starting to catch fire, only 1 minute for it to explode at the magnitude of a C4 bomb. Ha 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 ha. Monoma laughed sickly at the misfortune of the newly graduated heroes, so if you'll allow me, I'll leave here to enjoy the explosive requiem in honor of my teacher, all for one, and my partner, the great Tamura Shigaraki, Monoma said arrogantly as he flew out of there. But you won't escape. Deku shouted, quickly throwing a black whip, intercepting Monoma, who, upon seeing what was preventing his escape, decided to teach Izuku a lesson. Get your dirty quirk out of my clothes. Monoma shouted angrily. The megalomaniac begins to use Denki Kaminari's newly stolen quirk and proceeds to unleash an electric shock with a whip, hitting Deku directly. Aya! Deku screamed upon receiving the electric shock. Deku-kun baby. Ichako and Toga screamed, newly recovered, seeing their beloved being the target of a brutal attack, the former holding her left arm, while the former villain held her abdomen and limped since her left leg was quite damaged. Several of the aforementioned heroes who accompanied the green-haired boy began to get up without stopping, looking at the one who was once their partner in the UA. Heh, it's already dawn, Monoma said quite mockingly, looking at his wrist, pretending to see a clock. In 30 seconds for my Nomu to explode with all the heroes and civilians who were trapped in that arena. Everyone was terrified. In 30 seconds a bomb would explode with civilians and colleagues trapped there. We must prevent, said Mina Ishido, very hurt, trying to walk quickly but clumsily falling to the pavement because one of her legs was in very bad condition. No no no. Kendo shouted helplessly before the imminent final destiny of those locked in the Nippon Budokan arena, falling to his knees while tears fell from his eyes. Mineta, who was supported by Shiro, looks around looking for his girlfriend. Meme, where is it? The dwarf screamed in horror. Oh, that Cyclops, said Monoma very arrogantly while his sick smile was drawn on his face. She will share the same as the others in the sand. At least I will do her parents a favor by not keeping such an abomination of nature. Jahahahaja. Laughed Monoma maniacally, while Mineta was horrified to know that his girlfriend, the only woman who had accepted him, was about to die. Seconds left. The heat inside the arena was becoming more. Tetsu tried in vain to go to the arena, but his condition prevented him from doing so. Mina and Tsuyu crawled into the sand, demonstrating great willpower. Shoji and Kamakiri could only watch in horror as the coming tragedy unfolded. Endo could only scream and hit the ground in a sign of helplessness and frustration. Mineta, with tears in his eyes, tried to run, but Zero could only hold him back with his cellophane tape. Midnight and Najire barely regained consciousness and saw how the Nippon sand was being consumed by the fire that the Nomu was giving off from its body. Toga, Todoroki, and Ichako lost hope when the Nippon Budokan arena was about to be consumed by explosions. Deku looked at Monoma with great hatred, in his mind only thousands of ideas circulated on how to destroy the current bearer of All for One. Monoma drew his disgusting smile upon seeing something worthy of the sick mind of his villainous masters. It was his triumph dedicated to those who understood his megalomania and his sinister intentions. Boom. A strong shock wave spread through the area and the material remains of the arena were thrown into the air, some charred. Fire reigned in that building where a few minutes ago it was filled with joy and music, now death and chaos reigned. Silence reigned, only the wood and materials being consumed by the fire could be heard before some heroes who were frozen. Monoma shouted, proud of his actions, so much so that he grabbed his head as a sign that he enjoyed those events to the fullest. Everyone saw the arena burn in fire and rubble. Damn you. Izuku shouted, applying himself as he launched himself towards Monoma, who easily repelled Izuku's attack, sending him to the ground again with a shockwave. Gahhhh. Understand, Midoriya, all of you are below me, Monoma shouted happily. I have shown my superiority that no hero is able to stop me, and now I will do the final act, Monoma shouted, descending and approaching a stunned Izuku. I will do the job that my two predecessors could not destroy, one for all. Monoma said with a macabre smile, looking with murderous desire at the green-haired man holding the Deku suit shirt with his left hand. If you should know something, it is that I not only inherited the quirk of my master All for One, but also the quirk of my partner, Tomura Shigaraki, he said, while articulating it in a threatening way with his right hand. Everyone was terrified to learn what that deadly quirk was capable of, having caused many deaths and misfortunes to its former bearer. Now the blonde was willing to kill Izuku Midoriya. Now I just have to put my 5 fingers on your pathetic face and I will have triumphed, said Monoma with a psychotic thirst that craved the life of All Might's successor. His breathing became heavy with emotion. He gritted his teeth in his maniacal smile and his eyes opened wider with the same emotion. He was a few centimeters away, not a few millimeters. Deku just closed his eyes waiting for the contact. Dragon shot. A voice shouted from the black smoke of the arena. And at that a torrent of crimson energy hit Monoma. ARRRGG. Monoma shouted as he was dragged by the magical energy. He sat up and saw that there was blood on the corner of his lip. Who dared to attack me? Show yourself to me. The blonde shouted angrily. I'm fed up with your thirst for destruction and your damned arrogance of causing terror, said a voice that distorted into metal. Today this ends. Everyone saw that human silhouettes were beginning to emerge from the black smoke and fire until they saw. Put audio for the moment. The fire revealed Monoma's attacker wearing his blood-red armor being accompanied. Kiba's appearance. Gasper's appearance. Everyone was in shock until Monoma was really impressed by the beings that were coming out of the fire. Each one except Issei was carrying an unconscious person like a princess. Saji was carrying Pixie Bob, Vali Ryuko, Gasper Mirko and Hyoudou Mount Lady. All 4 lost their quirks. At that, the HAKORYUUKO cast a magic circle at the foot of the theater, revealing Momo. Todoroki shouted upon seeing the unconscious heroine Creaty. Meme Mineta shouted when he saw the Cyclops unconscious but alive. They are all the people who were trapped in the theater, said Rikiya Sato when he saw them unconscious. Monoma, seeing that his move was not successful, stood up and pointed at the 5 mysterious warriors. Who are you wretches? I order you to present yourselves before the future sovereign. The 5 warriors of the supernatural remained silent, but at what the blonde megalomaniac said. They unleashed their auras in a threatening manner, indicating hostility towards the villain. Monoma gulped unconsciously. He could feel the imminent danger in those mysterious warriors. Izuku, seeing these characters who saved the victims of the theater, could only predict that the defense of Tokyo was just beginning. Special chapter. With a flavor of Mexico. Narrator. The Dracodinal family, along with the leaders of the biblical factions, received an invitation from the Aztec gods Quetzalcoatl, Mixcoatl, Xochiquetzal, Itzpapalotl, Zyptotec, Tanadia and Huitzilopochtli, to celebrate one of the most important dates for the people of Mexico, and it was none other than the day of the Declaration of Independence of the Mexican people. As part of the recent alliance with the Aztec pantheon, these pre-Hispanic gods, in a gesture of friendship, told their new allies about the national holidays and were honored to invite the faction's hero and his family to experience, at least for a day, what it feels like to be Mexican. The leaders and the Dracodinal family accepted, allowing them to spend a few days in Mexico. They boarded the plane, although the trip lasted almost half a day. When they arrived at the capital airport, they were surprised by the warmth of the people of the capital, which surprised the Dracodinal boys. They were not as flat and direct as Japanese society. They realized that the people of Mexico like to treat their visitors with joy. It was already 7 p.m. and our protagonists of this story were heading to the center of Mexico City. They passed through the Alameda Central to reach the Zocalo Capitalino. They saw that many people were wearing typical Mexican costumes, from the traditional mariachi, charro, typical Mexican dance costumes, some Adelita, but above all the people were painting their faces with the three colors of the Mexican flag. Hatching the festive atmosphere, the dracodernal kids started buying things related to Mexico. Issei bought a black mariachi hat along with a fake mustache, something that Zenobia, Irina and surprisingly Michael, the latter due to his usual calm attitude. Ravel along with her mother-in-law, Miki Hyoudou, Ibaraki Douji, Kiryu and Risti, had arranged their hair with tricolor ornaments in such a way that their hair was now arranged in the form of braids held with tricolor bows. Then Alana along with Grayfia, Roygun, Miku, Leviagelsha, Aya, Yaku and Ryakusaka wore traditional long black Mexican skirts accompanied by shawls that they carried elegantly, matching their elegant bodies. But Kunu was the one who stood out the most by changing her usual yukata to put on the traditional white typical Jalisco costume, being accompanied by Goru Hyoudou, Zeoticus Gremory, Azazel, Malaicus Gremory and Tomo Meguri, wearing the famous Mexican hat made of palm leaf, with the words that make us Mexicans so proud to always shout. Viva Mexico. The others were dressed in civilian clothes, but they did not leave aside the Mexican issues. At least they had painted on their cheeks the colors green, white and red, or they were wearing the straw hat that was written on it. All of this was provided by the Mexica gods through contacts. They were able to give it to them for free. They enjoyed an afternoon evening in the center of the capital, where they enjoyed some delicacies that Mexico can provide, enjoying the colors and the warm atmosphere. But as always at the very time of commitment, there are always certain delays to arrive on time to the destination. 50 p.m. Quick. It's almost the cry. Ravel shouted, running towards the Zocalo in the capital. We would have arrived on time if Itsuki hadn't ordered another 5 orders of carnitas tacos. Said Nino scolding his gluttonous sister. It's not my fault that Mexico has so many delicious delicacies, Itsuki said with some sadness. Oh, a corn and esquite stand. Said the redeed from the Nakano with little stars in her eyes. Itsuki. Leviagelsha and Ibaraki Douji shouted in a scolding manner. I can't even buy a tamarind candy. Itsuki said with a pout, but that's when Luvia, Risti and Zenobia saw the eyes that promised suffering to the gluttonous Nakano for that comment, that is, forced fasting. Okay, she said with comical tears. We can ask Quetzalcoatl-sama for traditional sweets tomorrow, said Saji smiling at Itsuki, to which she smiled and hugged the bearer of Ritra. You don't neglect the slightest opportunity, Itsuki said Chidori mockingly, which embarrassed her with a blush, while Kiryu, Leviagelsha and Eris looked at Nakano with jealousy. They continued walking towards their destination when they arrived at the Zocalo of Mexico City, invaded by many Mexicans who were ready to shout the beginning of the independence when they saw the president of Mexico come out of the balcony of the National Palace, taking the national flag in his hands, rang the iron bell and began to shout. Mexicans. Long live the heroes who gave USA homeland. Long live. Everyone shouted in the Zocalo. Long live Miguel Hidalgo y Castilla. Shouted the president of Mexico. Viva. Long live José María Morelos y Pavón. Viva. Long live Josefa Ortiz de Dominguez. Viva. Long live Ignacio Allende. Viva. Long live Mariano Matamoros. Viva. Long live Hermenegildo Galena. Viva. Long live Leona Vicario. Viva. Long live Francisco Javier Mina. Viva. Long live Vicente Guerrero. Viva. Long live national independence. Viva. Long live Mexico. Viva. Viva Mexico. Shouted the president even louder. Viva. The Mexican people shouted louder, something that the Dracodinal family also shouted louder. Viva Mexico. The president shouted with more force and passion, so much so that his voice almost broke. Viva. Shouted the Mexican people for the last time. Everyone shouted euphorically at the president's shout as he rang the bell again and waved the national flag. Issei and the others watched as Mexico celebrated the beginning of its independence as it has always been known. With joy, its colors, and its traditions. This is beautiful, said the Sekiryuutei as they watched families gathered together while playing cardboard bugles, throwing tricolor confetti and shouting Mexico Mexico Mexico. The Mexican national anthem was sung as part of the protocol of the same cry, which our Japanese and supernatural protagonists silently observed. It's very beautiful, Grayfia said when she finished the hymn when they saw that the fireworks began to illuminate the night sky of Mexico. The colors of the Mexican flag were the most predominant in the fireworks. Kuoh, Gasper, Yotsuba, Ibaraki and Yaku were impressed by the spectacle they were seeing, but when they least expected it, in the middle of the Zocalo, a small stage had been set up, several mariachis were going up with their musical instruments, but the Dracodinal family distinguished 6 personalities who came with the mariachi group. "It's Aaron Joestar," shouted Leviajelsia pointing at the aforementioned, while Laridid walked beside her with a big smile, "and he comes with his wife Lilith Asami." "Also there is Brian," Ravel shouted, impressed, looking at the aforementioned, while LeBlond was holding him by the arm and his wife Sina Kashiwazaki. "But he's a Shen Phantom, my Ak," Zenobia shouted, impressed by the black-haired man with a green streak, while holding the hand of a beautiful woman with wavy brown hair, who was wearing mariachi clothes. "Dorothea Arnott poses. But they are not Mexican," Yotsuba said somewhat doubtfully. "From what I understand, Joestar-san and Brian-san's wife are of Japanese nationality, while Phantom-san's wife is of British nationality." "There's no problem with that," said a good-natured man who was listening to what our heroes were saying and taking those 3 as an example, as Javela Vargas would say. "We Mexicans are born where we want to be." At this statement, the Japanese were left speechless by what the happy Mexican citizen had said, implying that Sina Kawashika, Lilith Asami, and Dorothea Arnott had adopted Mexican nationality with great pride, out of love for their husbands and the country that had welcomed them with open arms. At that, the mariachi begins to sing the following melody. Upon hearing this melody, all the people began to shout happily upon hearing a song so beloved by the Mexican people, so that a group came out dancing with a desire and overflowing passion that jumped in their hearts, and immediately, Ashen, Aaron, Brian and their corresponding wives began to sing. "Bold of my sorrows. Blank paper eyes. Bold of my sorrows. That's why I live in pain." The mariachi continued with a cheerful melody. Our heroes enjoyed the music they heard, unique in the world when they heard it in their bodies, the emotion of dancing to it filled them. Once again, the 6 aforementioned mariachis sang together. "When you bring me my negra. That I brought from Tepic." When the music ended, Aaron, Brian, Ashen, Sina, Lilith and Dorothea cried out from their hearts. "Yes sir." Everyone in the Zocalo applauded the mariachi. Issei was amazed because it wasn't every day you heard something so unique, especially in Japan. Suddenly, the mariachi began to play the next tune. A rather peaceful sound was heard that gave those present a feeling of harmony. Suddenly Brian takes the microphone and begins to sing. "Like a look made in Sonora. Dressed in the sea of Cozumel. With the color of the sun all over the body. That's how Mexico is carried on the skin. Like the good tequila of this land. Or like a friend in Yucatan. An Aguascalientes unraveled. Or wool woven in Teotitlan. This is how Mexico envelops you, this is how Mexico tastes, this is how Mexico is carried on the skin." During Brian's performance, many women screamed like crazy, and several men cried because the lyrics made them proud to be Mexican. Sina looked at her man with heartfelt eyes as he sang something so poetic and manly. "It's beautiful," said Azazel, crying comically while taking a good sip of Tonayan. The mariachi plays the music again, singing the following song. The melody began to play with great energy. Well, now Aaron was the one who came out to sing, but this time it started a little differently. "Silence, gentlemen. Cockfight," said Kuoh. Cockfighting has been a tradition in Mexico for a long time, although in large cities like the capital these fights are no longer held as often. In towns these fights are still held, said Michael, although for people like you, Kuoh-chan, it is still not advisable to watch this type of fights. "Ah, the fair of San Marcos. Of the merit of Aguascalientes. The brave ones are arriving. With their crested rooster. And they bring it under their arm. Even the soul screams. With all its strength. Long live Aguascalientes. Long live," shouted Brian, Ashen, Sina, Dorothy and Lilith, who was blushing at how her husband sang, as was the entire Zocalo Capitalino. "But your fare is a delight." "I already have an idea of what's going on," said Leviajelsia, a little distressed, upon hearing the lyrics of the song. "The girl has grown up now. Let's see who wants to iron." Even the soul screams. With all its might. "Long live Aguascalientes. Long live." Everyone shouted without exception, even Grayfia, who had remained calm, but the party prevented her from staying. "But your fare is a delight." The Zocalo didn't wait any longer and applauded the young Joestar, who immediately stood next to Lilith, who smiled at him with an imminent blush on her cheeks. Immediately the mariachi started the melody again. All the mariachi sang in unison. But the one who came out to play now is a Shen Phantom, and with a face that reflected seriousness he begins to sing. "I am the adventurer. The world matters little to me. When I like a woman. I love the flat ones with pretty faces. And that's why I say like the singing with my song. I am the adventurer, pure heart." Upon hearing that part of the song, the entire Dracodinal family turned their gazes to a brown-haired boy who was embarrassed. "You're not Mexican, Issei," Vali said. Clearly the song described you, Issei-kun said Venelana Gremory laughing, leaving Issei more embarrassed. Touché, buddy, Ddraig said, laughing from the sacred gear. The Dracodonal family just laughed at a brunette who took the comment well. I play cards and I know how to party. I drink tequila or mezcal. I get into pulquito, also champagne. I dance to them the same as tango, a waltz. I dance a harbor, a cha-cha-cha. I am the adventurer and I answer to my mothers-in-law. If they bring their daughters, they should take care of them or I won't answer. We should have done that, and look, Riaz is now locked up in the Gremory castle trying like crazy to get out of there to get to the capital, Zyodika said sarcastically. For the Redeed's former entourage, they laughed because Riaz and her followers had been locked up in the castle to prevent their sick jealousy from ruining a celebration and creating a scene of cheap romantic drama, trying to get Issei to return to her. I am the adventurer. The entire capital surrendered to the Mariachis, who gave thanks with a bow, and immediately the following melody began to play. Now the one who came out to sing was Lilith Asami, taking the microphone and preparing to make the song cry. They say that at night she would just cry. They say that she wouldn't eat. Of mortal passion, she would die. At that song, some of the Dracodonal women felt the same sentiment that the song shared and couldn't help but shed tears, among them the serene and cold Grayfia, Venelana, Leviah Jelsha and others, shedding waterfalls of tears like Ibaraki Douji, Yitsuba and Arena and Azazel, with a bottle of tequila in his right hand. But a sad pigeon. Very tomorrow he will sing. To the house alone with its doors in pairs. I swear that that pigeon is nothing. But his soul that still waits for the return of the unfortunate, cries the stones. Never pigeon, what are they going to know about love? Ku cubic 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 cock, cubic 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 cock, ku cubic cubic cock, cubic 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 cock, dove, don't cry anymore, cubic 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 cock. The entire Zocalo whistled and cheered for Lilith, who gave thanks for such a thoughtful gesture from the Mexican people. The mariachi band came out to sing a new song, so Brian's wife, Sina, could sing. Alone without your love. Since the night when I lost you. Shadows of doubt and jealousy. Jealousy of the people. Thinking of you. Forget the past. Don't remember that yesterday. Forget the past. Don't remember that yesterday. The crowd was thrilled by the now Mexican Sina's performance. Apparently, her husband had instilled in her his love for her country. Now it was time for the last mariachi to come out and sing, and it was Dorothea. I am a pure Mexican. And I have never backed down. If you want to inform yourself, I will tell you history. That Mexico is brave. And that it has never backed down. Long live democracy. Long live America. Long live. Oh, blessed land of God. Long live Mexico. Long live. Long live America. Long live. I will give my blood for you. Everyone applauded and cheered for the Mariachis. Issei and the others couldn't help but feel happy at the presentation and the atmosphere in the country, thanking him for his kind hospitality. They could only shout along with this humble rider. Long live Mexico. Live. Everyone shouted around him while he was hugged by Roygun, Zenobia and Kunu, very happy. A night they would never forget, filled with lights and traditions, and of course, they felt what it was like to be Mexican, at least once in their lives. A truly exciting and beautiful experience they will never forget in their hearts. Chapter 22, the end of the last vestige of All for One on the road to Kyoto. Tokyo City, 1:30 a.m. Audio plays. The situation in the capital of the Nippon country had become a situation of absolute disaster, since Monoma, the only survivor of the League of Villains and the current bearer of All for One. He managed with his army of Nomas to interrupt the Dracodonal concert and begin his vile attack to dominate the heroes. He had easily defeated professional heroes, he snatched their quirks, both veterans and rookies, leaving a rather bleak scenario for the prospective hero. Number 1 Izuku Midoriya alias Deku, along with his companions who still carried their quirks, but with the arrival of the Sekiryuutei, HAKORYUUKO and the carriers of Ritra, Sword Birth and Forbidden Baylor View. There was a spark of hope for the residents of Tokyo, but especially for Izuku Midoriya, who had seen how the five continued to see Monoma with a clear seriousness despite having their helmets. He could feel clear hostility towards the villain. But there were heroes who distrusted the newcomers because the stress and the clear situation made them doubt them, and clearly one of them, who arrived at the outskirts of the Nippon Budokan, went to interrogate the newcomers. Who are you?" said Endeavor, clearly angry and tired, being accompanied by a badly wounded Hawks and the heroine Burnin, who was bleeding from her head. Issei sees the three wounded heroes, but then he extends his arm, and at that moment an attack with draconic magic began to form, threatening the three heroes. "I knew it, they were enemies," said Endeavor, ready to launch a torrent of fire, while Burnin was ready to throw her burning hair when "Dragon shot," Issei shouted as the magic attack came out faster than the professional hero's attack, and they quickly covered their bodies with their arms in an X shape, ready for the impact. Boom. Endeavor and Burnin felt how Issei's attack had literally passed between them and saw what it attacked. Issei's attack left a crater in the pavement, but suddenly a monster silhouette began to appear in the crater. The High Gamma Nomu Hawk said, impressed to see how he had killed it without any effort. And he had an invisibility quirk. Burnin said, impressed. Hey, don't get defensive, Vali said, looking at the newcomers. We've come to support you in this critical situation. We come from All Might and Director Nezu, said Saji through his armor. And especially because of the alliance they have with certain personalities in Kuoh, Gasper said. At what the vampire said, Endeavor understood who he was talking to. I recommend that those who still have quirks take the wounded and keep them in a safe place, said Kiba, pointing to the people they had just captured from the burning theater. But Monoma, coming out of shock, decides to act. I will not allow my juicy offerings to get out of here. Monoma said, using Momoyoi Rozu's quirk, creating a sword and using a combination of Denki Kaminari's quirk with a high-speed quirk to create an improvised electric sword and launch it as a burst against Issei, to which he only closes his eyes. Pling. Crash. Without effort, the Sekiryuutei had blocked and destroyed the sword that Monoma created when he counterattacked with Ascalon, but not satisfied, Issei grabs Monoma by the neck and faces him. How dare you scratch my precious Ascalon with a low-quality sword, insolent villain, said Issei as he charged his fist with demonic magic. 5. He gave a powerful blow to Monoma's jaw, but he had activated Kirishima's quirk, preventing him from fracturing and cushioning the Sekiryuutei's attack, but with the force he carried, he sent him crashing into several buildings. Damn you. Monoma shouted, grabbing the place where Issei had attacked him. Nomus attack. And immediately several Nomus came out to attack the newcomers, but they were already waiting for them, and the extermination of the Nomus began. Saji and Issei incinerated the Nomus that were in their eyes with their dark fire, and their dragon shot, as well as Gasper, who activated the Baylor mode, began to devour with his darkness the Nomus of medium and low gamma. Vali and Kiba, for their part, exterminated the Nomus of high gamma. The white dragon weakened them while Kiba cut them down without any mercy. All the heroes were stunned as the supernatural warriors dispatched the Nomus army. They are strong, Burnin said, impressed when she saw Kiba decapitate a Nomu. But who are they? Todoroki said when he saw Gasper crushing an enemy. But is it okay that they are killing the Nomus in this way? Asked Bar, regaining consciousness, somewhat frightened by the way the supernatural warriors acted, the spiky-haired heroine. In these critical matters, the most important thing is to survive and rescue civilians, said Ichako. While Toga helped her up, most of our allies lost their quirks and our forces are decimated. And it seems that the four of them can stand up to that defective Kendall, said a voice, and they saw that Bakugo was getting up with difficulty, showing a grimace of pain, grabbing his left ribs. I hate to admit it, but right now we are a hindrance to the four of them, and even more those of us who no longer have our quirk. Issei, seeing the stupefied heroes, screamed. Quick, go away, pick up the wounded. Issei shouted. Endeavor, with his pride hurt, agreed to the Sekiryuutei's cry. You heard, pick up the wounded and the civilians now. Endeavor shouted. And immediately, the Japanese heroes who still had their quirks began the rescue maneuvers. The former students of 3A-3B, who still had their quirks with the help of Endeavor, were carrying the people of the Nippon Budokan. Some made titanic efforts, like the case of Mineta, who not only carried his girlfriend, but also two other civilians who with his quirk had stuck them to his body that by itself could not hold, but his will to help managed to carry them. Other heroes who specialized in that rescue specialty, like Shoji, Ibarat's Ayu, Sato and Bubblegirl, were rescuing wounded and civilians wholesale. In no less than 2 minutes, the warriors of the supernatural had managed to evacuate the fighting zone. They held the Nomus at bay, and they tried in vain to reach their victims and enemies, all of which were easily destroyed. They even saw all the heroes leaving. Help. That left the heroes and the warriors of the supernatural frozen. The cry for help was shouted by the voice of a girl who was trapped in some rubble. Eku, who supported in the disaster areas, heard the call for help, saw the girl leaning on the windows of a second floor of a building about to collapse. The green-haired man, who was carrying an old man, saw that the warriors who came to support them were containing and eradicating the Nomus, who were going with more force against the aforementioned. They could not be careless at all, and Monoma was still embedded in the pavement, had to act. Toga-chan. Izuku shouted at that. The ex-villain, who despite limping on one leg was carrying 2 children in her arms, sees that Izuku was approaching with the old man. Deku baby, said Toga, seeing how he was approaching, but in that Deku puts the old man on his back, and in that the green-haired man ran off towards the battle zone. What are you doing? Where are you going? But the green-haired man didn't respond and went to rescue the girl. Deku-kun. Ichako screamed, very terrified when she saw the green-haired boy return to the red zone. The green-haired boy, dodging debris that was starting to fall, had to be quick because at any moment the building where that girl was could fall. Quick, said the broccoli in his mind. But due to the fourth user's danger sense quirk, he felt a strong chill run through his body. Brew. His worst fear came true when he saw that the building where the girl was about to fall. Damn it. Deku shouted, activating his quirk Hyoudou and Black Whip. In an instant he reached where the little girl was asking for help. The little girl was leaning on a glass. All the heroes saw how he had entered a building that was about to fall. Get away from there. Deku shouted, to which the scared girl obeyed and moved away a few meters so that Deku could break the glass and enter the girl's room, but his danger sense alerted him again when he saw that the apartment building was about to fall. What are you doing, Deku? Bakugo shouted, thinking that the walking broccoli got into the building to kill himself. Meanwhile, with the aforementioned. Hold on. Deku shouted as he threw the black whip towards the girl, grabbing her and hugging her protectively and jumping into the void. We're going to fall. The girl screamed, but Midoriya creates a black whip, throwing it in the pure Spider-Man style, using his F-Agent quirk again. Phew. Like a jet propulsion, Izuku holding the girl were propelled out of the collapsing building towards a pole, gaining a little time, landing in an epic way about 10 meters from there, on the concrete, while the building ended up collapsing, raising debris and dust. All the professional heroes and supernatural kids watched the green-haired boy's heroic act. What the hell? Said Shoto when he saw what Midoriya had just done, but then he saw that he was carrying the girl in his arms. He rescued a girl. All the heroes and civilians shouted in jubilation at what Midoriya had done. Toga and Ichako shed a few tears and sighed in relief at seeing their shoulders still in one piece. But someone wasn't happy with Midoriya's act. Monoma, starting to lose patience, launches himself against Issei again, applying his muscular atrophy quirk, creating a monstrous arm, and launching himself to hit Izuku. Damn you, Deku. Shouted the enraged blonde, you always have to steal the attention. The green-haired man saw the villain approaching him quickly and dangerously. All he could do was shield the girl with his body. Boom. The green-haired boy saw that a reddish armor passed by his side and looked at how Monoma had received a kick, avoiding. Hey, your fight is with me, Issei shouted, protecting Midoriya and the girl. The brown-haired boy looked sideways at him. You take the girl and seek shelter soon. Midoriya nodded and ran away from there, since using F-Agent, Danger Sense and Black Whip exhausted him too much, but Monoma got back up from the kick that Issei gave him and seeing that his prey was running away. I won't let you leave here, Deku, Monoma shouted with a disgusting smile and eyes that showed a terrifying psychosis. Now I will show a quirk that I stolen and it will serve me for this special moment. The blonde began to accumulate energy in one hand and raised it to unleash said energy into the air. Issei saw that Monoma was covering a part of Tokyo, but what he saw was that he was covering it very quickly. Are you making a dome? Issei said, but then he sees Izuku running with all his strength. He won't make it in time, said Vali, but then he sees a Nomu running towards him in quadruped form. Damn it. Shouted Vali as he saw said monster running towards the green-haired boy who was running desperately. The green-haired boy ran as fast as he could to reach the girl safely. She only clung to her hero suit and then she saw that said Nomu was approaching quickly. Oh no. Deku shouted, instinctively protecting his little companion, but. Who is? Oh now, Vali shouted now as he saw two Nomus approaching and threw himself into combat. The green-haired boy obeyed and resumed running as the dome Monoma was creating was rapidly gaining ground. Izuku was already quite exhausted and knew he wouldn't escape from here, but he couldn't give up. He had an innocent girl in his hands and he wouldn't let her stay in the red zone. I'm not going to make it, I have no other choice, said Midoriya while running with the girl, but in that. Deku. Ichako Uraraka's voice shouted as she floated in the air. Uraraka. Izuku shouted, but then the green-haired boy came up with a somewhat extreme idea, but it would serve to keep the girl safe. He saw how the dome was already quickly covering the entire red light district of Tokyo. He was practically 30 meters away from Uraraka when Izuku detached her from his body and. Uraraka, think fast. Yelled the walking broccoli, throwing the girl forcefully with both hands. The brunette reacted to her boyfriend's action, breaking free from her quirk and descending briefly to catch the girl. I got you. Uraraka shouted, smiling with relief as she applied her quirk again and floated in the air. Are you okay? Ichako said, to which the girl nodded with tears in her eyes. Deku. The brunette shouted to find out about her boyfriend, but her face changed into a gesture of fear and confusion. Since Izuku had been trapped in the energy dome that Monoma had created, the brunette tried in vain to destroy said dome with her fists, but it was useless. Deku. Ani-chan, shouted the girl who was holding onto the arms of the chubby-cheeked heroine. Izuku was now trapped, his expression showing a mixture of fear and helplessness. Ichako-chan, said Izuku, this dome is made by a quirk, until we defeat Monoma, I will not leave here. But Deku, I'm terrible that something will happen to you, said Ichako very worried, while her eyes showed fear of losing the man that both she and Toga love. Izuku couldn't stand the expression of his current girlfriend, he didn't want to worry her, but he had to solve his current situation, so he made the only decision. Ochako, don't worry, I promise to come back, Izuku said, smiling at her as he placed his hand on the newly created dome, and there are still many things I must share with you, with Toga-chan and with Eri, but I must finish this and ensure our future and that of Tokyo, Izuku said as he turned around and began to return to the red zone, where Monoma was fighting against Issei and his companions. The brunette saw how the man who made her heartbeat was moving away from him. If it weren't for the dome she would follow him, but the only thing she could do was wait and hope that her beloved broccoli came out alive. Eku-kun. Please come back, Toga, Eri, and I can't bear to lose you, said Ochako, putting her hand on her chest, very worried. Returning to the combat zone. Issei was giving a combat lesson to Monoma, who was doing everything possible to damage the Sekiryuutei. The blonde saw that the warriors who had arrived and saved the several heroes who were about to turn to ashes in the explosion were now exterminating his army of enhanced Nomus without any effort, and above all, conceited as he thinks he is, was giving him a beating that, if it weren't for Kirishima's quirk, would have already ended with several broken bones. How is it possible that a nobody is humiliating me like this? Monoma said, very hurt. And not only that, it seems my companions and friends have already swept away your monsters, said Issei, pointing to Saji, Kiba and Gasper, who had finished exterminating the Nomus, while Vali descended from the sky, throwing the head of a high gamma Nomu at the feet of the blonde megalomaniac. What did I expect from a villain who hides behind an army of monsters like a real coward, Vali said. What did you say to me, damn it? Monoma said, very angry. But the person who comes out to answer is the one they least expected. Apart from being a coward, deaf, and most importantly, he is someone weak, said Gasper, smiling maliciously, who seemed to be adopting a certain attitude to the battles. Weak. 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 Monoma, hearing that word that he hated so much coming out of the damper's lips echoing in his head, that word for which he was clearly singled out by everyone when they compared him to the current bearer of one for all, that word that made him abandon the UA and become a psychopath in search of power, would only cause Monoma to take the next step of no return in his madness of destruction. Ha ha ha. Ha. Monoma laughed in such a loud and evil way. Bravo. You did it. Now you made me angry. Monoma said while his body began to metamorphose. I thought to leave Tokyo as my base when I finished them. But now no one will be saved from me. The great and last bearer of all for one. Monoma shouted while his body slowly underwent the metamorphosis, while the earth was shaking at the blonde's maneuver. Audio plays. The entire territory of Tokyo was shaking as Monoma was transforming and taking on a figure resembling that of A. The quirks of those weaklings will be of some use to me, and even more, so that heroine Ryukyu, exclaimed the blonde, while his body began to suffer the shocking metamorphosis. Gaia, shouted Monoma, but from a person screamed the roar of A. The dragon, Izuku said, impressed as using the heroine Ryukyu's quirk. The blonde began to increase his dimensions in such a way that now his new form was of a colossal size. Muscle atrophy. Gigantification. Dragon. Rivets. Hardening. And what's missing, shouted Monoma before some supernatural warriors who looked seriously at the blonde, who had been horrified by his appearance due to his madness until they discovered his new appearance. Bruayo. Roared a sinister-looking dragon, whose skin was now covered with metallic protuberances on its back. Outside the dome there were many helicopters recording live and commenting on everything that had happened to the megalomaniac and the supernatural heroes, along with Izuku Midoriya, who had not left in time. At the Tokyo Bullet train station. In an application that Director Nezu's mobile phone had, they watched the fight until. It's terrible, the villain Monoma has turned into a horrid monster. All the Dracodernal girls belonging to the supernatural along with Issei's parents, Sirzechs, and in a way, Nezu and All Might saw this seriously. To what limits of sanity has young Monoma reached to be someone important, said All Might, very dismayed, sacrificing everything for a small ambition. Wait a minute, will Issei-kun and the others be okay? Said Ayatoujo, who was worried about Vali. That's a piece of cake for them, Zenobia said while smiling at her. Our boyfriends have faced much worse things. Worse? Has my Gasper faced worse things than that? Said Risti, very terrified by what the Durandal carrier said. And he has come out ahead thanks to the advice of Issei-kun, Sirzechs, Sama and the other leaders. Not for nothing is he considered a hero in the supernatural, said Irina, smiling at the muscular Rieti and omitting in a certain way the influence of Ria's and her other ex-friends. But then you hear the news app again. Breaking news, we are notifying that All Might's successor, Izuku Midoriya aka Deku, has been trapped in the dome and is now heading to fight the villain. Everyone without exception saw that the green-haired man was running towards the area where Issei and the others were. Midoriya shonen. All Might shouted worriedly. Otu-san. Eri shouted, threatening to cry when she saw her father figure heading off to fight the dragon, but then the white-haired girl with one horn felt a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, your dad will come back safely, I assure you, said Kunu, smiling at her calmly. Are you sure? Eri said, very uneasy. "That's right, my Otu-san will make sure that I return safely to your side," said the little kitsune with great confidence in her words. At what Kunu said, the supernatural people nodded at him as a sign that things were going to be okay for the green-haired boy. Eri for her part, smiled as a sign of having regained confidence and began to look at the screen of Nezu's cell phone. "Otu-san. You can do it," said the little white-haired horn girl. Back to the red combat zone, outside the dome. All of Tokyo could see that colossal dragon with great fear. What is that?" Mina Ashido screamed, quite terrified at what she saw with her eyes, while she carried an unconscious Kirishima. "This is not possible," said Shirohanta, paralyzed with fear, while he held Kanoko Komori in his arms. "She's a dragon, but the only one who can become a dragon is Ryukyu-san," said Ichiko Uraraka, who was still carrying the girl her boyfriend had rescued, but then she saw that Enji was carrying the heroine who hadn't regained consciousness yet. "That means Monoma stole his quirk," Mandalay said, horrified. "Wait a minute, Kamui Woods was saying now Ryukyu didn't reach those dimensions when he transformed." "Oh no, he stole Montana Lady's quirk," concluded Mineta, who was carrying his girlfriend Mime on his back and was helped by Tetsu. They did not see this as encouraging for the heroes. "We don't know what quirks Monoma has also stolen with All For One," said Kendo, while carrying Jiro on his back and in his hands with his big fist quirk, he brought Denki Kaminari like a Barbie doll. "It's a chimera of quirks, those warriors who are facing him. We must evacuate the city. Everyone speed up now," shouted Best Jeanist. And then the heroes who specialized in rescue and disaster relief guided civilians away from the disaster zone, and the wounded and unconscious heroes were transported by helicopter for immediate care in hospitals outside the city. Inside the dome, the beast into which the last villain of the league had transformed looked with a wide thirst for destruction against the warriors of the underworld. "It's clear the lizard wants to play," said Kiba mockingly. "His power doesn't exceed the average limit of a young dragon. It's just a simple mix of powers and quirks without sense," said Vali. "It even offends me to see such an aberration before my eyes. But weak or not, he will pay for what he did to the city of Tokyo," said Saji, preparing an absorption line. "We will do it, but remember something important," said Issei, looking at his friends. "Despite being a villain, we can't kill him because of the agreement that the supernatural has with the Hero Society, not to mention that we have a limited time to move to our next city. That makes our task of neutralizing him very difficult," Vali said with annoyance. "With our current strength, we can easily kill him and we would get the factions in trouble with the Hero Society. We must think of a way to neutralize it," said Issei without stopping looking at the dragon. "Damn you," Monoma shouted, starting to advance on all fours. "You will be my dinner when I calcine and crush you with my claws and jaws. You have no hope of triumphing against me." Using Bakugu's quirk to prepare an explosion from his mouth. "Try it, underdeveloped lizard," shouted Gasper, who apparently had moments when the piece of the Celtic god Baelor's soul took possession of his body, turning the young vampire into someone truly unknown. The supernatural was going to attack Monoma, who was preparing said explosion when full cowl. 30%. Boom. Green flashes came out behind the 5 supernatural warriors, and then they saw Izuku Midoriya running, while the Ophis shone like reddish veins all over his body. "I won't let you keep doing your things, Monoma," Deku shouted, launching himself at Monoma. At that moment, the green-haired boy jumped in the air and immediately sent an axe kick down on Monoma's dragon head. "That boy is no match for him," Vali said angrily. "He's going to kill himself," said Saji upon seeing Izuku's maneuver. Issei looked a little terrified at the green-haired boy because the recently graduated hero was facing something that was out of his hands and wouldn't do much to him. "Wait a minute," Issei said when he saw Izuku. "I think we found the solution to this crisis. Guys, I have a plan." While with Izuku, the green-haired hero releasing a bit of one for all, looking with great contempt at who was his former classmate from the Hero Academy. In his mind, he could only think about neutralizing Monoma and making him pay for everything he did. "Manchester. Smash," Izuku shouted, releasing said attack at Monoma's head. "FUMMMM." The shockwave released by Izuku sent dust and various debris flying. But everyone saw that the kick didn't move Monoma's draconic head. On the contrary, it remained static. "Don't you understand the difference in powers between my greatness and your cowardly person, Deku?" Monoma shouted. "Damn it, I didn't do anything to him," said the green-haired hero, but in that back. Deku complained because Monoma had caught him with his tail. The hero was trying to get out of his enemy's grip in vain with his hands, but he saw that a current of electricity was about to be unleashed from his back. "Zzzzzzzzzzzzz." The green-haired hero screamed in pain as Tokyo watched All Might's disciple being subdued by that dragon that only terrified Tokyo and the heroes more. It's useless Deku, whatever you do will be useless against me, the last bearer of all for one, and just when I finish you, I will destroy this damn city, then Japan and then the world. In the following, Monoma, with one of his claws, activated Tamura's quirk, his unhealthy obsession with disintegrating Deku was so great. Say your last words Deku, that today, my tyranny will begin when I kill you, kill these insolent ones, and kill everything you love the most, especially that traitor, that fat girl, and that little girl you loved so much. Your time has come. Monoma shouted as the claw slowly approached not only his face, but also his body. Deku was powerless against the cruel fate, in his mind he only thought about the happy moments he had had with his classmates, with his mother, and especially his romantic moments with those girls who agreed to share his love and above all, to take care of that girl he rescued from the clutches of Chisaki, that girl who encouraged him to improve and become a better hero. I'm sorry Iriachako Toga, I won't survive this, said Deku, closing his eyes waiting for Monoma to release his attack. Die! Shouted Monoma. Everyone saw the horrible scene that was about to unfold. It's horrible, it's the end of young Midoriya. The reporter shouted with a shrill voice and tears as she witnessed the end of all hope in the hero society. The green-haired boy's friends who were still conscious were experiencing two feelings that they shared at this moment. Horror and fear as they saw before their eyes the end of their greatest friend and role model before them. They couldn't bear the thought of seeing Izuku die. Izuku. Gritobe Ida, Tokoyami Shoji, Kamakiri, Rikiya, Manga y Tetsu Tetsu, Kon un gesto que todos refligiban desesperation y impotencia. Midoriya. Grutaba Ishido, Mineta, Kendo, Sayu, Yui, Shoto, Enji and Burnin. The society of heroes and civilians of Tokyo saw, under an atmosphere of tension and terror, their prospective symbol of peace being killed by the last survivor of the League of Villains. Deku, Deku, was the only thing the civilians shouted. But two young ladies, upon seeing the love of their lives, couldn't help but cry out in concern and profound pain. Deku, Toga and Ichako shouted. How-san. Eri screamed, crying as she watched her father figure die, the hero who saved her from her cruel captivity. Slash. The sound of meat being sliced had been heard. Bri-I was Monoma's scream as he had felt the mutilation of his dragon body because the Gremory Knight had cut off Monoma's dragon tail. I got you, Kiba shouted, holding the green-haired boy. Brah. I was trying to thank Deku but. Thank me later, shouted Kiba, who immediately threw Deku like a sack of potatoes towards Issei, who was already waiting for him like a catcher in baseball. Damn unfortunates. Monoma shouted, launching a mix of quirks, among them Pony's quirk combined with Bakugu's. He launched incandescent horns towards where Izuku was, but Vali and Saji intervened, creating defensive magic circles that easily stopped Monoma's attack. While with Issei and Izuku, the brown-haired boy easily caught a tired green-haired boy who at any moment would faint from so much punishment suffered. Boy, are you okay? Said Issei, grabbing him while Ascalon carried her in his left hand. Yes, I think so, Izuku said, panting as he felt his legs were about to give up on him. Monoma, seeing that his attack did not work, only made him enter into total despair. Damn you, be a Ddraig! Shouted Monoma, activating Pixie Bob's quirk and stomping on the ground. Stay on the ground like the insects you are before me. At that, the now dragon had created an avalanche of land from the ground, threatening to bury them, but. Divide x5. Vali's power began to lessen the power of the avalanche that Monoma had created, and in response, Vali threw two spheres of power towards the villain, causing him to easily collapse. Then Vali turned his gaze to Izuku. Kid, what you did was quite reckless. Vali shouted, risking yourself like that, the only thing you'll cause is for them to mourn your imminent loss. That guy is too much for you. I'm sorry, Izuku said to the warriors who went to help Tokyo, but a hero must always save those who need it, no matter what, he said with a smile that still reflected the desire to continue fighting, even though his body was very tired. The 5 supernatural warriors listened to Izuku Midoriya's reasoning. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage against Monoma, he still kept fighting, he still didn't want to give up. Somehow, it made them remember their pasts when they were weaker, and they began to have some reason to fight. Audio plays. Heh. Issei said, taking that laugh as a sign that he liked Izuku. Seriously, there must be more guys like you who have that mentality of never giving up. Hey, can you still fight? Issei said, standing next to Izuku, making him stand up. But I think, Izuku said, very tired, but then he sees who is helping him. I am the hero Deku, you, who are you? Just call me Sekiryuutei, Issei said. I come to your aid on orders from Nezu and Toshinori Yagi. All might. Izuku said, surprised that his teacher had 5 powerful allies. Call me HAKORYUUKO, said Vali seriously. Call me Vritra, said Saji, showing him his thumb as a sign that everything would be okay. Sword Birth. That's my hero name, Kiba said calmly. Baylor, Gasper said dryly. Take it, said Issei, handing him a potion. You are hurt, you must recover as soon as possible. Izuku without thinking about it takes said liquid and when he finishes, he feels that his body is 100% completely, as if he had rested enough, his wounds had healed and his 5 senses were recovered. What happened to me? Izuku said, surprised by his recovery. What you drank is called Phoenix Tears, said Issei mentally thanking his fiancée blonde Sundeer for the gift, but in that he heard noises in the rubble where Monoma had fallen. Pay attention, this is not over, said Issei looking at Izuku, while pointing where Monoma had fallen. In that Monoma came out of the rubble and a gesture that reflected how crazy he was because a deranged smile formed on his face. The horrible dragon that Monoma had transformed into was roaring in a terrifying way before the eyes of Issei, Vali, Kiba, Saji, Gasper, and the only hero who stayed to fight, Izuku Midoriya. Monoma saw how his army of Nomus had been completely exterminated, he saw his mutilated tail and several wounds, now he was furious, and in his mind, he only had one thing in mind. Vile beings, now I'm furious, said Monoma with his voice that sounded serious as he looked at Issei and Deku. Damn busy mebs, I'll make you pay for hurting me and making me look like ridiculous. Shouted Monoma as he removed the dome and it began to shine in an alarming way. They saw that his body was taking on reddish and orange tones, while they felt a strong wave of heat coming from the mutated villain. I will destroy all of Tokyo. I will destroy its inhabitants. Nothing will be left. They realized that he was going to act crazy, it only meant one thing. That idiot will self-destruct, said Saji. Monoma soon began to accumulate more energy to immolate himself. They felt extremely hot, as if they were standing in front of a mega boiler. The only thing he could think of was to resort to this suicidal technique. The heroes, seeing what Monoma was going to do, felt that their hopes of survival had been nullified. We're going to die. Mina Ishido screamed, crying. Is this the end? Said Tsuyu Asui as well as Ishido. Will we die this way? Said Shoto Todoroki in shock. The hero society and the civilians, seeing their possible final destiny, began to get upset and lose their calm. But the desperation became more chaotic when the civilians began to try to escape from the city. The only ones who still hadn't lost hope of being saved were Toga, Mineta and Endeavor, who tried to calm the civilians, and also the heroes themselves who, out of desperation, forgot their duty and also wanted to save themselves until. Shut up. Shouted a voice to which everyone saw the one who shouted that was none other than Uraraka Ichako, while she was carrying the girl that Deku had saved. Ichako baby, Toga said when he saw his girlfriend that he shared with Deku. Right now, we mustn't lose hope, the brunette said, looking at the society that was looking on in despair. Right now, Deku-kun and those warriors are risking their lives to save Tokyo and our lives. The civilians fell silent at Ichako's shouts. I'm also afraid of losing my life and my future that I worked so hard for alongside the man I love so much, the woman with whom I share that love, continued Uraraka looking at the citizens of Tokyo. But it's no reason to distrust Deku and those mysterious warriors. I know that they can save the city and stop Monoma. If you don't trust them, at least I will, said Ichako, finishing her speech looking at the combat zone. Everyone saw the brunette that despite the crisis that had broken out, Uraraka remained steadfast in the hope that Monoma would be defeated. She firmly believed that Deku and the 5 warriors would emerge victorious. Suddenly someone took Ichako's side, and it was none other than Toga with her usual smile and support. Then it was Mineta, Tsuyu, Shoto and Bakugo who took Ichako's side in support. They had a thought in common. You can do it, Deku. You can do it, mysterious warriors. Back to the combat zone. Deku and the 5 warriors watched as Monoma slowly began to catch fire, while the temperature around him was increasing considerably and he began to expel more heat waves with more force. This is getting ugly, said Deku as he felt an unbearable heat. It will only take me 5 minutes for this city to be in ruins, said Monoma. Now no one has an escape from my great power. But then Issei answers. 5 minutes, huh? He said as his gauntlet clanged. Boost X5. It will be enough time for you to finish off the boy, said the Sekiryuutei looking at the green-haired boy while the sound was heard in the gauntlet. Boost X5. Me? Said Deku, confused. That's right, Issei said as he took Deku by the shoulder and immediately it was heard. You will put an end to this disaster. Transfer. The energy Issei had accumulated in his gauntlet had transferred to Izuku. The green-haired man felt like his strength had multiplied, he felt like he could do anything. Even, he could easily defeat Monoma. We will cover you, said Vali, also positioning himself. You only have 5 minutes, or Tokyo will have a worse end than Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Hi. Said Izuku, who immediately. Shum. Green lightning appeared on Izuku's arm. Ready? Issei said as he took position, which Vali, Saji, Gasper and Kiba imitated. Yes. Izuku said determinedly. Let's do it. Issei shouted, and at once. FUMMMM. At a shocking speed, the 6 warriors went out to confront the bomb that had become Monoma. Miserable pests, you will not be able to stop me, your end is imminent. shouted Monoma, creating ground goals, using the Pixie Bob quirk again. You are no one to judge and decide the destiny of people, shouted Kiba as he began to annihilate the golems so they wouldn't intervene in this race against time. Damn you, die. Monoma shouted again, using Momo's quirk from his back. A rather large machine gun came out and immediately fired it at Deku, but I'll take care of it, shouted Gasper, activating his sacred gear and freezing the ammunition, causing it to fall to the ground. We won't let you kill more people, shouted the Dampro, launching a dark tentacle that immediately destroyed the weapon created by Monoma. Keep going, guys, shouted Gasper as he went to support Kiba with the golems. They are starting to make me desperate, Monoma shouted, now launching a sonic wave with Jiru's quirk. But divide. X3. Your attacks don't work against us. Vali shouted. Unhappies, he shouted, launching a torrential explosion of Bakugu's quirk towards the 4 warriors who were still running or flying in the case of Issei, Vali and Saji. What a pathetic fire, shouted Saji, launching his dark fire, neutralizing Monoma's attack and going straight towards the villain, but he narrowly dodges it. Shit, Monoma shouted, seeing that his attacks had no effect whatsoever. Suddenly he saw Izuku in slow motion running before his eyes. The look that the green-haired hero was giving him, he couldn't feel nervous. That same look was the same one with which he had defeated his teacher, the same one he had put on when Shigaraki was defeated, the same one he had put on when the League of Villains had fallen. Now that look was directed at him. No, die. He created another avalanche of land bigger than the previous one, and now he was covered in fire. Die, die, die. Monoma shouted desperately. We will take care of it, shouted Issei, and immediately, he, Saji and Vali went out to face Monoma's attack. Ready, said the brown-haired boy, to which Vali and Saji nodded. Dragoon shot, shouted the 3, launching set attacks against the avalanche of incandescent earth, and immediately, Monoma's attack was completely neutralized, leaving the dragon horrified. No, no, Monoma screamed, very terrified, launching more attacks left and right towards his enemies, but they were easily destroyed by the fists of Issei, Vali, and Saji. But his gaze fixed on someone he wanted to destroy a long time ago and was approaching at maximum speed, dodging all the disaster. Damn you. Monoma screamed while accumulating nitroglycerin in his mouth to launch what seemed to be a torrent of fire, much worse than the ones he had taken out. Dodo Taio Deku. Gritaba Issei, Vali Saji. Now finish him, Kiba shouted, and Gasper. Izuku got closer and closer to Monoma while he prepared his final attack with the strength that Issei had given him. Damn you, what drinks you to ruin my plans? Shouted Monoma, who was shining reddishly, alarming the civilians. If I can't save the whole city, I don't deserve to call myself a hero, said Izuku, gritting his teeth. That's why we can't allow you to destroy an entire creed and legacy of heroes on your whim, and that forces us to give everything we have. While Izuku concentrated his strength in his right fist, there should be no reason for you to kill people, because if there is someone who does it, there will always be someone who will prevent such a task. Everyone saw a green flash heading for the dragon, that villain who is a chimera of quirks without any control. Everyone expected Izuku Midoriya to emerge victorious from this situation. His friends, his former teachers, all of Tokyo was staring at him. And that's what a hero does. Deku shouted, ready to throw the punch. Die, Deku. Monoma shouted, launching the explosive torrent from his mouth. United States of Smash. Deku shouted, throwing his punch against the torrent of fire. Idiot. All that effort is for nothing, ha 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 ha. Monoma shouted as he saw Deku enter the torrent, but he saw that his explosive torrent was being repelled by the green-haired boy, who was splitting Monoma's attack in two. No, it's not possible. Now you must go further, Deku shouted as he increased the percentage of the Opha, and with the strength he now had from Issei, he could save the city. It was the decisive moment. Amos Deku. Gritaba Ichako, Toga, Bakugu. Yukin Midoriya, shouted Class A, Class B. Please finish it, shouted the Tokyo Society. Plus Ultra. Izuku shouted as he launched himself at Monoma, who couldn't react to the shock. It's not possible, I'll be humiliated again, said Monoma. I curse you, Izuku Midoriya. 5. Izuku had connected a strong blow to Monoma's abdomen. He tried to resist said impact. He saw his most famous enemy begin to bleed from his arms, but on his face, he didn't care about that. To Izuku Midoriya. No. Monoma shouted as he was overcome by the enormous force, but not satisfied with that, Midoriya threw Monoma into the sky with an uppercut. This is not possible. It is not possible. Monoma shouted as he ascended at an outrageous speed to the sky, reaching the limits of the stratosphere, but then his body began to shine more intensely. It only means one thing, curse. Boom. An explosion of catastrophic magnitude had lit up the night sky. The living bomb that had become Monoma had exploded in the farthest part of the city, while a warm shock wave was felt throughout the city. The citizens and heroes were impressed by what their eyes saw. Everything was now silent. Ichako watched the outcome of that crisis with her crystalline eyes filled with tears and a smile of relief. She couldn't help but scream. They did it, Deku did it. Tokyo and Hero Society processed Ichako's words at their own pace. "Ooh!" shouted everyone in Tokyo. The cries of jubilation and relief could be heard in the middle of the capital's early morning. All the heroes and civilians ran out to look for Deku and the warriors who helped them. While in the combat zone, the three dragons approached a Deku who had fallen unconscious while panting from the effort and pain. "You did well, boy," said Issei, still with the boosted gear on. "Ha. I did it," he said, very tired, but unfortunately the price was that many heroes and companions were left quirk. "Don't worry about that," said Saji, pointing at Kiba, who was descending with an unconscious Monoma. The poor guy was descending at maximum speed and capturing him was very easy for him. "If he has the ability to remove quirks, he will have the ability to give them back whether he wants to or not," said Gasper. "Well, I know someone who can force him," said Deku, thinking about a violet-haired boy. "Well, our work is done," said Issei as he activated the magic circle, while on the horizon of a destroyed Tokyo, the dawn of sunrise appeared as a sign of good omen for the Japanese capital. "It was a pleasure meeting you, boy. Despite your recklessness, you have the makings of someone strong," said Vali, disappearing from there. "Your last phoenix tear," said Saji, throwing him the recovery item before disappearing, which Izuku catches with his still usable arm. "Let's go or the girls will get angry," said Kiba, disappearing. "I really wouldn't like to see Risty angry," said Gasper, also disappearing. "With what you showed, Tokyo has a good hero to take care of him," said Issei, disappearing. "Take care of yourself, Hero Deku," said Issei, disappearing from there. The green-haired boy just watched the sunrise with a smile as he took Phoenix's tear, recovering completely. "The Kuoh!" shouted a voice, to which Izuku suddenly smiled. Behind him he saw Ichako and Toga running towards him with a smile, and before that he hugged them, both giving each of them a kiss. But suddenly a magic circle appeared, revealing Otu-san. Eri shouted, running towards the green-haired boy, and also went out to hug her adopted daughter Otu-san. "I was afraid of losing you," Eri said, crying with a smile, "but sniff, you did it." "Hi," Izuku said, smiling at Eri, "because of you. That's why I will become the best hero in Japan," Izuku said, looking at his girlfriends and his daughter looking at the sunrise. "I don't know who you are, Red Emperor. But you are my reason to become better every day. You made me see what I lack to be number one. I have a lot to work on," Izuku said as he watched the Hero Society and civilians approach Izuku to celebrate the green-haired boy's triumph and the definitive end of Monoma and All for One. Meanwhile, on the bullet train, the Dracodernal family was heading to their new destination, Hyoudou. Our heroes' girls watched our heroes sleep peacefully. "How cute they look," said Ichika Nakano, covering Kiba with a blanket and giving him a smile while he slept on her lap. "At least Vali didn't go too far in killing Monoma," said Ayatauju, putting a pillow on the albino, while Nino put a sheet on him. "You had a somewhat hectic night and you need to get some rest before arriving in Hyoudou," said Roigun in a maternal manner as she watched Miku and Zenobia settle Issei, who was sleeping peacefully on her shoulder. Irina, Ravel and Ingvald smiled at their beloved dragon because seeing him sleep so peacefully was a privilege in their eyes. "We certainly have exceptional men, right girls?" Risty said, looking with great love at Gasper, who was sleeping on her lap while in his right arm he held a teddy bear, while Yutsuba accompanied him in his sleep, hugging him. "Hi," Itsuki and Kiryu said while watching Saji sleep. Our protagonist's journey continued peacefully, and now, despite the possible hostilities with the leader of the Yokai, it was time to fulfill his next commitment on his agenda. And what happened to the Gremory? Hotel Gremory. Some authorities had arrived at this colossal building, since it was one of the few buildings that were not affected by the attack of Monoma. Zeodicus and Venilana arrived at the hotel to check if there was any damage. "It seems everything is in order," said the older Redeed, looking at a wall that didn't have any cracks. "The guests and workers evacuated on time and there are no human losses, that is also important," said Venilana with a smile. About that, Venilana-sama," said the hotel manager, a little embarrassed. "I wouldn't say that in its entirety." "Anything you want to tell us?" said Venilana, raising her eyebrow at her worker. "Well, it turns out that a room didn't evacuate," said the manager, very sad and nervous. "We tried to communicate with the guests who were there, but they didn't respond, and the only thing we heard was the sound similar to the fabric being ripped off, whimpers and screams of pain." The Gremory patriarchs looked at each other in surprise at what their worker said. "Audio plays. And they haven't left there, I suppose?" said Venilana. "Exactly," said the hotel manager. "Could you take us to that room?" said Zeodicus, to which the manager nodded, and they were led to the 23rd floor where the guests were. Arriving at the room, Zeodicus applied a small reserve of magic to the lock since he had seen that it was closed with magic, and when he opened it, both he and his wife and the worker saw a most bizarre scene. There were Rias and her friends in their underwear, but with their skin so red they looked like they had been in a grill. "Something like that," Some of them were fainted from the shock of the pain like Asia, Sona, Uritsubasa, Kaneko and Ruruko Nomura. Some were crying but unable to move due to the irritation on their skin, like Tsubaki, Roswis, Momo Hanakai, Lavinia Rimi, and Valerie Teeps. Penemu was only panting and had a stuffy face, which was a reflection of her enduring the pain, as her father had told her. "They'll pay me, they'll pay me, they'll pay me," the angry cadre said in a low voice, while her skin had become very swollen from the super glue mask. But on the ground were scattered black layers, some of which had hair, stubble, and the occasional black had pulled out like radishes during harvest time. But what they saw before their eyes was the most surreal thing in a crisis situation. Shriek. English, Kiai. Ria screamed as she ripped off another part of the mask from her abdomen. The Redeed was in blue underwear, but her body was really red that even surpassed the color of her hair. Zeoticus, Benelana and the person in charge of the play saw this in disbelief. "Now I will finish this." Ria screamed very desperately while tears fell from her eyes, which also burned her face due to the irritation. Then she proceeds to take the swabs with wax for depilating stuck in her nose, taking the one from the left nostril, breathing heavily and in one go. "Yai." Ria screamed, holding her nose because the pain of pulling out her nose hair was similar to hitting her little toe on a piece of furniture. Seeing that, Ria's parents and the manager couldn't help but feel the same pain for the Redeed. "The last one," said Ria's taking the last swab that Miku Nakano had put on her, with all the regret and pain, clenching her teeth she proceeds to remove it. "Shriek. Aya. I'm free." Ria screamed in pain while doing a somersault, but her eyes suddenly fell on her parents and the caretaker who had a gesture similar to Mr. Incredible disturbed "Hello mom dad," Ria said staggering, and ended up falling on her back with a triumphant smile, and her eyes rolled back in shock from the pain. At that Zeoticus, Benelana and the manager leave and silently close the room. "Not a word about this and for a year, you will earn 4 times your salary," said Zeoticus with a purple aura to his boss. "Then," he said shaking his hand with starry eyes, "I have the best boss in the world," shouted the manager running away very happy in front of the Gremory patriarchs who saw him with a drop of sweat on their heads, and then they decided to leave. "Next time we'll hire beauty professionals for Ria's and her friend," said Zeoticus. "We definitely shouldn't have left her alone on the swings." "Don't even remind me that she hit her head 3 times on the same rock," said Benelana, all embarrassed covering her eyes remembering a little Ria's with a beautiful blood fountain in her head, smiling as if nothing was wrong, "and now I think that because of that I developed masochistic tendencies with beauty products. Oh Satan, what will become of my daughter?" said Benelana crying comically leaving from there. Chapter 23 Arrival in Kyoto, tension before the concert. Before starting the chapter there will be a modification. With regard to the war events that occur between Russia and Ukraine, I have decided to change one of the destinations of the tour of this fic, so the Russia concert will be replaced by a concert in Ukraine. War, invasion and outrage of the sovereignty of a country will never be a solution to the problems between 2 nations, therefore, I reprove the decisions of the Russian country to attack Ukraine. Jimmy Kimmel Show. As Issei and the others recounted what happened 5 years ago in Tokyo, everyone was fascinated to learn that the warriors who helped the current #1 hero from Tokyo and Japan were the same musicians they admired so much. The girls on the set, if before they saw them with a lot of love, now saw with predatory eyes are 5 heroes willing to kidnap them to make them theirs without caring that they would put their skins at risk for their current partners, since being pregnant and marked, in the case of Kiba, they have a tattoo of a sword. The hormonal and state changes changed radically that all the girls unconsciously gave off a terrifying aura as a sign that they should not approach or they would suffer the terror of facing half-dragons, half-vampires, Risti and Yotsuba, and the girls marked by Kiba. But calming the waters a bit, the host of the program took the floor again. "Wow, so it was you who helped capture the last villain of said extinct league," said Jimmy Kimmel. That news of the attack, capture and trial of Monoma was trending for more than 6 months on all social networks, especially on Twitter, where many comments condemned the blonde for everything he did. Author's note. There is no social network more toxic than Twitter. And even though they sentenced him to 100 life sentences, I still feel a little sorry for another punishment that was more intense, even though he deserves it, Issei said. Somewhat uncomfortable it was when they gave him the lobotomy. Author's note. Lobotomy is a psychosurgery that involves cutting nerve fibers in the brain. The most common procedure is the introduction of a sharp instrument to reach the frontal lobe of the brain through the eye socket. The purpose of lobotomy was performed on patients with schizophrenia, severe depression or obsessive-compulsive disorder (OCD), but also, in some cases, on people with learning difficulties or problems controlling aggression. It leaves them in a zombified state without feelings. Everyone was horrified to learn of such a brutal surgical procedure. Was there really no other solution to calm Monoma? Spending the rest of his life as a zombie unable to care for himself. Well, who's hungry, said Gasper, understanding the reference. Everyone understood, synonymous with the fact that what happened to Monoma no longer had any meaning in their lives. I want to make a request of you, said Jimmy, looking at the musicians, especially Issei. Can you show us that you are really those warriors who helped the #1 hero of Tokyo? Issei looked at the others and they nodded. He did the same to Sirzechs, Azazel and Michael, and they did the same as a sign that he gave them permission to summon their armor or weapons. But without realizing it, the leaders summoned some headphones that isolate any sound, quickly putting them in their ears. Grayfia, for her part, placed her headphones on her beloved twins, waiting for the result that would possibly occur. Issei, Vali, Saji, Gasper and Kiba stood in front of the set and adopted a serious expression. The cameras focused on them. Their respective harems only limited themselves to covering their ears with their fingers, while the fans, all were attentive to any action of their heroes and idols to follow. Balance breaker. A shockwave surprised everyone at the same time that the bodies of the 5 boys shone for a moment, giving way to their armor, and in the case of Kiba and Gasper, they were the same clothes they used 5 years ago, giving them a temperament mixing the threatening, the seductive and the noble. The girls were already euphoric. Seeing their idols become those legendary heroes who saved the Japanese capital 5 years ago only caused them to scream even louder, so much that the cup Jimmy Kimmel was holding broke, several glasses were breaking from the force of the sound, and even small screens that were installed there were broken while several sparks came out. While the Dracodernal family and the leaders saw this, surprised by such a force of sound. On the other hand, Grayfia and her twins remained stoic, but with a drop of sweat falling on their heads at all three. "Oh Satan," said Sirzechs, smiling nervously and sweating from such a scream. "This can be considered a high-gamma weapon of mass destruction," said Azazel, his eyes shining wickedly. Jimmy had also covered his ears. "Wow, ladies, what lungs you have," Jimmy said, cleaning his ears. "It's almost impossible for me to digest, guys, that you've experienced the sound for these 5 years of musical career." "Heh. It's a matter of getting used to it," said Gasper, smiling naturally while blood was pouring out of his ears. "Hey, guys," Jimmy said, all scared seeing the little vampire losing blood like that. "Don't worry," said Issei, while the Seraph Michael from the set seats healed said ears with magic. Meanwhile in Mustafu. To be exact, in the Ryukyu house. The gathering of veteran heroines was taking place at the Dragon Heroines' abode, where they were watching Jimmy Kimmel's show on an 80-inch screen, and as true fans of the supernatural musical group, they wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. The heroines, absorbed in the program, were immediately shocked to learn that those workless musicians were actually the ones who helped defeat Monoma. But 5 heroines were left in shock by the reality. Ryuko threw the wine glass he was holding when he saw Vali wearing his armor. Pixie Bob threw a piece of raspberry cake that was going straight to her mouth off the fork when she saw the transformation of the group's drummer. Mirko had dropped a carrot that she was holding in her mouth when she saw the gothic clothes that her beloved Damper was wearing. But Mount Lady, who was putting on makeup, her lipstick passed out, leaving a mark on her left cheek when she saw Kiba in his clothes from 5 years ago. While with Midnight, who was reading a fashion magazine, when she saw her dream brunette, she tore said document while the pupils of her eyes were practically dilated. "It's not possible," said the heroine Mandalay, impressed. "I can't believe it," said the heroine Ragdoll, who had recovered her gift 5 years ago. "Those musicians whose lives we should have saved 5 years ago were the ones who saved us from an imminent disaster, along with Deku-kun," said the heroine Burnin, with a face that reflected her total disbelief. But then all the heroines saw 5 in particular approaching the screen, completely absorbed and with their heads steaming as if it were a pressure cooker, in front of the scene that the Dracodernal group had created, which left more than 100 followers with a nasal hemorrhage and a sudden fainting spell due to hyperthermia and love. Issei-kun and the Sekiryuutei are the same. Issei-kun and the Sekiryuutei are the same. Issei-kun and the Sekiryuutei are the same. My beloved Saji is my beloved Saji is my beloved Saji. I won't regret becoming a Shoutokin. I won't regret becoming a Shoutokin. It's beautiful, my Kiba, it's beautiful, my Kiba, it's beautiful, my Kiba. Vali-kun, Vali-kun, Vali-kun. All the heroines looked with some fear at the murmurs of their colleagues, until… boom. The 5 heroines fell on their backs. All their colleagues looked on with disbelief. On the faces of the 5 fainted heroines, their eyes were heart-shaped as they continued to murmur the above. In the case of Ryukyu, Midnight and Mirko, they had threads of blood in their noses. In the case of the dragon heroine, it was a little more hidden, while in the case of Pixie Bob and Mount Lady, a silly, drooling smile adorned her lustful face. They all saw this scene with several drops of sweat falling from their heads. "You're really crazy," said the heroine 13, while she saw Ragdoll fanning her companion Pixie Bob with a fan. "Although I didn't expect this from Ryukyu," said Bubblegirl, looking at the dragon heroine who couldn't contain her excitement any longer. "I mean, she being very upright and refined. And now that they know that because they are part of the supernatural they can have a harem, I can only expect the worst for them," said the heroine, serious. I feel sorry for them, said Uwabami, especially for Gasper-kun, who will have a hard time with a crazy rabbit, said the heroine with a quirk of snake hair, looking at Mirko, who was still in a trance, while she began to lick the carrot in an unconscious and lascivious way. Well, tomorrow we will know about the indefinite closure of the agencies of these four and Pixie Bob. Most likely he will be absent tomorrow, said Ms. Joke, looking at Mandalay and Ragdoll, raising her hands in a sign of why. And most likely these five will travel to Raikan, Japan first thing in the morning. All the veteran heroines nodded at what the now wife of the hero with a careless appearance Eraser had said. However, someone shouted into the air, and whoever it was could not bear the load of dragon hormones in his being and had to manifest them in any way. "Ali, mark me as your dragon, I love you." Ryukyu screamed into the air like a madwoman, leaving her colleagues even more in shock. Back to the studio set. Leaving aside the heroines and their colleagues who urgently needed a man to tame their hormone-blinded brains and bodies, we returned to the studio set. "But I understand that in their sacred gears were the souls of those celestial dragons," said Jimmy Kimmel, looking at Issei, Vali and Saji, "but from what I see, I have not heard the voices of those dragons when they summoned their armor." Everyone on the set, except for the Dracodinal family and the leaders, murmured curiously at what the host of the program had said. At that point, a cadre, well known for being a crazy inventor and a hard and lazy person, took the floor. "If you allow me to answer you," said Azazel with a proud smile, "the reason why you have not listened to the celestial dragons and the Dragon King Vritra is that thanks to the contributions of Gregory and Ajuka Beelzebub, we have managed to free the souls of said dragons from the sacred gears of the boys. However, it had a cost that they did not hesitate to assume, and that was granting their powers to the sacred gears. And thanks to the research of the research departments of our factions, we managed to create new bodies for the three dragons that were sealed in the sacred gears," said Sirzechs, smiling. "In short, Ddraig, Gutch, Albion and Vritra have returned to the world of the living." That left the set terrified, with the exception of the supernatural beings and the humans who had knowledge of this, who maintained a natural smile. They thought that three powerful dragons were loose in the world, and some imagined said dragons creating chaos in the world, throwing torrents of fire in the cities and destroying everything around them. "And where are they?" said Jimmy quite nervously. "Well, a clue," said Kiryu with his wicked smile. "As you can see, the faction leaders are with us right now when they should be facing their worst enemy. The eternal paperwork." At that, Sirzechs, Michael and Azazel just lowered their heads with a depressive aura and adopted a fetal position, and in Azazel's case, he limited himself to sucking his finger as if a trauma in his life was relived at that moment. But then Jimmy deciphers the clue of the pregnant brunette. "Are the dragons replacing them in their duties?" said the protagonist of the program very incredulously. "Correct," Zenovia said, as if Jimmy had played Jeopardy. "The leaders are enjoying a vacation after almost 400 years of paperwork, thanks to the dragons taking their place as a sign of gratitude. One of the conditions for releasing their souls from the sacred gears was that, apart from giving up their powers to them, it is to help with the paperwork for the leaders," said Issei very sadly. The three dragons agreed in order to return to the world of the living. Now they are three dragons in the process of recovering their powers. Albion is currently replacing Michael Sama in heaven, while Vritra is helping Gregory with the paperwork, Ravel said, smiling at everyone, and Ddraig-san is replacing Sirzechs Sama. At that moment, a noise is heard in Miku's pockets and she takes out some kind of smartphone. In fact, in the underworld, to be exact, in Sirzechs Sama's castle, they are watching the program, said Miku Nakano, looking at said device, and Ddraig is asking for it to be broadcast live. Everyone was eager to see the powerful, imposing red celestial dragon in person. Dragons are a creature synonymous with destruction and terror in various epics, stories, and tales told by parents. They could see it, even if only electronically, a unique opportunity. Miku for her part passed the device to production, which managed to connect it, and they proceeded to broadcast live Sirzechs' offices and saw something that many did not expect. Sirzechs' desk could be seen with several stacks of documents arranged in an envelope, a sign that said done. You could see a happy light blue-haired woman with exuberant breasts she was carrying like a baby, a small red lizard that had no sunglasses and was drinking a cocktail as if she were at a beach, but what she really enjoyed was feeling such attributes of her companion. The red lizard, when she saw the camera, only thought of doing this. "Ha ha 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 ha," the red lizard shouted very happily, in the style of a mariachi. "It's me, Ddraig Gutch. Ha 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 ha." On the set they shared the same thought. Back to the Mau offices. "Well, I know everyone was expecting an imposing dragon, but my body is now that of a newborn larva, so if you want to see my human form, you'll have to wait 2 to 5 centuries, said Ddraig, very calmly mentioning those amounts of time when by then the humans of this generation would already be buried. "Well, since I'm replacing the Mau squashed tomato hair, and my beloved Tiamat supports me in completing this paperwork, it doesn't exempt us from having a little fun, right honey?" said the little red dragon rubbing his face on Tiamat's breasts. She just blushes and with her dragon tail caresses the light blue-haired girl's chin, tickling her. "Ddraig, honey, we're live," the dragon queen said very flirtatiously. "Leave that for when we sleep in the castle's guest room." Okay, anything for my queen," said Ddraig, taking a sip of his cocktail on camera. "We will read something that Sirzechs usually does. In this case they are requests from many of the humans who sold their souls to hell, when the truth is they only believe themselves to be satanic just for playing Ouija and having seen all the exorcism movies and The Shining. Let's see," said Ddraig, changing his sunglasses for reading glasses. "Dear Satan. Let me tell you that you do your job well in punishing my husband. I hope the classic sweets return to these times. Oh, thank you for remembering the classic sweets. We have enjoyed them around human history since the Middle Ages, the obscurantism, the Roman Colosseum, the burning of witches in Salem, and of course Donald Trump." On the set, you could hear the occasional nervous laugh at what the crazy little dragon was saying. We continue. Ahem. "I hope the old classics come back, but in this society those torture practices are already frowned upon. But I have a request. How can I make a demon come to my house? I hope for your answer soon." "Well, to your request the answer is simple. For a demon to come to your house, must you sell your soul to the devil?" "No, of course not. Must you make an offering?" "Of course not. The only thing you have to do is look for these pamphlets," said Ddraig, showing one with a symbol that Issei recognized and started to get nervous. "And there is no better than a pamphlet from my partner's entourage, which can only be found in Ryokan. There is nothing better than receiving a visit from the Sekiryuutei himself or any of the boys at home." This said in less than a second before what the dragon said began to emanate a predatory and suffocating aura for Issei, who was nervous since his partner had literally opened a Pandora's box. "So let the search begin. Yahoo!" Ddraig shouted happily, starting to cut the transmission, while Tiamat said goodbye with her free hand while giving a kiss to the red lizard on her head. The silence became very uncomfortable, especially for the Dracodronal boys, since now, the red dragon had given the boys the opportunity to summon them on a silver platter. Their harem stood in front of them like a human wall, putting on a face challenging them to take their men away, especially the current wives of the Sekiryuutei, who would not hesitate to use their magic to defend their own. "That good-for-nothing lizard," Irina said through her teeth and very furious. "I swear that if I see him I'll put Ascalon as a suppository in that unhappy tadpole," said a voice that they clearly recognized. "Miku?" said the Dracodronal family, surprised to see the scarlet-haired girl say those words. "Eh?" said the aforementioned woman, surprised, turning red at what she had said. "Sorry, I still don't control my dragonic nature, and besides, the pregnancy hormone," she said, very red and embarrassed, curling up into a ball, hiding her face in her legs. Well, leaving hostilities aside, are you going to tell us what happened in Hyoudou?" Jimmy said, very uncomfortable, trying to calm the atmosphere, but at that Miku and Nino put on a bitter face. They hugged themselves as a sign of protection when mentioning said place. "Okay," said Issei, while Zenobia, Ravel and Irina put a hand in support for the shyest of the Nakano, and in the case of Nino, Vali and Aya hugged Nino, although it could be said that this was a very bittersweet experience that we lived in Hyoudou. Flashback. Hyoudou, Japan. Of narrator. Hyoudou City, one of the cities where its traditional atmosphere has survived over time and adapted to the modern era, was formerly the capital of Japan in ancient times and is considered a World Heritage Site for having more than 2,000 temples where people can offer their prayers to the Shinto gods. In a serene, tranquil setting where vegetation and society could coexist harmoniously, the bullet train from Japan's current capital was arriving at the station. And, as if nothing had changed, many fans were waiting for their idol's arrival. When the bullet train arrived, the doors opened, revealing the 5 sleepless people who were asleep despite being standing. The fans, seeing their idols, screamed like crazy, waking them up completely, giving them a real scare. In Gasper's case, he felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. And just like in Tokyo, the 5 boys were escorted by their respective harems, in Kiba's case. By an Ichika who was by his side taking care of the blonde, leaving Kiba's fans with an air full of jealousy, seeing the closeness of the pinkette with the basest of Dracodronal. The other girls, you could see Issei walking totally tired while Zenobia and Irina helped him carry his luggage. Miku, Roygun and Ravel remained alert at any time that he did not fall to the pavement to sleep before arriving at the hotel. The same happened with Vali and Saji from their girlfriends, and in the case of Gasper, Risty carried him on her back while he slept peacefully on her back. The muscular Redeed only felt the breath on her back and remembered that night she gave her virginity to the damper, where she was surprisingly defeated along with Yotsuba by drugging him with artificial dragon pheromones. She wanted to hide her excitement, but unfortunately for her she was wearing leggings showing off her shapely and attractive legs. Little by little a wet spot was becoming noticeable on her crotch, wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. Isn't it too hot, girls?" said Aya, fanning herself with her hand while behind her Vali's fans burned with envy, seeing her with Nino holding the arms of the sleepless albino. Victory bitches. Ichika Nakano said in her mind with a triumphant smile, seeing Kiba's fans boiling with jealousy, while she helped the sleepless blonde taking advantage of the situation by interlacing her hand with the blonde's, who reciprocated the gesture of the most flirtatious of the Nakano. The pincat discreetly sticks her tongue out at them, mocking the fans. They boarded the van that would take them to one of the most luxurious inns in the city. In the van that Issei and his harem boarded, Sirzechs was next to Kuoh. These two had a face that seemed like they had started their day on the wrong foot. Did something happen, Sirzechs-sama? Issei said, somewhat intrigued, since that face the deed was making was synonymous with bad news. I have contacted the underworld advisors, said Sirzechs, resting his head on his hand. Yusaka will not give in to Kuoh-chan's exile. As soon as we arrive at the inn, I will move her to the Gremory castle, and she will be cared for by Grayfia, Atausan, Okasama and my grandmother Chisasabachan, and also because of how resentful she is towards you, she will not provide any protection during our stay in Kyoto. But what's wrong with that scrawny bitch? Ravel said, very shocked. Can't she separate work from her personal life? If I told you that she behaved worse than a diva in front of the counselors? Sirzechs said, rubbing his temples. But this is an alliance, Risti said, dismayed by Yusaka's attitude. There is supposed to be cooperation, and even more so if the pillar of the factions needs it. Well, the way things are going, Yusaka-sen isn't interested in the alliance right now, Ichika said, and even less so if her ex is in her domain to give his concert tomorrow night. If you continue like this you will put at risk the alliance of the Yokai with the other factions, said Zenobia very thoughtfully. I can't believe that at your age, you behave worse than Ria's Gremory when she decided to end her relationship with Issei. With all due respect, Sirzechs-sama, said Zenobia when mentioning her sister in a derogatory way. He just raised his hand as a sign that there was no problem. Well, don't let that stop us from having a good stay in Kyoto, said Sirzechs, trying to lighten the atmosphere in Kuoh. I hope you don't mind spending this part of the tour in the castle. Don't worry, Mayu-sama, she said politely, I really appreciate your hospitality, and at least I won't be bored, said the little kitsune, thinking that there would be hours of fun with Milikas. Well, we'll be there in 5 minutes, said the Mayu, and for security reasons. Azazel and Michael will locate Dulio, Biku, Arthur and Tobio, so that they can offer their services in safeguarding the integrity of your parents, as well as the human girls of their harems. At what the Scarlet Witch Mayu had said, Issei and his harem could breathe a little easier. They arrived at the enormous inn, and as Sirzechs had said, he said his goodbyes for the moment and moved with Kuoh to the underworld. There, the children made the reservation process, but they didn't notice someone watching them. A shadow lurked. Yes, she's at the hotel, he said in a magic circle. Okay, I'll proceed with the kidnapping, said the shadow in a feminine voice, looking especially at a girl who had headphones hanging around her neck, retreating stealthily. The day passed normally for our family, since they weren't going to have the typical press conferences and the recognition of the arena where they would play. They would do it the next morning. Issei, along with his parents, Ravel, Zenobia, Saji and Itsuki, went out to have a quiet dinner, while the others decided to go explore the temples that Kyoto offered. But there were 2 girls who decided to stay at the hotel to enjoy the hot springs it offered and rest a little. I'm surprised you didn't want to go see the temples with the other Miku, said Nino in the locker room, while putting on a towel that covered the upper area of her breasts, reaching her thighs. Knowing your interest in Japanese history, you would want to know historical facts about these. After the concert we have 2 days off to visit the city, Miku said happily as she looked at the Sekiryuutei mark on her solar plexus and proceeded to put on a towel in the same way as her sister. I would like to spend a few days with Issei, along with the others in a city that I so wanted to visit, before leaving for Ukraine for the next concert. You're right, said Nino, rubbing the back of his neck where the HAKORYUUKO mark was located. I also want to spend a few days with my Vali before we leave Japan, since we won't be back here for almost a year. Both sisters head to some luxurious hot springs, proceeding to do the cleaning maneuver. Ah, this feels so good, said Nino, leaning on one of the stones surrounding the pond of water. The water temperature is excellent, said Miku, smiling as she sat in the pond. Being the only ones in the hot springs, they could only hear the sound of the water dripping. The 2 Nakano only had their eyes closed when suddenly. Hey Nino, do you smell that? Miku said as she noticed a very calming smell. It's a very fresh and calming scent, said Nino. It feels really good while we're in the hot springs, said Vali's girlfriend. She was trying to get up to wash her hair when suddenly her vision was getting blurry and she was starting to stagger. What's wrong with me? I don't feel well, I feel really weak. It's only been 10 minutes for you to get dizzy, said Miku, getting up to help her sister, but suddenly, she also staggered, feeling dizzy. The red-haired girl was panting so fast that she put her hands on her head. What is happening to me, and why the essence is getting stronger? I'm suffocating, said Nino, barely getting out of the hot springs. Just like Miku, they were crawling towards the exit. Virginia Lee, said Nino before falling unconscious. Miku was horrified for her sister who had fallen unconscious. She tried to reach her crawling, but her arms ended up giving up, leaving her without strength. While despair was rolling in her head, she wanted to help her sister, and also in her mind was the image of the brown-haired boy from her dreams. Issei said Miku before fainting. At that moment, a silhouette appeared in the hot springs, which positioned itself between the two Nakano women and then invoked a communication circle. "Neutralize the targets with my aromatherapy stunning technique, I will bring them to you," said the silhouette, invoking a transportation circle. "Good work, it's time to carry out the second phase of the plan," said a woman's voice. "The Sekiryuutei will do nothing while one of its females is in danger, much less the HAKORYUUKO. We will continue as planned." "Isaka-sama." The silhouette left with the unconscious Nakano sisters, but what she didn't know was that someone had seen everything and was hiding in the locker room under a face of horror. "Mom, what did you do?" Underworld. Ager's clan mansion. In the halls of the clan's mansion, Seekvaira Agers was looking through some records. Everything seemed in order until she received a magic communication circle. "Who is it?" he said with his typical bad mood. Sekiryuutei, said a sweet cat-like voice. Upon realizing whose voice it was, the heiress of Agers frowned. "What the hell do you want, Kuroka?" said Seekvaira, very irritated. "If you ask me to help you get my Hyoudou back like the perfidious Rias and her followers, you're wasting your time," said Seekvaira, ready to close said magic circle. "No, Sekiryuutei, this has nothing to do with getting Issei back. In fact, it's something very delicate and has to do with one of Issei's current girlfriends," said the Black Nakamata, very upset. "Are you thinking of hurting one of my little brother's girls?" said Seekvaira, very angry, emanating a little of her aura. "No, Seekvaira-sama," said the Nakamata with a serious tone. "I am far from hurting the man I once loved, unlike Ria's Gremory and her followers who try to attack the boys' careers and who have a foolish illusion that by ruining their careers, they will return as if nothing had happened. I already know that I have no chance of returning to him, and the last thing I want is to have problems with Issei. Sniff, seriously, believe me, I am calling you to ask for your help. One of Issei's girlfriends and Vali Kai are in danger, and I need all the help possible to save them." Seekvaira, upon hearing Kuroka's comment, hesitated a little to believe her, but upon hearing that the Nakamata was worried about one of her ex-fiancé's current girlfriends, but especially about one of Vali's current partners, her secret love, decided to give her the vote of confidence. "What happened?" said Seekvaira. "I'll just tell you that Yusaka-sama has kidnapped Nino Nakano and Miku Nakano so that Issei will give up his life of celebrity and become the new king of the Yokai." Seekvaira's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe the leader of that faction had committed something that would jeopardize the Grand Alliance. She knew that messing with a female dragon meant signing a death sentence, and in this case the extinction of the Yokai faction. "Give me your location, and I'll see you in 3 hours," Seekvaira said very seriously, ending the conversation. At that, a small magic circle appeared in the blonde's hands, and on it was a sketch indicating the location of the Nakamata. Seekvaira immediately went to her room and began packing for her trip. Afterward, she made another communication circle and contacted someone who could help her. "Abe Kiyomi-san, I need your help urgently," said Seekvaira. "I need you to come to my house right now," said the blonde with glasses, sending a transportation pamphlet. Seekvaira knew that Yusaka, due to her childish whims, had activated a time bomb. An entire faction was on the rope around its neck. If Issei and Vali knew that one of their females was kidnapped by the leader of the Yokai, the alliance would end in a confrontation where death would be lurking in the most traditionalist city in Japan. Chapter 24 Against Time, rescuing the Nakano sisters. Gregory joint room. An emergency meeting was taking place, as the subject to be discussed was most delicate. The leaders present, with the exception of the leader of the Yokai of Hyoudou due to her absence, were shown with a face full of seriousness and above all with great disgust, since the kitsune made a mistake, or rather condemned her entire faction to imminent danger, all because it occurred to her to kidnap one of Issei Hyoudo's women, Miku Nakano, and not satisfied takes an unplanned bonus by kidnapping Nino Nakano, one of Vali Lucifer's fiancés. Those present were from the demons. There were Sirzechs, Ajuka, Razor and Falbium, who curiously was awake. From the fallen there was Azazel with Shemazai, Tobio Icus and Barakiel. From heaven there was Michael, along with Dulio with the pieces of his sister who was sealed fighting against the Trahixa, Marana and Griselda. From the Nordics there was Odin and Thor, and from the Yokai there was Sun Wukong with his grandson Biku and a tearful Kunu who feared for the fate of her race and her home that was in imminent danger because of her mother. She did not want that man she called Otu-san to end up annihilating an entire city. Sniff, sniff, sniff. They were the cries that were heard from Kunu when she found out what her mother did. Kunu, he said, a little sad for the little kitsune Michael, who arrived and put an arm on his shoulder. "It's just that sniff sniff, I don't want there to be sniff sniff retaliation by my faction because of that woman I called mom." Sniff, Kunu said inconsolably. "I don't want the alliance to be broken. Sniff, I don't want my Otu-san to annihilate innocent people because of the leader of the Yokai. I want to see Miku Akasama." The leaders, with the exception of Sirzechs, really did not expect such a statement from the little kitsune, showing some maturity for her young age, that she was worried about her faction, but especially that she was worried about a human who she already considered a real mother, along with the other girls in Issei's harem. They could not believe how low and selfish the older kitsune had become. Everything she was losing because of her decisions, and she seemed to care little about the consequences. "Don't worry, Kunu-chan," said Sirzechs, calming her down. "I assure you that Miku and your faction will be fine." "And this is what this meeting is for," said Azazel, smiling, "to prevent your Otu-san from causing a disaster in Kyoto. And if he's going to do it, it will be on stage and not harming innocent people in a fit of rage," said Auden in a peaceful manner, something that with the words of the leaders, the little kitsune calmed down a little. "Thank you, I really appreciate it," said Kunu with a bow. "Well, Dulio, to calm Issei's adopted daughter a little more, gave her one of his sweets, which she accepted. "Well, things are critical. We have less than 24 hours to find Miku Nakano," said Sirzechs. "Given Yusaka's decision to commit a crime against the pillar of the alliance, we have no choice but to remove her from the alliance, and in her place, Sun Wukong will be recognized as interim leader of the Yao case, something that the leaders who are not present such as Shiva and Quetzalcoatl gave their full approval. Do you all agree?" said Sirzechs seriously. "We agree, Michael," Azazel, Auden, Ajuka and Falbium said at the same time. Sun Wukong was a little hesitant about the idea of factions. "But this must be consulted with the faction advisors, especially Amaterasu-sama and Susanoo-sama," said the monkey Yaokai. "They are more in agreement with this appointment," said Sirzechs, extending a scroll. "Here is your appointment as interim leader of the Yaokai of Kyoto. Due to the crime that was committed, Falbium requested an audience with the counselors of your faction, and because of this the Shinto gods were notified. They could not tolerate Yusaka's attitudes and decisions any longer, and decided to dismiss her, and all those Yaokai who conspired in this crime will not have the protection of the faction. Nor of the alliance." Sun Wukong told him the scroll and nods as a sign that he will take leadership for a while in the Yaokai faction. "Very well, for a while I will agree to lead the Yaokai for a while, as soon as I find a worthy successor," said the Mono Yaokai. "I doubt that Kunu-chan wants to be leader as soon as she comes of age." "I will decline," said Kunu with a smile. "The only thing I wish is to live next to Otu-sama and my beautiful Oka-sama," said Kunu, smiling a little calmly while she finished the candy that Dulio had given her. "Well, we already solved one problem, now to focus on the main thing," said Sirzechs. "Knowing that dragons are very temperamental and if they mess with their most precious one, the brave man who manages to offend them has a direct pass to purgatory," said Auden. "Although my real question is why did you motivate him to kidnap Miku Nakano?" Falbium said. "It's simple blackmail," said Azazel Yusaka, thinking that having one of the females of his ex-love as a hostage, carrying out a very low maneuver like threatening to hurt his partner in order to have him at his command. And to avoid any loose ends, the Yusaka missionary also kidnaps Nino Nakano. Azazel finished not only to subdue the Sekiryuutei, but also the HAKORYUUKO. "That stupid woman," said Ajuka. "I can't classify her in any other way than as a truly stupid woman." "It's not worth throwing tantrums," Ajuka said. Sirzechs, calming the green-haired Mayu. "In fact, I already have a possible solution to carry out the rescue of the Nakano sisters. The most important thing is that Issei and Vali do not find out that their females have been kidnapped, because if they find out about it, Kyoto will go down in history as Hiroshima and Nagasaki suffered in World War II. "What do you suggest?" Michael said, interested. "The important thing is to keep both dragons distracted in Kyoto," said Sirzechs, "and here I have someone who will do this job." At that a silver magic circle appears in Gregory, appearing to certain girls who met in secret, but the leaders noticed that those two acquaintances of the DXD team arrived along with two companions. Seekvaira Agares, the magical beast tamer Abe Kiyam along with the former criminal Kuroka Hellcat, Sirzechs said seriously, but then he sees the two companions. "Ladies, you didn't say I was going to have companions. In fact, they will be the ones who will help us in the job of entertaining both dragons," said Kuroka seriously. "My two friends will be in charge of entertaining Issei, Naya and Vali. Kai girls, please introduce yourselves." The first to appear is a Nekomata with two colored hair, also dressed in a flirtatious and provocative manner, who heads happily and cheerfully towards the leaders. "I'm Ibaraki Daoji, a pleasure, Naya," said a smiling black red-haired Nekomata. The other Nekomata, wearing clothes very tight to her body, also appeared a little calmer than her companion. "I'm Eris, a pleasure," said a brown Nekomata. "Well, do you know what your mission is?" Sirzechs said, looking at both Nekomatas. "Entertain the Dracodernal family as much as you can, and under no circumstances should you make them return to the hotel, okay?" "Aye," the Nekomatas said excitedly. "And in case the situation gets really difficult, here you go," said Azazel, taking out a bottle that contained golden liquid that everyone knew the contents of said bottle. "A small glass for each member of the Dracodernal family is enough, and leave them like rag dolls." Hanan is aware of the situation and gave us golden apple liqueur for this situation, but of a very old harvest. If a bottle of recent distillation gets you drunk instantly, this liquor that has been sealed for more than 600 years has such a strong power that Ophis and Rojo tried a sip from another bottle and felt that their souls visited nirvana for a long time. Azazel proceeds to give the bottle disguised as sake to Ibaraki Daoji, who kept it in a magic scroll. "Where are the Sekiryuutei and his family now?" said Aden. "The boys are currently in Arashia, the eastern neighborhood, and are on their way to Gion, the tourist neighborhood," said Ajuka, showing images of the Dracodinal family giving autographs in the case of Issei, Vali, Saji, Kiba and Gasper to their fans. "Well, it's a good place to start the part of the plan, Nekomata girls," said Sirzechs, looking at Ibaraki Daoji and Eris. "The fate of a faction is in their hands." "Hi-yi-yi," both Nekomatas shouted, smiling, disappearing in a magic circle. "Well, the next part of the plan is how to locate both Nakano girls," said Michael. "I can suggest one thing," said Abe Kium, "locate them through the scent of their clothes." "That won't be possible," said Kuroka, taking out one of the clothes to Miku. "When Seekvaira met me, I tried to locate them that way, but I couldn't find the essence of Issei Naya's girl, and that's taking into account that I can perceive and detect the scent of a human from 10 kilometers around just by smelling one of her clothes. Apparently, Yusaka has the Nakano sisters imprisoned in a place where you cannot perceive any aroma," said Azazel, "or in another case, she could suppress their essence with some liquid or fragrance capable of being imperceptible to the nose of a yokai." "That bitch planned it well from the beginning," said Seekvaira. "It's clear she's been planning this for weeks, and locating two people in all of Kyoto and supernatural Kyoto is like looking for two needles in a haystack." "There must be another way to locate the Nakano girls," Sirzechs said thoughtfully. "Time is running out. There must be something we haven't realized." "There is something you can help us with," said a voice, to which everyone present stopped. "And all this time you have been ignoring it, especially you, Sirzechs Lucifer." A dimensional crack appears on the meeting table when a little loli dressed as a gothic doll makes her appearance. "Office Ouroboros," the leaders said as they saw the dragon goddess land on the table, looking at the leaders indifferently. "Nice to see you again, Office Sama," said Sirzechs, a little nervous. "Since you mean something I've ignored," said the Mau, sweating with nerves before the dragon goddess. "There's no need to get nervous, Mau," Lucifer Office said calmly. "It's easy to say when you are unconsciously releasing your aura," Dulio said very nervously, looking at his ice cream that was melting rapidly. "I came to help you locate the female of my predestined male," said Office, looking at the clothes that Kuroka had put on the table. "Predestined male?" said Azazel, seeing the clothes that Kuroka had left on the table. He looked several times at Office, who continued looking at said clothes until a little bell rang in his deranged head. "OOHHH for father, ha 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 ha," just shouted Azazel, starting to laugh like crazy. The leaders were left with a WTF face. Not to mention the girls present, who began to see him as a person who suffers from their mental faculties. "Someone tell me no. Did you hear? Office Ouroboros is in love with Issei Hyoudou, ha 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 ha," exploded like crazy the cadre. At that revelation they were as stunned as shock upon learning that the goddess of infinity was smitten with the ex-perverted brown-haired boy. Seekvaira and Abe had their jaws dropped to the floor, and in the case of the heiress of Aguirres, her glasses were cracked, but with Kuroka, she could only lower her resentful gaze a little, since due to her immaturity, she destroyed a beautiful relationship with Issei, and she had no right to be jealous of him. The goddess of infinity, despite maintaining great stoicism on her face, her cheeks turned slightly pink upon hearing it, while Azazel screamed like a little child and did a ridiculous dance around the table while continuing to sing "Office is in love with the Sekiryuutei." "I wish Penemu were here to shut this idiot up," Sirzechs said, embarrassed, "but this slug is hospitalized again in the Citri hospital, now for dermatological problems, along with my sister and what's left of her entourage," said the red-haired Mau in his mind, because he was informed of what they did in Tokyo and their activated carbon mask made with industrial super glue. The Office, already fed up with Azazel's immaturity, increases her aura a little, stopping the cadre's stupid dance in its tracks. "Will you shut up, you stray crow, or I'll cut off your damn testicles," Office said, looking with eyes that promised what she had declared to the cadre, who had to nod and return to his chair like a scolded child. "Well, since the magpie closed her mouth, let's get back to business, Sirzechs. I must tell you that there is something that can help us locate my little harem sister and the female of the HAKORYUUKO," Office said, "and let me tell you that it is something that was given by the HAKORYUUKO himself to Nino Nakano and is by my little dragon to Miku Nakano a few days before leaving Raikan. Something that was given by Vali and Issei," the leaders said with poker faces. Something. "Don't tell me you were marked," shouted Abe Kium. "That's right," said Office. "The mark of a dragon, apart from demonstrating the ownership of a dragon over a person, has other functions, and one of them is the location of couples or people marked by them, but the only bad thing is that only dragons can feel said aura of the draconic marks in the people who possess them." A detail that Yusaka practically ignored, said Michael. It can fool the biblical factions, but not the perception of a dragon. And this is where I come in, Ophis said, putting her hand on her chest. Usually dragons are not interested in looking for the mates of other dragons, but as is the case with my little dragon and Vali Lucifer, I will make an exception this time. What does Ophis-sama plan to do? Sirzechs said. First is to feel the essence of my little dragon and the essence of the girl, Nakano said, Ophis walking towards the sweatshirt of the red-haired girl that Kuroko had taken from the hotel. The mark contains the mixture of both essences, and this way it will be easier to locate it, and for the moment the essence of my little dragon is missing to perceive it. And for that you must go for a garment that contains the essence of Hyoudou, Issei, said Sun Wukong. Here is the inn where Issei-kun is staying and the room he is staying in, said Sirzechs, handing her a brochure of said inn that Ophis took. But said Ophis, opening a dimensional gap. I have to make a quick stop in Kyoto, said Ophis, entering the dimensional gap, abandoning the meeting for the moment. Time skip. Azada Kyoto, human habitation. The dimensional rift opened in the hallway of the rooms, making sure that no one saw her. The small but powerful dragon immediately walked towards the room of her beloved chestnut when this aura Ophis said as she opened the room and saw a crow-type yokai leave something on a small table in the brown-haired boy's room. Well, Yusaka-sama's message is ready, it's just a matter of the stupid dragon reading it and falling into despair, said the crow yokai, ready to leave when he feels a great pressure behind him and starts to feel nervous. A thirst for blood was making the crow restless. Who's there? Ophis said nothing. She activated a barrier so that no one would feel her power, and immediately, with lifeless eyes, she said. I unhappy, said the dragon of infinity, calmly throwing a ball of black energy. Afia, said the Osaka emissary, recognizing the person at his side, but was instantly disintegrated by Ophis's power. The infinity dragon went to one of the pieces of furniture where Issei had arranged his clothes, and when she opened one of said pieces of furniture, she took out the first piece of clothing that her hand grabbed and said. This is what Issei wears, said Ophis, looking at and stretching said underwear. Is this what is called underwear? Said Ophis, imagining Issei with said tiger underwear in a jungle holding onto a vine and making a characteristic scream. Ophis, imagining her beloved brunette in that underwear, only made her nose bleed a little on her completely expressionless face. The lowly dragon went to the table where she had left the message and saw that it was a scroll sealed with Senjutsu. Ophis easily undid the seal and opened the scroll, where a female silhouette appeared, and with a distorted voice she spoke. Sekiryuutei, we have your human female Miku Nakano and Vali Lucifer's female, Nino Nakano. If you want them back safe and sound, my demands are that you give up your artistic career, give up your current harem, and most of all, that at this last concert in Kyoto, in front of the entire audience, you will propose marriage before the great Yusaka. Don't even think about going out looking for her, we have you very well watched. One suspicious movement and both humans will be food for the scavengers of Kyoto. You have until the start of your last concert in Kyoto. The silhouette had disappeared while Ophis inside was really wanting to exterminate Yusaka, but she had to stay calm for the moment, and now she had 2 lives to save. The dragon lowly puts Issei's underwear in her shorts and proceeds to leave the room to return to Gregory. Change of scene. The leaders along with Seekvaira, Kuroko and Kimmel were waiting for the infinity dragon until it appeared in another crack, landing on the table. It was a simple task, said Ophis, taking out Issei's garment. Ophis, is it? Sirzechs said, very uncomfortable seeing the garment that his ally had brought. Yes, it's my beloved dragon's underwear, said Ophis, taking it with her hand as if it were a war trophy, and then, the closet perverted dragoness manages to inhale a said clothes and at the action makes a face as if she were smelling pure oxygen. I will never forget this smell, said with total lust in her mind, the lowly of infinity. There were many reactions, from fits of laughter from Azazel, Otanajuka, Razor and Dulio. Blushes of embarrassment from Michael, Kuroko, Seekvaira and Kimmel, but they all had one thought in common. Issei, you have terrible taste. Ophis finishes sniffing Issei's underwear and now proceeds to grab Miku's sweatshirt and begins to sniff it as well. Ophis immediately, mixing and holding both scents in her nostrils, began searching for it until. I found them. Ophis said. Sirzechs and the other leaders stood up from the table. Well, it's time to save the brides of our pillar of the alliance and the last descendant of the true Lucifer, said Michael. We'll go, said Razor, pointing also to Dulio, Biku Tobio, Griselda, Seekvaira, Abe and Mirana. The important thing is not to raise suspicions, because Yusaka is not stupid to leave her hostages alone, and unfortunately you leaders give off a lot of your power, and that could alert the yokai. There are probably too many yokai roaming around where Nino-san and Miku-san are, said Mirana. Okay, the lives of Issei-kun's girlfriend, Vali-kun's and all of Kyoto are in your hands, guys, Sirzechs said, and immediately formed a communication circle. Ibaraki Daoji-chan, Eris-chan, hold Issei-kun, and the others, the rescue operation is underway. Hey! Both Nekomatas shouted happily, it was obvious they were having a good time. Let's go, there's no time to lose, said Ophis, opening another dimensional rift, and in that she covers the warriors selected by the supernatural faction when. Wait, Kuroko shouted, I also want to participate. Everyone looked at the Black Nekomata in a bad way, thinking that she is an opportunist. Tell me a reason, Kuroko Hellcat, said Sirzechs, stabbing the aforementioned with his gaze, that immediately felt very scared. Tell me a good reason to participate in the rescue of your ex-boyfriend's fiancé, the Sekiryuutei, and your former team leader, the HAKORYUUKO. Everyone now looked at Kuroko in a bad way, who was starting to get nervous, but only one did not look at her that way, and it was Seekvaira who, together with Abe Kimmel, gave her a gesture of confidence, a smile on the blonde-haired girl and the beast tamer, and gave her the confidence she needed. First of all, Mao Sirzechs, Lucifer, it's to redeem myself, said Kuroko with a serious face. I know I have no right to interfere in my ex-fiancé's love life, and because of my unhealthy jealousy, I lost a great man, and he doesn't know how sorry I am, but unlike Ria's Gremory, Shirin and their followers who clumsily try to ruin Issei career, and also unlike Yasaka, who reached extreme and unforgivable levels of wanting to have Issei by her side, I will at least do the right thing selflessly, and it will be to save the life of one of the owners of Issei's heart. It's the least I can do for our hero, that I treated very badly because of my jealousy and insecurity. Brodos were surprised by the statement of one of the laziest members of the DXD group, saying that in a calm and confident manner was a true sign of maturity on Kuroko's part. Give us a guarantee that after the rescue you won't go after Issei, said Azazel, still not being able to trust the Nekomata. Any breach of my oath, my Mr. Seekvaira has the right to erase my existence, said the Black Nekomata, leaving everyone stunned as they looked at the blonde-haired demon, who smiled proudly. That's right, I personally joined her retinue as a sign of guarantee. The leader of the demons looked at Seekvaira as if what the Nekomata said was a bad joke, to which she returned the look as a sign that she was telling the truth. The Redeed sighs heavily to give a gesture of seriousness. Well underway, the lives of Miku and Nino Nakano and also the Yokai faction are at stake. Hi, shouted the selected warriors, so that they immediately entered the dimensional gap, leaving the leaders at the table monitoring Sirzechs, Michael and Azazel, the Dracodinal family, so that they would not find out what happened in the hotel, while Falbium, Aten and Ajuka had an orb ready to reflect the place where Ophis had located both sisters when they saw the place. This must be a damn joke, said Ajuka, Aten and Falbium, looking at where the girls were being held. Change of scene. In one of the alleys of Hyoudou appeared the dimensional fissure, where the warriors of the supernatural appeared. Follow me, we appeared 1 kilometer away from where my harem sister is being held, Ophis said. The warriors of the supernatural followed the Dragon of Infinity, running through the alleys of the traditional city, but they got a big surprise when they saw the place where Yasaka had kidnapped the Nakano sisters. That bitch Razor, said, very angry. He just wants to make fun of Issei and his group, said Abe, very angry. Of all the places he could have committed his crime, this was the last one we could have thought of, said Dulio when he saw the Hyoudou concert hall. The place where Issei and his friends were going to give their concert was the place where they had their friends' girlfriends held. Now I see why there was no press conference or recognition of the place where they were going to play, said Razor, because he also partially financed his friend Issei's concerts and received the group's activities from Ravel, since Razor has a business in the music industry and Dracodinal was the one who provided him with 90% of his profits. Yasaka had everything planned a long time ago, said Seekvaira. The Ophis started walking towards the arena when they saw the arena doors open. Someone is approaching, said Kuroko, taking Ophis by the waist, and in that, the warriors of the supernatural hide in some bushes. They all look at certain men dressed in black, but they surrounded a blonde wearing a lush kimono, where part of her breasts was reflected, and indeed Yasaka was leaving the arena surrounded by Yaokais who disguised themselves as humans. But this we confirm the crime of the now former faction leader, said Griselda. Everyone saw how Yasaka was talking to those men in black, as if she were giving them instructions. By the gestures she made, it seemed that what the blonde kitsune said was a matter of life or death, and then she left in a magic circle from there. What we expected, Ophis said, to activate a pocket dimension. The Yaokai, seeing that they were imprisoned in a pocket dimension, became alert. Who's there? Shouted a bull-type Yaokai, revealing his features. At the call of the Yaokai, the warriors of the supernatural appeared. What are your businesses, demons and beings from the biblical factions? Demanded a raccoon-type Yaokai. Simple, said Razor, taking off his jacket and throwing it to the floor while rolling up his dress shirt. We came to rescue the fiancés of the Honorable Sekiryuutei and the great HAKORYUUKO. That left the guardian Yaokai tense. Company how, they said nervously. We will ask them to return them peacefully, and we can negotiate their punishment with the Alliance, Dulio said, without worries, or if not, abstain from the consequences. Do you think a pigeon like you has the slightest chance of getting away with it in our territory? said a crocodile-type yokai. Besides, if we come out with a wound, Yasaka-sama will consider it an act of treason and will demand your heads from the alliance. I don't think so, said Razor. The Yokai Council knows the crime that bitch committed and has decided to remove her from her position, and the current leader of the Kyoto Yokai, Sun Wukong, decided that any Yokai who was involved in this crime will not have the protection of the alliance. That means that if they die now, no one will be able to demand justice for their pathetic lives, Ophis said. The Yaokais upon hearing this were now frightened, firstly because they knew about the plan of the now ex-Kitsune leader, as it was something highly confidential, but now that they know that their leader was dismissed and they had no protection from the new leader, they had no choice but to face them. The bull-type Yokai bellowed with tremendous force, so that several magic circles appeared and a small battalion of Yokai appeared. So they called for reinforcement, said Kuroka. You go rescue the humans, said Razor as he began to light his flames in his hands. Don't waste time, said a voice that reflected Abe Kium standing next to the blonde phoenix. The rescue team nodded and ran to the entrance, guided by Ophis. My question, Abe-san, said Razor looking at Kium with some arrogance, as far as I know you are not a fighter like me, how do you plan to solve this problem? Don't underestimate my strength, Phoenix-san, said Abe proudly, while making two huge circles appear. It's not for nothing that I'm a tamer of magical beasts. From the magic circles appeared two creatures that made Razor swallow his pride and sweat nervously with a smile that showed said nervousness. Despita, said the blonde when he saw the two creatures he had summoned. Ready, Phoenix-san? Abe said proudly, my Dullahan wants to behead as soon as possible and my Manticore needs to eat their food on time, Abe said, feigning delicacy. Let me fry the meat first, said Razor, throwing himself next to the two magical beasts that the human had summoned. Poor husband, said Razor, seeing the terrible creatures that Abe Kium. Well, with the Dracodernal family. In one of the temples of Kyoto, the Dracodernal family was making said visit, being guided by Ibaraki Daoji and Eris Wen. Achoo. Kiba sneezed as he felt a strong chill on his back. Kiba-kun, are you going to catch a cold? Ichika said worriedly. It's not that, said Kiba with some fear. I felt that someone spoke indirectly about me. What you need is a special soup for this situation, said Ibaraki Daoji, very happily giving him a bowl with a completely reddish substance special for colds. I'm not catching a cold, Ibaraki, Kiba said nervously, but. 5. The cheerful Nekomata with two-tone hair gave him a spoonful of her reddish soup and the blonde, in order not to be rude, began to eat said dish. Hey, Kiba-kun told you he didn't want to, Ichika said angrily to an unconcerned Ibaraki. I think so, Ibaraki said, still smiling, pointing at Kiba, who was finishing the bite that was in his mouth, and what's more, I think he likes it. And he's not lying, his soup is very good, said Kiba without stopping smiling. That left Ibaraki Daoji blushing a lot, waving her hand in a childish way, and Ichika pouting in jealousy at her boyfriend's compliment about the crazy Nekomata. Can I know what your dish contains for colds? Simple, said Ibaraki. It contains, apart from chicken, chili, cilantro, cumin, black pepper, garlic, onion, but what makes its flavor dazzle is the chili that I added, the Carolina Reaper. While saying the ingredients, Kiba's skin color slowly changed to red until he named the main ingredient when. Why, Kiba shouted, throwing said element out of his mouth, running desperately in search of water until he sees the fountains where people take said liquid from the temples, and he stands under the waterfalls to drink the vital liquid while steam came out of his mouth. Fool. Ichika shouted, hitting Ibaraki Daoji on the head, otherwise he'll catch a cold, he'll get deadly gastritis, and besides, what you gave him isn't soup, it's Thai curry. Sorry, how rude I am, Ibaraki said innocently, sticking out his tongue while Kiba was trying in vain to relieve the spiciness in his mouth. Note. To cure the sting of some chilies, it is recommended to drink milk or cold dairy products such as yogurt. Water only makes the sting worse. Returning to the Kyoto concert hall. The warriors of the supernatural entered the building to find another horde of yokai waiting for them in the main hall at the entrance to the arena. Go ahead, we will take care of these beings without any honor, said Dulio, while he extended his 4 pairs of wings, while Tobio began to sing his chant to be able to enter his Kani Lycaean balance breaker, standing to one side of the incarnated angel, and Biku wielded his bow to attack. Damned beings, shouted an Oni-type yokai, you will not prevent the coronation of our new king. Correction, Dulio said unconcerned, you already have a new leader, the busty bitch will be removed, and unfortunately for you, no one will claim your deaths for attacking one of the women of the Pillar of the Alliance. The yokai, knowing this, did not hesitate to launch an attack, but Dulio, proving to be Michael's joker, activating the Zenith Tempest, received them with a powerful shower of lightning, killing them instantly, but just as a horde died, another appeared behind Dulio's back, but Tobio destroyed them in his Black Hound form, but the youkais did not stop appearing. Don't waste time. Dulio shouted, facing his opponents. The group being guided by Ophis enters the arena, the majestic stage where Issei and his friends would play in less than 24 hours. Its great splendor was being tarnished by another group of Yaokeis, and this time they were flying type, ready and wielding their spears and katanas. "They outnumber us," said Seekvaira very seriously. "That doesn't mean they beat us," said Griselda, creating a sword of light while reflecting her angel wings. "Let's show why we were chosen to rescue our friends' fiancés," said Mirana, imitating Griselda's action. "Wow, what beauty," said a crane-type Yaokai, looking at Mirana and Griselda. "Invading Yaokai territory is a pretty serious crime," said another crew Yaokai, "but we can negotiate it in a delicious way." But the one who could no longer tolerate the lascivious words of those Yaokai was a lowly who began to levitate, accompanied by Griselda and Mirana. These three girls had a look that reflected disgust and repudiation for such audacity to say that they were committing a crime. "Insignificant being," said Ophis, expelling her power that left the flying and terrestrial Yaokai terrified. "You dare to use the weak for your vile purposes, and especially one of the females of my predestined male." All the Yaokai froze in fear when they knew who they were facing. "I, Ophis Ouroboros, will not tolerate this," said the lowly, launching a tiny magical attack that practically eradicated 90% of the aerial Yaokeis, destroying part of the Hyoudou concert hall stage. In the process, Nakamata and Agare's heir, the Nakano girls, are behind the stage, shouted Ophis, pointing at said place. Hiroka and Seekvaira obeyed the order of the Dragon of Infinity, but immediately several Yaokai began to block the path to the stage because they had discovered where they were. "No damn alliance bitches will pass. They will not stop Issei Hyoudou's coronation and big wedding with Yasaka-sama. If we take care of the hostages, Yasaka-sama will reward us with a big promotion." Seekvaira and Hiroka, as they continued listening to the nonsense said by the soldiers still loyal to the former leader. "This is tiring me out," Seekvaira shouted, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, killing several Yaokai, but as they died, others appeared in magic circles. "These wretches, they keep appearing." "That bitch did a good job bribing some Yaokai from other regions," said Hiroka, burning a mantis-type Yaokai. "There are Yoikeis from Kanto, Sapporo and Hokkaido. That damn thing wants to secure Issei-kun at all costs," said Griselda, decapitating a peacock-type Yaokai. The Ophis effortlessly finished off another horde of Yaokai. It was easy for her to exterminate the Yasaka army, but she had to contain herself because an excessive attack could not only destroy said army, but also the stage and possibly a large part of Japan, but she had to do something to stop the appearance of more hordes of Yaokai. The small but powerful dragon began to form a ball of dragonian energy in her hand. "I'll open the way," Ophis said, concentrating more of her energy. The Yaokai, without thinking of a clear strategy, launched themselves against the lowly dragon, but that was what she expected. "Fiam." The Ophis began to launch from the energy sphere trails of power that practically pierced the bodies of the Yoikeis like sharp arrows. All the Yaokeis began to fall from the lethal attack of the next girl to join Issei's harem. The angels, the demon and the Nakamata were surprised by this attack, but they saw that the trails that Ophis launched passed by them. But the Yaokai still continued to appear in the magic circles, but their duration was ephemeral because as they appeared in the battle zone, they were quickly killed by Ophis. "Now," Ophis ordered as more Yaokai fell to her attack. Griselda, Mirana, Seekvaira and Hiroka began to run towards the stage to quickly reach the artists' dressing rooms as the Yaokai were riddled by Ophis. Achieving their goal, they enter one of the back corridors of the stage, and upon entering the artists' dressing room, they find Miku and Nino unconscious, tied to a chair, blindfolded and gagged, and of course they were still naked, but covered by the same towel with which they were kidnapped. Hiroka quickly begins to evaluate the Nakano sisters with her senjutsu, especially in the abdomen area, hoping that they have not been raped by Yaokai, otherwise there would be a much bigger problem. "They are clean," said Hiroka, finishing her evaluation. "They only carry the essence of Issei and Vali Kai respectively. And it seems they still haven't regained consciousness after fainting in the hot springs, just like Kunu-chan said Seekvaira. "It still smells like the aromas of herbs they used to sleep. Chamomile, sandalwood incense, geranium, lavender and bergamot," said Hiroka, smelling the Nakano sisters. "Mixing aromatic herbs in strong doses can knock out a normal person, but in small doses like the ones you carry now only cause a strong headache and at certain times nausea and a little dizziness. For us supernatural beings, it is an excellent relaxation method for a session at the spa." "Let's not waste time and get out of here," said Griselda, destroying the ropes that had them tied and removing the scarves that they had on both their eyes and mouths. Mirana carries Nino as Hiroka carries Miku, and they proceed to leave the dressing rooms to get to the stage, and are greatly surprised to see many corpses of Yaokai stacked on the seats of the arena with perforations in the abdomen and ribsage, victims of the merciless attack of Ophis, who, upon seeing her allies with the victims of Yasaka's kidnapping, stopped the attack. "Let's retreat now," Ophis shouted. The group that had entered the stage went out to the reception where there were also many Yaokai defeated and killed by Dulio, Biku and Tobio. These three, seeing that they rescued the girls, understood the situation and withdrew from there to reach the esplanade of the Kyoto concert hall, where it could be seen that Razor had done something crazy with his fire, where several of his enemies were now only charred bodies who fell by his lethal fire, well with the beasts of Kimmel. The manticore was tearing apart several yokai with its claws and jaws, while with its scorpion tail, it had a dying dog-type yokai pierced through the chest, trying to get away uselessly, while the Dullahan was having a blood festival by decapitating his enemies without any mercy. All the yokai guarding the Kyoto concert hall had fallen in battle. The fun is over, said Ophis, watching as Razor incinerated his enemies like a sadist, and Abe made his beasts disappear in a magic circle, return to the underworld and inform Sirzechs. I'll take care of getting rid of the corpses, said Ophis, opening a dimensional fissure, to which all the warriors of the alliance with a still unconscious Miku and Nino entered without complaint. The rescue operation had been a success, but now the leader of the demons, Sirzechs, had a plan in his head that would reveal and frustrate the now former leader of the yokai. That plan would take place at the concert, and Issei, along with his group, especially Miku and Nino, would have an important role in said plan in such a way that it would show Yusaka that the Sekiryuutei had the full support of the alliance, and his crime would not go unpunished. Yusaka's time before the courts was more than numbered. Chapter 25. Story of a Dream. Drunk the new members. Hyoudou in 8 a.m. Of narrator. After a hectic rescue of the Nakano sisters, the alliance leaders wasted no time in conducting a thorough scan of both their memories. Fortunately for them, they only remembered the moment they lost consciousness in the hot springs. They had no contact or dialogue with their captors or with the now former Kitsune leader, now considered a criminal. The red-haired leader ordered the Nakano girls to rest in their respective fiancés' rooms, and the one who would be in charge of that was the Nekomata Kuroka as part of their redemption. Dressing them in their pajamas, Kuroka, along with the still unconscious Nino and Miku, moved to the inn where her ex-fiancé and former leader were staying. While the black Nekomata left the girls, the leader of the demonic faction put into motion the second part of the plan to give Yusaka a terrible surprise. With the help of the interim leader of the Yokai and Ajuka himself, he sent several demon and fallen soldiers to guard the Kyoto concert hall, with their aura modified by Mayu Ajuka, in such a way that the demons and fallen now temporarily possessed the aura and aroma of a Yokai. So that the now criminal Kitsune would not suspect that all her guards had fallen in battle by some of her best warriors in the alliance. And for the hostages, Griselda and Kuroka would disguise themselves as Nino and Miku respectively, the latter already perceiving her aroma and essence of both sisters, could duplicate it, and with a simple transformation spell, they could easily deceive the Kitsune. The important thing about the plan is to let Yusaka still think that she is in control of things and that nothing has happened in general. When she discovers the truth, she will have no escape, and it will be too late for daring to attack a human and one of the most important women of Issei Hyoudou. The next day. In Issei's room. The shyest of the Nakano sisters was beginning to wake up as the sun's rays began to touch her delicate face. Where am I? Miku said weakly, holding her head with one hand as she slowly opened her eyes. She noticed she was wearing her blue pajamas, and the first thing she saw was Issei sleeping peacefully. The last thing I remember was fainting in the hot springs, but I'm in Issei's room, Miku said lazily, as she lifted her head a little and saw her harem sisters sleeping around the brown-haired boy, Zenobia sleeping like a koala holding onto Issei's torso, while saliva fell like a leaking pipe. Irina and Ravel each taking a thigh as a pillow. She saw that Ravel was sleeping with one of the brown-haired boy's shirts. You could see a bare chest. She also saw Ingvild sleeping holding the brown-haired boy's right arm, while Roygun, sleeping totally naked, hugged him by the neck like a stuffed animal, sticking her breasts a lot in the brown-haired boy's face. Miku noticed that she was sleeping on her boyfriend's left arm. She was going to kiss the brown-haired boy good morning, taking advantage of the fact that no girl had gotten up and was about to plant his lips on the brown-haired man's when a scream from an enraged girl woke up the guests in the Sekiryuutei's room, but Issei stopped suddenly. Plong. With the sound of a pan falling to the floor, Issei's forehead and Miku's forehead collided. "Aight!" Miku and Issei shouted, holding their heads. "What the hell was that scream?" Ravel said, very stunned. "It came from the next room," Roygun said, yawning as his head was spinning. "Miku-san, were you going to go ahead and kiss darling good morning?" Irina said in white lingerie, stretching her arms to shake off some sleep and smiling mockingly at her harem sister. "No, it's not true," said Miku timidly while still holding her forehead where she hit Issei. "Damn, but I didn't think Issei had a head as hard as a rock," she said, frustrated and in pain at not being able to complete her morning task while rubbing her head. "Isn't that scream from your sister Ichika, Miku?" Zenobia said, staggering to one of the inn's closets and grabbing one of Issei's shirts and shorts, quickly putting them on, and said, "Mangy cat. The yokai is in Kiba-san's room," said Ingvild, imitating Zenobia's action. The other girls repeat the same dressing action, and together with Issei also dressed, they go to see Kiba's room. Damn, Miku's head is as hard as Serek's blows, Issei said mentally while still resenting the blow, completely ignoring that it is one of the consequences of the slow dragonification in the most timid of the Nakano for having done bed mambo that night when Issei was drugged with artificial pheromones. Quickly Issei and his harem go to the aid of Ichika's enraged scream. What's going on? Issei said, opening the room of Ria's former night when the brunette and his girls were stunned by what they saw. On one of the futons was Kiba lying on his back, but above him was a Nekomata with reddish and black hair, giving him a passionate kiss on the mouth, and from what could be seen, the yokai enjoyed kissing the blonde while he just remained static and with his eyes reflecting surprise and shock, but you could also see Ichika Nakano wearing a half-open dress shirt, pulling the Nekomata's leg. Indeed, Ibaraki Douji succeeded in giving Kiba his good morning kiss, something that Miku failed at trying to give to Issei, but because of her sister, she did not succeed. Naya, the lips of my future husband, Naya, said Ibaraki Douji, smilingly licking her lips, taking oxygen to kiss the blonde again passionately while he was still in shock and with his face blue from nervousness at feeling that a woman was kissing him and it was not his current girlfriend, Ichika. Mangy cat, get away from Kiba-kun. Ichika shouted, trying in vain to push the Nekomata away. Hey, what happened here? Ravel said, very upset, seeing this somewhat disconcerting scene. Simple, Naya said Ibaraki, smiling while hugging very cloyingly. What happens is that I want Kiba to take responsibility for my first kiss yesterday. Ichika, upon hearing what Ibaraki Douji said, stopped struggling to grab a shocked Kiba who, upon seeing the cute face of the most mischievous of the Nakano, his face went from blue to a deep purple from fear. How did you kiss this crazy Nekomata Kiba-kun yesterday? Ichika said with a smile that was not at all friendly and much less loving, with a distorted voice that only reflected a VIP trip to hell if she dared to answer wrong. I have those doubts too, Ichi-chan, said Kiba, pouring a waterfall of sweat from his head. I'll clear up your doubts, husband, Ibaraki Douji said flirtatiously, stealing a kiss from her cheek to further release Ichika's fury. Flashback. Of narrator. In a restaurant late at night were the Dracotonal family, along with the two emissaries of Sirzechs, having a traditional Japanese dinner consisting of steamed fish gyoza's, accompanied by miso soup, steamed rice and natural water, as dessert, natto, fermented soybeans, of course, everything was paid by the emissaries through a credit card that Sirzechs obtained from his grandmother Chisis, that took from Zeoticus's wallet. Delicious. Issei shouted, very happy during his stay at the restaurant. Next to him were Zenobia and Irina eating their portions with great avidity. It's true, said Risti, eating her 12th gyoza. I never thought Kyoto food tasted so good. It's a shame Miku and Nino couldn't come because they were so tired, said Itsuki, stacking and finishing his 15th full portion of food. I'll order some rations to take to you, said Miki in a disinterested way to her daughter-in-law and her sister after the concert. We can go for a visit again, all of us, as a family, said the matriarch Hyoudou. Just don't take Natto to Nino, Miki-san, said Vali, she can't stand the smell. Ibaraki Douji and Eris watched with a smile as the Dracotonal family behaved in a harmonious and pleasant manner. There is absolute peace around you, said Eris. They have their differences and defects, but that makes them a unique family, said Ibaraki Douji, watching as Yaku and Yotsuba fed Gasper, while Anika Kiryu, with an evil smile and her glasses shining suspiciously, poured spicy concentrate into another of Itsuki's food rations, the laughter of Goru. Miki and Zenobia, seeing how Issei and Vali choked on steamed rice in a fast-eating contest, while a worried Irina and Aya gave them water to pass the bite stuck in their throats, while Ravel and Roygun just denied with a smile the childish attitude of their fiancé. But then a communication circle appears in the ear of the brown Nekomata, the one communicating with Sirzechs. Yes. Was it a success? Said Eris, looking at Ibaraki Douji, giving him a thumbs up sign that everything went well. Are you in the hotel safe and sound? Perfect, then in a few moments we will finish, said Eris, closing the communication. It's all over, said Ibaraki, then it won't be necessary to use this anymore, said the Nekomata with two colored hair, taking out the bottle that Azazel had given them. Appearance of the bottle. But as always, something bad or unplanned had to happen. Oh, Ibaraki-chan, what is that? Said Miki, pointing at the bottle of golden apple liqueur. Both Nekomatas became nervous because the matriarch discovered the bottle and they didn't know how they would react if they were told it was super-aged golden apple liqueur. It's grapefruit liqueur, Eris lied nervously, inventing the name. But don't worry, we'll do it, said Ibaraki Douji without realizing that he no longer had anything in the bottle. The brown-haired Nekomata saw that Goru Hyoudou had stealthily taken the intoxicating liquor from them and had served it to everyone present in small cups from which they served sake, including the two Nekomatas who also stealthily had set traditional sake cups in their hands. I propose a toast to the great concert that my son Issei and his great friends will provide us, said Goru, raising said little glass. Everyone raised their glasses to some nervous Nekomatas who couldn't digest when Goru Hyoudou learned ninjutsu to stealthily take the huge bottle from them. Hampai! Shouted Goru. Hampai! Shouted the Dracodonal family. The Nekamadas were on edge. Then everyone except Ibaraki drank the entire contents of the cups. The Alliance emissaries were sweating profusely and had purple faces. 5. Everyone planted their face on the nightstand in the purest Rock Lee style. When he eats the curry of life, without feeling pain from the impact, the entire Dracodonal family succumbs to the power of the aged intoxicating liquid. Ahhhhh. What are we doing? Ibaraki screamed scared, running from one side to the other in a comical way. Sun Wukong-sama and Azazel will kill us for doing this to Issei-sama and his family. Era said, crying comically when she saw the bottle that was no more than an eighth of its capacity, not to mention Tannen-sama. He's going to want our skin in his trophy room for drinking his sacred aged liquor. Ibaraki immediately went to where Kiba was, who had broken a bowl of rice with his face, and to the side, Ichika was sleeping on her back on the tatami as she bounced after hitting the table. The Nekomata began to shake the blonde in a comical way to get him to react and to shake the remains of food off his face. Kiba-sen, get up. Shouted Ibaraki, taking a glass of water. Blonde cob hair Sama. Get up now. Shouted Ibaraki, throwing the vital liquid in his face. Kiba, upon receiving the fresh water on his face, begins to see blurry, and the distorted silhouette due to the effect of the super intoxicating drink made Ibaraki's face transform into Ichika's face, and he said with great difficulty. Beautiful, said Kiba, taking the Nekomata by the waist and taking a position worthy of a tango piece, making Ibaraki blush. Eh? Did he call me beautiful? Ibaraki said, her face turning red as her ears perked up and a nervous smile appeared on her face. Seeing Kiba so close, she couldn't help but feel her heartbeat faster and faster than ever. Corn hair Sama, it doesn't look so bad. This is what Ichi-chan eats, and what the grumpy queen of Sona Citri lost. The two-colored haired Nekomata said in her mind when. And. Kiba had planted a passionate kiss on Ibaraki Douji. The Nekomata had steam coming out of her ears, her cattail had stiffened from the shock, and now the redness had turned a bright pink color. My first kiss has taken my first kiss, said Ibaraki dreamily and grateful to Amaterasu that her first kiss was taken by a handsome man, and it tastes like golden apple liqueur, said the Nekomata with a silly smile, beginning to feel the power of the liquor passing through Kiba's mouth, getting briefly drunk. A long live love. Has said Ibaraki, drunk, falling on her back next to a Kiba who returned to the world of dreams, only now he was sleeping on the chest of the two-colored Nekomata. Ibaraki. Eris shouted, grabbing her hair in desperation at the sight of her fallen companion. This has gone out of control. I must call Sirzechs-sama, Eris said desperately as she activated a magic circle. Lucifer-sama, we have a problem. Eris-chan, what happened? Said Sirzechs' worried voice. Attacked by a renegade yokai or something like that. Something much worse, Mau-sama. Said the brown-haired Nekomata very nervously, trying to revive an Kiryu who was sleeping with a silly smile while laughing in her sleep and began to carry an unconscious Aji. We had a small mistake, she said with difficulty while trying to carry the heavy body of the Dracodonal drummer, but in that Eris begins to smell something that was beginning to come off the blonde's body. What is this smell? The brunette Nekomata was beginning to feel her body begin to heat up and get excited, smelling the strange essence that enveloped Saji. Well, it turns out that Vritra, taking advantage of the fact that his partner was KO, began to release dragon pheromones, a minimal amount sufficient for his joke and incidentally to attract the brunette, since he saw that she is a good candidate to be his wife, and in addition, she will receive a lesson for carrying an apple bottle of golden liquor and getting his partner and his friends drunk. Why do I feel so weak and excited? Eris said, mentally blushing a lot while she saw Saji, who despite being unconscious before her eyes and due to the effect of pheromones, his heart was racing and his crotch was starting to get wet. Eris-chan. Sirzechs shouted worriedly. The brown-haired Nekomata ignored the Mau's worried cries, unconsciously cupping Saji's cheeks under the desire filled with lust and love, licked her lips and proceeded to cross the point of no return. Joo. Eris, under the effect of dragon pheromones, kissed Saji with great passion, but like Ibaraki Douji. My first kiss with the flavor of aged golden apple, said Eris, also beginning to feel the effects of drunkenness, checkmating her resistance, falling to the ground while trying to kiss Saji as much as she could because the power of the golden apple liquor aged since who knows when quickly began to dull her senses until. Eris-chan. Sirzechs shouted. The entire Dracodonal family and the two emissaries fell defeated before the power of the liquor produced in the fields of the former Dragon King Tannen. Only Kiba and Saji ignored a trigger that would change their lives, and of course, a Dragon King in the blonde sacred gear laughed his head off and celebrated Chibi Vritra in the sacred gear with a Russian dance because its bearer would have one more female by his side, also demonstrating why he was once named an evil dragon. Since in the future the blonde would thank him. End of flashback. Not counting Sirzechs' news that Nino and Miku had arrived safely at the inn, everyone was amazed by Ibaraki Douji's story. And now as a husband he stole my first kiss, said the Nekomata with two colored hair hugging Kiba while his head was completely frozen, he must now take responsibility. Naya. I kissed you while I was under the influence of alcohol. Said Ichika trying to separate the Nekomata from her blonde. But still you must take responsibility for my feelings, Ibaraki said without stopping smiling. But Ibaraki-chan, said Kiba, I feel totally sorry for what I did to you was really wrong. Kiba-kun, don't you like me? Ibaraki said tearfully, what you told me, was it a lie? Kiba was starting to feel more miserable. If he felt like garbage for irresponsibly awakening Ibaraki, Daoji's feelings rejecting her and making her cry would feel worse than shit. Hey, and if you better start this off right between the two of you getting to know each other, Issei said intervening. I can't feel any bad intentions in Ibaraki-san, and as far as I know, demons, fallen ones and dragons practice polygamy, and to be honest, your look in Kiba's eyes reveals that you don't want to hurt Ibaraki-san, and just by being a demon, you fulfill the fact that you can have a love triangle. But there's a third option, and that is Ichika-san as the alpha woman of your possible harem. Everyone stared at the brunette. He had given the best solution for this love conflict between the basest of Dracodernal and the adorable Nekomata, but there was only one voice that could decide this, that had a big mess in his head, because she knew about Kiba's nature. She thought she would have him all to herself, but, seeing how insistent, smiling and above all how innocent the Nekomata with two-tone hair is, she had no other choice. Ah. Okay, said Ichika, sighing heavily just as Issei says, since you are a little careless, naive but a charismatic girl, as the current leader of Kiba's harem, I will allow you to be with him, said Ichika smiling at Ibaraki Daoji, who upon hearing the older Nakano's answer, couldn't help but jump on her and hug her. Thank you. Thank you. Ibaraki Daoji shouted happily while tears of happiness ran down his cheeks, I won't fail you, Ichika-sama. Everyone present smiled at the inclusion of a new member to the Dracodernal family when Idiota. X2. X2. The sound of two knocks were heard with the creaking of wood in another of the inn's rooms. Quickly both Issei and Kiba with their respective harems went to the source of the noise when they saw in an adjacent room Itsuki and Kiryu with a face of total anger while breathing heavily and rubbing their knuckles, but on the floor was Saji with his head buried in the tatami and the oak floor destroyed, and next to him, an heiress sighing like a loving schoolgirl, only coming to a conclusion that the same story was told by heiress to Saji's harem, and therefore, that was a violent welcome to the brown-haired Nekomata to the Dracodernal family. Change of scene. Main hall of the inn. Hours before the concert. In that hall there was an atmosphere of tension and nerves, because Ravel had informed Issei that the faction leaders were currently at the inn and wanted to have a meeting. And at the event, Issei was with his family and in front of them were Sirzechs, Azazel, Michael and Sun Wukong. The four leaders showed themselves with a seriousness that could only smell like bad news. Sirzechs-sama, Issei said, a little intimidated because the countenance of his leader did not bode well. Oh, so this meeting is happening just a few hours before the concert, Ravel said. And he also said, leaders meeting, no offense, but why is Sun Wukong-sama here? Ingvald said, a little embarrassed upon seeing the legendary protagonist of the journey to the west. It is one of the topics we are going to discuss, Sirzechs said calmly, but without leaving aside the severity. Sun Wukong is temporarily the new leader of the Yaokai faction of Hyoudou. Everyone was stunned. And if you ask why it's him and not Yasaka, it's because the latter committed an act that put the lives of everyone at risk, not only her faction, but Hyoudou as a whole would be involved, said Michael. And because of this the Yaokai advisors made the decision to immediately and secretly dismiss her, said Azazel. The Dracodernal family looked at each other strangely, except for Ibaraki and Eris, because they knew perfectly well what he was referring to. And, may I know what Yasaka did to be stripped of her title of leader of the Yaokai of Hyoudou? Issei said, feeling a chill that left him uneasy, but he felt that if he knew the reason, he wouldn't like it at all. Even this, just promise us both, you and Vali, please calm down, what they might hear they won't like it at all, said Azazel. The brown-haired and albino looked at each other in surprise at what the cadre had said, but both nodded as a sign that they understood what he said. Sirzechs sighs heavily as he drops the bomb. Isaka kidnapped Miku Nakano and Nino Nakano while you were on tour in Hyoudou. Everyone was in shock, but especially the aforementioned ones. But it's impossible, said Miki Hyoudou, confused, if Miku-chan and Nino-chan are with us. It has a very simple explanation, said Sun Wukong, because it turns out that the two of them had an attack in the hot springs of this inn, with a stunning aromatherapy attack that made them faint for a long time. They used flower and herb essences that can affect a human and put them to sleep in a matter of seconds, and because of that, they were kidnapped by a crane-type Yaokai in the service of Yasaka. And two people gave us the red alert, said Michael. The first was Kunu-chan, who wanted to give Miku-san recommendations of places to visit, but she was one of the witnesses of her kidnapping, since she had hidden in the changing rooms of the hot springs, said the Seraphim, while taking out a sphere where it contained the memory of the little kitsune, revealing what he saw and heard from the nine-tailed kitsune mercenary. Everyone was terrified to see the two sisters being kidnapped, especially Miku and Nino were horrified to see how that yokai carried them like a sack of potatoes and disappeared in a magic circle, not to mention Issei and Vali who were getting furious. "Ibu, column 8. Shouted Ddraig as the gauntlet appeared. "Vali, you also calm down." Albion said calmly. "Your female, like the female of Draig's carrier, is with us safe and sound." "I can't help but get angry about what Miku suffered," said Issei, calming down little by little. "I would have torn her apart for daring to kidnap one of the most important women in my life." "I can't help but get angry for Nino either," said Vali. "If I had known that in time, that yokai would have taken her last breath upon touching Nino." Both Nakano, who suffered the crime, could not help but blush and smile in love in Miku's case. "And the other witness was Kuroka Hellcat," said Sirzechs, taking out a black sphere. At the Redeed's response, everyone was stunned to learn that one of Issei's exes had helped when, based on past experiences, they only threatened the failure of the brunette's artistic career, and in this case of Yasaka, they threatened the integrity of the family. Sirzechs shows the events of the kidnapping from another angle, and apparently, Kuroka saw everything from a tree and said the same thing about the kidnapping of both girls. Shortly after, Sirzechs took out the scroll where the voice message was recorded where Issei was extorted to give up his musical career and his current harem, but the marriage proposal in the middle of the concert to Yasaka in exchange for the release of Miku and Nino. The entire Dracotonal family was already eager to kill Yasaka, especially Issei's harem. Irina unfolded her angel wings that began to flicker violently. Zenobia wanted to go and slaughter her with X Durandal, not to mention Ravel, Ingvald and Roygun, who wanted to unleash their magic against the kitsune. "Please calm down," the leaders ordered imposingly. "It's not worth crying over spilled milk." "That's precisely why we didn't include you in the rescue mission, especially you two, Vali Lun and Issei-kun," said Sirzechs, looking at the carriers of the celestial dragons. "We knew that you wouldn't think through a rescue plan and would end up covering Hyoudou with blood and fire for being so visceral." "No way to defend yourself," both dragons said, because the red-haired Mao was right. Given the fury of both carriers, it would have ended in tragedy. "That's why we secretly made the plan to rescue their respective wives without them noticing. That's why Ibaraki-chan and Eris-chan kept them distracted while we rescued Nino-san and Miku-san," said Sirzechs, leaving some nervous Nekamadas, "and the result was a success thanks to the joint work of the alliance, but especially of Ophis-sama, Seekvaira-san and above all Abe Kimmel, who facilitated the location of the Nakano sisters." They were surprised to learn that the goddess of infinity helped in the matter of the rescue, since she was already very indifferent to everything. "But those three specifically asked for something in return for helping with the rescue," Michael said, smiling nervously. "And what did they ask for?" Yotsuba said, somewhat incredulous that they asked for something in return for her sister's rescue. "Money? Jewelry? Prestige?" "Nothing like that," said Michael while a giant circle appeared and suddenly three female silhouettes, two with suitcases on one side and the other only with a bag, which when revealed was practically recognized by everyone. "The payment was that from today, and at their request, they wish to accompany you, especially Seekvaira wants to accompany you, Vali-kun, and in your case, Kiba-kun Abe Kiyam-san wants to be by your side on her tour." At the event, the heiress of Agares walked to one side of the albino, showing a gesture of superiority before an irritated Nino and a tearful Aya, seeing that there was more competition for the albino. And as for Abe, she formally introduced herself to Ichika and Ibaraki Daoji. They reciprocated this gesture with a twitch in their eyebrows and a marked vein on their foreheads upon learning of another Catwoman who wants the blonde's bones. "But Office Ouroboros has something to tell you," Issei-kun Michael finished. The dragon lowly approached a nervous brown-haired boy. "Hyoudou," Issei Office said stoically. "Office-chan," said the brown-haired boy very nervously when suddenly. 5. The dragon lowly grabbed his shirt until he was on his knees so that they were at the same height. The dragon of infinity looked into the eyes of a terrified brown-haired man. "Hyoudou," Issei Office said calmly, "remember that you are mine and I am yours." "Yes, yes," said Issei, already trembling worse than a chihuahua. "Now in front of everyone I will claim you as mine again," Ophis said, while a light blush dominated her cheeks and her eyes began to shine dimly and immediately. "Doo." The dragon planted such a passionate kiss on him in front of everyone. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw one of the most powerful entities kiss the current Sekiryuutei. This harem, of course, began to burn with jealousy. "And now before you," said Ophis, looking at the chestnut-haired man's harem, "I proclaim myself the alpha female of my little dragoness harem, and I will not accept no for an answer, understood?" Only the wind could be heard blowing while a family and some leaders who lost the color of their skin upon hearing Ophis's statement. Why? The scream of our protagonist's family was so powerful that it scared half the inn. No, I refuse. Ravel shouted, very scandalized. This is absurd. Zenobia shouted, facing Ophis. I am Issei-sama's main wife. Ingvald shouted. This Ophis-chan, Miku said timidly, but inside she wanted to strangle the lowly for wanting to take over the leadership of Issei's harem. Roigun couldn't articulate a word, but he had the same intention as Miku while on his forehead and part of his chest, the veins began to appear from anger. Ophis, upon hearing their reaction, simply released her aura to silence them. Any complaints or problems? Ophis said in a distorted voice. No, Ophis-sama. Shouted Issei's harem, squatting and begging for forgiveness on their knees because the slow draconification made them obey Ophis in a natural and instinctive way, since being a dragon goddess she put them in their place and showed who was in charge here. At least, we were able to use Issei's mini Ascalon before her, she said, with her eyes shining maliciously, and a triumphant smile was marked while they were asking for forgiveness. At this scene the leaders were already nervous and had to hide behind Issei's parents while the others who saw this scene were laughing, some of mockery like Vali, Kiryu Saji, Yotsuba and Ibaraki Daoji, while others of nervousness like the harems of Gasper, Vali and another, daughter-in-law. Gori shouted, crying with emotion. That means more grandchildren to play with in the future. Mickey shouted. Our pervert son did it again. Welcome to the Ophis-chan family. Shouted the Hyoudou patriarchs carrying the dragon lowly like a sacred idol that remained with its natural stoicism. My in-laws adore me, Ophis said triumphantly in her mind. Everyone saw the situation as a good omen to end this bitter experience that Yusaka had put them through a few hours ago. Sirzechs managed to communicate the terrible situation to Issei and Vali, avoiding the displeasure such as the demand for Yusaka's head by them, but now the final part of the alliance's plan against the criminal Kitsune would come, and that would happen on the stage of the Kyoto concert hall, in 3 hours when Issei and company take their musical instruments and devastate all of Kyoto with their music. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.